Konoha Village. Evening. Inside Ichiraku ramen steam rises, the aroma fills the air. Master Tsuchi another bowl of miso chashu ramen. Naruto Uzumaki raised his right hand high, his mouth still stuffed, with half a slice of chashu, speaking indistinctly. The last bowl is mine. Beside him a chopstick moved like lightning, precisely picking up the last slice of chashu in the bowl. Naruto's eyes widened. Brother Yi-chan, you've already eaten 3 bowls. To be precise, 3.5 bowls. Yi-chan stuffed the chashu into his mouth, squinting with satisfaction. Having come to the world of Naruto for 1,000 years, he had tasted daimyo banquets, eaten snake soup from Ryuchi Cave, and even been forced to swallow a live insect in Mount Myaboku. But when it came to the most satisfying, it was still Ichiraku ramen. Damn it. Naruto gripped his chopsticks tightly, his face full of indignation. I'm the man who will become Hokage, and you dared to steal the future Hokage's chashu. Yi-chan took a slow sip of the soup. When you become Hokage, I'll treat you to 10 bowls. Really? Have I ever lied to you? Naruto seriously counted on his fingers. Yesterday you said Master Tsuchi's shop had a limited edition deluxe ramen, tricked me into running over, and it turned out you wanted me to pay for you. The day before yesterday you said Iruka-sensei was looking for me, made me afraid to go home, but he never looked for me. The day before that you said the Hokage mountain hid the first Hokage's treasure. Yi-chan cleared his throat. Let's not bring up the past. Behind the counter Tsuchi looked at the two with a laugh. One was the fox brat that everyone in the village despised. The other was the infamous, eternal genin of Konoha. Others graduated at 12, but Yi-chan was still auditing classes at the Ninja Academy at 18. Others went on missions to improve their strength, but he was either late or just loafing around at the ramen shop. Yet he was incredibly thick-skinned. When he had no money for food, he would without blinking put the bill on Naruto's tab. All of Konoha knew these two were a pair of kindred spirits. Brother Yi-chan, when will I become as strong as the 3rd Hokage? Naruto leaned on the counter, his eyes full of longing. Yi-chan yawned. What's so great about the 3rd strength? You're bragging again. Naruto rolled his eyes. He's the strongest Hokage in history, the professor of ninjutsu. Strongest in history? Yi-chan's mouth twitched slightly. Did Hashirama himself know about this title? However, before he could retort, boom. A low rumble suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to resonate directly in the depths of everyone's soul. Inside Ichiraku ramen, all the bowls and chopsticks trembled simultaneously. The soup's surface rippled in circles. Earthquake. Naruto was startled and jumped up, his elbow knocking over his ramen bowl, spilling it on the table. My ramen. The next moment the sky, which had been bright, darkened at a visible speed. It was not clouds covering the sun. Instead, it was an indescribable, enormous black curtain spanning the sky, covering the entire Konoha. No, far beyond Konoha. The land of fire, wind, lightning, earth, water. Every corner of the ninja world, everyone who looked up could see that mysterious curtain spanning the sky. It seemed to have no physical form. No matter where one was, the sky curtain they saw was directly facing them. Konoha instantly fell into chaos. Enemy attack. Go inform the Hokage. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Jinjutsu. Where is the sensory squad? Investigate immediately. Figures darted swiftly between buildings. The Umbu deployed in full force. The Hyuga clan activated their Byakugan, the Yamanaka clan released spiritual perception, and the Konoha barrier squad operated the barrier to its maximum. However, no matter how they perceived the sky curtain, seemed as if it did not exist. No chakra, no energy fluctuation, no technique traces. Yet it clearly hung there, covering the entire sky. At the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi abruptly stood up from his seat, his pipe falling to the ground with a clatter. Before him, the crystal ball used to monitor the village trembled violently. Crack. A crack appeared. Then the entire crystal ball shattered. What happened? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed color. Ignoring the flying shards, he immediately looked out the window. At just one glance, the 3rd Hokage, who had ruled Konoha for years, had a cold sweat on his forehead. Vast. Mysterious. Incomprehensible. The sky curtain felt to him like an existence beyond the cognition of the ninja world, overlooking everyone from a higher dimension. Hiruzen. The office door was pushed open. 2 advisors hurried in, followed by Danzo Shimura leaning on his cane. The sensory squad has confirmed the sky curtain covers the entire ninja world. Mito Kadoyan's voice trembled. All boarders have reported the same information, no matter the direction the sky curtain seen is completely identical. Kohor Udatane's face was pale. This is definitely not a technique any ninja village could perform. Danzo raised his head, his single eye flashing with uncertain light. A super jinjutsu covering the entire ninja world. Impossible. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a low voice. To make the entire ninja world fall into jinjutsu at the same time would require an immeasurable amount of chakra. And he looked at the crystal ball fragments on the floor. Its mere appearance completely broke my surveillance technique. At the same time, Cloud Village. The 4th Raikage punched and shattered his desk. Investigate. No matter what this is, find out its source immediately. Rock Village. Inoki hovered in midair, his aged face unprecedentedly solemn. Not a bloodline limit nor dust release. When did such a thing appear in the ninja world? Mist Village, Sand Village, Rain Village. Countless powerful figures looked up. In the Akatsuki base, the 6 paths of pain simultaneously opened their Rinnegan. Deep in the snake cave, Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden vertical pupils filled with fanaticism. Even within Naruto's sealed space, the Nine Tails, which had been sleeping with closed eyes, opened its crimson eyes at this moment. This aura. What is it? The entire ninja world was on high alert. Only in Ichiraku Ramen, Chen looked up at the sky curtain, the laziness on his face gradually disappearing. Others couldn't recognize what it was, but he had a vague sense of foreboding. 1,000 years ago, when he first transmigrated to this world, he had been bound to a thing called the Myriad Realm's main account construction system. To complete the system's tasks, he had walked the ninja world under different identities. Sometimes a mysterious strongman wandering the warring states period. Sometimes an unknown person living in seclusion behind the scenes. Sometimes the true founder of certain forces. Those identities were the main accounts he had trained. Until not long ago, all tasks were completed, and the system went into upgrade. Chen could finally put down everything and be a lazy fish in Konoha. But now, this sky curtain hardly looked like it was here to let him retire peacefully. At that moment, buzz, the pitch-black sky curtain suddenly lit up. Billions of brilliant golden rays tore through the darkness, illuminating the entire ninja world like daylight. A cold, grand, emotionless voice came from the sky. Sky curtain descends. All ninja world force connection. Coverage ninja world, Pure Land, other dimensions, and all places where life exists. All alive or dead can watch. Now begin. Ranking the ninja world's past and present 10 supreme god-level figures. The voice fell. The entire ninja world fell into dead silence. 10 supreme god-level figures. Naruto's chopsticks fell from his mouth onto the table. The next second he jumped up excitedly. Brother Chen, did you hear that? Supreme God, do you think the old man Hokage can make the list? Chen did not answer. His chopsticks stopped in midair. His eyelid twitched fiercely. 10 supreme gods. No way. Could it be such a coincidence? Chen stared at the sky, a wildly absurd, yet undeniable thought suddenly rising in his heart. This damn list. It's not going to rank all my old man accounts, is it? The ranking is about to begin. In order to ensure free communication among viewers across all realms, the celestial screen bullet comment function is now officially activated. All beings can send messages through their thoughts. The identity of every speaker will be truthfully displayed. It cannot be impersonated, hidden, or altered. The mechanical divine voice resounded across heaven and earth. The next second, a line of semi-transparent text slowly drifted across the celestial screen. Villager of Konoha bullet comments. What on earth is this? Immediately after more lines of text appeared, Sunagakure Ninja, a prompt just appeared in my mind. If I think of something it displays on the screen. Himogakure Ninja, are you kidding? What kind of jutsu is this? The Wagakure Ninja, the screen says identities cannot be faked. Doesn't that mean no one can lie? Witnessing this, the entire ninja world erupted in excitement. A celestial screen covering all 5 great nations was already astonishing enough. Now this thing could even allow people scattered across the ninja world to communicate in real time. What did this mean? It meant that from now on, as long as the celestial screen existed, any words spoken by anyone could be seen by the entire ninja world simultaneously. The distance between nations was instantly erased. Sunagakure Village. The 4th Kazekage Raza wore a grim expression. Issue the order immediately. All Suna ninja are forbidden from exposing village intelligence on the celestial screen. At Kumogakure Village. The 4th Raikage was about to issue a similar order when a blue bullet comment drifted across the screen. Kumogakure Village, Killer Bee Yo-Yo. That black screen up high like a dish rag in the sky. Your man's arrived, too handsome to deny. Fool. Idiot. The 4th Raikage's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. B. Go drag that idiot back here. In Konoha Village. Countless people were trying to send bullet comments. Inuzuka Kiba, hahaha. It actually works. Akamaru, look, my name is up in the sky. Haruno Sakura, you idiot. Kiba, stop sending random messages. You're embarrassing Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I will definitely become Hokage someday. Everyone remember that. It worked. At Ichiraku Ramen Shop, Naruto was jumping around excitedly. Brother Chen, you should send one too. Not interested. Chen continued drinking his soup, head lowered. Bullet comments. The more you said, the easier it was to expose yourself. He just wanted to be a quiet spectator. Naruto pouted. Don't tell me you're scared of being seen by the whole ninja world. This is called maturity and composure. It's obviously just cowardice. Say that again, and you're paying for those 3 bowls of ramen yourself. Brother Chen is wise and mighty. Naruto's voice came to an abrupt halt. The messages on the celestial screen grew more and more numerous. Ninja from the 5 great villages, feudal lords, ordinary civilians, and even some long reclusive masters, all were eagerly trying to speak. Just as everyone was immersed in this novel experience, a bullet comment, glowing with a faint white light, suddenly streaked across the sky. Senju Hashirama, where is this? Didn't I already die? In that instant, the densely packed bullet comments suddenly vanished. Inside Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stiffened. He stared fixedly at that white bullet comet, even doubting whether his old age was causing hallucinations. Senju Hashirama. In the entire ninja world, only one person had the right to bear that name. The founder of Konoha. The one who ended the chaotic warring states period. The first Hokage hailed as the god of shinobi. But he had been dead for years. Senju Tobarama, big brother. You can see this celestial screen too. Another white bullet comet drifted past. This time all of Konoha exploded into chaos. The second Hokage. Is it really Lord First and Lord Second? The dead can see the celestial screen too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breathing quickened as he immediately sent a message through his thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher, is that you? It's me, Hiruzen. In the Pure Land. Senju Tobarama stared at that aged name on the celestial screen, silent for several seconds. Senju Tobarama, monkey. You've grown so old already. It seems quite a few years have passed since my death. That single word, monkey, made Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes instantly redden. Teacher. It truly was teacher. That nickname could never be forged. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher. Konoha is doing well now. The village you and Lord First founded has grown into one of the strongest shinobi villages in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama, haha. As long as Konoha still stands, that's all that matters. By the way, are there any gambling dens in the village now? How are the odds? Senju Tobarama, big brother, shut up. The sorrow that Sarutobi Hiruzen had just mustered froze on his face. That was indeed Lord First. That familiar, unreliable tone. No one else could imitate it. Meanwhile, similar situations were unfolding in other shinobi villages. Mu, is this the Pure Land? Why can I see messages from the living? Jinjetsu Hozuki, Mu, you bandaged fool, so you died after all. Huh? Who took you down? Tell me, let me have a good laugh. Mu, shut up, you little mustache. We killed each other back then. At Awagakure village, Inoki hovered in midair, his beard trembling with excitement. Teacher. It's really teacher. At Kirigakure village, the high-ranking officials were equally dumbfounded. The second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, that man who had died before the second Great Ninja War, was speaking again through the celestial screen. Third Reikage, what number Reikage are you now? How is Kumogakure doing? Fourth Reikage, father. I am the fourth Reikage. Kumogakure is thriving. The iron-willed fourth Reikage's eyes were rimmed with red. This man who could wrestle with the eight tails was speaking with a slightly choked voice. After that, more and more of the dead appeared. Uchiha, Izuna, Madara brother. Madara brother, can you see this? It's me, Izuna. Kato Dan Tsunade, are you okay? Nawaki sister. I'm here. Tsukuyomi Hataki Kakashi, I never thought you'd grown up so much. In a corner of Konoha. Kakashi, holding Make-Out Paradise, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Those lazy deadfish eyes trembled violently in that moment. Father. Those two short words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. All across the ninja world, some wept, some laughed, some fell to their knees. Loved ones separated by life and death were reuniting in this unexpected way. A single bullet comet function had shattered the boundary between life and death. This was not ninjutsu, nor was it jinjutsu. This was a power that only gods could wield. Namikaze Minato, is this the Pure Land? May I ask how Konoha is doing now? After the Nine Tails incident, has the village recovered? The moment the fourth Hokage's name appeared, Konoha was shaken once again. Naruto stared blankly at the celestial screen. For some reason, when he saw the name, Namikaze Minato, an indescribable warmth rose in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato, Konoha has recovered from the Nine Tails incident. You can rest assured. Namikaze Minato, that's good to hear. Lord Third, the child of me, and Kushina. How is he doing? Seeing this, the fingers holding Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe trembled slightly. Had Naruto had a good childhood? This question, he found himself unable to answer for a moment. Just then a red bullet comment burst forth first. Uzumaki, Kushina, Minato, don't ask that old man. If my Naruto has suffered any grievance, I will never forgive him. Uzumaki, Naruto. Do you also know someone named Naruto? In the Pure Land. When Kushina saw this message, her soul froze solid. Uzumaki, Kushina, your name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, yeah. I'm Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Uzumaki, Kushina Naruto. I'm your mother. Mother. At the ramen shop, Naruto felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had been an orphan since birth. Everyone said his parents were dead. All these years he hadn't even known his parents' names. But now, Naruto raised a trembling hand, wanting to send another message. At that very moment, the celestial screen suddenly shook. All bullet comments halted instantly, as if affected by some invisible force. Then a line of text radiating dazzling golden light arrogantly streaked across the firmament. Uchiha Madara, so noisy. A mere broken celestial screen dares to dance before me. Boom. At the sight of that name, countless powerful figures across the 5 great nations changed colors simultaneously. Uchiha Madara, the man who single-handedly crushed an entire era beneath his heel. The terrifying existence who stood shoulder to shoulder with the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama and nearly destroyed Konoha. He was in the Pure Land too. What made everyone's scalps tingle even more was facing this mysterious celestial screen that spanned life and death and enveloped the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara showed not a trace of reverence. Instead, his very first words were a naked provocation. Deep in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara stood with arms crossed, his long hair flowing without any wind. Even in death he maintained that arrogant demeanor of looking down upon all living things. Ranking the 10 supreme gods of the ninja world. Ridiculous. If this list doesn't include me, what reason does it have to exist? When the name Uchiha Madara surfaced, the very atmosphere of the shinobi world shifted. Ordinary ninja may have only heard of his legend, but those who had truly lived through that era knew all too well what this name signified. In the Iwagakure village, Inoki gazed at the golden barrage in the sky, his aged face turning pale. From the depths of memory, that figure like a demonic god resurfaced. With merely his presence he had rendered the younger Inoki unable to move. The words, "Do you want to dance too?" became a lifelong nightmare he could never shake. Even after all these years, Inoki had to admit, Uchiha Madara was a true monster. That bastard still as arrogant in death as in life. Inoki clenched his fist tightly. The barrage on the celestial screen erupted once more. Fourth Reikage, Uchiha Madara. An old fossil long dead dares to speak such nonsense. Uchiha Madara Reikage. Which generation are you? Fourth Reikage, I am the fourth Reikage. Uchiha Madara, never heard of you. Presumably a nobody. Bastard. In Kumogakure, the fourth Reikage's eyes blazed with fury. He punched out, shattering the newly replaced desk into splinters. Don't let me find a way to resurrect the dead, or else I'll make that bastard witness the power of Kumogakure. Beside him, Mabui opened her mouth, but then wisely chose silence. The Reikage's courage was admirable, but that was Uchiha Madara. If he truly resurrected, Kumogakure's best course of action would be to figure out how to apologize first. Inoki Uchiha Madara, the times have changed. The shinobi world today is nothing like your era. Uchiha Madara, the brat who once froze in fear at my glare, now has the nerve to lecture me. Inoki you. Inoki's chakra flared chaotically in rage, and his body plummeted abruptly from midair. Tsukuyomi-sama. Catch that, Tsukuyomi. The Iwagakure office erupted into chaos. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara's lips curled slightly upward. Even as a mere soul, he could still shatter the composure of the current 5 Kage with just a few words. This familiar sensation pleased him greatly. Uchiha Madara, the so-called 5 Kage are nothing but 5 weaklings gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. Uchiha Madara, as for the 10 supreme gods of the shinobi world, that list is utterly without suspense. Uchiha Madara, if I am not first, I am at least in the top 3. Uchiha Madara, besides Hashirama, who else in the shinobi world is worthy of being ranked alongside me? Arrogant. Arrogant beyond measure. Yet facing Madara's declaration, few dared to refute him across the entire shinobi world. Because this man indeed possessed the right to be arrogant. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara rode the Nine Tails clad in the armor of Susano'o, clashing with Hashirama Senju. That battle shattered mountains and altered the very terrain. The Valley of the End itself was the scar left by their fight. A power of that magnitude had long surpassed the imagination of ordinary shinobi. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi wore a grave expression. If the list ranks the 10 strongest figures of all time, Uchiha Madara indeed has a high chance of being included. Mitokado Hamura adjusted his glasses. Lord first defeated Uchiha Madara, his ranking should be higher. Danzo Shimura said in a low voice, but don't forget the legendary sage of 6 paths. He founded Ninshu, pacified the world, and legend says the moon was created by him. If the legends are true, the sage of 6 paths should be first. Everyone nodded in agreement. Though there were many powerful figures throughout the shinobi world's history, those truly acknowledged at the pinnacle were only a handful. The sage of 6 paths, Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara. As for the remaining spots, they might be selected from the past 5 Kage legendary ninja of various villages and those unknown ancient warriors. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto was still reeling from the shock of finding his mother. Eyes reddened, he stared at the celestial screen and couldn't help asking, "Brother Yichun, is Uchiha Madara really that strong?" "He's passable," Yichun replied casually. "Just hasn't been beaten for a few decades, so he's getting cocky again." Tucci nearly sprayed his noodle soup. "Yichun, you can't say such things," he whispered urgently. "That's the legendary Uchiha Madara. A terrifying ninja even the first Hokage needed to go all out to defeat. If he really resurrects, and hears you say that." Yichun finished the last sip of soup and waved his hand nonchalantly. "No problem. He was arrogant before. 2 beatings, and he learned his lesson." Naruto looked disdainful. "Brother Yichun, you're bragging again. You're only 18. When Uchiha Madara died, your grandfather might not even have been born." Yichun smiled without a word. 18. The age registered in Konoha was indeed 18. As for his real age, the spare years alone exceeded that number. He had seen Uchiha Madara in diapers. Back then, Madara and Hashirama were just rising stars, 2 arrogant youths who constantly challenged each other, turning the Warring States period into a chaotic mess. Annoyed by their noise, Yichun used one of his old identities to give them an unforgettable lesson. From then on, Madara would even avoid tree branches. But that history was extremely obscure. Almost no one knew except the parties involved. Watching Madara's arrogant words on the screen, Yichun's unease grew stronger. That kid better pray the list doesn't reveal that incident. Otherwise, the reputation of the shinobi world's Azura might not survive. As if responding to his thought, the celestial screen erupted with a tremor. Silence. A cold mechanical voice sounded. The torrent of barrage froze instantly. Even the golden characters sent by Uchiha Madara were forcibly erased by an irresistible force. In the Pure Land, Madara narrowed his eyes. Interesting. To be able to suppress my will. But since we're ranking the strong, let's start quickly. I'm curious to see who else dares to call themselves supreme gods besides me and Hashirama. The ranking rules are as follows. This list is arranged based on combat strength achievements, influence life level, and multiple factors. The ranking starts from 10th place announced in order. Those listed will receive mysterious rewards. Viewers may freely express their opinions during the ranking. After the ranking begins, all highlight reels are real historical projections, unforgeable and unalterable. Real historical projections. The moment those words appeared, the high-ranking officials of all major villages changed expressions. If the celestial screen broadcasted real history, wouldn't all the secrets each village had deliberately hidden, altered, or even destroyed be exposed to the public? What's more terrifying, no one could stop it. Hashirama Senju Madara, I think, will definitely make the list. Uchiha Madara, shut up Hashirama. Don't group me with you. Hashirama Senju, but we used to be together all the time. Uchiha Madara, if you keep saying things that cause misunderstandings, I'll go cut you down right now. Tobarama Senju, my brother, and the evil Uchiha Madara should both make the top 10. But the first must be the sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Azuna, who are you calling evil, you white-haired bastard? Tobarama Senju, I mean the Uchiha. Uchiha Azuna, let's fight one-on-one. The dead in the Pure Land quarreled endlessly. Meanwhile, living ninja began to speculate. Konoha Ninja Lord first is definitely in the top 3. Kumogakure Ninja, our third Raikage, once fought 10,000 ninja alone. He must be on the list. Sunagakure Ninja, the strongest Kazekage of all time, deserves a spot. The Wagakure Ninja, the second Tsukuyomi mastered dust release. He's definitely top 10. Kirigakure Ninja, our second Mizukage, is no pushover either. For a moment, the villages were locked in heated debate. Everyone firmly believed that their own village's legendary powerhouse deserved a place on the list. Uchiha Madara watched the arguments, a sneer curling on his lips. A bunch of ants dare to discuss the strong. The 10th place might be some moderately capable Kage. As for the higher ranks, Madara lifted his chin arrogantly. They belong to me and Hashirama. And the first place shall be mine alone. At the center of the celestial screen, a golden countdown slowly emerged. 10, 9, 8. The entire shinobi world gradually fell silent. Whether the 5 Kage or the daimyos of various nations, whether the Ōtsutsuki or the dead in the Pure Land, all held their breath, their eyes fixed on the sky. They all wanted to know who among countless heroes past and present would stand out as the 10th supreme god. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0. Rumble, billions of blood-red thunderbolts exploded in the depths of the celestial screen. The brilliant golden light was instantly dyed crimson. A colossal blood moon slowly rose from the boundless darkness. A bleak, ancient, oppressive aura swept across the shinobi world. Countless weak ninja with just one glance felt their breath catch, as if an invisible giant hand had gripped their heart. Then ancient characters seemingly written in blood slowly emerged. List of the 10 supreme gods of the shinobi world. 10th place. The arbiter behind the scenes. The Blood Moon Azura. Seeing this title, the entire shinobi world froze. The arbiter behind the scenes. The Blood Moon Azura. Who? Why had they never heard this name? In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara was briefly stunned, then sneered disdainfully. A nameless nobody hiding in the shadows. How dare he call himself Azura? This so-called supreme god list is nothing special. However, at Ichiraku Ramen, Chen stared at the familiar Blood Moon, the cup he had just raised, freezing at his lips. Blood Moon Azura. That was the first alias he used in the Warring States period. So it really is coming for me. Chen's eye twitched violently. At the same time, the celestial screen's mechanical voice rang out again. Identity revealed. Now playing the highlight of the 10th supreme god, the Warring States suppression. One man, one branch. Suppressing the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju. Suppressing the shinobi world's Azura Uchiha Madara. Let the myriad worlds witness what true invincibility means. One man, one branch. Suppressing the god of shinobi Qinsho Zhujian. Suppressing the shinobi world's Azura Uzibo-ban. When these 3 lines of blood-red characters spanned the heavens, the entire ninja world seemed to have pressed the pause button. Countless people looked up, their faces bearing the same expression. Bewilderment. Astonishment. Utter disbelief. Suppressing the first Hokage and Uzibo-ban. On the streets of Konoha, a Chunin swallowed hard. Impossible, right? The first Hokage is the god of shinobi. Uzibo-ban is equally a legendary monster. Throughout the entire Warring States era, no one except the first Hokage could match him. Who is this Blood Moon Shura? Not only did he fight 2 against 1, but he also suppressed them both. After a brief silence, the celestial screen's barrage exploded. Konoha Jonin, is this history real? The first Hokage actually allied with Uzibo-ban. Sunigakure Ninja, one person suppressing the Warring States twin titans. How is that possible? Kimogakure Ninja, isn't the celestial screen exaggerating? The Wagakure Ninja Chinsho Jujien plus Yuzhibo Ban. Who could stop that combination? Sage of Six Paths. Kirigakure Ninja, Blood Moon Shura. There's no such name in ninja world history. The voices of doubt were overwhelming. It wasn't that the people didn't believe the celestial screen. It was that the achievements it had just announced were too absurd. Chinsho Jujien and Yuzhibo Ban. Each was a being capable of dominating an entire era. Once these two joined forces, their strength was far more than 1+1. Looking across ninja world history, who could still contend with them? Yet now the celestial screen told them that a person they had never heard of not only blocked the twin titans of the Warring States, but also suppressed them both. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the celestial screen, his face full of shock. Sensei and the first Hokage were defeated together by the same person. He instinctively picked up the fallen pipe, trying to calm himself with a few puffs, but his trembling fingers failed to light it several times. Hamura Mitokado looked grim. Hiruzen, did the second Hokage ever mention this person? No. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head. Sensei once detailed the history of the Warring States period, but he never mentioned the Blood Moon Shura. Kohor Udatane frowned deeply. If this person truly had the power to suppress the first Hokage and Yuzhibo Ban, why is his name absent from all historical records? Danzo Shimura slammed his cane against the floor. There are only two possibilities. First, the content on the celestial screen is false. Second, Danzo's single eye flashed with profound dread. This person personally erased all traces of his existence from history. The office fell silent. If it were the first possibility, fine. If it were the second, what was the intention of a monster who possessed the power to suppress the twin titans of the Warring States, yet hid himself completely in the shadows of history? Was he dead? Or was he still lurking in some unknown corner of the ninja world, silently watching over this land? A chill ran straight up Hiruzen Sarutobi's spine. A mere title had put the entire Konoha High Command on high alert. Meanwhile, the Pure Land had erupted into chaos. Chinsho Feijin, brother, what's going on? When did you ally with Yuzhibo Ban? Yuzhibo Chuanai, impossible. Brother Ban would never ally with Chinsho Jujien. Chinsho Feijin, the facts are right before your eyes. Yuzhibo Chuanai, who knows if this celestial screen is real or fake? Gue Deng, Huanyue, interesting. The god of shinobi and the shinobi Azura teamed up, and they still got beaten. Wu, the Warring States era actually concealed such a powerhouse. Third, Reikage Chinsho Jujin Yuzhibo Ban, why aren't you two involved saying something? Yes, why had the two involved suddenly fallen silent? Only then did everyone notice that ever since the title Blood Moon Shura appeared, Chinsho Jujin and Yuzhibo Ban, who had been arguing incessantly in the barrage section, had simultaneously vanished. Especially Yuzhibo Ban. Given his personality, if the content on the celestial screen were false, he would have already lashed out with curses. But now he hadn't refuted it at the first moment. This abnormal behavior immediately made everyone's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the celestial screen was telling the truth? Chinsho Feijin, brother, are you still there? Chinsho Feijin, answer my question. Chinsho Jujin, ahaha Feijin, the weather in the Pure Land is nice today. Chinsho Feijin, there is no weather here. Chinsho Jujin, really? Maybe I saw wrong. Chinsho Feijin, don't change the subject. In the Pure Land, veins bulged on Chinsho Feijin's forehead. Knowing his elder brother, this deliberate act of playing dumb was enough to reveal the truth. That battle had indeed happened, and judging by Chinsho Jujin's reaction, the experience back then was far from pleasant. Chinsho Feijin, brother, were you really defeated by the Blood Moon Shura? Chinsho Jujin remained silent for a long time. On the other side, Yuzhibo Ban stood with arms crossed, staring fixedly at the blood-red celestial screen. The arrogant smile from earlier had vanished. Impossible. It absolutely cannot be that person. Ban muttered to himself. The title Blood Moon Shura was indeed unfamiliar to him, but the crimson blood moon at the center of the celestial screen awakened some deeply buried images he was extremely reluctant to recall. A desolate valley, a man wearing an Oni mask, and a damn tree branch. Yuzhibo Ban's expression darkened. Different names, maybe it's just a coincidence. Besides, aside from the three of us, no fourth person could know about that incident. Just then the celestial screen changed again. The blood moon grew larger. Scarlet moonlight illuminated an ancient battlefield strewn with corpses. Fierce winds howled. Dust swirled. The ground was covered with ninja tools and broken banners. Distant mountains had collapsed, rivers had changed course. Clearly a brutal battle had just taken place. And at the center of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a figure stood with his back to the masses, silent beneath the blood moon. He wore ancient rough hemp clothing. Black hair fell loosely over his shoulders. On his face was a ferocious, terrifying red Oni mask. There was no earth-shattering chakra. No suffocating pressure. Yet the moment he appeared, the previously noisy barrage section eerily quieted down. That figure simply stood there as if he had merged with the entire world. The heavens were his backdrop. The mountain of corpses was his throne. The vast blood moon was merely his ornament. 10th on the Supreme Divine ranking. Arbiter behind the scenes, Blood Moon Shura. True name unknown. Age unknown. Origin unknown. Strength unmeasurable. This person once roamed the Warring States era, monitoring the great ninja clans and adjudicating the conflicts of the world. He does not belong to any ninja village, nor does he serve any faction. The number of times he intervened in his lifetime is few, but each appearance was enough to alter the course of ninja world history. Item after item marked unknown caught the eye, making everyone even more alarmed. Even the celestial screen, which could cover the entire ninja world and perceive life and death, could not reveal this person's specific origin. Did the celestial screen not know, or was it that the other party's level was so high that even his true name could not be casually mentioned? Fourth Raikage, hiding and showing nothing, not even a name. How can such a person be ranked 10th? Anoki, didn't you see strength unmeasurable? Fourth Raikage, unmeasurable, could also mean he has no strength at all. Meitarumi Raikage, you'd better say less. If he's still alive, be careful, he comes knocking one day. The fourth Raikage's expression stiffened. He silently swallowed the barrage he was about to send. Though hot-tempered, he wasn't truly brainless. He had the guts to provoke Yuzhibo-ban in front of the entire ninja world. But this mysterious Blood Moon Shura, he'd better wait and see. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto stared at the masked figure, his eyes sparkling. So cool. Brother Yi-chan, look. Just standing there without moving, he seems more powerful than Yuzhibo-ban. Yi-chan kept a straight face. Cool. Back then, to create a sense of mystery, he had indeed put some thought into his outfit. That rough hemp garment looked simple, but it was resistant to water and fireproof against blades and bullets, a special equipment awarded by the system. As for that Oni mask, Yi-chan still remembered that he had bought it for only 300 silver taels. Street stall price. He never imagined that 1,000 years later this casually assembled outfit would be presented by the celestial screen as a concept image publicly executed before the entire ninja world. What's so cool about just standing there? Yi-chan muttered without expression. That outfit clearly doesn't look expensive, and the mask craftsmanship is crude. Brother Yi-chan, you're just jealous. Naruto said seriously. If I had a mask like that, I'd wear it to paint the Hokage faces. No one would recognize me. Yi-chan glanced sideways at him. Unconventional thinking. Truly the number one unpredictable ninja. On the celestial screen, the mechanical divine voice rang out again. Conceptual image playback complete. Now retrieving real historical projection. Highlight battle record. Warring State suppression. About to begin. The blood-red image slowly faded. In its place emerged a vast, dense primeval forest. In the distance, two young figures stood facing each other. One wore red layered armor, his long black hair reaching his waist, his eyes crimson, like blood, three black tomos slowly spinning. The other wore the armor of the Warring States, hands clasped together, radiating an extremely vigorous life force. Even though they were much younger, everyone recognized them at once. Yuzhibo-ban, Shinsho Jujian. The two were truly fighting side by side. The next moment, the camera slowly panned. Facing the duo, that man wearing the Oni mask stepped out step by step from the forest shadows. The celestial screen froze. Cold words then appeared. Late Warring States era. The Shinsho and Yuzhibo had not yet formed an alliance. The two clan leaders engaged in a 7-day battle over the most fertile territory in the Land of Fire. The flames of war spread to 17 small ninja clans, causing countless civilian casualties. On the 7th day, the Arbiter descended. He made only one demand. In the image, the masked man raised his eyes. A voice calm beyond any emotion, crossing the long years, reached every corner of the ninja world. Cease fire. Build roads. From now on, the two clans shall not wage war over this land again. Upon hearing this, the young Yuzhibo-ban narrowed his crimson eyes sharply. The next moment, his arrogant and icy voice rang through the celestial screen. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you command the Yuzhibo in the Pure Land? Yuzhibo-ban, upon hearing his younger self's words, felt his eyelids twitch violently. Damn, it really was that time. And in the image, after hearing Ban's provocation, the Blood Moon Shura slowly raised his head. From beneath the Oni mask came a calm, soft laugh. It seems you have yet to learn how to respect your elders. The young Uchiha Madara was arrogant to the extreme. Or rather, the Uchiha clan was inherently proud. And as the clan leader possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara stood above them all. In that era, aside from Hashirama Senju, there was no one in the entire shinobi world worthy of his notice. Now a masked man of unknown origin suddenly appeared, demanding not only a ceasefire between the Uchiha and Senju, but also ordering both clans to lay down their weapons and build roads. In Madara's eyes, this was no longer a provocation. It was an insult. In the celestial projection, the young Uchiha Madara stepped forward. Boom. Vast chakra erupted like a volcano. A violent shockwave swept in all directions, causing the towering ancient trees around to sway violently, sending countless leaves and branches flying into the sky. The sheer pressure of his chakra alone turned the faces of countless weak shinobi outside the screen pale. So terrifying. On a Konoha street, a genin stumbled backward. It's just an image from long ago, so why do I feel like I'm suffocating? Is this the power of Uchiha Madara in his youth? No wonder he's the monster who could fight the first Hokage. Countless Uchiha members were breathing heavily, their expressions fervent. Do you see, Oi? This is the true power of the Uchiha. Lord Madara can shake the forest with mere chakra, yet that blood moon Azura dares to act arrogantly before him. In the Uchiha district, Sasuke clenched his fists, staring intently at Uchiha Madara on the screen. Crimson eyes. Wild chakra. Merely standing there, he made the earth tremble. This is the true Uchiha. If I could obtain such power, that man. No. Even Itachi Uchiha would probably be nothing before Madara. I will surpass him. Sasuke's eyes burned with intensity, his desire for power reaching its peak. Meanwhile, the Damaku section buzzed with activity once more. Cloud Shinobi, this is the true Azura of the shinobi world. What right does that masked man have to suppress him? Stone Shinobi, even just the image makes it hard to breathe. Uchiha Madara's power is too overwhelming. Sand Shinobi, if Uchiha Madara was this strong in his youth plus Hashirama Senju, how could the Blood Moon Azura possibly win? Uchiha clan member, the celestial projection, must be wrong. Uchiha clan member Lord Madara is truly invincible. Seeing the praise from his juniors, Uchiha Madara's expression in the Pure Land grew increasingly grim. Stop praising me. All of you shut up. If it were any other battle record, Madara wouldn't mind letting the entire shinobi world witness his youthful power. But this battle, every word of praise only adds fuel to the fire of my future public humiliation. Unfortunately, the celestial projection rules dictate that identities remain hidden unless one speaks. If Madara spoke to stop them, everyone would see through his facade. He could only remain silent. Yet this silence was perceived by others as absolute confidence. Cloud Shinobi, why isn't Lord Madara saying anything? Stone Shinobi, what's there to say? He's obviously above explaining himself. Sand Shinobi, true powerhouses don't need to argue. The facts will prove everything. Uchiha Madara, I'm silent because I want to preserve what little dignity I have left. What are you all imagining? The projection continued. Facing the terrifying chakra erupting from Uchiha Madara, the Blood Moon Azura showed no reaction. His coarse robes didn't even flutter in the wind. The pressure that could crush an ordinary jonin dissipated harmlessly 3 feet before him, as if it had never existed. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder you dare to interfere in the war between Uchiha and Senju. You do have some skill, but that's all it amounts to. As he spoke, Madara's eyes changed. 3 tomo spun rapidly, eventually forming a mysterious, intricate pattern. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Terrifying ocular power instantly locked onto the Blood Moon Azura. Uchiha Madara, daring to look into my eyes was your greatest mistake. The Genjutsu activated instantly. An invisible spiritual force invaded the Blood Moon Azura's mind, attempting to drag him into the illusory world crafted by the Mangekyo Sharingan. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Blood Moon Azura remained standing utterly unmoved. Did it work? The young Madara frowned slightly. In the very next moment, behind the demonic mask, those previously calm eyes slowly looked over. No Sharingan. No traits of any ocular jutsu. Just ordinary black pupils. Yet upon meeting that gaze, Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangekyo trembled violently. Crack. A sound only Madara could hear resounded within his mental world. The vast illusionary space he had constructed shattered like a fragile mirror merely from being looked upon. Staggering back, Uchiha Madara retreated 3 steps. 2 trails of bloody tears streamed down his cheeks. How is this possible? At this sight, the Danmaku fell silent for a moment. Then overwhelming exclamations nearly drowned the entire celestial projection. Konoha Shinobi, what's happening? Did Uchiha Madara's Genjutsu get reflected? Hyuga Shinobi, the other party, didn't even use a dojutsu. Cloud Shinobi, he broke the eternal Mangekyo's Genjutsu with just a look. Uchiha clan member, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tobirama Senju, to ignore Mangekyo Genjutsu with mere willpower alone, this person's soul strength is beyond my comprehension. Izuna, Uchiha Madara brother, just wasn't serious. In response to Izuna's defense, Tobirama Senju surprisingly didn't contradict him. Because he knew well that the Uchiha Madara of that era was not one to go easy. Especially when facing an unknown powerful enemy, Madara's Genjutsu was definitely not holding back. Yet the Blood Moon Azura didn't even use a technique. A single look caused Uchiha Madara to suffer backlash. So this is the 10th on the Supreme God ranking. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's palms were slick with cold sweat. If Uchiha Madara's ocular power is like an unbreakable blade, then the Blood Moon Azura's mental fortitude is like a boundless ocean. No matter how sharp the blade, it can hardly stir waves once cast into the sea. Danzo stared intently at those unremarkable black eyes, his single eye filled with both fear and barely concealed greed. No Kekkei Genkai, yet able to ignore the eternal Mangekyo. If only Root could obtain such power. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to sense his thoughts, his voice turning icy cold. Curb your ambitions. Such an existence is not something Konoha can scheme against. Danzo snorted coldly, offering no reply. In the projection, the young Madara wiped the blood from his eyes, his arrogance finally subdued somewhat. Replacing it was a blazing fighting spirit. Excellent. You've earned the right to make me take you seriously. Hashirama stepped forward from behind, frowning at the blood moon Azura. Senior, I agree with the ceasefire, but words alone cannot dissolve the centuries-old hatred between the Senju and the Uchiha. Moreover, demanding our obedience the moment you appear is rather overbearing. The blood moon Azura said calmly. Times of chaos require no explanations. Only rules. You two are currently the strongest fighters. And the most troublesome troublemakers. Once I beat you into submission, the others will naturally fall in line. As his calm words landed, everyone wore strange expressions. Strongest fighters and biggest troublemakers. This blood moon Azura was describing the two most terrifying figures of the Warring States era like a pair of brawling brats. The young Madara laughed in sheer fury. You want to beat me into submission? Fine, then let me see if you have what it takes. Boom. Blue chakra erupted from Uchiha Madara's body like a pillar of light. Skeleton, muscles, flesh, armor. In an instant, a colossal blue chakra giant hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground. It was clad in heavy armor with wings on its back and a chakra longsword at its waist. Mountains seemed insignificant beneath its feet. The mere shockwave of its manifestation uprooted vast swaths of the surrounding forest. Perfect Susano'o. Truly an ultimate power capable of rivaling the tailed beasts. This. Naruto craned his neck, his jaw dropping wide. It's way too huge. If this thing appeared in Konoha, one step could crush half the village. Tuchi's face turned pale. Can such an enemy truly be defeated by humans? Even the fourth Raikage, who had previously doubted Uchiha Madara, fell silent. Kumo was renowned for its lightning release armor and excelled at close combat. But facing a perfect Susano'o of this scale, even he had little confidence. No. If it were Uchiha Madara in this state, from the projection, one swing might cleave him and the entirety of Kumo in half. Inoki, see. This is Uchiha Madara's true power. Fourth Raikage, old man, why are you suddenly defending him? Inoki, I am merely stating facts. Inoki's face darkened. He had personally witnessed Uchiha Madara's terror before. The Susano'o in this projection was even more massive than the power Madara had displayed when intimidating IWA. Yet facing that sky-obscuring chakra avatar, the blood moon Azura remained motionless. He simply tilted his head, slightly glancing at a withered tree beside him. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the entire shinobi world, he raised his right hand and casually snapped off a dry branch. Snap! The sound was soft. The branch was about half a meter long and thumb-thick. Its surface was cracked and dry, not a single leaf upon it. The blood moon Azura weighed it in his hand, seeming somewhat satisfied. This will do. The entire shinobi world. A tree branch. What does he mean? Does he intend to use that against the perfect Susano'o? After a moment of stunned disbelief, the Damaka section erupted in laughter. Cloud Shinobi, ha ha. Did he lose his mind? Stone Shinobi using a branch against the perfect Susano'o. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Sand Shinobi, at least grab a kunai. Mist Shinobi, I admit his ability to reflect Genjutsu is impressive, but bringing a branch is just too arrogant. Uchiha clan member, all talk. One slash from Lord Madara, and he'll be dust. Fourth Raikage is the celestial projection. Sure, this guy isn't just walking to his death. Even the mighty warriors of the Pure Land frowned. The most ordinary of withered branches. It couldn't even block a basic kunai, let alone the perfect Susano'o. Tobirama Senju, however, noticed that upon seeing that branch, his elder brother had fallen into an eerie silence again. Tobirama Senju, brother, you seem tense. Hashirama Senju, am I? Tobirama Senju, you haven't said a single useless thing since earlier. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, I always say useful things. Tobirama Senju, so what's the deal with that branch? In the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju stared at the celestial projection, his body involuntarily trembling. That blasted branch. He would never forget how fragile his prized wood release was before that withered branch in the man's hands. If given the choice, he would rather fight the Nine Tails 100 times than face that man holding a branch again. In another corner of the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara saw that familiar gesture, and his very soul trembled. Forgetting all pretense, he immediately sent out a barrage. Uchiha Madara, wait. Uchiha Madara, stop the projection immediately. Uchiha Madara, there is no need to continue this segment. 3 golden Danmaku streaked across the celestial screen. The smiles of those who had been mocking the blood moon Azura just moments ago froze instantly. Uchiha Madara was panicking. Madara, Uchiha, stop the playback. Madara, Uchiha, I do not acknowledge this so-called ranking. Madara, Uchiha, this meaningless battle is not worth watching. One golden barrage after another streaked across the heavens. The entire ninja world was stunned. Who was it that had just declared they would surely rank in the top 3? And who was it that had been so eager to see who besides himself and Hashirama Senju could be considered a supreme god? And now, right as his glorious highlights were unfolding, Madara, Uchiha demanded that the playback stop. And that tone of his, it seemed somewhat frantic with embarrassment. Inside the hidden cloud village, the fourth Raikage looked up at the sky and suddenly grinned. Interesting. It seems the legendary ninja Shura might know what is about to happen. Mabui nodded softly. Judging from his reaction, the feats shown on the celestial screen are probably real. This blood moon Shura indeed once defeated him. Not just defeated. Dodai standing nearby wore a grave expression. If it had been a close match, Madara Uchiha's pride would never have allowed him to lose his composure like this. That battle was likely a complete and utter annihilation. Silence fell over the office at his words. The perfect Susano'o had already manifested. How could it have been a one-sided beatdown? Could that casually snapped tree branch truly have blocked the Susano'o's mountain-cleaving blade? In the Pure Land, Izuna Uchiha found it even harder to accept. Izuna Uchiha, brother, what is going on? Izuna Uchiha, could what the celestial screen is showing be false? Madara Uchiha, Izuna, ask no more. Izuna Uchiha, but. Madara Uchiha, I told you to shut up. Izuna Uchiha was completely stunned. Never once in all their lives had his elder brother spoken to him in such a tone. Could that battle truly have left an ineradicable shadow upon his brother's mind? Tobirama Senju, brother, I need an explanation. Hashirama Senju sighed. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, it's better if you don't ask. Tobirama Senju, you're saying that too. Hashirama Senju, because saying it out loud is truly humiliating. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama. Shut up. Hashirama Senju, Madara, it's been so long. We should face it honestly. Madara Uchiha, I will kill you one day. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, that does seem to be the time we were beaten and begged for mercy. The ninja world. Beaten and begged for mercy. Hashirama Senju himself admitted that he and Madara Uchiha not only lost, but were also beaten in a pleading for mercy. All the barges paused strangely for a moment at that instant. Then they completely exploded. Fourth Raikage, ha. Madara Uchiha, so you've had your day too. Anoki first Hokage, are you sure it was begging for mercy? Hashirama Senju, I begged. Madara didn't. He was too stubborn, so he got hit more than me. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama. Mu the ninja Shura beaten into begging for mercy. This news is enough to make me laugh for 100 years in the Pure Land. Jinjetsu Hozuki, you're already laughing out loud. Mu, how can I not laugh at something like this? Jinjetsu Hozuki, wouldn't you laugh if it were you? Muhahaha. Third Raikage, haha. Madara Uchiha, do you all want to die again? An icy killing intent seemed to pierce through the golden text into the very souls of everyone watching. The barrage zone fell silent for a second. Then the laughter grew even louder. If they were still among the living, perhaps no one would dare mock Madara Uchiha to his face. But now they were all dead. Could Madara really crawl out from the celestial screen and kill them all over again? Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto was slapping the table laughing so hard tears were welling up. So even Madara Uchiha can get beaten up. He was just saying he'd definitely be number one, and then he gets beaten into begging for mercy by the 10th place. But Naruto's eyes showed confusion. What was so special about that tree branch? It looked like it was just casually snapped off. Chen remained calm. It was just an ordinary branch. No way. Naruto was in disbelief. How can an ordinary branch beat that huge blue giant? Chen picked up a disposable chopstick and twirled it in his hand. A weapon's power depends on its user. When one reaches a certain level of strength, even falling petals and drifting leaves can be lethal, let alone a mere branch. Naruto blinked. Brother Chen, you know so much. Of course. But you failed the shuriken exam. Chen's chopstick twirling paused slightly. That was intentional. As a perfectly ordinary, eternally genin, how could he possibly pass the shuriken exam? What if he scored too well and got assigned to official missions? Missions were too tiring. Nothing was as comfortable as lying around in a ramen shop. Ahem. Chen put on a serious expression. Theory and practice are two different things. Naruto looked as if he suddenly understood something. So brother Chen is only good with words. Chen's eye twitched. Had this kid always been this infuriating? The celestial screen did not stop due to Madara's protest. Warning. All content shown on the celestial screen is real history. No one is permitted to interfere. Individuals who maliciously disrupt the playback will be temporarily stripped of their right to speak. Madara Uchiha has been muted for 10 minutes. A flash of golden light. Madara Uchiha's name instantly turned gray. No matter how he willed it, he could not send another message. Damnation. In the Pure Land, Madara's roar echoed in all directions. How dare they strip me of my right to speak? But the celestial screen paid him no heed. The projection of true history continued. In the image, the perfect Susano'o towered into the clouds. A young Madara Uchiha stood at its brow looking down upon the tiny figure on the ground. When he saw the blood moon Shura snap a dry branch from a tree, he paused for a moment, then felt he was being subjected to an unprecedented humiliation. You intend to fight me with that? The blood moon Shura looked at the dry branch in his hand. It is enough. Arrogant fool. Madara Uchiha flew into a rage. The perfect Susano'o's right hand gripped the long blade at its waist and slowly drew it out. Clang. A piercing metallic ring echoed through heaven and earth. The 100-meter chakra blade split the thick clouds in two the moment it left its sheath. Before the blade even descended, the ground buckled under its terrifying pressure, splitting open into a massive chasm several miles long. Beyond the screen, countless ninja held their breath. This was the perfect Susanoo. Mere drawing of its blade was enough to reshape the terrain. If it struck directly, even a mountain would be cleaved in two. And before it, the blood moon Shura's figure seemed utterly insignificant. A chakra war god hundreds of meters tall against a dry branch half a meter long. The gap between the two was more absurd than that between a dragon and an ant. Uchiha clan member Madara-sama, smash him to pieces. Humogakure ninja, even though Hashirama Senju admitted defeat, I still can't imagine how he planned to block that slash. Sunagakure ninja, maybe he's going to dodge. Hayashi Hyuga no. He has no intention of dodging. In the Hyuga clan grounds of Konoha, Hayashi Hyuga activated his Byakugan, fixing his gaze on every movement of the Blood Moon Shura in the image. Though it was merely a historical projection, the celestial screen had perfectly reconstructed every detail. Hayashi clearly saw that facing the descending Susanoo blade, every muscle in the Blood Moon Shura's body showed no sign of an evasive move. He did not even adopt the fighting stance. He simply stood there holding the branch in one hand, utterly calm. The next moment Madara Uchiha's hands pressed down violently. Die. Rumble. The perfect Susanoo swung its blade in unison. The 100-meter blade tore through the sky, descending upon the Blood Moon Shura with world-splitting force. Where the blade passed, the air was compressed into a visible white shockwave. Dozens of small mountains collapsed simultaneously. The vast forest was crushed into rubble by the sheer pressure. The earth trembled violently. Everyone's vision was entirely consumed by that brilliant blue light. In Konoha, countless people instinctively shut their eyes. Naruto clutched tightly at Chen's sleeve. It's going to hit. Under the gaze of countless anxious, terrified, and expectant eyes, the Blood Moon Shura finally moved. He slowly raised his right hand. No jutsu. No burst of chakra. He simply held that unremarkable dry branch across the top of his head. He's really going to block it head-on. The fourth Reikage sprang to his feet. Onoki's pupils shrank. Hiruzen Sarutobi forgot to breathe. In the Akatsuki base, all 6 paths of pain stepped forward simultaneously. The legendary warriors in the Pure Land remained silent, their eyes fixed on the point where the two would collide. The next instant, the 100-meter Susanoo blade and the half-meter dry branch crashed together. There was no earth-shattering explosion as imagined. No catastrophic collapse of the earth. Only a single extremely crisp sound echoed across heaven and earth. Crack. Like a piece of glass splitting with a hairline fissure. Then under the incredulous gaze of the entire ninja world, a crack appeared on the edge of the Susanoo's blade. Crack. 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 The cracks spread wildly. In the blink of an eye, they ran from the tip of the blade all the way through the entire chakra longsword. The young Madara Uchiha's pupils suddenly contracted. Impossible. Boom. The 100-meter blade shattered into pieces. Crash. The 100-meter-long Susanoo blade shattered into countless fragments. Countless blue chakra shards scattered across the sky like a brilliant meteor shower, covering the entire battlefield. Beneath that blue rain of light, the Blood Moon Shura still stood in place. His coarse linen robe remained unstained by dust. In his right hand, the withered branch had not even a single crack. Silence. The entire shinobi world fell into a deathly silence. Inside the Cloud Village, the fourth Reikage frozen in the middle of rising from his seat, his pupils trembling violently. He had considered that the Blood Moon Shura might use some special jutsu to block that strike. He had considered that the man might use space-time abilities to evade. He had even considered that the branch might be a mysterious ninja tool capable of changing form. But what he had never considered was that this man, using only an ordinary withered branch, had actually shattered the blade of the perfect Susanoo head-on. This is impossible. The fourth Reikage's lips moved slightly. That is a chakra blade capable of cutting through mountains. Even if it were the legendary 6 Paths tools, they might not be able to block it without a single scratch. In the office, no one answered. Dodai stared at the frozen image, cold sweat continuously trickling down his forehead. Lord Reikage, the truly terrifying thing is not the branch. It is the one holding the branch. The fourth Reikage's body stiffened. Indeed. From beginning to end, it was merely an ordinary branch. The reason it could shatter the Susanoo blade was simply because it was held in the Blood Moon Shura's hand. A man who could make a blade of grass surpassed the 6 Paths tools. What level of power was this? In the rock village, Onoki floated in midair, his aged face frozen in a blank stare. No chakra, no bloodline limit, no trace of any jutsu being activated, relying solely on pure power to shatter the weapon of the perfect Susanoo into fragments. As the master of the dust release, Onoki's perception of chakra far surpassed that of ordinary shinobi. But even he could not understand what the Blood Moon Shura had just done. The man merely raised the branch and casually blocked upward. And then, the Susanoo blade shattered. This utterly unreasonable way of fighting had completely surpassed the understanding of shinobi. Cloud Shinobi, what just happened? Can anyone explain? Rock Jonin, the branch didn't break, but the Susanoo blade did. Sand Shinobi, am I under a Jinjutsu? Hyuga Hayashi, in that collision, there was no chakra flow at all. Ao the Mist Byakugan also got the same result. There was no chakra on that branch. Mei Terumi, a branch, without chakra reinforcement, shattering the perfect Susanoo head-on. Onoki, if the historical projection missed no details, there is only one explanation. The opponent relied purely on his own power to achieve this. Fourth Reikage, pure power. Is this bastard even human? The barrage comments flooded the screen. Those who had mocked the Blood Moon Shura's arrogance moments ago now felt a burning sting on their cheeks. Especially the Uchiha clan members. One second they were cheering for Lord Madara to cut the man down with a single slash. The next second Madara's Susanoo blade was shattered into a sky full of fragments by a mere branch. The speed of this face-slapping was so fast they had no time to react. Inside the Uchiha compound, many Uchiha clan members lowered their heads in silence. Some quietly deleted the barrage comments they had not yet sent. Others still could not accept what they had witnessed. It's just that the weapon was broken. The defense of the perfect Susanoo is truly invincible. That man must have used some special technique hitting the weakness of the Susanoo blade. Lord Madara has not yet been defeated. These words sounded like they were defending Uchiha Madara. But somehow the speakers' voices grew softer and softer, as if even they lacked confidence. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Izuna stared intently at the celestial screen. He wanted to defend his elder brother. But seeing that completely intact withered branch, the words stuck in his throat. He knew better than anyone how strong his elder brother was. Precisely because of that, Izuna understood even more clearly how terrifying that scene was. In the image, the young Uchiha Madara looked at the half-shattered chakra blade in his hand, his expression showing obvious shock for the first time. Impossible. How could something like this block my Susanoo? Madara suddenly looked up. His eternal Mangekyo spun rapidly. He poured his ocular power without reservation into the perfect Susanoo. Boom. The already colossal blue giant expanded further, its armor becoming even more solid. The shattered chakra blade quickly reformed under the power of his eyes. 1, 2. 4 arms simultaneously extended from the Susanoo's back, each hand condensing a blue blade capable of splitting mountains and cutting seas. At this moment Uchiha Madara held nothing back. The perfect Susanoo unleashed 4 blades at once. Rumble. Terrifying air currents tore through the clouds. 4 blue blade lights spanning the heavens and earth sealed off all escape routes of the Blood Moon Shura from different directions. Let's see how many times you can block this. Madara roared. Facing the blade lights coming from all sides, the Blood Moon Shura still did not evade. He even let out a soft sigh. The power is not impressive, but the temper is quite big. With these words the Blood Moon Shura gently twisted his wrist. The half-meter-long withered branch traced an ordinary arc in his hand. No earth-shattering momentum. No intricate technique. At first glance it looked like an adult casually swatting away an annoying fly. The next moment, the branch collided with the first Susanoo blade. Crack. The blade shattered with a crash. The Blood Moon Shura's wrist did not stop and the branch swept across the second blade. Crack. Another crisp sound. The second 100-meter-long blade snapped in 2. Then the third. The fourth. Crack. Crack. The 4 Susanoo blades capable of cutting down mountains were like 4 fragile pieces of glass before that withered branch. They shattered at the slightest touch. Before the countless chakra fragments could scatter, the Blood Moon Shura suddenly took a step forward. This ordinary step seemed to defy the distance of space itself. An instant ago he stood on the ground. The next instant he had appeared atop the perfect Susanoo's head. No one saw how he moved. Even Hyuga Hayashi and Ao, who had activated their Byakugan, only saw the image flicker slightly. Where is he? Naruto instinctively widened his eyes. Ichun raised his finger and pointed at the screen. Up there. Naruto quickly looked up. He saw the Blood Moon Shura standing atop the Susanoo's head, beneath him a colossus hundreds of meters tall. In comparison his figure was so small, it was almost negligible. But at this moment no one dared to underestimate him. The Blood Moon Shura raised his hand. The withered branch descended gently. Tap. The sound was still quiet. Like an ordinary person tapping a stone with a branch. Yet the perfect Susanoo struck by the branch suddenly froze. A fine crack appeared on its head. Then it rapidly expanded. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Countless dense cracks centered on the Blood Moon Shura instantly covered the entire Susanoo. The young Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of joke is this? Boom. The hundreds-meter-tall perfect Susanoo exploded into pieces. Violent chakra turned into a blue storm, wildly pouring out in all directions. Mountains were torn away. The earth was ripped apart. A huge mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky. Without the protection of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara fell from the sky. His figure appeared utterly pathetic amidst the scattered blue light. Yet the Blood Moon Shura stood firmly in the center of the storm, treading on empty air. The violent chakra blew his black hair, but could not shake his body one bit. The withered branch in his hand remained completely intact. Outside the celestial screen, everyone was struck as if by lightning. Shattering the Susanoo blade could still be forced into an explanation of some special technique. But now, one branch. Only one branch. The perfect Susanoo, known as absolute defense and capable of fighting tailed beasts head-on, was from head to toe brutally smashed into a sky full of fragments. Cloud shinobi, rock shinobi, sand shinobi, mist shinobi. Countless ellipses filled the celestial screen. The entire shinobi world had no one who knew what to say. After a long while, Tobirama Senju finally sent a barrage. Tobirama Senju, big brother. Tobirama Senju, what kind of monster did you two provoke back then? Hashirama Senju was silent for a moment. Hashirama Senju, now you understand why I didn't want to recall, right? Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's 10-minute mute finally ended. But the man who had been frantically demanding the broadcast be stopped now sent no message. He seemed to have completely gone offline. Jinjetsu Hozuki, where is Uchiha Madara? Third Reikage didn't get his soul shattered by his own shameful history, did he? Mua's name is still there, so probably not. Hashirama Senju, Aban, are you okay? No response. Hashirama Senju, actually this performance is much better than I remember. At least the celestial screen edited out the screaming when you were smacked flying. Uchiha Madara, shut up. The golden barrage exploded. Everyone could feel from those 3 exclamation marks the near collapse of Uchiha Madara's emotions. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Chen looked at the former great figure on the screen and couldn't help but shake his head. Youngsters are always so restless. A good beating will teach them some manners. Naruto nodded in deep agreement. Brother Chen, I agree with you this time. But that masked man is way too strong. He shattered the perfect Susano'o with a single branch, so why is he only ranked 10th? At these words the ramen shop fell silent. Tuchi's shock gradually turned into terror. Indeed, the Blood Moon Shura was already this powerful, yet he was only ranked 10th. Then how terrifying must the 9 people ranked above him be? Inside the celestial screen, the dust and debris gradually cleared. The young Uchiha Madara knelt in a deep crater, his armor, broken blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Blood Moon Shura slowly turned around. Behind his demon mask, his calm eyes landed on Hashirama Senju, who had never made a move. Your turn. He raised the withered branch and gently tapped. Little carpenter. Hashirama Senju's smile instantly froze. The entire shinobi world fell silent once more. Uchiha Madara had been defeated. Now it was the turn of the god of shinobi. A little carpenter. Beyond the celestial screen, countless people wore strange expressions. Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, the founder of Konoha, the legendary powerhouse who ended the chaotic warring states era, the only true master of the wood release, Kekkei Genkai. Such a figure standing at the pinnacle of shinobi, yet in the mouth of Blood Moon Shura, he was merely called a little carpenter. Yet after witnessing a complete Susanoo shattered by a single tree branch, no one dared claim Blood Moon Shura was arrogant. He indeed had the right to address Hashirama Senju this way. Tobarama Senju, a little carpenter. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama, laugh if you want. Tobarama Senju, brother, I'm not laughing. Hashirama Senju, but you paused for a long time when sending that message. Tobarama Senju, I was just thinking. Jinjetsu Hozuki, haha. The god of shinobi is actually a carpenter. Hashirama Senju wood release is indeed quite convenient for building houses. Madara Uchiha, shut up Hashirama. Don't act like you don't care. Hashirama Senju, Madara, you're finally willing to speak. Madara Uchiha, I just want to watch you get beaten. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha stared intently at the screen. Since his own embarrassing history could no longer be hidden, Hashirama wouldn't escape either. They were beaten together, so why should only he be ridiculed by the entire shinobi world? Within the scene, the young Hashirama Senju glanced at Madara in the deep pit, then looked at Blood Moon Shura, standing in the void. His usually gentle expression gradually turned serious. Senior's strength is indeed far beyond mine and Madara's. However, the hatred between the Senju and Uchiha cannot be resolved by sheer power alone. Blood Moon Shura asked calmly, haven't you always wanted to ally with the Uchiha? The young Hashirama's pupils contracted slightly. Even Madara abruptly looked up. This matter was a secret buried deep in both their hearts. Apart from themselves, no third person could possibly know. Who exactly are you? Hashirama Senju asked in a deep voice. Blood Moon Shura did not answer. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you have the ideal to end the chaotic era, but lack the ability to establish rules. You want to eliminate hatred through understanding. But you cannot even convince your own clan. Since that is so, I will make the decision for you. From this day forward, the Senju and Uchiha shall cease hostilities. Together build roads and construct a city. Whoever disagrees, I will beat them until they agree. Those overbearing words resounded across heaven and earth. The shinobi world was shaken to its core. They had originally believed the founding of Konoha was the result of the joint efforts of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. But now, listening to Blood Moon Shura, it seemed that before the two truly joined forces, an invisible hand had forcibly pushed history forward. Hiruzen Sarutobi, could the founding of Konoha also be related to Blood Moon Shura? Inoki, without his forced ceasefire, the Senju and Uchiha might have fought for many more years. Fourth Reikage, that method of peace is indeed simple. Mei Terumi, crude but effective. Tobarama Senju, suppressing both clans with absolute force, leaving no one the right to oppose. This is indeed the fastest way to end war. Izuna Uchiha, but this method does not respect the will of the two clans at all. Tobarama Senju, in the Warring States era, people died every day. Compared to survival, the pride of two ninja clans is not that important. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the screen, long silent. Who could have imagined that behind the peace symbolized by Konoha there once existed such an overbearing arbiter? Within the scene, Hashirama Senju slowly pressed his hands together. Since Senior knows my ideals, you should understand. I will not refuse peace. but I must confirm that you possess the power to continue protecting peace after ending the war. Boom. The instant his palms met, the entire earth violently trembled. Towering, ancient trees burst forth from the ground. Thick roots twisted like coiling dragons racing madly underground. In merely a few breaths, the forest destroyed by the complete Susano'o was reborn as an endless sea of trees. Would release birth of dense woodland. Countless trees blotted out the sun. Thick branches assailed blood moon Shura from all directions. Each vine possessed the power to easily bind a tailed beast. Dense branches interwove into an inescapable net, leaving almost no room to dodge. This is the first Hokage's would release. Inside, Konoha Yamato trembled with excitement. His own would release compared to Hashirama Senju's sea of trees was like a newly planted greenbelt. That power capable of altering terrain and creating forests was the true would release. Yet facing the onrushing, endless forest, blood moon Shura merely stepped forward. Slap. He casually tapped with the branch in his hand. The first thick vine snapped in the middle. Blood moon Shura continued walking. Every swing of the branch shattered a section of wood release. His pace was unhurried, even leisurely. Yet no matter how the forest surged, it could not halt his steps. Wherever he passed, countless giant trees were severed cleanly. A straight path was forcibly carved through the heart of the dense forest. From afar, those wood releases capable of subduing tailed beasts seemed like nothing more than ordinary timber awaiting a carpenter's hand. Yamato, this is wood release. Kakashi Hitaki, you doubt the first Hokage's wood release. Yamato, I just can't believe wood release could be so fragile. Hashirama Senju, it's not that wood release is weak. Hashirama Senju, it's that he is too strong. In the scene, the young Hashirama Senju clearly realized ordinary wood release could not threaten blood moon Shura. He took a deep breath. Red eye shadow appeared on his face. Sage mode. In an instant, Hashirama Senju's aura surged once more. Immense Senjutsu chakra materialized into tangible pressure, the entire battlefield trembling violently in that moment. Sage art would release. True, several thousand hands. Rumble. The earth split apart completely. A colossal wooden Buddha, grander than mountains, slowly rose into the air. Behind the Buddha, thousands of giant arms unfolded layer upon layer, overshadowing the heavens, as if a true deity had descended upon the mortal world. Even the complete Susanoo, hundreds of meters tall, seemed tiny in comparison. At that moment, the entire shinobi world fell silent once more. Even among Konoha ninja, only a handful had ever heard of this technique of the first Hokage. Most had never imagined wood release could reach such an exaggerated scale. Is this the god of shinobi? Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured to himself. As a disciple of Tobirama Senju, he had seen the first Hokage fight in his youth. Yet even he rarely witnessed Hashirama Senju's full power stance. The colossal Buddha before his eyes undoubtedly possessed the power to single-handedly suppress all of Konoha. Inside the village, Naruto tilted his head back, nearly falling on his rear. It's so huge. That masked uncle isn't really going to use a branch again, is he? Chen nodded lightly. With this much wood, not using it to build houses would indeed be wasteful. Naruto was speechless. Chen, that's the first Hokage's strongest jutsu. Building houses. Bang. Before he finished speaking, the true, several thousand hands in the celestial screen fully rose from the ground. Its immense shadow loomed over mountains and plains. Before it, blood moon Shura seemed smaller than a speck of dust. The young Hashirama Senju stood atop the Buddha's head, palms pressed together, his sage markings strikingly vivid. Senior, be careful. Top Vidrao attack. Boom. Thousands of giant hands behind the Buddha rose simultaneously. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Dense wooden palms blotted out the sky, each one possessing the terrifying power to easily smash peaks. The next moment, countless giant hands descended like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The air was detonated instantly. Rings of white shockwaves spread in all directions. The earth, not yet struck, directly began to collapse layer by layer under the dreadful pressure. Across the shinobi world, countless people involuntarily stepped back. Though they knew it was only a historical projection, they still felt as if the sky were falling. Himogakure ninja, how can this be blocked? Sunagakure ninja, one hand can crush a mountain, and now there are hundreds. The Wagakure ninja, this is the god of shinobi who pacified the warring states era. Fourth Reikage, that monster Hashirama actually hid such terrifying power until after his death. Hiruzen Sarutobi top Vidrao attack is the first Hokage's mightiest would release enough to suppress the nine tails. Madara Uchiha Hashirama, you'd better not lose more embarrassingly than me. Hashirama Senju Madara, I've already done my best. Already done his best. Reading his message, everyone felt a surge of absurdity. The battle had barely begun. Why did Hashirama speak as if he already knew the outcome? Could even an attack capable of destroying a nation fail to threaten blood moon Shura? In the celestial screen, blood moon Shura looked up at the sky, covering giant hands. Disobedient wood, perfect for splitting into firewood. He slowly raised the withered branch in his hand. The branch vibrated gently. Still there was no chakra, no sage energy, not even sword chi or blade aura. Yet the moment Blood Moon Shura swung the branch, the entire world seemed to become an extension of his weapon. Whoosh. A swing so ordinary it was almost dull. The leading wooden giant hand suddenly froze midair. The next second, a perfectly smooth crack appeared at its wrist. Boom. The first hand snapped off. Boom. 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 The second. The third. The 10th. The 100th. Blood Moon Shura's wrist never stopped. The half-meter branch traced after images in his hand. Each swing severed a wooden giant hand cleanly at the root. No attack landed on him, nor could any hand cross the 3-foot radius before him. 10 seconds. A mere 10 seconds. The originally sky-obscuring thousand-armed Buddha had all its countless arms completely vanished. One after another massive wooden arms fell from the sky, crashing into the earth with thunderous roars. When the dust settled, the majestic true several thousand hands had been reduced to a bare giant wooden stump. The entire shinobi world was dumbfounded. That was top Vajra attack. The ultimate would release capable of suppressing the complete Susano'o and the Nine Tails together. Yet before Blood Moon Shura, it was truly chopped up like firewood. Inside, Konoha Yamato's knees buckled, nearly falling to the ground. Gone. The first Hokage's true several thousand hands. Just like that. Kakashi glanced at Yamato, then at the bare Buddha in the sky. Tenzo, don't doubt yourself. This isn't a problem with wood release. Facing that man, any jutsu would likely end the same way. Yamato's lips twisted bitterly. Kakashi-senpai, when I use wood release, everyone calls me an important strategic asset of Konoha. But now it seems. My wood release is a green belt. The first Hokage's is a divine miracle. As for the branch in that man's hand. Yamato paused, deep awe surfacing in his eyes. That is the ruler held by the creator. Kakashi fell silent. The metaphor sounded exaggerated. But watching a branch shatter Susanoo and shear off true several thousand hands, he found no reason to refute it. Fourth breakage, over 1,000 hands, all chopped down, just like that. Mei Terumi, 10 seconds. Precisely, only 10 seconds. Anoki, and that branch still shows no chakra fluctuation at all. Jinjetsu Hozuki Hashirama, Senju, you're a pretty watered-down god of shinobi. Hashirama Senju, if it were you probably wouldn't even qualify to make senior snap a branch. Jinjetsu Hozuki. Mui has a point. Madara Uchiha Hashirama, don't make excuses. You lasted 10 seconds longer than me only because you have more wood. Hashirama Senju, Madara, have you forgotten that senior only struck you once? Madara Uchiha, shut up. While everyone was arguing, Blood Moon Shura in the scene stepped forward again. One step down. He appeared atop the true several thousand hands. The young Hashirama's pupils contracted, his hands forming seals rapidly. Wood release, wood human technique. A colossal wooden human emerged from the Buddha's head, swinging a massive fist toward Blood Moon Shura. Blood Moon Shura did not dodge. The withered branch thrust forward lightly. The wooden fist, comparable to a complete Susanoo, was easily pierced by the branch. Centered on the point of impact, dense cracks spread wildly. With a thunderous crash, the entire wooden arm exploded into a cloud of sawdust. Blood Moon Shura passed through the flying splinters and instantly appeared before Hashirama Senju. The young Hashirama's body stiffened. The demon mask was right before his eyes. Those calm eyes held no killing intent, no anger. Yet it was precisely that calmness that brought Hashirama unprecedented pressure. He had no doubt that if the man willed it, the branch could shatter his skull as easily as it had shattered Susanoo. Still fighting? Blood Moon Shura asked calmly. Hashirama Senju glanced at Madara in the distant pit, then at the true several thousand hands reduced to a stump. Then with extreme pragmatism, he raised his hands. No more fighting. I agree to the ceasefire. The shinobi world. The god of shinobi surrendered. And surrendered so decisively. Blood Moon Shura nodded. Good. The next moment, his figure vanished from the true several thousand hands head. When he reappeared, he stood on the ground. The young Madara Uchiha had just risen from the pit, when he found Blood Moon Shura standing before him seemingly out of nowhere. Slap. The withered branch struck Madara's head. And you, Madara clutched his head, glaring. I will never slap. Another strike. Say it again. Madara gritted his teeth. The Uchiha will never yield to anyone. Slap. Once more. Kill me if you dare. Slap. Slap. Ceasefire or not. Never. Slap. 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 In the celestial screen, Blood Moon Shura, like disciplining a disobedient child, wrapped the branch against Madara's head again and again. Madara tried to resist, but couldn't even touch the man's robe. Hashirama Senju, seeing the situation turn dire, hurriedly advised, Madara, maybe you should just agree. This branch really hurts. Madara whirled around. Shut up. This is all because of you, you bastard. Slap. Blood Moon Shura struck again. No distractions while being hit. The entire shinobi world was utterly stunned. The legendary arrogant Shura of the ninja world was being bashed on the head with a branch. Had this not been true history broadcast by the celestial screen, no one would have believed it, even if the Sage of Six Paths himself said so. After a dozen or so strikes, Madara finally bowed to humiliation and roared in fury. Ceasefire. I agree. Are you satisfied? Blood Moon Shura finally stopped. If you'd been this obedient earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer. Madara clutched his head, trembling with rage. Hashirama Senju quietly turned away his shoulders, shaking uncontrollably. Madara, I'm not laughing. I haven't said anything yet. Blood Moon Shura looked at both of them and casually planted the withered branch into the ground. From today onward the Senju and Uchiha cease hostilities. Build a town together centered on this land. First construct a road running north and south. Whoever dares to back out midway, I will come find them again. Hearing those final words, the young Hashirama and Madara both fell silent. After a long moment, they reluctantly nodded. Yes. Blood Moon Shura turned and walked slowly toward the depths of the forest. The blood-red sunset stretched his shadow long across the ground. As he was about to disappear, he paused slightly. One more thing. From now on fight, let's build more roads. With those words, his figure vanished completely at the forest's edge, leaving behind the true several thousand hands reduced to a stumped Susanoo fragments littering the ground and two battle-scarred heroes of the Warring States era. At that moment the scene slowly froze. Projection of true history complete. Warring States suppression battle ended. The cold divine voice resounded through heaven and earth. The celestial screen image gradually faded away. Yet the entire Rinnegan remained unsettled for a long time. Countless people still raised their heads, their faces frozen in shock that refused to dissipate. The two legends of the Rinnegan Chinsho Zhujian and Yuzhibo had joined forces. One manifested the complete Susano'o. The other unleashed the immortal technique, true several thousand hands Supreme Buddha's top. And the result? Uchiha from start to finish used nothing but a dry branch casually snapped off a tree. He shattered the complete Susanoo with a single strike. He sliced through the true several thousand hands. In the end, like disciplining unruly juniors, he chased after Yuzhibo, knocking him on the head. Was this a battle? No. This was clearly an elder disciplining two brats who had been fighting and causing trouble. Earlier some had questioned why Uchiha, an unknown nobody, deserved to rank 10th on the supreme divine ranking. Now all doubts had vanished. What replaced them was an even more hair-raising question. Why was a monster like this only ranked 10th? My shinobi, so the first Hokage and Yuzhibo ended the war because they were beaten into submission. Sunagakure shinobi Uchiha made them stop fighting, build roads, and construct a city together. The Wagakure shinobi was the founding of my, also orchestrated by him behind the scenes. Himogakure shinobi, I always thought it was Chinsho Zhujian's charisma that moved Yuzhibo. Yuzhibo nonsense. I founded my, and it had nothing to do with that person. Chinsho Zhujian there is actually some connection. Yuzhibo shut up. Chinsho Zhujian, if the senior hadn't made us stop fighting, the first road could never have been built. Chinsho Feijian big brother explained the whole story of that time. Chinsho Zhujian was silent for a moment. Then a line of text slowly appeared on the celestial screen. Chinsho Zhujian, after that incident, the Chinsho and Yuzhibo did stop the war. Chinsho Zhujian, following the senior's instructions, we built a road connecting the territories of both clans. Chinsho Zhujian, at first the members of both clans eyed each other warily, bringing weapons to the road construction, and even having people sabotage the other side's work at night. Chinsho Zhujian, later the senior, came back to inspect. Chinsho Feijian, and then Chinsho Zhujian, he hung all the troublemakers from the trees. Rinnegan. No wonder he was Uchiha. His style was always straightforward and simple. Chinsho Zhujian, after that no one dared to sabotage the road. Chinsho Zhujian, the members of the Chinsho and Yuzhibo clans were forced to work together every day. Over time, they gradually grew familiar with each other. Chinsho Zhujian, some exchanged food, some let go of past grudges, and some became friends while building the road. Chinsho Zhujian, that was the first time the two clans completed something together, not with weapons, but with their hands. Chinsho Zhujian, it was also at that time that Ban and I truly saw the possibility of peace. Chinsho Zhujian, later, we built a village centered around that road. Chinsho Zhujian, that village was the original Mai. Silence. Upon seeing this, the entire Mai fell quiet. On the streets, countless villagers looked down at their feet. Broad and level roads stretched across the village. On both sides of the road, shops lined up, and people came and went. Chinsho, Yuzhibo, Sarutobi, Hyuga, Akimichi, Yamanaka. The ninja clans that had once slaughtered each other now lived together in the same village. People had always believed that all of this was the result of the first Hokage's personal will. But only today did they learn. Before Mai was born, there had been a nameless person who with overwhelming power forcibly halted the war. He did not establish the village. He did not become Hokage. He did not even leave a name in history. He simply made the two warring clans stop fighting, put down their kunai, pick up tools, and together build a road. That very road became the original foundation of Mai. In the Hokage's office, Yuenfei Risen stood by the window overlooking the village below. His expression was incredibly complex. So that's it. Mai did not begin with the Hokage monument. It began with a road. Shuemin Wenyan said with emotion. The first Hokage brought dreams, and Yuzhibo brought power. And Uchiha. He made these two learn to cooperate for the first time. Zhuanqin Xiaochun's expression was grave. But why have all records of him completely disappeared? In the existing historical materials of Mai, not even a similar title can be found. Tuanzang, leaning on his cane, said coldly. Perhaps someone deliberately concealed it. Or perhaps he himself did not wish to leave a name. Yuan Fei Risen's eyes flickered. A person with invincible power who could have become the true ruler of my turned away after accomplishing everything. No struggle for power. No pursuit of gain. No name left behind. What kind of state of mind was this? Compared to Shuyueshulaw, those who fought openly and secretly for the position of Hokage seemed utterly ridiculous. With this thought, Yuan Fei Risen instinctively glanced at Tuanzang. Tuanzang's face darkened instantly. Risen, what are you looking at me for? Nothing. Yuan Fei Risen picked up his pipe again. I just suddenly realized that Senior Shuyueshulaw's method of education back then was very effective. Tuanzang snorted. Isn't that just hitting people with a tree branch? Utterly crude. As soon as he finished, a line of text suddenly appeared on the celestial screen. Chinsho Feijian Tuanzang. Tuanzang's body froze instantly. Chinsho Feijian, are you also in my high command? Jitsuin Tuanzang, Teacher Feijian, I have inherited your will and have been secretly protecting my Chinsho Feijian, my will. Chinsho Feijian, which part did you inherit? Cold sweat beaded on Tuanzang's forehead. Which part had he inherited? The status of Mai's high command, the wariness toward the Yuzhibo, or the darkness that would stop at nothing for the sake of the village? Just as Tuanzang was thinking how to answer, Chinsho Zhujian suddenly interjected. Chinsho Zhujian Feijian, it seems your student thinks it's crude to discipline juniors with a tree branch. Chinsho Feijian Tuanzang, when your teacher asks you a question, don't play dead. Jitsuin Tuanzang. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office suddenly became delicate. Yuan Fei Risen looked at Tuanzang, barely suppressing a smile. Serves you right for talking too fast. Now you're caught by your teacher. The discussion on the celestial screen continued. Fourth Reikage, if Mai's founding was related to Shuyueshulaw, why didn't he become the first Hokage? Chinsho Zhujian, I invited the senior back then. Zhao Meiming, and he refused. Chinsho Zhujian MM. De Yimu, what did he say? Chinsho Zhujian the senior said that being Hokage meant dealing with documents every day, mediating disputes, balancing ninja clans, and solving all kinds of troubles for the villagers. Chinsho Zhujian, too tiring. Chinsho Zhujian, he wasn't interested. Everyone. Just because it was too tiring. An invincible powerhouse who could casually suppress the two titans of the warring states and indirectly promote the founding of Mai, yet his reason for refusing to become Hokage was simply that he couldn't be bothered. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, Mingren suddenly turned his head to look at Yi-chan. Yi-chan was lazily leaning back in his chair, his posture even bearing a striking resemblance to Shuyueshulaw in the celestial screen. Brother Yi-chan. What? That's Shuyueshulaw? Doesn't he kind of remind you of yourself? Yi-chan's heart tightened, but his face showed no change. What's the resemblance? You both hate being bothered. Yi-chan reached out and knocked on Mingren's head. This is called seeing through fame and fortune. Mingren covered his head, looking aggrieved. I just said one thing, why did you hit me? Because you haven't paid for your ramen yet. But you said you treat me. When did I say that? Uncle Shouta can vouch for me. As the two argued, a pale golden panel visible only to Yi-chan silently appeared before him. Detected celestial screen exposing the host's historical identity. From Yuzhibo ban shame value 9,999. From Chinsho Zhujian awe value 8,888. From Yuan Fei Risen shock value 3,276. From Fourth Reikage shock value 3,054. From De Yimu fear value 2,987. From the sentient beings of Renjia comprehensive emotional value continuously increasing. Current accumulated emotional value 1370000. First extraction condition met. Extract part of Shuyueshulawa's power. Yi-chan's eyes flickered slightly. The system that had been dormant for so long had indeed completed its upgrade with the arrival of the celestial screen. As long as he exposed his past identity and harvested the emotions of the Renjia's beings, he could re-merge the power of those former identities into this current body. This was good news, at least. The only problem was, Yi-chan looked up at the celestial screen. Shuyueshulawa was only ranked 10th. The next 9 would probably not let him rest easy. Forget it. As long as I don't expose my original body, who could guess that all those people are me? Yi-chan moved his mind. Extract. Boom. An invisible force silently awakened within his body. No earth-shattering phenomenon. No chakra outburst. Yi-chan's aura remained unremarkable, as if nothing had happened. Yet the disposable chopstick in his palm underwent a strange transformation at that moment. The space around the chopstick silently twisted for an instant. Yi-chan raised an eyebrow and immediately restrained his power. Beside him, Mingren was rummaging through his wallet, completely oblivious. Only the nine tails in the seal space suddenly opened its eyes wide. What was that just now? In that instant, it had felt a terrifying sensation, as if its soul was about to be crushed. But when it carefully sensed again, the aura had vanished without a trace. The nine tails stood up uneasily and paced back and forth behind the iron door. It must be an illusion. How could I be hiding a monster like that? At the same time, the divine voice of the celestial screen sounded again, settling the reward for the 10th place on the supreme divine ranking, announcing the subsequent influence of Shuyueshulaw. Please continue watching all of Renjia. Everyone's spirits lifted. The reward for Shuyueshula. Could the celestial screen cross the boundary of life and death and deliver the reward to that mysterious powerhouse? If he was still alive, where would the reward descend? 10th on the Supreme Divine list, the Arbiter of Shadows, Blood Moon Azura. Ranking reasoning as follows. First, he subdued the twin titans of the Warring States period with absolute force. Second, he ended the Great War between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Third, he catalyzed the birth of the ninja village system, indirectly altering the history of the shinobi world. Fourth, he is suspected of having touched an unknown realm beyond the Six Paths level. Overall evaluation, a single thought halts war, a single branch calms the world. Ranked 10th on the 10 Supreme Divine of the shinobi world. Radiant golden light illuminated the heavens. A blood moon reappeared at the center of the celestial canopy. Beneath the blood moon, a man wearing an Oni mask stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if transcending 1,000 years to gaze down upon the shinobi world of today. Everyone involuntarily fell silent. This time there was no more doubt. 10th on the Supreme Divine list of the shinobi world. Truly deserving of the title. Many even felt that given the power Blood Moon Azura had displayed, ranking him 10th was far too low. Fourth Raikage, I take back what I said earlier. Fourth Raikage, Blood Moon Azura deserves a place on the list. Terumi made to think that someone who could suppress Hashirama and Madara with a single branch is only ranked 10th. Who could the top 9 possibly be? Anoki, the Sage of Six Paths, must be within the top 9. Hiruzen Sarutobi, perhaps. There is also the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary true source of chakra. Orochimaru. How fascinating the world is. The pinnacle of a shinobi is far more distant than I ever imagined. Somewhere in an underground base. Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. His golden slit pupils burned with fervor. Blood Moon Azura, a being suspected of surpassing the Six Paths level. If he could obtain a single drop of the man's blood, a strand of hair, or even a few cells, his research on life, the soul, and immortality would leap across an unimaginable threshold. Kabuto Yakushi stood behind him and whispered, Orochimaru-sama, the celestial screen did not reveal his true identity. There is no way for us to find him. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Kabuto, do not underestimate the traces time leaves behind. As long as a person has lived in this world, they cannot help but leave something. The first road built by the Senju and Uchiha, the valley where the battle took place, and that branch stuck into the ground. As he spoke, the light in Orochimaru's eyes grew more intense. Everything has research value. Just then the divine voice from the celestial screen continued. Now distributing ranking rewards. Reward 1, Elixir of Millennial Life. Upon consumption, lifespan increases by 1,000 years. Boom. The shinobi world instantly erupted. 1,000 years of extra lifespan. Are you kidding me? How could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Countless daimyo nobles and village elites found their breathing turning ragged. Power was tempting, but for those who held authority, immortality was an even more irresistible lure. In the shinobi world, humans, no matter how powerful, typically lived only a few decades. Even formidable warriors like Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama could not resist the erosion of time. Yet the reward casually granted by the celestial screen could extend a person's life by a full 1,000 years. What did that even mean? A person could live from the Warring States period all the way to the present, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, observing the transformations of the shinobi world, living long enough to see the descendants of all enemies turn to dust. The souls in the Pure Land were even more shocked. Senju Hashirama, 1,000 extra years of life. Then Senior might still be alive. Tobarama Senju, brother, the reward increases lifespan, not resurrection. Senju Hashirama, but Senior was already unfathomably powerful back then, maybe he naturally lives a long time. Uchiha Madara, impossible. Uchiha Madara, no human can live for over 1,000 years. Senju Hashirama Madara, could it be that you don't want Senior to still be alive? Uchiha Madara, I am merely stating facts. Jinjetsu Hozuki, sounds to me like you're just scared. Uchiha Madara, me scared of him. Third Raikage, then why did you ask the celestial screen to stop playing earlier? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I simply didn't want to waste time on boring footage. The entire shinobi world looked at that statement with a strange expression. Do you think we believe that? The celestial screen gave Uchiha Madara no chance to continue his excuses. Reward 2, Branch of Judgment. Crafted based on the withered branch Blood Moon Azura used during the Warring States period, fused with the power of fundamental laws. Attribute indestructible. Attribute can sever chakra, the soul, and space itself. Attribute against those who disrupt peace or willfully instigate war. Its power is amplified tenfold. Note the original withered branch in Blood Moon Azura's possession has not been recovered. An unassuming black branch slowly materialized on the celestial screen. It was only half a meter long, visually almost identical to the withered branch seen in the historical projection. Yet the instant they laid eyes on it, every powerhouse across the shinobi world felt their hairs stand on end. Severs chakra, severs the soul, severs space. Tenfold power against those who instigate war. This was no mere tool. It was a divine artifact beyond the understanding of the shinobi world. Fourth Reikage, where will this reward be sent? Anoki, if Blood Moon Azura has already died, will it be inherited by his descendants? Raza, he left no identity information. How would his descendants even find it? Hiruzen Sarutobi, since the celestial screen can cover the Pure Land, perhaps it will deliver the reward directly into the hands of the deceased soul. Senju Hashirama, I haven't seen Senior in the Pure Land. The moment this comment appeared, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Blood Moon Azura is not in the Pure Land. What does that mean? Either his soul went to a place the Pure Land cannot reach after death, or he never died at all. Impossible. Uchiha Madara stared intently at the celestial screen. Even Hashirama didn't live past 100. No matter how strong that man was, he couldn't possibly still be alive today. Even as he said it, the masked figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After 1,000 years, would that man truly have aged? Recalling the battle all those years ago, Uchiha Madara suddenly realized that he had never sensed a trace of mortal presence from Blood Moon Azura. That man was too calm. Calm as the unchanging vault of heaven. As if even the long passage of time were but a flicker in his presence. The divine voice of the celestial screen resounded. Now locking onto the awardee's location. Lock successful. The entire shinobi world fell silent in an instant. The 5 Kage rose to their feet in unison. Daimyo of every nation stared fixedly at the sky. The Akatsuki, the Sannin, the great clans, and countless souls in the Pure Land held their breath. The awardee's location has been successfully locked. That means Blood Moon Azura truly still exists. Uchiha Madara's soul stiffened slightly. Senju Hashirama, on the other hand, was visibly excited. Senju Hashirama, Madara Sr. is really still alive. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Senju Hashirama, it's been 1,000 years. He must be even stronger now. Uchiha Madara, I told you to shut up. Senju Hashirama, if you ever get revived and meet him again, remember to be polite. Uchiha Madara Hashirama. On the celestial screen, a map of the shinobi world slowly materialized. A crimson light dot marking the target's location began to blink continuously. All eyes followed the dot as it moved. Land of earth, land of wind, land of lightning, land of water. The crimson dot streaked across nation after nation, finally coming to rest at the center of the ninja world. Land of fire. It's in the land of fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi sprang to his feet. In the Hokage's office, everyone's expression drastically changed. Danzo's single eye blazed with a terrifying gleam. Mobilize route immediately. Spare no cost. We must find him before any other village. Stop. Hiruzen Sarutobi thundered. Danzo, didn't you see what happened to Uchiha Madara? Sending spies to monitor a being like that. Do you want Konoha destroyed? Danzo's face contorted through a series of expressions. In the end, he did not press the issue further. The map continued to zoom in. The boundaries of the land of fire rapidly receded. The crimson dot moved toward an area surrounded by dense forest. Recognizing the familiar terrain, the villagers of Konoha gradually widened their eyes. Wait, that location is Konoha. Boom. Konoha exploded into complete chaos. Villagers in the streets looked around in panic. The great clans activated their sensory techniques. Umbu operatives poured out in full force. A supreme god who had lived at least 1,000 years and could suppress Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama with a mere branch was hiding right in Konoha. Who was he? Where had he been hiding all these years? Deep in the forest of death? Or within some ancient clan that never interacted with outsiders? Or even, had he been living among them all along disguised as an ordinary person? At Ichiraku Ramen, the noodles in Naruto's mouth plopped back into his bowl. Blood Moon Azura is in Konoha. He jumped up excitedly, craning his neck to look outside. Chen, let's go find him. If I can become his disciple, I'll definitely become Hokage in no time. Chen remained seated, his face appearing calm. But beneath the table his feet had already silently shifted toward the back door of the ramen shop. Forget the apprenticeship. Old monsters like that who've lived for over 1,000 years usually don't have the best temper. What if he doesn't like yellow hair? Naruto looked puzzled. Hair color matters too. Of course. Chen said with complete seriousness, spinning nonsense. True supreme experts often have strange rules. Like disliking yellow hair, disliking orange clothes, disliking people with whisker marks on their faces. Naruto looked down at his own orange jacket, then touched the 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Somehow it feels like all of that is aimed at me. Be confident dropped the somehow. As he spoke, Chen had already sidled up to the back door. If the celestial screen continued to zoom in on the coordinates, he was out of there. Fortunately, after entering Konoha, the crimson dot on the map did not continue to shrink. Detected interference from an unknown force. The specific coordinates of the target cannot be displayed for now. Reward distribution method modified. Seeing this, Chen quietly let out a breath. The system was reliable after all. It knew to block his precise location. Otherwise, the threshold of Ichiraku Ramen today would have been trampled by the entire shinobi world. But the next moment, the text on the celestial screen froze the smile on his lips. Branch of Judgment deployed. Deployment area Konoha Village. The artifact's coordinates will be revealed to the entire shinobi world in 15 minutes. Anyone may attempt to find it. Note the divine artifact possesses sentience. Only one recognized by Blood Moon Azura can lift it. After a moment of dead silence, the entire shinobi world went absolutely wild. A divine artifact capable of severing chakra, soul, and space had been dropped right into Konoha, and anyone could try to find it. In the hidden cloud village, the fourth Reikage ripped off his ceremonial Haori. Prepare to depart. In the hidden stone village, Anoki shot into the sky, mobilized the fastest flying unit. In the hidden sand village, Raza immediately assembled his elite forces. In the Akatsuki base, a pair of eyes simultaneously turned toward Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi barked orders at the Umbu. Lock down the village. Do not allow any unidentified persons to enter. Across the shinobi world, a single branch had ignited total frenzy. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto grabbed Yi-Chen's arm, shouting excitedly, "Yi-Chen, the artifact is in Konoha, let's go find it too." Yi-Chen looked down at the ordinary pair of chopsticks he had been using to eat his noodles. Unnoticed, a faint golden pattern had materialized on their surface, and a childish voice audible only to him was calling out excitedly from within the chopsticks. "Master, I found you. Master, I found you." The childish voice echoed directly within Yi-Chen's mind. Looking down at the pair of disposable chopsticks in his hand, Yi-Chen fell into a brief silence. The Branch of Judgment, the ranking reward just distributed by the Heavenly Veil. A rule artifact capable of severing chakra, souls, and even space itself. And now it was attached to a pair of disposable chopsticks stained with ramen broth. Master, why aren't you answering me? Is it because 1,000 years have passed, and you no longer recognize me?" The golden lines on the chopsticks flickered softly. There was even a hint of grievance in its tone. The corner of Yi-Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "I recall that the original branch had no sentience. I am a reward from the Heavenly Veil forged based on the branch you once used. Though I am not the exact same branch, I could never mistake the scent of my master." The Branch of Judgment spoke with pride. "In all the ninja world, only my master is worthy of wielding me. If anyone else dares to touch me, I will cut them down." Quite fierce indeed. Yi-Chen lightly flicked the chopsticks with his finger. "Calm down. Withdraw all your aura." "But Master, the Heavenly Veil is about to announce my location." The Branch of Judgment reminded him timidly. Yi-Chen looked up at the sky. At the center of the Heavenly Veil, a blood-red countdown was rapidly ticking down. Time remaining until artifact coordinates are made public: 13 minutes, 12 minutes, and 59 seconds, 12 minutes, and 58 seconds. All of Konoha had descended into chaos. Shadow after shadow of Umbu operatives flew across the rooftops. Ninken, the parasitic insects of the Aburame clan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and even the mental perception of the Yamanaka clan were all mobilized to the fullest. The main gates of Konoha were sealed off without a moment's delay. Every person entering or leaving had to undergo rigorous inspection. Yet this did nothing to quell the frenzy of the outside shinobi. At the border of the Land of Fire, under the leadership of the fourth Reikage, the elite forces of Kumogakure transformed into bolts of lightning, racing forward with reckless abandon. The airborne units of a Wagakure flew directly across the border. The elite shinobi of Sunagakure soared into the sky atop sand gold carpets. Even the isolated Kirigakure dispatched their infiltration specialist assassination squads. That was an artifact capable of severing space and the soul itself. If one could obtain it, they might just shatter the balance among the 5 great villages. Even if one couldn't earn its recognition, it was worth trying in person. What if they were the one chosen by the artifact? At the Akatsuki hideout, the 6 paths of pain rose to their feet simultaneously. "Zetsu," Tendo Pain spoke indifferently. "Are you certain the artifact is in Konoha?" A figure resembling a pitcher plant slowly emerged from the ground. White Zetsu chuckled. "No mistake. All my clones hidden near Konoha are already on the move. Though with Konoha's defenses this tight, infiltrating won't be easy." Kakuzu's green eyes glimmered with greedy light. "An artifact like this should fetch an astronomical price." Conan turned to look at him. "No one could afford it." Kakuzu fell silent for 2 seconds. "Then we steal it. If we can't get the money, gaining the power is just as good." Sasori's raspy voice emerged from within Hiriko. "Indestructible material. Would make excellent puppet components." Deidara immediately retorted. "What puppets? True art is explosion. If I combine the artifact with my explosive clay, I could create the most perfect explosion yet. Yeah." Haiden hoisted his 3-bladed scythe onto his shoulder. "Stop arguing, all of you. This thing can cut souls. It must be a sacrificial offering sent by Lord Jashin." The members of Akatsuki were locked in a stalemate, none willing to yield. Only Tobi, wearing his orange swirl mask, stood silently in the corner. Beneath the mask, Obito Uchiha's expression was extremely grim. An ordinary branch had been able to shatter Madara Uchiha's complete Susano'o. Now a true rule artifact had appeared. If he were to face it, would Kimui's intangibility even hold up? The answer was likely no. That thing was explicitly marked, capable of cutting through space. "I can't go myself. Let White Zetsu scout ahead first." Obito made his decision silently. The artifact was tempting, but one had to live to claim it. Meanwhile, inside Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto was already scratching his head in frustration. Chen, how can you stay so calm? There are only 12 minutes left. If we don't go soon, someone else will snatch the artifact. Chen picked up his chopsticks and leisurely plucked a slice of chashu from Naruto's bowl. No rush. Bound by fate across 1,000 miles. Without fate, we shan't meet, even face to face. Naruto was taken aback for a moment. Then he watched his last slice of chashu disappear into Chen's mouth, and his fury erupted. You stole my chashu again. Is that really the point? Yes, that is the point. Naruto snatched the chopsticks right out of Chen's hand. Give them back. The instant Naruto's fingers were about to touch the chopsticks, an extremely faint thread of golden light flickered to life. A terrifying edge potent enough to annihilate the soul quietly materialized. Stop. Chen spoke calmly in his mind. The golden light vanished instantly. The branch of judgment said aggrieved, Master, he took me. He's just a child. Oh, and from now on you're not to kill indiscriminately. Oh. The branch of judgment sounded somewhat disappointed. Naruto, oblivious to everything, triumphantly brandished the chopsticks in front of Chen after successfully snatching them. Now you've got no chopsticks. Chen gave him a meaningful look. To have taken the vessel from the branch of judgment unscathed, Naruto was the first in the entire ninja world. If the powerhouses currently racing here at full speed ever learned of this, their jaws would surely hit the floor. Master, can I make this blonde kid let go of me? The branch of judgment asked in a small voice. No, but his hands are covered in ramen grease. Bear with it. Ugh. Ignoring the artifact's lamentations, Chen queried the system within his mind. Can you block the Heavenly Veil's tracking? Affirmative. As the host possesses the highest authority over the Heavenly Veil harvest system, you may expend 1,000 emotion points to obscure the precise coordinates of the branch of judgment. 100,000. Just from exposing the Blood Moon Azura earlier, the emotion points harvested exceeded 1,000,000. This amount of expenditure was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for the current Chen. Obscure it. Ding. 1,000,000 emotion points deducted. Artifact coordinates successfully obscured. The countdown still had 10 minutes remaining. The Heavenly Veil suddenly trembled. Unknown rule interference detected, interfering with the artifact. Unable to lock precise coordinates. Locating range adjusted. Konoha Southeast District. Konoha Southeast District. Ichiraku Ramen happened to be located right in that area. Boom. The entire southeast district of Konoha erupted in an instant. Hundreds of shinobi changed direction, simultaneously swarming toward this part of the village. Silhouettes darted across the rooftops. Rinnegan sprinted wildly through the streets. Countless civilians were urgently evacuated. Within moments, the street where Ichiraku Ramen stood was surrounded by umbu. Naruto's jaw dropped in astonishment. Chen, the artifact seems to be right nearby. Maybe it's even inside this ramen shop. With that thought, Naruto suddenly looked down. His gaze fell upon the chopsticks he had just snatched from Chen. There was a faint golden line on the surface. It definitely hadn't been there before. Huh. Naruto held the chopsticks up to his eyes. Chen, look at these chopsticks. They seem a bit different. Chen's expression remained unchanged. It's the oil reflecting light. Really? Naruto skeptically wiped them with his sleeve. The golden pattern only became clearer. At that very moment, a Hyuga shinobi violently threw open the curtain. Everyone freeze. Routine inspection. Veins bulging at his temples, his Byakugan swept across every corner of the shop. Tables, chairs, the soup pot, the dish cabinet. Tuchi, I am Naruto Chen. Finally his gaze stopped on the chopsticks in Naruto's hand. In that instant, the Hyuga shinobi's pupils sharply contracted. In his Byakugan's vision, those chopsticks contained no chakra whatsoever. Yet the space around them was subtly warping. Found it. The Hyuga shinobi's breath quickened, and he shouted sharply, the artifact is right here. The divine artifact is here. A sharp cry instantly echoed through the entire street. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out one after another. More than a dozen umbu ninjas charged into Ichiraku Ramen from different directions, surrounding the cramped shop completely. Even more Konoha ninjas landed on the rooftops and along both sides of the street. All eyes were fixed intently on the chopstick in Naruto's hand. Naruto stood frozen in place. The divine artifact. He looked at the chopstick in his hand, then at the umbu who were bracing for battle, his face filled with disbelief. Are you guys mistaken? This is just a chopstick. The Hyuga ninja did not answer. His Byakugan locked onto the golden pattern. No chakra. But space is indeed distorting around it. It matches the description of the judgment branch from the celestial screen. At these words, the breaths of the umbu all turned short and rapid. A divine artifact capable of cleaving through space. And it was disguised as an ordinary chopstick appearing in Ichiraku Ramen. The most absurd part was that it was now in the hands of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto. An umbu wearing a fox mask softened his tone. Place the chopstick on the table. Move slowly. Whatever you do, don't swing it. According to the celestial screen's introduction, the judgment branch could not only cut space, but also sever souls. If Naruto accidentally swung it, everyone in the ramen shop might have their souls scattered. Okay. Naruto was intimidated by the grave atmosphere. He carefully bent down, preparing to place the chopstick back on the table. But just as the chopstick was about to leave his hand, a burst of golden light erupted. Naruto's palms seemed to be repelled by an invisible force. The chopstick slipped from his grasp, arced through the air, and landed back into Yi-Chen's palm. Dead silence fell over the entire shop. A dozen Umbu turned their heads in unison. Every gaze instantly locked onto Yi-Chan. Master, the judgment branch sounded aggrieved. I never want to be held by that blonde kid again. The grease on his hands. I can't even wipe it clean. Yi-Chan ignored it. He glanced at the ninjas poised for battle around him, then at the chopstick in his palm. Troublesome. If he had known this thing was so finicky, he should have tossed it into the system space. Brother Yi-Chan, Naruto shouted in surprise. It flew back to you by itself. Does that mean you're the one chosen by the divine artifact? Whoosh. The Umbu members all pressed their hands on their ninja swords. The atmosphere inside the shop instantly became tense to the extreme. Yet Yi-Chen's face wore a timely expression of bewilderment. What divine artifact? It's just the chopstick I used earlier. As he spoke, he used the chopstick to pick up a strand of noodles from Naruto's bowl, and under everyone's watchful eyes put it into his mouth. Slurp. Inside the ramen shop, only the sound of noodle sucking echoed clearly. Umbu. Naruto. The veins on the Hyuga ninja's forehead bulged. Using a supreme divine artifact that could sever souls and space to eat ramen. What kind of earth-shattering, unheard-of usage was this? The fox-masked Umbu spoke in a deep voice. Yi-Chan registered in Konoha as a permanent genin. 18 years old. Participated in the Chunin exams 5 times and fell asleep during the first written test, all 5 times resulting in failure. In the past 3 years, you have only performed 12 D-rank missions, of which you were late 7 times, went to the wrong meeting point 3 times, and twice you were absent because you were helping an old person find a cat. Can you explain why the divine artifact returned to your hand on its own? With each word, the expressions of everyone in the shop grew increasingly peculiar. A track record like that. You couldn't call it mediocre. It was simply appallingly awful. Forget being acknowledged by a supreme divine artifact. He could barely even qualify as a decent genin. Yet everyone had clearly seen what just happened. The chopstick had indeed flown into Yi-Chen's hand on its own. Yi-Chen looked innocent. Could it be that this is my chopstick? The Umbu leader paused for 2 seconds. Hand it over for inspection. Sure. Yi-Chan agreed without hesitation. He tossed it casually. The judgment branch fell toward the Umbu leader. Master. The divine artifact clearly hadn't expected to be thrown away right after finding its master. The Umbu leader reached out to catch it. The moment the chopstick touched his hand, boom. It was as if the entire heavens and earth suddenly pressed down on his palm. The Umbu leader's body sank violently, the ground beneath his feet cracking open. Crunch. His legs plunged directly into the floorboards. Both hands gripping the chopstick tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He couldn't lift it even an inch. So heavy. Help. 2 Umbu immediately rushed forward. Then 4. 8. A full 10 elite Konoha ninjas exerted their strength together, yet they could not budge that chopstick in the slightest. It seemed not like a half-meter-long withered branch, but a massive divine mountain compressed to its utmost limit. Move aside. An Akimichi clan ninja swiftly formed hand seals. Partial expansion jutsu. His arm inflated rapidly, grabbing the chopstick. Lift. Boom. The entire Ichiraku ramen shop trembled. The chopstick didn't move at all. Tucci stood behind the counter, his face full of pain. Easy. My shop is going to collapse. The Umbu leader clenched his teeth. This is definitely the judgment branch. Notify the Hokage immediately. The divine artifact has been found. But as soon as he finished speaking, the judgment branch began to vibrate in displeasure. How annoying. Don't touch me. A flash of golden light. Bam. The 10 ninjas surrounding it were all pushed back by a gentle force. No one was injured. The chopstick rose into the air again, bypassed Naruto, and landed steadily back in Yi-Chen's hand. Yi-Chan, as if feeling no weight at all, twirled it casually twice. Then he continued picking up noodles. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. 10 elite ninjas plus an Akimichi's expansion jutsu couldn't lift it. Yet Yi-Chan, a recognized worthless genin, could use it to eat noodles. Was this reasonable? Yi-Chan, the Umbu leader's tone had completely changed. Who exactly are you? Shing, shing, shing. Ninja swords were drawn. Over a dozen Umbu were fully on guard. Naruto quickly stepped in front of Yi-Chan, spreading his arms. What are you doing? Brother Yi-Chan is just an ordinary genin. He can't even throw a shuriken straight. How could he be a dangerous person? Yi-Chan looked at Naruto standing protectively before him, his gaze softening slightly. This kid was usually a bit of a pest. But when it mattered, he did have some loyalty. I am indeed a Konoha genin. Yi-Chan sighed and placed the chopstick on the table. This time the judgment branch obediently lay there. As for why it flew back, Yi-Chan casually pointed at the golden pattern on the chopstick's surface. Because it's not a divine artifact. It's just that when the celestial screen's reward descended, a wisp of its power happened to attach itself to my chopstick. The real divine artifact should be somewhere else. Everyone was taken aback. This explanation didn't seem entirely impossible. If this chopstick were truly the judgment branch, why did its appearance differ from the divine artifact shown on the celestial screen? The judgment branch on the celestial screen was pitch black. But this chopstick only had an extra golden pattern. The Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan again. No. The spatial distortion around it is weakening. That special power is fading. The golden pattern visibly receded. Within a few breaths the chopstick became utterly ordinary again. The Umbu leader stepped forward and tried to pick it up again. This time he grasped it easily. It was no longer heavy. The mysterious fluctuation that had warped space was completely gone. Could it really have just been touched by the artifact's power? The Umbu leader hesitated. But the real judgment branch under Yi Chen's control had already transformed into a rule imprint silently merging into his palm. Just then hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived on the scene with Danzo and 2 advisors. Where is the divine artifact? The Umbu leader immediately knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, we discovered a chopstick that had been imbued with the artifact's power. But the power has already dissipated. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the chopstick and carefully sensed it. After a moment his expression grew increasingly strange. No chakra. No energy fluctuation. No special features whatsoever. It was just the most ordinary disposable chopstick. And it still had some ramen soup on it. Danzo, however, fixed his single eye on Yi-chan. Why did this chopstick happen to be in your hand? And why couldn't others lift it, only you could? His cold interrogative voice made Naruto's heart tighten. Yi-chan yawned. Lord Danzo, could it be? It was never that heavy to begin with. They couldn't lift it only because the artifact's power hadn't faded yet. Danzo sneered. I don't believe in coincidences. He stepped forward, his gaze boring into Yi-chan. Hiruzen, hand this man over to Root. I have countless ways to make him tell the truth. The atmosphere turned icy. Yi-chan lowered his eyes. In his palm the imprint of the judgment branch emitted a faint glow. Master, that one-eyed old man is so annoying. Can I cut him? Yi-chan was about to refuse when a loud boom suddenly erupted from the celestial screen. Warning! Warning! The divine artifact's location has shifted. New coordinates. Konoha Hokage building. Everyone snapped their heads upward. Danzo's expression froze instantly. The divine artifact was at the Hokage building. Then Yi-chan here couldn't possibly be the artifact's holder. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed drastically. A diversion. Everyone returned to the Hokage building immediately. The many ninjas abandoned their interrogation and rushed out of the ramen shop. Danzo gave Yi-chan a long hard look, then turned and left as well. But no one noticed the slight curl at the corner of Yi-chan's mouth. The so-called artifact fluctuation at the Hokage building was merely a fake coordinate he had the system create by spending a little emotion value. Yi-chan watched the crowd depart and stretched lazily. Finally some peace and quiet. In his mind the system notification rang out one after another. Ding! The artifact hunt triggered intense emotional fluctuations across the entire ninja world. Shock value, greed value, fear value are being settled continuously. Total emotion value exceeded 100 million. Conditions for ultimate extraction met. Spend 100 million emotion value to fuse the full power of Blood Moon Azura. Yi-chan's eyes instantly lit up. Even a fraction of that power had already restored a good deal of his strength. What level would the complete Blood Moon Azura reach? He didn't hesitate for a moment. Fused. Confirmed consumption of 100 million emotion points. Extracting all power of the Blood Moon Azura. Extraction progress 1. 10. 50. 100. Extraction complete. Begin fusion immediately. No. Yi-chan decisively halted. This was Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Although the system could conceal his aura, the power of the Blood Moon Azura was too immense. If he completed the fusion here and lost control, Ichiraku Ramen Shop would likely become a historical relic in an instant. Where would he eat ramen then? Naruto. What? Naruto was leaning on the table studying the ordinary chopstick that had reverted to normal. He turned it over and over, finding no abnormality. This bowl of ramen is on you. Yi-chan stood up and walked toward the door. Naruto froze for a moment, then jerked his head up. Why, oi? Because I was just surrounded by the Umbu, got severely frightened, and need to go home to rest. The one who got frightened was me. You're the future Hokage. Be strong. What does that have to do with paying? Tsuchi-sen, Naruto will settle the bill. Yi-chan waved his hand, without looking back, quickly disappearing into the end of the street. Naruto patted himself all over, finally pulling out only a few coins. He looked at Tsuchi, showing an ingratiating smile. Tsuchi-san, can I put it on credit? Tsuchi grinned and took out the ledger. Of course. Put it on Yi-chan's tab. No, on yours. Naruto's smile vanished instantly. On the other side, Yi-chan avoided the ninjas coming and going on the streets and returned to his single apartment. The room was very small. One bedroom, one living room, sparsely furnished. Several cups of instant noodles were piled on the table, and a few unwashed clothes were in the corner. Anyone seeing this living environment would never imagine that here lived a being who had spanned 1,000 years, changing the history of the ninja world through countless identities. Yi-chan closed the door behind him. He casually set up a barrier around the room. System begin fusion. Starting fusion of all power of the Blood Moon Azura. Boom. A vast power appeared within Yi-chan's body out of nowhere. If the chakra inside a ninja is a stream, and the tailed beast chakra a lake, then the power now appearing in Yi-chan's body was a boundless ocean. Flesh quaked. Bones roared. Every cell was undergoing an unimaginable transformation. Chen's original meager Genin-level chakra was instantly overwhelmed. In its place was an energy so vast, it could make the entire ninja world tremble. Not only that, a torrent of battle memories, rule insights, and power control techniques from the Blood Moon Azura also returned at this moment. One branch breaks all techniques. Flesh body suppresses mountains and rivers. Will overpowers heaven and earth. 1,000 years ago, everything he once possessed was now fully awakening. An invisible pressure spread uncontrollably. The system immediately activated, sealing all power fluctuations within this tiny apartment. The outside world sensed not a trace of chakra. But above Konoha village, an eerie change occurred at this moment. Thick clouds receded in all directions without warning. A massive hole tens of miles in diameter slowly appeared in the sky. Sunlight pierced through the hole, turning into a golden pillar of light that enveloped the entire Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was searching for the artifact in the Hokage building, looked up sharply. This is... Danzo's single eye narrowed slightly. A change in the heavens. Koha Udatane's expression was grave. No wind release, no chakra fluctuation. Why did the clouds suddenly dissipate? Hamura Midokado murmured. Could it be that artifact? No. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the sky, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This feels more like the pressure unconsciously released by some entity. In just a single moment it dispersed all the clouds covering Konoha. Everyone's breath caught. A terrifying thought involuntarily surfaced in their minds. Blood Moon Azura. Had the supreme god hidden in Konoha awoken because of the artifact's arrival? In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha was also staring at the broadcast of Konoha's anomaly from the celestial screen, a chill rising from the depths of his soul. This feeling was familiar. 1,000 years ago he had felt it when facing that man with the demon mask. Hashirama Senju. Madara, can you sense it? Madara Uchiha. No. Hashirama Senju, I haven't said what it is yet. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju, it's the senior's aura. Hashirama Senju, though it only appeared for a moment, there's no mistake. Madara Uchiha, you're dead. How can you sense anything through the celestial screen? Hashirama Senju. Instinct. Madara Uchiha. Ridiculous. Hashirama Senju. Madara, you seem nervous again. Madara Uchiha. Shut up. The other ninjas saw their exchange and immediately grasped the key point. Inoki First Hokage, do you believe the earlier celestial phenomenon was caused by the Blood Moon Azura? Hashirama Senju. Most likely. Fourth Raikage, so he really is still in Konoha. Hashirama Senju. Probably. Meitarumi, then those who are competing for the artifact now are snatching it right under his nose. At this remark the comment section suddenly fell silent. The ninjas from various villages rushing toward Konoha all slowed down at once. They had only been focused on the artifact. They almost forgot that the true owner of this artifact might be hiding in Konoha. To go before someone who could shatter a perfect Susano'o with a tree branch and snatch something that belonged to him. What was that if not seeking death? The fourth Raikage stopped at the border of the land of fire, his expression shifting. Continue forward. The temptation of the artifact was too great. Turn back immediately. Wouldn't that make Cloud seem afraid of Konoha? Just as he hesitated, the celestial voice rang out again. The Judgment Branch has completed its master recognition. The artifact's aura is fully merged with its master. Coordinate tracking function automatically deactivated. No one may continue to pry. It had recognized its master. The entire ninja world scramble was forcibly halted at this moment. The fourth Raikage was stunned at first, then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't want to seize it. The artifact had already recognized its master. That was a good excuse. It saved Cloud's face and also spared him from continuing toward Konoha, where he might clash head-on with the supposedly awakened Supreme Being. Retreat. The fourth Raikage ordered without hesitation. Inoki's flying corps also turned back midway. Tsunagakure Kirigakure, and even the Akatsuki all halted their movements. A single sentence from the celestial screen had dissolved the looming ninja world war. Meanwhile, in Chen's apartment. Fusion complete. The host has fully restored the power of the Blood Moon Azura. Chen slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his black pupils a blood moon seemed to flash and vanish. The next moment all anomalies disappeared. His aura returned to its ordinary state. From the outside, he was still the perennial genin who was always late, idling away his life. A long-lost feeling. Chen raised his right hand. The Judgment Branch emerged from his palm, taking the form of a pitch-black withered branch with golden patterns entwined around its surface. Master, should we go beat up that guy named Madara Uchiha again? The Judgment Branch asked excitedly. He's dead now. Then we'll go to the Pure Land and beat him. Not interested. Chen casually put away the Judgment Branch. He walked to the table, pulled out an unused disposable chopstick from beside the instant noodle cup. No chakra was attached. He didn't use the Judgment Branch. Relying solely on the power of the Blood Moon Azura, he gently swiped forward. The space in the room silently split open. A pitch-black rift hung in the air. On the other side of the rift was a strange, snowy region. A biting cold wind poured into the room through the spatial rift. Chen reached out and caught a snowflake, raising an eyebrow. A casual swipe actually connected to the land of snow. It seems my control is still a bit rusty after just fusing the power. If any outsider heard this, they would probably question their own existence. Using an ordinary chopstick to slice through space, crossing 10,000 miles to reach the land of snow. And in Chen's words, it was just rusty control. Chen gently closed his fingers. The spatial rift vanished instantly. The power is back. Awesome. He nodded in satisfaction. Just then a knock came at the door. Dong, dong, dong. Chen, open up. The Hokage has summoned all Konoha ninjas for an emergency meeting. No one is allowed to be absent. Chen looked down at the chopstick in his hand, then up at the huge cloud hole still lingering over Konoha. He didn't need to guess what Sarutobi Hiruzen's meeting was about. Searching for the Blood Moon Azura. Investigating the Judgment Branch. Checking all suspicious personnel in Konoha. Chen sighed. I just want to quietly eat a bowl of ramen. Why is it so hard? Half an hour later. The highest conference room in the Hokage building. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Shimura, Danzo, the two advisors, and the heads of all major ninja clans were gathered together. The atmosphere was suffocating. Hiruzen Sarutobi pressed his hands on the table, his gaze slowly sweeping across everyone. It can be confirmed now. Senior Blood Moon Azura is still alive, and he is currently within Konoha village. Danzo's single eye darkened. Hiruzen, we must find him. An uncontrollable monster with the power to destroy the ninja world hiding in the village. That is the greatest threat to Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at him coldly. Danzo, are you tired of living? Do you want the senior to use a tree branch to knock your head off? Danzo's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. In his mind, the image of Madara Uchiha being chased and knocked on the head involuntarily surfaced. But he quickly suppressed his fear. I am only doing this for Konoha. For Konoha, we should not provoke him. Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, we must search. But never through surveillance, interrogation, or capture. We must invite the senior to appear with the highest of honors. Just then the conference room door was pushed open. Chen walked in while yawning. Sorry. I helped an old lady cross the street on the way, so I'm late. Danzo glanced at him, his face darkening. Why does this useless genin have the right to attend the highest meeting? Chen paused slightly in his steps. The excited voice of the Judgment Branch rang in his mind again. Master, he insulted you again. Can I cut him this time? Master, that one-eyed old man insulted you again. Can we finally cut him this time? The excited voice of the Judgment Branch echoed in Chen's mind. Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. No. Why, he's not worthy. Oh. The Judgment Branch sounded a bit disappointed. Inside the meeting room, Danzo naturally had no idea that he had just brushed past the gates of hell. His single eye stared coldly at Chen. This is the highest level meeting of Konoha. What right does a useless piece of trash, not even a chunin, have to be here? Chen glanced around. Sarutobi, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, Inuzuka. Apart from the clan heads, there were indeed no ordinary genin present. So he very wisely turned around. Then I'll leave. Stop. Hiruzen Sarutobi called him back with a dark face. I issued the meeting notice. All registered ninja in Konoha, regardless of strength, must undergo the investigation. Since you're here, find a seat in the back and sit down. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chen sat down in the last row without any hesitation. As soon as he sat down, whispers broke out beside him. Who is he? Seems like that eternal genin Chen. The one who took the chunin exam 5 times and failed every time. I heard he was almost mistaken for the master of the Judgment Branch earlier. Him. That's why they said it was a mistake. Many people looked at Chen with obvious suspicion and scrutiny. But more than that, they dismissed him. Who was the Blood Moon Azura? A single branch suppressing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Living in seclusion for 1,000 years without dying. Just leaking a trace of his aura caused dozens of miles of clouds above Konoha to vanish. And Chen. Scarce chakra. Ugly resume. Idling away his days at Yao Ramen shop. A guy like that, even standing next to the Blood Moon Azura, would be an insult to that supreme deity, let alone the two being the same person. Even if someone said Chen was a descendant of the Blood Moon Azura, few would believe it. Hiruzen Sarutobi tapped the table. Quiet. The murmurs in the meeting room quickly died down. The purpose of calling you all here today is, I believe, clear to everyone. The celestial screen has confirmed that Senior Blood Moon Azura is still alive and living in seclusion within Konoha. Why did he stay in Konoha? What identity has he been living under all these years? We know nothing. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew extremely solemn. But one thing must be remembered. Senior Blood Moon Azura indirectly facilitated the founding of Konoha. He is the benefactor of the entire village. In the upcoming investigation, no coercive measures are to be used. No surveillance, no probing, and certainly no offense. Is everyone clear? Yes. The clan heads answered in unison. But Danzo let out a cold snort. Hiruzen, you're still as weak as ever. That man is indeed strong. But precisely because of that, we should bring him under Konoha's control. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Control? Danzo, do you even know what you're saying? Danzo slowly rose to his feet. His cane struck the floor with a dull thud. All power should be restrained. The Blood Moon Azura possesses the strength to destroy the ninja world, yet his identity and stance are unknown. If he is willing to protect Konoha naturally, he would be the village's greatest trump card. If not, a sinister glint flashed in Danzo's single eye. At the very least, we must find a way to uncover his weaknesses. The meeting room fell silent. Many clan heads looked at Danzo with strange expressions. Uncover the weaknesses of the Blood Moon Azura, a being who has lived for over 1,000 years and casually suppressed the two titans of the Warring States period. Who could investigate him? Who would dare? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned completely dark. Danzo, it seems you completely ignored my warning. I am acting for the sake of Konoha. Don't use Konoha as an excuse for your ambition. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice suddenly rose. How do you plan to control Senior Blood Moon Azura? Make him join the root. Plant the tongue cutter seal on him. Or have him follow your orders and eliminate your enemies in the shadows. Danzo said in a low voice. If handled properly, it's not impossible. Yi-chan, who was drinking water at the back row, nearly spat it out. This old man really dared to think. Plant the tongue cutter seal on him. That kind of cursed seal would be shattered by his own aura before it even touched his body. Hayashi Hyuga was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but remind. Elder Danzo, Senior Blood Moon Azura doesn't seem to like being ordered around. Choza Akimichi immediately nodded. Uchiha Madara just argued a few times and got whacked more than a dozen times. Inoichi Yamanaka had a subtle expression. If someone tries to control him. Everyone instinctively looked at Danzo's head. The same image appeared in their minds. Danzo, pinned to the ground by the Blood Moon Azura, repeatedly lashed with a branch. That scene felt utterly fitting. Hiruzen Sarutobi sneered. Danzo, if you really want that senior to join Root, I won't stop you. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. You agree, eh? Of course. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe and took a slow, leisurely puff. You can invite him in person. I can even prepare a branch for you. To make it easier for the senior to knock your head off. Danzo's face flushed pale and then red. Inside the meeting room, many people lowered their heads, shoulders trembling slightly. They wanted to laugh, but they didn't dare laugh in front of Danzo. Yi-chan, however, had no such restraint and let out a direct snort of laughter. Whoosh. Danzo's icy gaze instantly fell on him. What are you laughing at? Yi-chan immediately straightened up. Reporting to Lord Danzo, I thought of something happy. What happy thing? Today the second bowl of ramen at Yale is half price. A vein bulged on Danzo's forehead. What nonsense. Who would suddenly burst out laughing in such a setting just because of half-price ramen? Yet Yi-chan's expression was so sincere that no flaw could be found. Shikaku Nara, sitting not far away, glanced at Yi-chan thoughtfully. When Danzo proposed controlling the Blood Moon Azura, almost everyone in the room felt tense. But Yi-chan's eyes showed no fear at all. Instead, he looked as if he had heard a ridiculously funny joke. Just my imagination. Shikaku frowned slightly. Just then an Umbu appeared in the meeting room in a flash. Lord Hokage. The preliminary investigation is complete. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked in a deep voice. What are the results? Within Konoha, among all registered personnel over 1,000 years old, there are none. Everyone. Wasn't that obvious? If there were actually 1,000-year-old registered in the village, that would be the real problem. The Umbu realized he had said something stupid and quickly added. We checked all adult males in the village. No one matching the age and power of the Blood Moon Azura was found. Additionally, the sensory squad searched the entire village and detected no abnormal chakra. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not surprised. If he could be found so easily after hiding in the ninja world for 1,000 years, he wouldn't be the Blood Moon Azura. Shikaku Nara spoke up. Lord Hokage, perhaps our investigation direction was wrong from the start. What do you mean? The celestial screen only said that Senior Blood Moon Azura is in Konoha, not that he still maintains his appearance and identity from 1,000 years ago. Shikaku crossed his hands, his gaze profound. With his power changing his appearance, age, and even chakra signature should be no trouble. In other words, anyone in the village could be him. Boom. The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted instantly. Everyone looked at each other. Gradually vigilance crept into their eyes. An ordinary villager. A ninja. An old man. Or even a child who appeared completely powerless. No one could be sure. Yi-chan quietly leaned back in his seat. As expected of the Nara clan, their brains were indeed sharp. Fortunately, even if Shikaku guessed that he could disguise his identity, he couldn't pinpoint the exact target. With tens of thousands of residents in Konoha, investigating one by one would take who knows how long. Then expand the scope of investigation. Danzo spoke coldly. Bring all individuals with recent abnormal behavior to Root for interrogation. Elder Danzo. Shikaku frowned. If we treat Senior Blood Moon Azura like a criminal, the consequences would be disastrous. If we can't do this, or that should we just do nothing? Danzo's voice was dark. Konoha cannot tolerate such uncontrollable power. Is that so? A gentle voice suddenly came from the celestial screen. Everyone looked up simultaneously. Hashirama Senju's green barrage stretched across the sky. Hashirama Senju, when Senior Blood Moon pushed for the founding of Konoha, he didn't demand control over the village. Hashirama Senju, if he truly wanted to destroy Konoha, he wouldn't have needed to hide for 1,000 years. Hashirama Senju, whatever his identity now, as long as he's still willing to live in Konoha, it means he still has affection for this village. Hashirama Senju, I hope the Konoha of today does not disappoint him. The first Hokage himself had spoken. Inside the meeting room, everyone's expressions turned serious. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. The first Hokage is right. Stop all forcible investigations. Build a monument in the center of Konoha publicly thanking Senior Blood Moon Azura for everything he did for the village. If the senior is willing to appear, Konoha will welcome him with the highest ceremony. If he is not, no one may disturb his life. Danzo wanted to say something, but was silenced by Hiruzen Sarutobi's icy glare. Chen, sitting in the back, his eyes flickered slightly. That Hashirama kid, though a bit simple-minded back then, had a good heart after all. Master, the Judgment Branch asked quietly. That big guy with black hair spoke up for you. Should we hit him a few less times from now on? Sure, then just once. Chen, are you still thinking about hitting people? After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Chen was about to go back to sleep when Shikaku Nara stopped him. Chen, Lord Shikaku, something on your mind? Shikaku walked up to him and asked with a half-smile. When Elder Danzo talked about controlling the Blood Moon Azura, everyone was tense. Why weren't you afraid at all? Chen blinked. Because I believe in Lord Danzo. Believe in what? That he will definitely never find him. Shikaku was stunned. Chen yawned and walked past him. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. The supermarket has eggs on sale tonight. If I'm late, they'll be gone. Shikaku stood there watching Chen's lazy back, his frown deepening. Was that remark just a casual complaint? Or absolute confidence? Before he could ponder further, the celestial screen in the sky suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The 10th Supreme Deity has been revealed. Rest period over. The next Supreme Deity will be announced shortly. The entire ninja world fell silent instantly. The 10th Blood Moon Azura was already beyond comprehension. Then what kind of monster would the 9th be? Chen's steps faltered. The mood that had just relaxed sank again. Again. This time please don't let it be my number. In the land of Earth, within the hidden stone village, Inoki hovered above towering piles of ancient texts, rapidly flipping through dusty scroll after dusty scroll. Since the celestial screen confirmed the Blood Moon Azura still lived, all 5 great hidden villages had begun desperately searching for any related records. Konoha sought to confirm the identity under which this mighty being had chosen to live in seclusion. The other villages meanwhile wished to know if the Blood Moon Azura had ever had any connection with their own. What if he had left behind some legacy? At the very least, they needed to discern the preferences and taboos of this supreme deity, lest they inadvertently offend him and find their entire village annihilated without understanding why. Nothing. Still nothing. Inoki tossed another scroll aside, his expression souring. In all of the stone's existing public records, there was not a single trace of the Blood Moon Azura. It was as if this person had never appeared in the shinobi world. Yet that only unsettled Inoki further. During the celestial broadcast of the Warring States suppression, the title Blood Moon Azura had struck him as vaguely familiar. He felt as though in his distant youth he had heard someone mention a similar existence. Inoki, an aged voice suddenly emanated from the celestial screen's barrage. First Tsukuyomi Ishikawa, seek the black scroll marked as taboo in the deepest vault of the stone. Inoki's body trembled. Grandfather. First Tsukuyomi Ishikawa, the true founder of the hidden stone village. Inoki dared not delay, immediately commanding the opening of the highest security underground vault. Several stone umbu operatives combined their strength to heave open the heavy stone door. A stale decades-old mustiness rushed forth. Deep within the vault lay a black scroll thick with dust. The scroll bore no name upon its surface. Only a fading blood-red moon painted in dark crimson. At the sight of that blood moon, Inoki's heart gave a violent lurch. Found it. With trembling hands he unrolled the scroll. Within were no jutsu, no secret lore, only a single exceedingly brief warning. The shinobi world is vast with countless powerful warriors. The land of Earth may contend with other nations, but must never become arrogant. Should you see a blood moon hanging in the sky and a demon-faced warrior, cease all acts of war immediately. Do not provoke him. Do not spy on him. Do not pursue him. Those who violate these terms shall surely bring ruin upon the stone. The final 4 words seemed written in blood. Even across the long passage of years, they still exuded a chilling pressure that weighed on the heart. Inoki's pupils contracted sharply. Grandfather, why has this warning never appeared in the stone's history? Ishikawa was silent for a moment. First Tsukuyomi Ishikawa, because in the late Warring States period it was a taboo observed by all the great clans. First Tsukuyomi Ishikawa, no one who saw the Blood Moon Azura was permitted to record his name. Inoki not permitted. Ishikawa indeed. Ishikawa, in that era the Blood Moon Azura had designated a ceasefire zone where no clan was allowed to wage war. Ishikawa, a dozen or so clans refused to believe it and joined forces to try and kill him. Ishikawa, the very next day, all the elites of those clans were found hanging from the trees just outside the ceasefire zone. Inoki's eye twitched. Hanging from trees again. What was this Blood Moon Azura's particular obsession with trees? Ishikawa, from then on, the Warring States clans established a common taboo. Ishikawa, wherever the blood moon shone, the use of force was forbidden. Ishikawa later, when the hidden villages were founded, the clans, fearing this history would undermine the authority of the first 5 Kage, jointly destroyed all such records. Boom. The revelation exploded across the shinobi world. Cloud shinobi, so it wasn't just the Senju and Uchiha who got beaten. Sand shinobi, all the elites of a dozen clans attacked together, and the next day, they were all strung up in trees. Hozuki Genjutsu, this senior truly treats everyone equally. Mu defy him and get hung from a tree. Indeed, quite fair. Hashirama Senju, no wonder the other clans were all so well behaved after meeting him. Madara Uchiha, a bunch of trash. Hashirama Senju Madara, you seem to behave only after getting beaten yourself. Madara Uchiha, I am not the same as those trashes. Hashirama Senju, true, they were hung from the trees while you were chased around by a tree branch. Madara Uchiha Hashirama. The Pure Land was once again in an uproar. Inoki, however, had no mind for the spectacle. He unrolled the scroll further. At the end, there was an extremely crude illustration. In the image, a figure wearing an Oni mask stood at the center. Surrounding him knelt over a dozen clan leaders. One of them bore the insignia of an ancient Land of Earth clan. This is... Inoki's breath caught in his throat. Our stone's ancestor. Ishikawa, that is the chieftain of the Shinzo clan, the forerunner of the stone. Inoki, why is he kneeling too? Ishikawa did not answer for a long time. A sense of foreboding rose in Inoki's heart. Inoki, grandfather. Ishikawa, because he tried to steal the tree branch the blood moon Azura had casually stuck into the ground by the roadside. Ishikawa, after being discovered, he knelt for 3 days and 3 nights. The shinobi world was speechless. Steal a branch. Wasn't it just a random, ordinary branch snapped off a tree? This stone ancestor's audacity was truly beyond measure. Fourth Reikage, haha. Inoki, so your stone has such a tradition. Inoki, shut up. Fourth Reikage, didn't you also send people to Konoha to seize the judgment branch? Inoki, and didn't the cloud go too? Fourth Reikage, I merely went to maintain order for the sacred artifact. Meitarumi Reikage, do you honestly think anyone would believe that? The fourth Reikage fell silent. Inoki took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But just then a wooden tag tumbled from the bottom of the scroll. On the tag was written a line of small script to future descendants: if you should see the blood moon again, remember never to entertain greed. Above all, do not touch its branches. Inoki was at a loss for words. He had not only just entertained greed. He had personally led the stone's elite preparing to march to Konoha to seize the branch. Had the celestial screen not declared the judgment branch had already chosen its master, they would have already crossed into the land of fire. So close. So very close. Cold sweat beaded on Inoki's forehead. The mere thought that the blood moon Azura himself might be standing in Konoha waiting for those who sought to snatch his artifact to come to him sent a chill of terror through him. Lord Ōtsutsuki, are you alright? A nearby stone shinobi asked with concern. I'm fine. I just suddenly realized that my ancestor's lesson was quite wise. Inoki slowly descended from atop the scroll, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, a faint sound came from his lower back. Crack. Inoki's expression froze. Lord Ōtsutsuki, don't move. Inoki braced his back with both hands, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. My back. I think I've thrown it out. The stone vault immediately descended into chaos. Medical Nin. Hurry, call a medical Nin. That Ōtsutsuki has thrown his back out from fright. Nonsense. I merely strained it from reading scrolls for too long. It has nothing to do with the blood moon Azura. Inoki roared in exasperation, but his explanation was clearly too late. Fourth Reikage, Inoki, you threw your back out from a wooden tag. Inoki, I did not. Hozuki Genjutsu, haha. The blood moon Azura didn't even show himself, yet the third Ōtsutsuki is too scared to stand up straight. Inoki, I'm just getting old. Mu Inoki, stop making excuses. Inoki-sensei, how can you not believe me too? While the stone was in an uproar, the other nations were making discoveries of their own. The sand had found a blood moon in an ancient mural from the land of wind. The cloud, meanwhile, had uncovered a handwritten letter among the first Reikage's belongings. It contained but a single line: if you encounter one who wears an Oni mask, cease all provocation immediately and offer a sincere apology. The records found by the mist were even more absurd. It was said that during the Warring States era, a clan leader from the land of water, confident in his mastery of water release, had taunted the blood moon Azura from across the sea. The very next day, that leader, along with the very island he stood on, was sent flying to the other end of the land of water by a single swing of a branch. One dusty record after another came to light. The entire shinobi world finally realized the blood moon Azura's traces were not absent from history. They had merely been concealed by a collective effort of the major powers. He was no nobody. He was an ancient taboo, one whose very name could not be easily recorded. Within half a day, the name, Blood Moon Azura, had spread across the entire shinobi world. The daimyo of various nations even issued emergency decrees overnight. It was forbidden to deface images of the blood moon. It was forbidden to wear Oni masks as provocation. It was forbidden to casually strike people with tree branches. The Ichiraku ramen shop, however, experienced an unprecedented influx of customers. Everyone knew that the judgment branch had revealed its presence there. Even though the artifact had chosen its master, the collapsed floorboard and the chopsticks that had touched divine power might still hold secrets. Tsuchi, looking at the line stretching to the end of the street, smiled from ear to ear. Chen sat in the corner, a free bowl of deluxe chashu ramen before him. Chen, thanks to your chopstick today. From now on, your second bowl is always half price. Chen paused mid-bite. Not free. The first bowl is always regular price. What a swindler. Naruto, meanwhile, had picked up a tree branch and was swinging it around by the roadside. Watch this. One branch smashes Susano'o. And this. One branch flattens a 1,000-armed Buddha. Sasuke walked past, casting him a cold, dismissive glance. Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Naruto bristled with anger. A truly powerful shinobi can overcome anything, even with a plain tree branch. Sasuke stopped. He looked at the branch in Naruto's hand, scenes from the celestial screen flashing through his mind. After a moment, he silently bent down and picked up a branch of his own from the roadside. Naruto's eyes widened. Didn't you say I was an idiot? Sasuke's face remained cold. I'm just studying the Blood Moon Azura's fighting style. It's not like I'm copying you. With that, he turned and walked away briskly, branch in hand. Chen watched the scene, his lips twitching involuntarily. This was getting out of hand. At this rate, the Shuriken Jutsu course at the Ninja Academy would soon be replaced by a branch-wielding course. Just then, rumble. Deep within the celestial screen, billions of golden lightning bolts erupted. Ancient divine runes illuminated the heavens. The dense barrage of comments instantly froze. A majestic divine voice resounded across the shinobi world once more. The rest period is over. The compilation of the Supreme God ranking continues. Soon to be revealed. The 9th place on the Ninja World's 10 Supreme Gods ranking. The clamor of the entire shinobi world ceased at that very moment. Countless people looked up simultaneously. The Blood Moon Azura had raised everyone's expectations to their peak. Who would be 9th? The Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Ōtsutsuki, or another ancient taboo hidden in history? In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha stood with arms crossed, silent. He had learned his lesson. He would absolutely not make any rash remarks before the celestial screen revealed the answer. What if the next one was another acquaintance? Chen, holding his ramen, felt his eyelid begin to twitch uncontrollably. It can't be. I created so many accounts back then. I won't necessarily be on the list consecutively. This 9th place. It can't be me again, right? In the next instant, the celestial screen blazed with golden light. A line of pitch-black characters slowly materialized before everyone's eyes. The Ninja World's 10 Supreme Gods ranking. 9th place. The true Dark Emperor of Konoha. Boom. Everyone in Konoha was collectively petrified. Konoha again. The elites of the other hidden villages went red-eyed with envy in an instant. In Chen's hand, the chopsticks fell to the table with a clatter. Oh no, it really is one of my accounts. 9th place. Konoha's true Emperor of the Dark Night. Giant black characters stretched across the heavens, as if devouring every trace of light in the world. The entire Konoha fell silent for 3 full breaths. Then, boom, cheers erupted to the heavens. Konoha again. The 10th place Blood Moon Shura helped establish Konoha, and the 9th is still a powerhouse from our village. Konoha truly is the strongest shinobi village in the world. What are Cloud and Stone compared to us? On the streets, countless Konoha shinobi and villagers were flushed with excitement. Though they still didn't know who this Emperor of the Dark Night was, the celestial screen had already clearly marked Konoha's true Emperor of the Dark Night. Since the name bore the prefix Konoha, it meant this supreme god shared a profound connection with the village, perhaps another guardian hidden within the village. Meanwhile, in other shinobi villages, the atmosphere turned oppressive. Kimogakure, the 4th Raikage, stared fixedly at the celestial screen. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why does it have to be Konoha again? The ninja world is vast. Do all the supreme gods live in Konoha? Boom. The Raikage's fist slammed down. The newly replaced desk was once again reduced to splinters. Mabui watched the wood shavings scattered across the floor, the corner of her mouth twitching. This was already the 6th desk this month. At this rate, the Raikage's office budget would soon be drained by desks alone. Raikage-sama, please remain calm. It's just a title. It doesn't necessarily mean this powerhouse is loyal to Konoha. It literally says Konoha's true Emperor of the Dark Night. How could there be no connection? The 4th Raikage pointed at the sky, growing angrier with each word. First Hashirama Senju, then Madara Uchiha. Now a Blood Moon Shura, and here comes an Emperor of the Dark Night. Just how many cheating monsters is Konoha hiding? The Cloud Shinobi had no response. Indeed, based solely on the history revealed, so far Konoha's foundations were already absurdly formidable. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Either one alone could have founded a major sect in any other village. Yet before Konoha's true hidden powerhouse, the two seemed like mere juniors. 4th Raikage, I refuse to accept this. 4th Raikage, why is the 9th place from Konoha again? Inoki, the ranking is based on strength, not distributed evenly among villages. 4th Raikage, Inoki, whose side are you on? Inoki, this old man merely speaks the truth. Meitarumi, is it possible this Emperor of the Dark Knight merely resides in Konoha without obeying the Hokage's orders? Fourth Raikage, it better be so. Konoha Ninja Raikage, you're just jealous. Cloud Ninja, what's there for Konoha to be proud of? You don't even know this person exists. Konoha Ninja, even if we don't know him, he's still ours. Stone Ninja, that's actually true. The comments section erupted into chaos. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared blankly at the sky. His pipe slipped from his lips. Emperor of the Dark Knight. When did Konoha ever have such a title? The pipe fell, landing squarely inside his collar. Hot ash slid down his chest. The third Hokage's expression twisted instantly. Hot, hot, hot. The usually dignified and composed third Hokage leapt from his chair, frantically patting his clothes in the office. Hamura Mitokado silently turned away. Kohyutatane raised a hand to cover her face. Danzo stood to the side, his expression growing increasingly grim. Emperor of the Dark Knight. The darkness of the shinobi world. Could it be? He stroked his chin, a glint of sharp light flashing through his single exposed eye. In all of Konoha, who was most qualified to be called the Emperor, hidden in darkness? Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage who basked in sunlight. But he, Danzo Shimura, was the one rooted underground, silently guarding the village as the darkness of the shinobi world. Perhaps this title referred to him. At the thought, Danzo's back straightened slightly. Danzo Shimura, the so-called Emperor of the Dark Knight, should be one who endures everything in shadow, protecting Konoha through unseen means. Danzo Shimura, Konoha can bask in sunlight precisely because someone willingly became the darkness. Seeing this comment, the entire ninja world was taken aback. Konoha Ninja, what does Danzo-sama mean? Cloud Ninja, he doesn't actually think he's the Emperor of the Dark Knight, does he? Stone Ninja, it's possible. Fourth Raikage, that one-eyed old man wrapped in bandages ranked above Blood Moon Shura. Danzo's expression darkened. Danzo Shimura, ignorant fools can never understand the sacrifice of those rooted in darkness. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, that's enough. Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen, are you jealous of me? Hiruzen Sarutobi, I just don't want to see you embarrassed later. Danzo snorted coldly. Before the ranking identity was fully revealed, no one could prove his speculation wrong. What if it really was him? The celestial screen evaluated comprehensive strength, battle records, and influence. In terms of strength, he indeed hadn't shown his full power. In terms of influence, he had been hidden behind the scenes for years with roots networks spreading across the ninja world. As for battle records, many things simply couldn't be made public. The more he thought, the more Danzo felt the Emperor of the Dark Knight perfectly matched him. In the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju frowned deeply upon seeing Danzo's remarks. Tobirama Senju, Danzo, has your current strength surpassed that of my brother and Madara Uchiha? Danzo's expression stiffened. Danzo Shimura-sensei, Tobirama, the ranking isn't based solely on strength. Tobirama Senju, meaning you don't have it. Danzo Shimura. Hashirama Senju, if you don't have it, then it shouldn't be you. Madara Uchiha, a useless fool who can't even match Hashirama, dares to call himself an emperor. Danzo Shimura, Madara Uchiha, you're already dead. Madara Uchiha, even in death, I can make scum like you tremble in fear. Danzo gripped his cane tightly, his face ashen. He wanted to retort, but remembering Madara's complete body, Susano'o, the words caught in his throat. Even with multiple transplanted Sharingan, he knew he couldn't face that monster head-on. At Ichiraku Ramen Shop, Naruto slapped the table, laughing loudly. Ichin, look at that old man Danzo. He actually thinks he's 9th on the ranking. Ichin picked up his chopsticks again and blew the dust off them. When people live long enough, they occasionally have dreams. Then who really is the Emperor of the Dark Knight? How would I know? Ichin said without batting an eye. In truth, he remembered this alias quite well. Blood Moon Shura was the identity he used during the Warring States period to suppress the major clans. As for the Emperor of the Dark Knight, it was another alias he casually created after Konoha's founding to make it convenient to live in the village. This identity rarely ever made public appearances. His greatest hobby on ordinary days was sleeping. If not for the Ninetales rampage that night being too loud and waking him, Ichin wouldn't have bothered to act. But judging by the Celestial Screen's title, it clearly intended to expose everything from back then. Please don't reveal my face. Ichin silently prayed. I used disguise techniques back then, but a close look would still reveal some resemblance. If anyone recognizes me, my peaceful days are over. Naruto didn't notice anything unusual about Ichin. He stared at the sky with eager anticipation. Konoha's true Emperor of the Dark Knight. Sounds even more impressive than the Hokage. Ichin, do you think he might also live in Konoha? Maybe. Then I'll become his disciple. Naruto pumped his fist excitedly. Once I find Blood Moon Shura and the Emperor of the Dark Knight, I'll become both of their disciples. Ichin glanced at him. Quite greedy of you. With 2 supreme gods as my masters, who in the entire ninja world could beat me? Naruto laughed with his hands on his hips. Ichin thought seriously for a moment. If Naruto became a disciple of both his aliases simultaneously, how would seniority work? Would he be his master twice over? Or would the 2 identities each take a disciple separately? Too troublesome. Indeed, better not take any disciples. Inside Naruto's body, the Ninetales had been lying deep in its cage, completely uninterested in the ranking. Until the 4 characters, Emperor of the Dark Knight, appeared, its ears suddenly twitched. A foreboding sensation etched deep in its very soul surged forth. Dark night. Konoha. No way. The Ninetales slowly rose to its feet. Its colossal body trembled uncontrollably. It recalled that night of the Ninetales rampage. The black-robed youth who had appeared silently in midair. The monster that had frozen its very soul with a single glance. Impossible. That man never left a name. The celestial screen won't necessarily list him. The Ninetales kept reassuring itself. But its trembling grew increasingly evident. At the same time, in the Pure Land, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were also deep in thought. Konoha's Emperor of the Dark Night. Kushina frowned. Minato, when you were Hokage, did you ever hear of this person? Minato gently shook his head. No. Among Konoha's secret forces, root is controlled by Danzo, and the Umbu answers directly to the Hokage. I never heard of any so-called Emperor of the Dark Night. Kushina clenched her fists. Could it be related to the Ninetales incident? Minato's body stiffened. Why do you say that? Instinct. Kushina's expression was grave. I've always felt there were many things about that night we never got to see clearly. Minato fell silent. During the Ninetales incident back, then his memories did contain a strange blank spot. In the final moments, he should have performed the dead demon-consuming seal. But just before the seal was completed, he suddenly lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he was already in the Pure Land. The Ninetales had been successfully sealed. Naruto survived. Konoha wasn't destroyed. All these years Minato believed his technique had completed itself after he lost consciousness. But what if it wasn't so? What if someone else had appeared during the time he was unconscious? Could it be? Minato stared fixedly at the celestial screen. At that moment the pitch-black screen slowly unfurled. Supreme God ranking 9th place. Konoha's true Emperor of the Dark Night. True name unknown. Age unknown. Origin unknown. His existence spans the entire history of Konoha's founding. From the era of the first Hokage to the fourth Hokage, Konoha faced annihilation multiple times, and each time a mysterious force intervened from the shadows. Generations of Hokage stood in the sunlight protecting Konoha, but he stood in darkness unknown to all, passing judgment on every threat. If the Hokage are Konoha's crown, then he is the colossal root reaching deep into the abyss of the ninja world. Seeing that final line, Danzo's spirits lifted. Crown and root. Wasn't that hinting at him? Danzo Shimura, exactly as I said. Hiruzen Sarutobi, exactly as you said. What? Danzo Shimura, I've always said Konoha needs someone rooted in darkness. Fourth Reikage, this old man actually believes it's him. Anoki, this old man doesn't care for Madara Uchiha, but he's right. Danzo can't possibly be ranked above Blood Moon Shura. Danzo Shimura, the ranking doesn't only consider compatibility. Danzo argued stubbornly. Just then the celestial screen's emotionless voice rang out. Special announcement. Konoha's true Emperor of the Dark Night has absolutely no connection to Danzo Shimura or the root organization he established. The two cannot be mentioned in the same breath. The former protects Konoha. The latter merely claims to protect Konoha. The tea Hiruzen had just drunk sprayed out instantly. In the meeting room, everyone turned to look at Danzo in unison. The former protects Konoha. The latter merely claims to protect Konoha. The celestial screen was showing absolutely no mercy to Danzo. Danzo's face went from pale to red, then from red to black. Finally, it was dark enough to drip water. Fourth Reikage, haha. Genjutsu Hozuki merely claims to protect Konoha. That assessment is quite blunt. Hashirama Senju, Danzo, care to explain yourself? Tobarama Senju, monkey, what exactly has Danzo been doing all these years? Hiruzen Sarutobi sensei, this matter is rather complicated. Tobarama Senju, after the ranking ends, give me a full report. Danzo Shimura, this is slander against me by the celestial screen. Celestial screen, everything this screen states is true information. There is no slander whatsoever. Another finishing blow. Danzo's vision went dark and he nearly fainted on the spot. Chen watched with great satisfaction. He decided to spare Danzo from the judgment branch for now. It was better to keep him alive. At least he could continue providing entertainment and emotional value. The celestial screen's imagery continued to shift. The once bright sky gradually became shrouded in pitch-black night. The moonlight was pale and cold. Konoha village flickered faintly in the darkness. A faint infant's cry drifted from the depths of the celestial screen. Wah, wah. The crying was soft. Yet it froze Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki in place simultaneously. This is... Kushina's soul trembled violently. Naruto's cry. The next moment, boom. A bestial roar filled with savagery, hatred, and bloodlust suddenly tore through the night sky. Roar. The terrifying sound waves swept across Konoha. In the celestial screen's imagery, a colossal orange-red demon fox as massive as a mountain roared at the heavens. 9 giant tails lashed wildly. Wherever they passed, buildings collapsed, and the earth shattered. Within its crimson eyes, Black Tomo slowly spun. The 9-tailed demon fox. Seeing this familiar scene, countless Konoha villagers' faces turned pale in an instant. The 9-tails. It's the night of the 9-tails rampage. My parents died that night. The Emperor of the Dark Night actually appeared during the 9-tails incident. In the Pure Land, Minato Namikaze suddenly stood up. Kushina Uzumaki covered her mouth with both hands, tears glistening in her eyes. Inside the Akatsuki hideout, Obito Uchiha disguised as Tobi went rigid. His pupils shrank to pinpricks beneath the mask. Damn it, why is this night being shown? If the celestial screen exposed everything about the Nine-Tails incident, his identity and plans might never be hidden again. Obito clenched his fists tightly, cold sweat seeping from his palms. Inside the sealed space within Naruto, seeing the image of itself rampaging through Konoha, the Nine-Tails felt no pride whatsoever. Instead, with extremely slow movements, it silently retreated to the deepest part of its cage. Not watching. This old one isn't watching anything. That night's events are over. That demon definitely won't appear again. The Nine-Tails said this while desperately covering its eyes with both front paws. But all 9 of its tails were trembling uncontrollably. On the celestial screen, blood-red text slowly emerged. 9th place on the Supreme God ranking highlight achievement. The hidden truth of the Nine-Tails incident. When the strongest tailed beast tore through its seal. When the 4th Hokage was exhausted to the brink of death. When the mastermind behind it all believed he had everything under control. He descended from the darkness. Let the entire ninja world bear witness. What it truly means to be Konoha's guardian. The hidden truth of the Nine-Tails rampage. The true guardian of Konoha. The bold black characters spanned across the sky. Within Konoha, the cheers that had arisen because the second supreme god came from the village quickly faded. What replaced them was a suffocating heaviness. The Nine-Tails rampage. To other hidden villages, it was merely a disaster that had once shaken the shinobi world. But to Konoha, that night remained an unhealed scar to this day. Countless ninja and civilians had perished. The 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki both sacrificed their lives. Large parts of the village had been reduced to ruins. Even years later, many families in Konoha still bore the pain of that night. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, his expression graver than ever. The Dark Emperor's greatest achievement is actually connected to the Nine-Tails rampage. Could there have been hidden circumstances that even we didn't know back then? Hamura Mitokado frowned. The Nine-Tails suddenly broke its seal. To protect the village, the 4th used the dead demon consuming seal, sealing half of the Nine-Tails within himself and the other half into Naruto. That is the full story as we know it. But if things were truly that simple, why would the Celestial Scroll call it a hidden truth? Kohara Udatane turned to look at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, before Minato sacrificed himself, did he reveal anything more to you? Hiruzen remained silent for a moment, then shook his head gently. No. When I arrived at the battlefield, the Nine-Tails had already been sealed. Minato and Kushina had already lost their lives. Apart from them and the newborn Naruto, I found no one else at the scene. As he spoke, Hiruzen's fingers tightened around his pipe. Now it seems. It wasn't that no one else was there. Rather, that person had left so cleanly that they left no trace for us at all. Danzo's single eye gleamed. If the so-called Dark Emperor was present back, then the sealing of the Nine-Tails might not have been entirely Minato's doing. Even more, he might have been the one who decided the outcome of the battle. Danzo. Hiruzen whipped around, his gaze sharp. Minato sacrificed himself to protect Konoha, a fact witnessed by everyone. Even if someone else intervened that night, you have no right to deny the 4th Hokage's achievements. Danzo snorted coldly and said no more. He simply wanted to know what role the mysterious figure from the Celestial Scroll had truly played in the Nine-Tails rampage. If that person had truly lived since the founding of Konoha, did the successive Hokage know of his existence all along? How many secrets had Hiruzen kept hidden? At the very back of the meeting room, Yi-chan leaned back in his chair with a helpless expression. The Nine-Tails rampage. Why did they have to show this part? That night he was sound asleep. First, Kushina's labor triggered a fluctuation in the seal. Then Obito released the Nine-Tails, throwing half of Konoha into chaos. The Nine-Tails' roar shattered even the window of his room. Yi-chan endured it for a long time. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he threw on a coat and went out to deal with it. Had he known it would be broadcast in front of the entire shinobi world 1,000 years later, he would have changed into something more formal. At the very least, not sandals. Yi-chan and I-san. Naruto's shout interrupted his recollection. Somehow the boy had squeezed into the meeting room. Now he stood beside Yi-chan, staring nervously at the Celestial Scroll. Is the baby in that vision really me? Yi-chan glanced at him. Though Naruto was usually carefree, he had clearly changed upon hearing the names Minato and Kushina. Nervous, expectant, and a trace of fear of the truth. It should be. Yi-chan's tone was unusually gentle. Then my father and mother. Naruto's voice trembled slightly. Will they also appear? Yes. They gave everything to protect you back then. You should watch closely. Naruto nodded firmly. His small fists were already clenched tight. In the Celestial Scroll, the darkness gradually receded. A vision of Konoha stained by firelight appeared before everyone. Rumble. Houses collapsed in large numbers. Countless villagers fled through the streets. Ninjas charged against the tide toward the Nine-Tails, but their jutsu couldn't even slow it down for a moment. The Nine-Tails casually swung one of its tails. Dozens of ninja were sent flying like kites with broken strings. Each step it took made the earth tremble violently. Its 9 tails blotting out the sky danced wildly above Konoha like a sign of the apocalypse. Even through the celestial scroll, everyone could feel that suffocating sense of despair. The younger generation of ninja was witnessing for the first time the true terror of a tailed beast. At the Ninja Academy, Sakura's face was pale, her legs weak. So this is the 9 tails. That night the village faced a monster like this. Nearby Akamaru had already tucked its tail between its legs and hid under the desk, refusing to come out. Hinata clenched her hands nervously. She was born after the 9 tails rampage had ended. She had only heard about that disaster from her elders. Only now did she realize it wasn't just a simple historical term. It was a calamity truly capable of destroying Konoha. Sasuke stared intently at the 9 tails' eyes. In those scarlet beast pupils Tomo were clearly visible. Sharingan. Was the 9 tails controlled by an Uchiha? Not just Sasuke. Numerous powerful shinobi across the world also noticed this detail. Hyuga Hayashi, there are traces of the Sharingan in the 9 tails' eyes. Ao the Byakugan from the mist confirms that it was under Genjutsu control. Anoki, so the 9 tails rampage wasn't a natural tailed beast outbreak, but a deliberate attack. Fourth Raikage and Uchiha, who could control the 9 tails. How many people in the entire world could do that back then? Madara Uchiha, no need to guess, it wasn't me. Madara rarely clarified himself. Although he had indeed controlled the 9 tails before, in the year the 9 tails attacked Konoha, he was already dead according to the normal timeline. He refused to take that blame. Tobirama Senju, apart from Madara, there was another Uchiha from a later generation who could control the 9 tails. Uchiha Azuna, white-haired, what do you mean? Tobirama Senju, stating a fact. Uchiha Azuna, you're clearly suspecting the Uchiha. Tobirama Senju, I didn't paint those Sharingan in the 9 tails' eyes. Within the Uchiha clan compound, all clansmen wore grim expressions. After the 9 tails rampage, they had been suspected by the village's higher-ups. The entire Uchiha clan was forced to relocate to the edge of the village. The police force was placed under strict surveillance. And now the Celestial Scroll proved that the 9 tails had indeed been controlled by the Sharingan. This was hardly good news for the Uchiha. Yet they too wanted to know, who was the Uchiha who controlled the 9 tails? Uchiha clan member, that night all Uchiha received orders to evacuate the villagers. No one approached the 9 tails. Konoha ninja, then how do you explain the Sharingan in the 9 tails' eyes? Uchiha clan member, someone must be framing us. Cloud ninja, can the Sharingan be framed? It wasn't the Hyuga clan, was it? The comment section was in an uproar. The fourth Raikage, who had initially been resentful that the 9th powerhouse once again came from Konoha, now sneered upon seeing the 9 tails rampage. Fourth Raikage, so what if Konoha has a supreme god? Fourth Raikage, the 9 tails already invaded the village. Where was your so-called Dark Emperor then? Cloud ninja, exactly. If there really was an invincible guardian of Konoha, the 9 tails couldn't have caused such heavy casualties. IWA ninja, perhaps he was not in the village at that time. Fourth Raikage, the title says descended from darkness, so he was definitely there. Fourth Raikage, I'd like to see how he deserves to be ranked above the Blood Moon Azura. This time many agreed with the Raikage. The Blood Moon Azura's achievements were indisputable. He had single-handedly suppressed the 2 great powers of the Warring States period. He forced an end to the clan wars. He facilitated the founding of Konoha. And what about the Dark Emperor? If he truly was Konoha's guardian, why did he allow the 9 tails to wreak havoc for so long? In the vision, the 9 tails raised its head again. Black and scarlet chakra compressed fiercely in its mouth. A tailed beast ball, dozens of meters in diameter, swiftly formed. The terrifying energy distorted space and shook the earth. The 9 tails lowered its head. The tailed beast ball aimed at the crowd at the very center of Konoha. Countless ninja wore expressions of despair. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to fire, a golden figure appeared out of nowhere above the 9 tails' head. A white cloak with the kanji 4 Hokage rippled in the wind. The red characters on the back were clearly visible. Fourth Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique. Minato Namikaze pressed his hands onto the prearranged markings. A massive spatial barrier expanded instantly. Boom. The tailed beast ball was absorbed by the Flying Thunder God barrier. A moment later, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose from a distant forest outside Konoha. Minato Namikaze knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. But he didn't pause. Activating the Flying Thunder God again, he vanished with the 9 tails from the center of Konoha. Seeing this, the villagers of Konoha erupted in deafening cheers. The fourth. It's the fourth Hokage. He took the 9 tails away. Naruto stared at the golden figure in the celestial scroll without blinking. That's my father. Chen nodded. The yellow flash of Konoha. A very outstanding shinobi. Naruto's eyes quickly reddened. Growing up, he had heard so many people praise the fourth Hokage, but no one had ever told him that was his father. Minato Namikaze, so the celestial scroll is going to play that night from the beginning. Kushina Uzumaki Minato Naruto can see this too, right? Naruto Uzumaki, yes. Naruto Uzumaki, mom, I'm watching. Kushina Uzumaki Naruto, don't be afraid, mommy has always loved you. Naruto bit his lip hard, but tears still fell uncontrollably. In the vision, the camera moved past Konoha to a wasteland outside the village. Minato Namikaze and the 9 tails appeared simultaneously. In the distance, a weakened red-haired woman was supported by chakra chains. Her face was pale, her abdomen covered in blood. Yet when she saw the baby in the swaddling clothes, an extremely gentle light appeared in her eyes. Naruto's body trembled violently. No one needed to introduce her. He already knew. That was his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. At the same time, golden chakra chains burst from Kushina's body. Adamantine sealing chains. The chains instantly wrapped around the Nine-Tails' limbs and Nine-Tails, binding its massive body tightly. The Nine-Tails let out a furious roar. Minato placed the swaddled Naruto in the center of the altar. Seeing this, everyone realized the true sealing was about to begin. But the celestial scroll suddenly froze at that moment. The camera slowly panned to a distorted space outside the battlefield. A figure in a black robe wearing an orange spiral mask was hidden in the shadows. A single scarlet eye stared coldly through the mask's hole. The true mastermind of the Nine-Tails rampage appears. Identity temporarily hidden. His goal was not merely to release the Nine-Tails. He had prepared a second plan of destruction for Konoha. At this sight, the entire shinobi world erupted in uproar. There was another move. Was the Nine-Tails just the first attack on the surface? At the Akatsuki base, Obito's fingers tightened abruptly. Celestial Scroll. How much more do you know? In the vision, Obito slowly raised his hand. Beneath Konoha, far from the battlefield, tens of thousands of explosive tags simultaneously lit up. They were densely packed, covering a large area of the village. If detonated, the entire Konoha would turn into a sea of fire. The Celestial Scroll's blood-red characters appeared. Even if the fourth Hokage successfully seals the Nine-Tails, Konoha will still face destruction. Tens of thousands of explosive tags were buried beneath Konoha. At the sight, every Konoha shinobi felt their scalps tighten. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned ashen. He sharply turned to the ANBU captain in charge of the village's defenses. Why weren't these explosive tags discovered back then? Hokage-sama, based on the image, the tags seemed to have been hidden in a special space. They hadn't actually entered Konoha's underground at that time. That's why the barrier team and the sensor team didn't notice. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared hard at the masked figure in the image. Space-time ninjutsu. Able to infiltrate Konoha's barrier. Possessing the Sharingan that controls the Nine-Tails. And having prepared such a massive number of explosive tags in advance. This person knows Konoha all too well. He knows the patrol patterns of the barrier team. He knows Kushina's delivery date. He knows that during childbirth the seal of a Jinchuriki becomes at its weakest. He even knows Minato Namikaze's combat habits. Without that, he could not have arranged everything so meticulously. A traitor. Even if this person isn't a Konoha shinobi, he must have lived in Konoha for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to possess so much intelligence. Fugaku Uchiha's expression darkened. But who could he be? At that time, all Uchiha clan members were recorded in the police force's registry. No one went missing, and no one possessed such a level of space-time dojutsu. Danzo glanced coldly at Fugaku. Whether anyone did or not, that's not for you alone to decide. Fugaku's gaze hardened. Elder Danzo, the celestial screen will eventually reveal the truth. If this matter has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, I hope the village's high council will give the Uchiha an explanation for all these years of suspicion. The atmosphere in the office became tense. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the desk. This is not the time for arguments. Keep watching. On the celestial screen, the masked figure hidden within Kamui's space, his single eye cold. Minato-sensei. You are indeed strong. Even against the Nine-Tails, you could complete the seal in a short time. But from tonight onward, Konoha is destined to become history. As the voice fell, his right hand slightly lifted. The explosive tags in the other dimension simultaneously ignited at one corner. Inside the Akatsuki base, Conan stepped forward abruptly. The way these explosive tags are arranged is quite similar to my technique. Obito deliberately spoke in an exaggerated tone. Whoa. So there was such a terrible villain back then. Toby is so scared. Conan glanced at him without speaking. But Pain's Rinnegan slowly turned. The masked figure's voice had been specially altered, the original timbre completely unrecognizable. Yet for some reason he felt that figure looked somehow familiar. Especially that space-time ninjutsu. Madara. Pain suddenly spoke. Do you know the person in the image? Obito paused, then waved his hand with a grin. Leader, you're asking the wrong person. Toby is only an intern in the Akatsuki. How would I know such a monster? I'm asking about Uchiha Madara. The air thickened slightly. Obito kept his Toby-like comical posture. Madara-sama comes and goes mysteriously. How would Toby know? Pain did not press further, but the suspicion toward this masked man had already deepened silently in his mind. The celestial screen switched back to the wasteland. Kushina used adamantine sealing chains to bind the Nine-Tails. Minato Namikaze stood before the altar, hands rapidly forming hand signs. There is no other way. The Nine-Tails' power is too immense. It cannot be sealed whole into Naruto's body. I must split its chakra into two. Kushina looked at Minato weakly. You want to use that jutsu? Minato nodded gently. Dead demon consuming seal. As those four words fell, the entire shinobi world's atmosphere turned heavy. Many shinobi did not know this jutsu. But the high-ranking officials of the great villages and the powerful souls in the Pure Land all changed expression simultaneously. Tobirama Senju, dead demon consuming seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi Sensei, it's a forbidden jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. The caster sacrifices their own life to summon the death god and seal the target's soul. Kushina Uzumaki Minato intended to use his own life to eternally seal half of the nine tails inside the death god's stomach. Fourth rakeage for a newborn child, in the village he would go that far. Inoki, regardless of one's stance, the fourth Hokage truly deserves respect. Naruto's hands gripped the edge of the table tightly. Dad. In the image, Minato's hand signs were already complete. A colossal death god phantom visible only to the caster slowly appeared behind him. Pale face, fierce grin, holding a short blade in its mouth. An eerie aura spread across the battlefield. Yet just as the death god's arm was about to pass through Minato's soul and grasp the Yin chakra of the nine tails, an unexpected change occurred. The Sharingan pattern in the nine tails' eyes suddenly spun wildly. The massive body previously bound by the adamantine chains again erupted with a ferocious power far surpassing before. Roar, bang, a golden chain snapped abruptly. Then a second, a third. Kushina suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body, already on the verge of death from childbirth and the extraction of the tailed beast, had reached its absolute limit. Kushina. Minato's expression changed drastically. His hand seal movements also stalled for an instant. In that very instant, the masked figure hidden in the dimension violently clenched his right fist. Within the nine tails' crimson, beastly pupils, dojutsu power burst forth. Crack, crack, all the adamantine sealing chains shattered. The nine tails raised its massive claw, aiming straight at the infant on the altar. No! Kushina recklessly lunged toward Naruto. Minato also activated the flying thunder god, instantly appearing in front of the baby. Schlurp. The sound of sharp claws piercing flesh. Blood splattered across the altar. Countless people instinctively closed their eyes. Naruto trembled all over, his face turning pale. But when they looked again, they saw the nine tails' claw had stopped less than half a foot from Minato's back. Golden chains erupted from Kushina's body, once more wrapping around the nine tails' claw tip. In her final moment, she burned her life force to barely block the attack. Minato, hurry and complete the seal. Blood oozed from Kushina's 7 orifices. Her life force was rapidly fading. Minato's eyes nearly split with grief. He suppressed his anguish and activated the dead demon consuming seal again. But the nine tails, while struggling wildly, blasted terrifying chakra toward the altar. Before the death god's arm could seize the nine tails, Minato took several impacts. His chakra, already nearly depleted from repeatedly using the flying thunder god, now dropped to rock bottom. The death god phantom began to blur. No good. The dead demon consuming seal is losing stability. In the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju immediately detected the anomaly. Tobirama Senju, the fourth Hokage's chakra, is insufficient to maintain the jutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi, how could this happen? Tobirama Senju, the nine tails broke free much earlier than expected. Tobirama Senju, someone used the Sharingan to strengthen the nine tails' resistance from within. Inoki, that masked man. Fourth rakeage, so the fourth Hokage's seal failed. Failure. That word like a heavy boulder struck the hearts of all Konoha shinobi. In the official records of Konoha, the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself and successfully sealed the nine tails. But in the true history shown by the celestial screen, Minato's dead demon consuming seal had not been completed. Then how was the nine tails finally sealed? And how did Naruto survive? In everyone's mind, a title surfaced simultaneously. The Dark Knight Emperor. Could it be him? On the celestial screen, Minato's hands trembled. His vision began to blur. The death god phantom was gradually fading. Naruto. I'm sorry. He desperately tried to maintain consciousness. But his body no longer allowed him to continue fighting. Thud. Minato fell to one knee. Then his entire body collapsed onto the altar. The death god phantom vanished completely. The dead demon consuming seal failed. No. Naruto shot to his feet. He knew it was history, yet he couldn't help but want to charge at the celestial screen. Dad, get up. The nine tails hasn't been sealed yet. Chen raised a hand and pressed his shoulder. Don't worry. The story isn't over yet. Naruto turned to look at Chen. Somehow Chen's tone carried a reassuring power. As if he already knew what would happen next. In the image, Kushina also reached her limit. The golden chains shattered one by one. She collapsed beside Minato, reaching out to touch the baby wrapped in the cloth, but couldn't even lift a finger. The nine tails fully broke free. Roar. It roared to the heavens, its violent chakra turning into a hurricane that swept across the battlefield. Then the nine tails raised its massive claw again. The sharp claw tips pointed at the family of 3 on the altar. Within the dimension, the masked figure let out a cold laugh. It's over. Minato-sensei. You can't protect anyone. At the same time, the burning explosive tags under Konoha were about to reach their detonation limit. The nine tails' claw came down ferociously. If it struck Minato, Kushina, and the newborn Naruto would all be torn to shreds. Konoha would also be reduced to ruins by tens of thousands of explosive tags. This was a true dead end. No possibility of survival. Yet, Just as the claw tip was less than an inch from the baby cloth, the world suddenly fell silent. The Ninetales' roar stopped abruptly. The dust dancing in the wind froze midair. The burning explosive tags halted at the final moment before detonation. Even time itself seemed to be forcibly paused by some higher power. Tap! A light footstep echoed across the frozen battlefield. From the void, a young man in loose black casual clothes appeared without warning in front of the Ninetales' claw tip, hands in pockets, wearing wooden clogs, his black hair slightly disheveled. He even let out a sleepy yawn. The young man looked up at the Ninetales. His tone carried clear impatience. It's the middle of the night. Could you keep it down? The entire shinobi world fell into dead silence. Time stood still. All things froze. Only the black-clad youth could move freely. He stood before the Ninetales' colossal claw, his figure minuscule to the point of being negligible. Yet at this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, as if he were the sole center of this world. The celestial screen deliberately blurred the youth's face. No matter how they observed, they could only see a silhouette shrouded in shadow. But his back attire and every subtle movement were clearly presented. Loose black robes, wooden clogs, hands in pockets, plus a slightly disheveled black hair from just waking up. There was none of the earth-shattering phenomena expected of a supreme god's descent. He did not resemble a peerless powerhouse preparing to battle the strongest tailed beast. Instead, he was like an ordinary youth living nearby, roused by noise, stepping out to check the commotion. Humobikure ninja, is he the Dark Emperor? The Wagakure ninja, this entrance is too casual, right? Sunagakure ninja wearing clogs to face the Ninetales. Fourth Raikage, the more ordinary he looks, the less we can underestimate him. The Blood Moon Shura once wielded only a tree branch. The Fourth Raikage had learned his lesson. After the public humiliation by the Blood Moon Shura, he had deeply realized the supreme gods in the celestial screen could never be judged by appearance or weapon. The more unremarkable a person seemed, the more likely they were to be inexplicably strong. Inside Konohagakure, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs suddenly collapsed to the ground in a heap. They tucked their tails between their legs, whimpering in terror. The parasitic insects bred by the Aburame clan all shrank back into their hosts, refusing to emerge no matter how their masters summoned them. The Hyuga clan's summoning eagles fell from the sky, trembling on the ground. In the Hokage's office, a puff of white smoke suddenly exploded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast Enma appeared without being summoned. Enma. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted slightly. Why have you come out? Enma did not answer. It stared fixedly at the back of the black-clad youth in the celestial screen. Its powerful body trembled uncontrollably. Hiruzen, this man is dangerous. Not just in terms of power. Enma's voice was low, his eyes filled with terror. The blood within me is issuing a warning. Do not approach. Do not resist. Above all, do not show him any hostility. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. Even you are afraid. Enma was the Monkey King. His combat experience and strength rivaled that of Kaga-level fighters. Even facing the Ninetales, he would not tremble like this just from seeing a historical projection. Enma nodded with difficulty. That is not ordinary pressure. It is more like the absolute suppression of a higher life form over a lower one. Before him, all beasts and summoning creatures are but undeveloped cubs. This guy, what is he? As the last words fell, the entire office fell into a silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Similar scenes unfolded in the great summoning sanctuaries. Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku Sage, and Shima Sage stood side by the oil pond. Tens of thousands of toads all around prostrated themselves on the ground. Ryuchi Cave. Countless massive serpents pressed their heads tightly against the ground. Even the white snake sage opened her perpetually half-closed eyes, staring solemnly at the celestial screen. Shikatsu Forest. The immense body of the Katsuyu sage contracted slightly. The entire shinobi world's summoning beasts trembled in fear of the same figure. Jiraiya, all the toads at Mount Myaboku have prostrated. Orochimaru Ryuchi Cave is the same. Tsunade Shikatsu Forest just sent me a warning. I must never offend this man. The successive statements from the three ninja instantly ignited the comment section. Inoki, all three sanctuaries issuing warnings simultaneously. Terumi, may he merely appears in a past image, yet can affect present-day summoning beasts. Hashirama Senju, I have never felt such a suppression of life level, not even from Senior Blood Moon. Madara Uchiha Hashirama, are you saying this man is stronger than the Blood Moon Shura? Hashirama Senju, at least in terms of life or the youth in the celestial screen, is more unique. Seeing this, Madara fell silent. The ninth one was indeed not so simple. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Akamaru curled up inside Kiba's clothes, refusing to show his head. Naruto, however, stared intently at the youth in the celestial screen. Brother Yi-chan, this person's back. Doesn't it look a bit like you? The air suddenly grew still. Tuchi, I am Kiba, and even several nearby Konoha ninja all turned to look at Yi-chan. Yi-chan paused mid-sip of his noodles. Then he nonchalantly stuffed the noodles into his mouth. Wary. Naruto compared seriously. Both have black hair. Both like to put hands in pockets. And their clothes are cheap. Plus the just woken up look is exactly like you when you're late every morning. Everyone looked at the Dark Emperor in the celestial screen. Then back at Yi-chun. Now that they thought about it, just from the back there was indeed a slight resemblance. Yi-chun remained expressionless. Are there few people with black hair in the shinobi world? Not few. Are there few people who like to put hands in pockets? Also not few. Are there few people who can't afford expensive clothes? Probably even more. Yi-chun spread his hands. So having a similar back is normal. Kiba couldn't help but laugh. Naruto, are you stupid? That's the Dark Emperor who has lived from the era of the first Hokage to the present. Brother Yi-chun is only 18. How could he be him? And brother Yi-chun can't even beat me. Yi-chun glanced at Kiba. When had he ever fought Kiba? Kiba clearly didn't realize his own words were problematic and continued analyzing. Look at the Dark Emperor facing the Nine Tails. He's not nervous at all. If it were brother Yi-chun, he'd probably have run away by now. Naruto nodded. Makes sense. Yi-chun. Although he had successfully diverted suspicion for some reason, he didn't feel pleased. Master, the Judgment Branch spoke indignantly. That brat with face paint said you're weak. Can I cut him? No. Then hit him once. No. You're too lenient with them. The Judgment Branch's tone was full of grief and indignation. Yi-chun ignored it. In the celestial screen, the frozen scene began to flow again. The black-clad youth raised his right hand. He did not touch the Nine Tails. He merely tapped lightly in the air. Boom. The Nine Tails' colossal claw capable of tearing apart mountains was halted mid-air by an invisible force. Then the youth's finger lifted upward. Rumble. The Nine Tails' massive body uncontrollably rose into the air, like a small fox held by the scruff of its neck. And the explosive tags that were about to detonate all extinguished at the same moment. All flames vanished into thin air. Space twisted. Tens of thousands of explosive tags were forcibly stripped from the Kamui space, compressed into a paper ball the size of a palm, and landed in the youth's hand. The masked man hidden in the shadows felt his pupils contract sharply. Impossible. He discovered my Kamui space. In the scene, Minato Namikaze was still unconscious. Kushina had also lost consciousness. They did not witness what happened after the youth appeared. But in the Pure Land the couple saw everything clearly. Minato Namikaze stared blankly at the celestial screen, his expression complex beyond words. Minato Namikaze, so that's how it was. Kushina Uzumaki Minato. Minato Namikaze, my memory wasn't wrong. Minato Namikaze, the dead demon consuming seal, did fail that year. Minato Namikaze, at the final moment my chakra was completely exhausted and my consciousness faded into darkness. Minato Namikaze, for all these years I assumed the technique completed itself after I lost consciousness, successfully sealing the Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze, now it seems. Minato paused for a long time, as if the next words were equally heavy for the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Minato Namikaze, the one who truly sealed the Nine Tails and saved Naruto and Konoha that year, was not me. Minato Namikaze, it was this Dark Emperor. Boom. The fourth Hokage had personally admitted it. The entire shinobi world was stunned by the revelation. The hero that Konoha had long promoted was not the actual sealer of the Nine Tails. Konoha ninja, but the fourth lord did sacrifice himself. Minato Namikaze, I did give my all, but failure is failure. Minato Namikaze, if that senior had not appeared, Kushina Naruto and I would have died, and Konoha would have been destroyed by the Nine Tails and the explosive tags. Minato Namikaze, I have no right to claim sole credit. Hashirama Senju, being able to openly admit your failure fourth, you are quite impressive. Tobarama Senju, his strength, judgment, and character are all top-notch. Sarutobi, the successor you chose, is better than you. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Praising Minato was fine, but why did his teacher have to step on him? Sarutobi Hiruzen Sensei Minato is indeed one of the greatest Hokage in Konoha's history. Tobarama Senju, one of. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the greatest Hokage. Hashirama Senju, what about me? Tobarama Senju, big brother, shut up. The originally heavy atmosphere was lightened considerably by the Senju brothers' exchange. Naruto staring at Minato in the celestial screen, tears streaming down his face. His father had not shirked responsibility when the truth was exposed, nor had he denied the Dark Emperor's achievements to protect his own heroic reputation. He simply acknowledged his failure calmly and expressed gratitude to the true savior. This was his father. The fourth lord did not fail. A Konoha ninja suddenly shouted in the street. If he hadn't redirected the tailed beast ball in time, Konoha would have been destroyed long ago. If he hadn't brought the Nine Tails out of the village, we would never have waited for the Dark Emperor to act. That's right. The fourth lord is still Konoha's hero. Senior Dark Emperor is also Konoha's hero. More and more villagers sent comments. Konoha villager, thank you fourth Hokage. Thank you Dark Emperor. Konoha ninja, one gave his life in the light, the other turned the tide in the darkness. Both are Konoha's guardians. Minato Namikaze, thank you everyone. Minato Namikaze, but I would rather express my gratitude to that senior in person. Kushina Uzumaki Senior, thank you for saving Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki, if you are willing to appear, I will do anything. Yi-chun felt somewhat uncomfortable as he watched Kushina's repeated messages of thanks. Back then he hadn't thought much of it. He was simply in a bad mood after being woken up and dealt with the trouble on a whim. He never expected the couple to remember it until now. Brother Yi-chun. Naruto wiped his tears. Do you think the Dark Emperor can see Mom's words? Probably. Then why doesn't he respond? Maybe he does good deeds without seeking recognition. Or maybe. Chen continued, eating his noodles. He just doesn't feel like talking. Just then the black-clad youth in the celestial screen seemed to sense something. He slowly turned his head. Across layers of space his gaze precisely locked onto the masked man's hiding place. Inside Kimui's space the masked man's breath stopped instantly. The black-clad youth held the compressed paper ball of explosive tags, his tone indifferent. Letting a fox disturb people's sleep. And burying so much trash underground. You are very noisy. His voice was not loud, but it made the real Obito Uchiha shudder. The next moment the youth turned his gaze to the Ninetales suspended in midair. The Ninetales was still struggling wildly, opening its massive jaws and roaring furiously. The black-clad youth frowned. And you are even noisier. As he spoke he slowly lifted his eyelids. The eyes that had always been hidden in shadow met the Ninetales' gaze for the first time. Inside Naruto's body, the Ninetales abruptly released the claws covering its eyes. When it saw that familiar gaze the fur on its entire body bristled. All Ninetales stiffened straight. It's him. It really is that demon. The Ninetales rushed to the sealed iron gate regardless of everything, releasing a terrified roar. Naruto, turn off the celestial screen now. Quick, hide under the covers. Don't let him find out that I'm inside your body. Naruto was stunned as the Ninetales' hysterical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The usually ferocious Ninetales was actually afraid. And afraid to the point of babbling. In the celestial screen, the black-clad youth merely glanced at the Ninetales. Then he uttered a single word calmly. Begone. Scram. A single word. Flat, devoid of any emotion. No earth-shattering ninjutsu. No overwhelming chakra. Even the familiar ripple of dojutsu power that the Ninetales knew so well was absent. Yet when the black-clad youth's gaze fell upon it, the Ninetales' scarlet beast eyes, manipulated by the Sharingan, seemed to be struck by an invisible heavy hammer. Boom! The Ninetales' massive frame stiffened abruptly. Within the soul realm, the several slowly rotating jet-black tomo came to a simultaneous halt. Then, crack, crack, cracks began to appear. The dojutsu imprint left by the Sharingan deep within the Ninetales' consciousness could not hold for even a single second, shattering like fragile glass. Roar! The Ninetales let out only half a roar before its voice was abruptly cut off. The madness, savagery, and bloodlust deep in its pupils dissipated visibly. The tomo faded. The beast eyes returned to their original form. Yet the Ninetales was not relieved to be free of control. Instead it seemed to have seen something 1,000 times more terrifying than the Sharingan. Those vertical pupils contracted wildly, until they became two thin lines. A memory once deliberately buried in the deepest recesses of its soul was now fully awakened. A long time ago. So long ago that the ninja sect had not yet fully declined, and the nine-tailed beast had not yet been hunted down by humans. It had once seen this man from afar in a desolate valley. Back then he had only glanced at it casually. That single glance made the Ninetales experience death for the first time. Not sealed away. Not defeated. But utterly erased. From its chakra to its soul, along with every trace of its existence. As if should that man so wish, the concept of Ninetales would never exist in the world again. That fear spanning countless years was etched deep into the Ninetales' soul. Now it saw those eyes once more. It's you. The Ninetales' voice trembled. The Ninetales, which had been struggling fiercely moments ago, instantly ceased their flailing. Its tense limbs also seemed to have lost all strength. The black-clad youth frowned slightly. Didn't you hear me? Do I need to say it again? The Ninetales' fur exploded outward. No need to say it again. Before the incredulous eyes of the entire ninja world, the mightiest tailed beast, which had been about to tear apart Minato's family and destroy all of Konoha, now retracted its claws with an extremely smooth motion. Its massive body slowly landed. Forelegs folded. Head lowered. Ninetales neatly pressed against its back. It even cautiously shuffled half a step backward, afraid of being too close and offending the man before it. Whimper. A faint whimper emerged from deep within the Ninetales' throat. Like a fox. More like a dog that had done something wrong, lying at its owner's feet, not daring to breathe too loudly. Inside and outside the celestial screen, absolute silence. The expressions on everyone's faces froze completely at that moment. The fourth Raikage's mouth hung slightly open. Inoki hovered in midair, even forgetting his back pain. The pipe slipped from Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand again, but this time, he showed no reaction. Madara Uchiha crossed his arms, his scarlet eyes fixed intently on the black-clad youth. Even Hashirama Senju remained silent for a long time, sending no bullet comments. 1 minute. A full minute. No one spoke on the celestial screen covering the ninja world and the Pure Land. They had imagined the Dark Knight Emperor would be strong. They had imagined he might punch the Ninetales flying, or use some kind of earth-shattering sealing technique to forcibly suppress it. But who could have imagined? This guy did nothing. He just looked, said one word, and the Ninetales lay down. This was the nine-tailed demon fox, the strongest, most ferocious, and most chakra-laden of all tailed beasts. Back then Madara Uchiha needed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to control it. Hashirama Senju had to use wood style and sage art to suppress it. Yet before the Dark Knight Emperor, the Nine Tails not only dared not resist, but didn't even dare to speak too loudly. After a brief silence, boom, the pent-up barrage of bullet comments completely flooded the sky. Fourth Raikage, what the hell is this? The Nine Tails. Fourth Raikage, this is Konoha's pet dog. Inoki, just one look, and he forcibly broke the Mangekyo Sharingan's control over the Nine Tails. Meiterumi isn't the point that after the Nine Tails regained consciousness, it became even more terrified. Raza, in other words, it fears not some jutsu, but this man himself. Hayashi Hyuga, from beginning to end, he didn't use chakra. Ao, the Byakugan of the Mist Village, has the same result. Fourth Raikage, no chakra again. Fourth Raikage, can't these supreme gods just fight normally? The Fourth Raikage felt that his years of combat experience were being repeatedly shattered by the celestial screen. The Blood Moon Azura had shattered a perfect Susano'o with a mere branch. The Dark Knight Emperor had made the Nine Tails lie down with just a glance. What about ninjutsu? What about hand seals? What about chakra? Do these people even need the ninja system to fight anymore? In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Madara Uchiha, it's not Jinjutsu. Tobarama Senju, are you sure? Madara Uchiha, there's no trace of dojutsu being used. Madara Uchiha, he simply used his own will to destroy the Sharingan control left inside the Nine Tails. Hashirama Senju, Madara, can you do that? Madara Uchiha, why would I do something so boring? Hashirama Senju, so you can't. Madara Uchiha, shut up. Madara's face darkened. It wasn't that he was completely incapable of breaking another's Sharingan control over the Nine Tails. But there was no way he could do it like the youth in the celestial screen, causing all the dojutsu imprints to collapse with a single gaze. What truly bothered him, though, was the Nine Tails' reaction afterward. It wasn't submission, nor was it reverence. It was an absolute fear etched into its soul that didn't even allow the thought of resistance to arise. This guy. Has he met the Nine Tails before? Madara's gaze sharpened. The Dark Knight Emperor in the celestial screen had existed throughout the history of Konoha's founding. But judging by the Nine Tails' reaction, the era of his appearance might be even more ancient. At Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto glared at the Nine Tails on the screen, then sank his consciousness into his own ceiling space. The next moment he froze, deep in the dim sewer. The Nine Tails was not lying majestically behind the iron gate, as usual. It had curled its massive body into a ball, both front paws pressed tightly over its eyes. Its 9 tails were wrapped around its body, almost turning itself into a large orange-red ball. He can't see me. He can't see me. The celestial screen is showing the past. That guy can't possibly follow the screen here. The Nine Tails kept muttering to itself. With each sentence its body trembled more violently. Naruto stood before the sealed iron gate, full of amazement. Big Fox, do you really know him? The Nine Tails' movements suddenly stiffened. It slowly moved one paw aside, peering at Naruto through the gap. No, I've never seen him. Naruto pointed at the celestial screen outside. But the past you just said, it's you. You misheard. The whole ninja world heard it. That's a forgery by the celestial screen. The celestial screen says historical projections cannot be forged. Nine Tails. When did this brat become so good at catching the key points? Naruto pressed on. Did he beat you before? No. Then why are you so scared? I'm not scared. The Nine Tails suddenly stood up, trying to reassert its dignity as the strongest tailed beast. Before it could finish, the black-clad youth in the celestial screen raised his eyes again. Even though it knew that gaze was directed at the past Nine Tails, the Nine Tails inside the ceiling space still trembled all over, its limbs going weak, and with a thump, it lay down again. Naruto. Big Fox, you still say you're not scared? The Nine Tails was furious. Shut up. This is me respecting the strong. How can a tailed beast's behavior be called fear? Just then another earth-yellow bullet comment streaked across the sky. Shikaka, ha ha. Shikaka, Stinky Fox, you've got it coming today. Shikaku, always bragging about being the strongest tailed beast, now you're lying down more smoothly than a human's pet dog. Wind Country. Somewhere in the hidden sand village. Young Gaara sat alone in his room, arms wrapped around his knees. Deep in his consciousness, Shikaku was rolling on the ground, laughing, its thick tail slapping the floor. Ha ha ha. Kurama, you always look down on me just because you have more tails. Now look at you. The whole ninja world saw you lie down. And you even whimpered. Huh, this is killing me. The other tailed beasts began to chime in. Matatabi, Kurama, what exactly happened back then? Yuki, just a glance made you lose all ability to resist. That man is dangerous. Kokuo, I've never heard the old man's six paths mention him. Komi-ai, Kurama, did you provoke him before? Shikaku, need to ask. That stinky fox must have run his mouth and got himself disciplined. In the ceiling space, veins bulged on the Nine Tails' forehead. Fear was temporarily overshadowed by anger. It rushed to the iron gate, letting out a deafening roar. Shikaku, what the hell do you know? You try standing before that guy. Forget about making you lie down. With a single thought, he could make you Stinky Tanuki disappear forever. Shikaka, who are you trying to scare? Kurama, I'm not scaring you. Kurama, that guy has the power to completely erase tailed beasts. Kurama, not killing them and waiting for chakra to reassemble, but making it so you can never revive. Boom. Seeing Kurama's own admission, the bullet comments of the other tailed beasts came to a halt simultaneously. The greatest leverage tailed beasts had against humans was that they couldn't truly die. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, as long as their chakra remained, they could eventually revive after countless years. Yet now Kurama was saying, the Dark Knight Emperor possessed the power to make a tailed beast vanish forever. This meant he had touched the very essence of a tailed beast's existence. Yuki Kurama, are you sure? Kurama, I've felt it myself. There's no mistake. Shikaku. Kurama, Stinky Tanuki, why aren't you laughing now? Shikaku, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Kurama, keep laughing. Shikaku, you lay down with great strong beast style. I was just complimenting you earlier. The Ninetales snorted coldly. Stinky Tanuki, weren't you just being arrogant? Go on, keep it up. In the celestial screen, the black-clad youth looked down at the Ninetales lying on the ground. The Ninetales pressed its head even lower. Do you know your mistake? The Ninetales quickly nodded. The ground shook with a heavy thud as its massive chin hit the earth. I do. I was wrong. Don't kill me. The ninja world fell silent again. The strongest tailed beast had not only done a sliding kneel, it had also voluntarily confessed and begged for mercy. Just how deep a shadow had this Dark Knight Emperor cast on the Ninetales' soul? The black-clad youth seemed somewhat satisfied with the Ninetales' admission. He extended a finger pointing to the side. Go lie down over there. The Ninetales glanced at where he pointed, then scrambled over to the altar's side. Forelegs together, tail tucked in, body curled up. So obedient, it was heartbreaking. The black-clad youth finally looked away. But in the unobserved Kamui dimension, the masked mastermind behind the scenes wearing an orange mask had clenched his fists so tightly from rage and shock that his knuckles were white. Ninetales, you useless beast. I went through all that trouble to release you, and you're scared by a single look. The Tomo in his scarlet lone eye spun wildly. An even more immense dojutsu power surged through the previous connection, flooding into the Ninetales' consciousness. Stand up. Attack. Kill that man. Stand up. Attack him. Uchiha Obito's command branded through the Sharingan exploded deep within the Ninetales' soul. The immense pupil power transformed into countless pitch-black chains attempting to seize control of the Ninetales' consciousness once more. Yet this time, the Ninetales was not even slightly affected. All the chains of pupil power as soon as they approached its soul were blocked by an invisible will. Crack. The black chains shattered into pieces. The backlash of pupil power surged back through the spatial connection. Ugh. Within the Kamui dimension, the masked man's body jolted violently. A trail of blood trickled from his crimson single eye. He covered his eyes, staring at the outside world in disbelief. My control has been completely severed. How is this possible? The Ninetales control technique personally taught by Uchiha Madara had been utterly destroyed by a single glance from that black-clothed youth. No, it wasn't just destruction. The other party had even left a barrier of will around the Ninetales' soul. As long as that will remain, no pupil technique could ever control the Ninetales again. This was no longer breaking a genjutsu. It was rewriting the rules within the Ninetales' soul. I don't believe it. Obito gritted his teeth, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan once more. Pupil power surged out even more frantically than before. The Ninetales' ear twitched slightly. It heard Obito's command. But this time, instead of obeying, it cautiously rolled its eyes, casting a glance toward the direction of the Kamui dimension. In that gaze there was no brutality, no madness, only a pitying look, as if watching a fool. Attack him. Why don't you come yourself? Sending an old fox to attack a monster that could completely erase tailed beasts. Do you think I have more tails, and therefore less brain? The Ninetales did not move. It even lay down more neatly. Both front paws together, chin resting on its paws. Another fawning whimper came from its throat. Whine. The entire shinobi world. What was that sound just now? Whine. The Ninetales was whining. Many doubted their own ears. Kiba Inuzuka, this is how Akamaru whines when he's scared. A cloud shinobi, so the Ninetales really is a dog now. A leaf shinobi, nonsense. The Ninetales is clearly a fox. A rock shinobi, is that the point? A sand shinobi, the strongest tailed beast lying on the ground whining. This image is somewhat. Fourth Reikage, I'll say it again. This is just an Akita dog raised by the leaf. Ninetales Kurama Reikage, do you want to die? Fourth Reikage, if you've got the guts, say it while standing up. Ninetales Kurama, that was the old me. One tail Shikaku, the old you isn't you. Ha ha ha. Ninetales Kurama, stupid Tanuki, didn't you have something to do? One tail Shikaku, finished my business, so I'm back to enjoy the show. Ninetales Kurama, once I get out, I'll tear you apart first. One tail Shikaku, better ask that masked man if he'll let you get up first. The Ninetales was so furious that its nine tails thrashed wildly in the sealed space. But when it saw its own humble posture on the celestial screen, it instantly deflated like a punctured balloon curling back up. How embarrassing. Too embarrassing. The fearsome reputation it had built in the shinobi world over many years was completely ruined today. From now on, when anyone mentions the Ninetales, the first thing they'd think of would no longer be the strongest tailed beast that destroyed the leaf, but a giant orange fox lying at the feet of the Dark Knight Emperor whining. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Naruto was clutching his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Big fox. So you can make that sound. Whine, whine, whine. Inside the sealed space, the Ninetales slammed against the iron gate. Shut up, brat. If you keep mimicking, I'll eat you. Naruto was completely unafraid. Big Fox, you always say you're the strongest, right? But when the Dark Knight Emperor told you to lie down, you were so obedient. What do you know? The Ninetales roared back. That's called knowing when to yield. When the gap in power is too vast, to cross meaningless resistance is just stupidity. I possess combat wisdom far beyond that of other tailed beasts. Naruto nodded, half understanding. So being afraid of death can be made to sound so impressive. Ninetales. This brat really needs to be eaten. In reality, Chen picked up his bowl of ramen and silently took a sip of broth. He was not surprised by the Ninetales' reaction. Back when he first encountered the Ninetales, it was bullying the other tailed beasts, relying on its vast chakra. Chen had pinned it to the ground for 3 days and 3 nights using just one finger. He also extracted a wisp of its original chakra to study the structure of tailed beasts. From then on, the Ninetales was always exceptionally polite whenever it saw him. A model of etiquette among tailed beasts. But Chen hadn't expected the celestial screen to preserve even the Ninetales' whining sound. Now Kurama's glorious reputation was beyond saving. Chen, big brother. Naruto suddenly leaned close to him. Why aren't you surprised at all? Chen paused in his drinking. What's there to be surprised about? The Ninetales is so huge, and it can whine. Foxes are also canines. Making similar sounds is normal. Naruto looked at him with admiration. I see. But Kiba beside him frowned. Foxes are canines, yes. But I've never seen a tailed beast whine. Chen set down his bowl. That's because you haven't seen much. As big brother, Chen's seen a lot. From a book. Which book? Tailed beast rearing and postpartum care. Kiba was stunned. Does such a book exist in the shinobi world? Out of print. Oh. Kiba showed a look of understanding. Chen remained calm. As long as he spoke naturally enough, no one would suspect a thing. Of course, the main reason was that Kiba's brain was rather straightforward. If it were Narashikaku, he might not be so easily fooled. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi had gradually recovered from his shock. He stared at the obedient Ninetales on the celestial screen, his expression extremely complex. If Senior Dark Knight Emperor could have directly commanded the Ninetales back then, everything Naruto has endured over the years could have been avoided. Midokado Hamura's expression stiffened. Utatane Koharu also fell silent. Over the years, the Leaf's higher-ups had always regarded the Ninetales as the greatest threat. They feared the Ninetales would run amok again, worried Naruto couldn't control its power, and dreaded other villages coveting it. But to the Dark Knight Emperor, the strongest tailed beast seemed nothing more than a pet with a loud voice. Hiruzen's frown deepened. Since that senior saved Naruto, why has he never appeared all these years? Is he unwilling to interfere in the Leaf's internal affairs? Or is he disappointed in how he treated Naruto later? At these words, the atmosphere in the office became oppressive. Back then, before his death, Minato had hoped the villagers would treat Naruto as a hero. But what was the result? Naruto had been ostracized since childhood. Countless people had transferred their hatred of the Ninetales onto a child who knew nothing. If the Dark Knight Emperor had been living in seclusion in the Leaf, he must have witnessed all of this. We must immediately improve Naruto's treatment. Hiruzen spoke gravely. But Danzo frowned. Just because of an unconfirmed suspicion. It's not just suspicion. Hiruzen gave him a cold look. Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, and a hero who protected the Leaf. Danzo said in a low voice. The identity of the Ninetales Jinchuriki needs to be kept secret. Secret. Hiruzen's voice carried a hint of anger. Even ordinary villagers know that the Ninetales is sealed inside Naruto, but Naruto himself doesn't know. Is this what you call secrecy? Danzo fell silent. The Leaf's treatment of Naruto could not withstand scrutiny. Before, no one questioned it. But now Minato and Kushina, Hashirama, and Tobirama were all watching from the Pure Land. Not to mention a supreme god, who might be secretly watching over Naruto. If Naruto continued to suffer, who knew if the Dark Knight Emperor would pay a personal visit? Thinking of the youth's glance at the Ninetales in the celestial screen, Danzo's single eye twitched. Though he craved power, he did not want to end up like the Ninetales lying on the ground whining. In the Pure Land, Uzumaki Kushina was already sobbing uncontrollably. Uzumaki Kushina, thank you. Uzumaki Kushina Sr., thank you for saving Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, if you can see this, please tell us your name. Minato Namikaze Sr., please accept my and Kushina's most sincere gratitude. Minato Namikaze, without you our family of 3 in the Leaf would have no future. Hashirama Senju, if Senior Dark Knight still lives in the Leaf, perhaps you could come out and meet everyone. Tobirama Senju, big brother, don't use such casual terms. Hashirama Senju, then what should I call him? Tobirama Senju, since his identity is unclear, he should be addressed as Lord Dark Knight Emperor. Madara Uchiha, pretentious. Hashirama Senju, Madara, you've been silent all this time. I thought you were scared too. Madara Uchiha, I was simply observing his power. Hashirama Senju, did you find anything? Madara Uchiha, his mastery over will and soul is extremely high. Hashirama Senju, compared to you. Madara Uchiha, Hashirama, do you want to fight me? Of course Madara would not admit it. The moment the black-clothed youth looked at the Nine Tails, even he had felt an extremely subtle sense of crisis. It wasn't directed at him. Merely a lingering trace of aura from the historical scene. Yet this remnant aura transmitted across the ages through the celestial screen could still make his soul instinctively wary. This so-called Dark Knight Emperor was definitely a monster on the same level as the Blood Moon Azura, perhaps even more bizarre in some aspects. Just as the entire ninja world was shocked by the Nine Tails, Neil the masked man in the celestial screen could no longer hold back. The Nine Tails would not obey. His backup explosive tags had also been compressed by that youth. The plan he had prepared for years collapsed in an instant after that youth appeared. Bastard. Obito pressed his right hand against the space. Nine Tails. Don't forget who freed you from the seal. I command you to stand up. Kill him. His voice transmitted through the Kemui dimension rang clearly outside. The Nine Tails lying on the ground trembled slightly. Not from obedience, but from fury. Was this masked man out of his mind? If you want to die, go yourself. Why drag me into it? The Nine Tails cautiously glanced at the black-clothed youth. Seeing that he wasn't angry, it lowered its voice and squeezed out a response toward the Kemui dimension. You shut up. Obito. The Nine Tails actually told him to shut up? Fourth Raikage, haha. The mastermind can't even command his own summon. Nine Tails Kurama, I am not a summon. One Tails Shikaku, you are now the Dark Knight Emperor's pet. Nine Tails Kurama Shikaku, just you wait. In the scene, Obito was completely humiliated into rage. Beast, since you won't obey, I'll destroy you too. Whoosh. The Kamui dimension twisted violently. A pitch-black spike formed from Yin-Yang released power emerged silently. Sealing techniques covered its surface. It was precisely the control measure left by Uchiha Madara to prevent the Nine Tails from going out of control. Once driven into the Nine Tails body, it could temporarily seal the tailed beast chakra. Even if the Nine Tails was no longer under control, it would lose its power for a short time. Obito gripped the spike, his right eye's Mangekyo spinning wildly. First get rid of this troublesome man. Then take the Nine Tails away again. A spatial vortex appeared. His figure gradually emerged from the Kemui dimension. But just as the masked man was about to fully appear, the black-clothed youth suddenly turned his head. His gaze landed precisely on the distorted space. I think I said earlier. The youth's tone was flat. You're very noisy. Obito's body froze instantly. An indescribable death crisis enveloped him completely. The black-clad youth turned around. His gaze fell upon the void above. There was clearly nothing there. Yet Uchiha Obito distinctly felt that the other's vision had pierced through the barrier between reality and the Kamui dimension, locking onto him with precision. Can he see me? Impossible. The Kamui dimension is completely isolated from reality. Obito's pupils contracted violently. Ever since awakening, the Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui had been his greatest asset. By shifting his body into the alternate dimension, he could ignore the vast majority of attacks. Even someone as formidable as Minato Namikaze could only counterattack by relying on his far superior reflexes at the moment of contact when Obito materialized. But this youth before him was different. Obito had not yet fully left the Kamui dimension. Different dimensions still separated them. Yet the other had already discovered him. Coincidence. It must be just a coincidence. Obito forcibly suppressed his unease. He halted his emergence and rapidly retreated deeper into the Kamui space. Since the Nine Tails had already lost control and the detonating tags had been neutralized, staying here was pointless. Retreat first. As long as he hid within the Kamui dimension, no one could catch up to him. However, the black-clad youth seemed to have read his mind, causing a ruckus and then trying to leave. The youth slowly raised his right hand. Do you think it's that easy, eh? He did not form any hand seals, merely spread his 5 fingers, aiming them in Obito's direction. The next moment, an invisible repulsive force erupted with a roar. Boom. The entire sky above Konoha seemed to resound with billions of thunderclaps. The atmosphere was instantly expelled. Centered on the black-clad youth, a visible ring of transparent shockwave swept across heaven and earth. But strangely, the altar, the wasteland, the Nine Tails, and even the unconscious Minato family were unscathed. That terrifying force capable of destroying mountains was precisely constrained within an extremely small range. It did not surge toward reality. Instead, it slammed violently into the dimensional barrier between reality and the Kamui space. Crack. A crisp sound of splitting echoed across the ninja world. The masked man's movements instantly froze. He stared in disbelief at his surroundings. The Kamui space, which had always been eternal and unchanging, now bore a fine crack. What the hell? The space. It's cracking. Crack. Crack. The cracks spread madly. Like a gigantic spiderweb, they covered the entire Kamui space in the blink of an eye. The massive boulders suspended in the alternate dimension shattered one after another. The sky and earth twisted simultaneously. The rules of pupil power that maintained the stability of the space collapsed step by step under the invisible repulsive force. Obito's proud Kamui space, like a piece of glass struck by a giant hammer, was being forcibly smashed from the outside. At this moment, every master of space-time ninjutsu across the ninja world changed color simultaneously. In the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju abruptly stepped forward. Tobarama Senju, he is attacking the alternate dimension itself. Minato Namikaze, how is that possible? Tobarama Senju normal spacetime ninjutsu can only construct passages or transfer objects. Tobarama Senju, but this man did not seek spatial coordinates nor establish any technique formula. Tobarama Senju, he used pure force to directly penetrate the dimensional barrier between reality and the alternate space. Fourth Reikage, speak plainly. Tobarama Senju, he intends to blast that masked man hiding in the alternate space along with the entire space out into the open. Everyone's scalps tingled with dread. The reason spacetime ninjutsu was so difficult to deal with was that the user could hide in another dimension. No matter how powerful ordinary attacks were, they could not cross dimensions and thus could not harm the opponent. But the Dark Knight Emperor's approach was simplicity and brutality at its peak. Can't find you. Then shatter the very space you're hiding in. Onoki, what kind of technique is this? Jiraiya, no hand seals, no chakra fluctuation. Orochimaru, pure repulsive force. Truly perfect. Absolutely perfect. In the Tower of the Rain Village, Nagato abruptly sat up from his device. The black rods connected to his back trembled violently. His Rinnegan eyes stared fixedly at the black-clad youth in the celestial screen. That power just now, he was all too familiar with it. Repulsive force. An absolute power that repels everything centered on oneself. Shinra Tensei. Nagato's voice quivered. Impossible. Shinra Tensei could never be this strong. When he manipulated the Tendo Pain, he could also release repulsive force. If he went all out, he could even destroy a village. But what about the youth in the celestial screen? The repulsive force the other released did not affect a single blade of grass around him, yet it forcibly penetrated the dimensional barrier and tore apart an entire alternate space. Such control over power was inconceivably refined. Moreover, the level of this repulsive force far surpassed his Rinnegan. Does he also possess the Rinnegan? Nagato instinctively denied it. No, those eyes do not have the ripples of the Rinnegan. Could it be that he doesn't need the Rinnegan at all to use a repulsive force stronger than Shinra Tensei? This conjecture sent shockwaves through Nagato's heart. He had always regarded the Rinnegan as the eye of God, believing that he possessed power beyond mortal limits. But now a person without the Rinnegan had casually displayed power far exceeding his own. Then what was his so-called God? In front of this man, what did it amount to? At the Ōtsutsuki base, all 6 Pains rose to their feet simultaneously. Konan immediately looked at Tendo Pain. Nagato, was that Shinra Tensei? Tendo Pain remained silent for a long time, then slowly replied. The principle is similar, but the power and control are at least 10 times above mine. 10 times? Hardly. Nagato tried his best to maintain his dignity. The actual gap was so vast that he could not even gauge it accurately. The Ōtsutsuki members were collectively struck dumb. The greed in Kakuzu's eyes quickly faded. Sasori also abandoned the idea of turning the man into a puppet. Haiden opened his mouth, but for once did not bluster. Deidara, staring at the shattered Kimui space, murmured to himself. To be able to blast space apart. That's true art, HM. In a corner, the real Obito was already frozen in place. Beneath his mask, cold sweat dripped continuously down his cheeks. The memory he had deliberately ignored now surfaced completely. Back then he had indeed felt an irresistible force. And he did remember the Kamui space being impacted. But ever since escaping Konoha, he had always believed he had successfully dodged the attack. He had retreated on his own initiative. He had survived. Yet now the celestial screen replayed everything from a third-person perspective. Obito finally saw clearly. He had not dodged at all. In the scene, the Kamui space completely shattered. Boom. Countless pitch-black cracks exploded simultaneously. Before the masked man could even scream, he was struck head-on by that terrifying repulsive force. Crack. Ribs broke. A fine crack appeared on the mask. Like a torn cloth sack, he was forcibly blasted out of the collapsing space. Blood sprayed across the sky. The masked man's body turned into a blur, instantly crossing the border of Konoha, smashing through over a dozen mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision sent a mountain peak exploding from the center. Finally, he slammed heavily into the ground dozens of miles away. Rumble. A colossal crater several kilometers in diameter took shape with a thunderous roar. Dust shot up into the night sky, covering it. Cracks in the earth stretched to the edge of sight. The entire ninja world watched in stunned silence. Powerful, simple, and direct. No fierce exchange. No back and forth. The masked man didn't even get a chance to display his true abilities. The Dark Knight Emperor merely raised his hand from afar and sent a mysterious master of the Mangekyo Sharingan and space-time ninjutsu along with his Kamui space flying. Fourth Reikage, that's all. Onoki being able to control the Nine Tails, infiltrate Konoha, evade detection, and hide in an alternate space. This masked man is definitely not weak. Fourth Reikage, I'm not saying he's weak. Fourth Reikage, I'm saying in front of the Dark Knight Emperor, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Minato Namikaze, I have fought the masked man before. Minato Namikaze, his space-time ability is extremely troublesome. His reaction speed and combat awareness are close to peak Kage level. Tobarama Senju, without prior intelligence, even I would need some time to analyze his technique. Hashirama Senju, but it seems Senior Dark Knight didn't analyze at all. Tobarama Senju, in the face of absolute power there is indeed no need for analysis. Minato Namake's expression was complex. That night his fight with the masked man had been fraught with danger. Only by using the flying thunder god's second step did he manage to land a hit. But the Dark Knight Emperor had merely raised his hand. And the mysterious masked man who had put him on edge was blasted dozens of miles away. The gap was despairingly vast. In the deep crater, the masked man's bones were shattered. Half of his body was nearly numb. The areas where Hashirama's cells had been transplanted writhed wildly, barely repairing the damage. His mask had cracked, but because he had immediately turned his head upon landing, his full face still remained hidden. Why? Why does Konoha harbor such a monster? Obito spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to lift his head. Even from dozens of miles away, he could still see the black-clad youth standing before the Nine-Tails. The other did not even bother to pursue him. He's not killing me. Did that move exhaust all his power? The thought had barely formed when Obito saw the black-clad youth cast a brief, indifferent glance in his direction. That gaze held no anger, no killing intent, only apathy, like a person walking down the road, casually flicking away an annoying bug. Not worth a second glance. Obito's expression froze instantly. It wasn't that he couldn't kill. It wasn't that his power was exhausted. The other simply couldn't be bothered to kill him. This blatant disregard was even harder to accept than being killed outright. In his eyes, am I just an ant? In reality, Obito stared at his own image on the celestial screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Only today did he understand. Back then he had not escaped through Kamui. The Dark Knight Emperor had spared him. If that man had used just a fraction more of his power, Kamui, Hashirama's cells, and Izanagi would all have been useless to save his life. In the celestial screen, the black-clad youth withdrew his gaze, as if he had just casually disposed of some trash. He walked over to the unconscious Minato Namake's and Kushina Uzumaki. First he examined the two who were on the verge of death. Then he looked down at the baby Naruto still crying loudly in the center of the altar. Both parents have decent talent. How come their child is so noisy? The eyes of the entire ninja world instantly turned to the real Naruto. Naruto's face flushed red. All babies cry. How can you blame me? The black-clad youth seemed irritated by the crying. He bent down, extended a finger, and gently tapped the center of baby Naruto's forehead. The previously crying Naruto instantly fell silent. He even reached out his tiny hand and grabbed the youth's finger tightly. Giggle. The baby let out a clear, cheerful laugh. The black-clad youth paused slightly. Not afraid of me, huh? He tried to pull his finger back, but baby Naruto only held on tighter. The youth sighed helplessly, then turned his head to look at the Nine-Tails, which was lying nearby, trying to minimize its presence. Come here. The Nine-Tails scrambled to its feet, trotting over to the youth. Its eager demeanor made one suspect that if it had a 10th tail behind it, it would be wagging right now. The youth pointed at Naruto. Get inside. The Nine-Tails' face stiffened. Me. The black-clad youth raised his eyes. Is there a problem? No. The Nine-Tails shook its head like a rattle drum. Absolutely no problem. It is my honor to reside in this child's body. Having said that, the Nine-Tails voluntarily transformed into a massive surge of chakra and flowed into baby Naruto's body. Everyone was stunned once again. In the past, sealing a tailed beast into a Jinchuriki always came at a tremendous cost. But with Naruto, the Nine-Tails actually cooperated willingly. The black-clad youth raised his right hand. He casually traced a few lines in the void. An unprecedented pitch-black sealing technique formula rapidly took shape. No offerings. No complex hand seals. No sacrifice of the caster's life. The youth lightly clapped his palm. Seal? Hum. The Nine-Tails' immense chakra was instantly and completely absorbed into the baby's body. The black technique formula sank into the abdomen. Then an 8 trigram seal slowly emerged. In the Pure Land, Minato Namake's eyes widened. Minato Namake's the 8 trigram seal inside Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki, didn't you leave it? Minato Namake's the outer structure resembles my design, but the core is completely different. Minato Namake's, I always thought it was the residual technique from the failed dead demon consuming seal that automatically formed the seal. Minato Namake's, so. Minato Namake's, from beginning to end it was all completed by this senior. After the seal was completed, the black-clad youth casually tapped again. 2 streams of gentle life force entered Minato and Kushina's bodies. The flames of life that had nearly extinguished briefly stabilized. But their injuries were too severe and their souls had been damaged by the dead demon consuming seal. The youth glanced at them and said indifferently, whether you live or die is up to you. Having done all this, he turned and walked into the darkness. But baby Naruto started crying again. Wah! The youth paused. After a 2-second silence, without turning back, he raised his right hand. A pitch-black magatama flew from his fingertip and sank into Naruto's chest. Naruto's crying ceased again. Golden characters then appeared on the celestial screen. Dark Knight mark. Can awaken autonomously when the host encounters a fatal crisis. On the night of the Nine-Tails rampage, the Dark Knight Emperor not only sealed the Nine-Tails, he also left a life-saving mark inside Naruto Uzumaki's body. Boom. The The Konoha high-ranking officials, the Akatsuki, and the elites of all major ninja villages changed color. Naruto's body actually contained a power left behind by the Dark Knight Emperor. Had Ichiraku ramen. Naruto instinctively touched his chest. Ichin's chopstick stopped in midair again. Oh no. Why did this get broadcast too? Mark of the Dark Knight. It awakens on its own when the host faces a fatal crisis. Golden characters span the sky. Inside the Ichiraku ramen shop, all eyes fell on Naruto simultaneously. Envy, shock, greed, disbelief. That was the life-saving mark personally left by the Dark Knight Emperor, ranked 9th on the Supreme Divine ranking. It could frighten even the Nine Tails with a single glance. It could shatter the Kimui dimension with ease. Just how powerful was the strength left in Naruto's body by such an invincible being who transcended the shinobi world's understanding? Kage level. Transcendent Kage level. Or could it summon a fraction of the Dark Knight Emperor's power at a critical moment? Is there really something on my chest? Naruto looked down and patted himself. Aside from the seal on his abdomen beneath his clothes, he found nothing. But the breathing of the nearby shinobi gradually grew rapid. If they could study this mark, if they could find the source of the Dark Knight Emperor's power, withdraw your gazes. Ichin's calm voice suddenly rang out. It was not loud, yet it inexplicably made everyone present's hearts tremble. They instinctively averted their eyes. Hiba Inuzuka looked at Ichin with confusion. For a split second he felt that this perpetually lazy eternal genin had suddenly become extremely dangerous. But when he observed more closely, Ichin was still sitting there leisurely eating his ramen. Nothing had changed. An illusion, Hiba scratched his head. Ichin, however, paid it no mind. He was recalling the purpose behind leaving that mark all those years ago. That night, annoyed by the infant Naruto's crying, he had casually left a calming Magatama. Later, thinking about it, a newborn child becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki would surely not have a peaceful future. So he casually infused a bit of power into the Magatama. As long as Naruto faced a truly insurmountable fatal crisis, the mark would activate on its own. Ichin thought that only he knew about this. He never expected the celestial screen to reveal even such a detail. Master, the branch of judgment suddenly became excited. Someone is plotting against that blonde kid. I sense so much malice. Can I cut them now? No. Ichin refused again. But you can note them down. Okay. The branch of judgment immediately perked up. The bald guy on the left stared at the blonde kid 3 times. That masked person at the street corner. Their heartbeat suddenly quickened. Also 762 meters underground, there are 6 strange white things hiding. Shall I mark them all? Mark them all. Ichin picked up a noodle with an expressionless face. Without a second thought, those white things were white Zetsu clones. It seemed the Akatsuki had already set their sights on Naruto. He hadn't intended to interfere too much. After all, Naruto had his own path of growth. But if someone tried to move against Naruto prematurely because of the Dark Knight mark, Ichin wouldn't mind showing them what true darkness meant. Meanwhile, the major hidden villages were in an uproar over the Dark Knight mark. Kimogakure village. The 4th Raikage slammed his fist on the desk. This time he deliberately controlled his strength and didn't smash the desk. That kid named Naruto is Konoha's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Mabui nodded. Identity confirmed. He is the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The complete Nine Tails is sealed within him. And now the celestial screen has confirmed he holds the life-saving mark left by the Dark Knight Emperor. Furthermore, she paused for a moment, her expression complicated. Based on the Pure Land comments, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama, Senju Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki are all watching him. The 4th Raikage's mouth twitched. A Nine Tails Jinchuriki, son of the 4th Hokage, descendant of the Uzumaki clan, plus the mark of a supreme god within him. Wasn't this kid's background a bit too ridiculous? Issue the order, the 4th Raikage said in a deep voice. From now on, all Kimogakure intelligence operatives active in Konoha are forbidden from approaching Uzumaki Naruto. And they must not show any hostility toward him. Dodai was momentarily stunned. Lord Raikage, the Dark Knight mark only triggers when he faces a fatal crisis. I know. The 4th Raikage shot him a glare. But can you be sure what qualifies as a fatal crisis? What if landing a single punch makes the Dark Knight Emperor consider it a lethal threat? Even the Nine Tails was scared into submission with a single look. I don't want to bring down that monster's wrath on all of Kimogakure because of some brat. Dodai was speechless, very cautious, completely unlike the Raikage's usual style. But this time he had to admit that caution was the right call. The Wagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure also issued similar orders at the first moment. No one was allowed to harm Naruto. They couldn't even test him with an attack. This order quickly spread across the entire shinobi world through the comments. 4th Raikage Kimogakure holds no grudge against the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and will never covet the Dark Knight mark. Anoki Wagakure likewise. Raza Sunagakure will not act against Uzumaki Naruto. Meitarumi Kirigakure has no interest in provoking a child protected by a supreme god. The Konoha shinobi stared at these comments with indescribable expressions. Naruto, once ostracized by the entire village, had become someone the 5 great villages dared not provoke overnight. Naruto himself was staring blankly at the sky. Are they afraid of me? No, Chen replied calmly. They're afraid of the one who left that mark on you. Naruto's eyes dimmed slightly. Indeed, even with such an incredible background, others feared not him, but that person. Sensing his mood, Chen reached out and flicked his forehead. Stop overthinking. Right now you're not strong enough. But who can say about the future? Naruto clutched his head and looked up at Chen. Brother Chen, do you think I can become strong in the future? Yes. How strong? Chen pondered for a moment. At least not weaker than that fox whimpering on the ground. Inside the seal, the Ninetales' forehead vein bulged instantly. Damn it. How dare that little brat compare himself to me? But then its movements suddenly froze. Why did this lazy black-haired kid feel inexplicably familiar? The Ninetales narrowed its eyes. It tried to observe Chen carefully through Naruto's senses. Black hair, plain clothes, a look of someone who hadn't slept enough, and that irritating tone of voice. The more the Ninetales looked, the more something felt off. Just as it was about to form some absurd conjecture, Chen seemed to sense it and glanced over through the seal space with indifference. Boom. The Ninetales felt its soul violently shudder. The thought that had just arisen vanished in an instant. Its gaze turned blank. What was I about to do just now? Whatever. It must not be important. Chen casually averted his gaze. Now was not the time for the Ninetales to learn the truth. Otherwise, with that big mouth of his, the entire shinobi world would know his identity within half an hour. On the celestial screen, the scene continued. After leaving the Dark Knight, Mark the black-clad youth raised his hand and waved it lightly. The infant Naruto floated gently and landed steadily in Kushina's arms. Then he looked once more at the unconscious Minato. The flying Raijin technique has a good concept, but the understanding of space is too shallow. The black-clad youth extended a finger and gently tapped Minato's forehead. A pitch-black rune flickered briefly and vanished. In the Pure Land, Minato Namake's body jolted violently. A flood of long-buried memories suddenly surged from the depths of his soul. Minato instinctively raised his hands. Even in the Pure Land, he could clearly feel his understanding of the flying Raijin technique elevating at an unimaginable speed. Many questions he couldn't solve during his lifetime were now effortlessly resolved. Spatial nodes, dimensional coordinates, even methods to perform long-distance teleportation directly through the void without relying on fixed formulas. Minato Namake's that senior not only saved me back then, but also left spatial insights in my soul. Tobirama Senju's spatial insights. Minato Namake's Lord Second, if I were to be revived, my flying Raijin might no longer need to rely on formula markers. Tobirama Senju, not relying on markers. Minato Namake's, that's right, directly sensing the coordinates of space itself. Tobirama Senju, this level of spatial understanding is no longer ordinary space-time ninjutsu. Madara Uchiha humph, he sure likes casually bestowing power. Hashirama Senju Madara, are you envious? Madara Uchiha, this old man, needs to envy a junior. Hashirama Senju, that senior only left us a path back, then didn't even leave us insights. Madara Uchiha, he left me a head full of bumps. The moment this comment appeared, the shinobi world fell silent for a beat. Then it erupted into laughter. Jinjetsu Hozuki, ha. Madara, you finally admitted it. Third Reikage, a head full of bumps counts as an insight. At least it taught you to keep your mouth shut. Madara Uchiha, you're all asking for death. Madara's face turned ashen. In a moment of excitement, he had blurted out his own embarrassing history. In the scene, after doing everything, the black-clad youth turned and walked back into the night. But just as he was about to leave completely, he suddenly stopped. The youth looked up. His gaze seemed to cross the river of time, directly staring beyond the celestial screen. Those eyes, shrouded in shadow, faced the multitude of the shinobi world head-on for the first time. All those with malicious intent plotting over the Dark Knight mark felt their hearts stop at that moment. An icy divine voice followed. The Dark Knight Emperor left a will within the mark. Anyone who attempts to strip, plunder, or destroy the Dark Knight mark shall be deemed an enemy. Even across 10,000 miles, judgment shall be rendered. Boom. An invisible pressure descended upon the shinobi world through the celestial screen. Underground in Konoha, 6 white Zetsu clones just about to approach Ichiraku Ramen froze simultaneously. The next second, boom, boom, boom. They didn't even have time to scream before they were blasted apart by an invisible force. Inside the Ōtsutsuki base, Black Zetsu abruptly spat out a mouthful of black liquid. His connection with those clones had been completely severed. This isn't a historical projection. The will within that mark actually influenced reality through the celestial screen. At that moment, no one dared to have designs on Naruto anymore. Meanwhile, the system notifications in Chen's mind began to scroll furiously. Fear value from the shinobi world, 999,999. Gratitude value from Minato Namake's 99999. Gratitude value from Kushina Uzumaki, 99999. Fear value from the Ninetales, 99999. Fear value from Obito Uchiha, 88888. Emotion values are surging continuously. Chen raised his ramen bowl to hide the slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This harvest, seemed even more spectacular than the blood moon Azura reveal. Akatsuki base. The air was suffocatingly oppressive. All eyes fell on Obito in the corner. Although the celestial screen deliberately concealed the true identity of the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident and did not fully reveal the face beneath the shattered mask. But the similar orange spiral mask, the similar space-time ability, and the figure of the mastermind on the screen identical to Obito's build. If anyone claimed there was no connection between them, even the dullest Haiden would not believe it. Obito, Konan spoke first. Aren't you going to explain? Obito deliberately tilted his head, his tone exaggerated. What is Konan-senpai talking about? Obito doesn't understand at all. That bad guy's mask does look a bit like mine. But there are so many masked people in the shinobi world, you can't blame all of them on me, right? Deidara narrowed his eyes. What about the space-time ninjutsu? Your technique is also very similar to that guy's on the screen. Coincidence? Obito didn't hesitate. Obito's ability is very ordinary. How could I control the Ninetales? Sasori's hoarse voice came from the puppet Hiriko. Your heartbeat is twice as fast as before. Obito's movements froze slightly. Kakuzu's green eyes swept over him. And you've been sweating ever since the Dark Knight Emperor appeared. Obito is afraid of heat. It's only 12 degrees in Amigate here now. Haiden, carrying his scythe, swaggered over. Who cares if it's him or not? Just take off the mask and see, won't we? Obito's single eye suddenly turned cold. Just as Haiden's hand reached for the mask, Pain's Deva Path called him back. Step back. Haiden paused. Leader. Pain's Deva Path slowly descended from above. His Rinnegan gazed at Obito without emotion. You claim to be Madara Uchiha. But Madara Uchiha on the celestial screen has been speaking from the Pure Land. How do you intend to explain this? The atmosphere within Akatsuki froze completely. Obito's face beneath the mask darkened. In the past, he could claim that the Madara in the Pure Land was a fake. But the celestial screen clearly stated that the identity tags were absolutely authentic. Since that arrogant soul was truly Madara Uchiha, then this man who called himself Madara Uchiha was naturally an imposter. Worse still, the celestial screen was still broadcasting the Ninetales incident. Once his identity was fully exposed, Minato Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, and Konoha would all know he was still alive. The plans he had laid for years would also surface. Obito was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he dropped the absurd demeanor of Obito. His formerly exaggerated voice turned cold and low. Identity is only a label. All you need to know is that we share the same goal. As for who I really am, it doesn't matter. It does matter. Pain's Deva Path spoke coldly. If you orchestrated the Ninetales incident, it means you've been deceiving us from the start. And you never mentioned the Dark Knight Emperor's existence. Obito subconsciously clenched his fists. Dark Knight Emperor. He didn't mention it not because he wanted to hide it, but because he truly didn't know who that person was. After the Ninetales incident, that night, he was severely injured and fled back to the underground base left by Madara Uchiha. It took Hashirama's cells months to heal him enough to recover. Yet his memory of that final night had always been extremely hazy. Obito only remembered being attacked. Something went wrong in the Kamui space. Then he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was already lying deep in the base. Over the years, Obito had always believed that he had escaped thanks to his Inagi and Kamui. As for that black-clad youth, he even thought the man was just some kind of backup plan Minato had prepared in advance. Until today, the celestial screen completely restored the truth of that year from a third-person perspective. Only then did Obito realize that the man hadn't used any conspiracy, nor had he employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Just a single repulsive force. The Kamui space shattered. His body was blasted dozens of miles away. He survived not because he fled fast, nor because Izanagi saved him. Simply because that man couldn't be bothered to use a second attack. This truth filled Obito with unprecedented fear. If the black-clad youth from back then was still alive, if he knew everything Obito had done over the years, could the infinite Tsukuyomi plan still continue? Master, White Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground. All our clones stationed near Konoha are dead. This isn't ordinary death. Even the connection between the main body and them is completely severed. They've been erased from this world. Obito's face changed drastically. Right when the celestial screen announced that the Dark Knight mark must not be touched, White Zetsu's voice lost some of its playfulness. The power left behind by that man seems to have been protecting the Ninetales Jinchuriki all along. As soon as it senses hostility, it attacks directly. Konan looked at Obito. Are you going to continue your Ninetales plan? Obito didn't answer. To revive the Geto statue, they had to collect all nine-tailed beasts. And the Ninetales was the indispensable core. But now inside the Ninetales Jinchuriki's body was the mark left by the Dark Knight Emperor. Forcibly capturing Naruto would likely awaken that power. It might even summon the Dark Knight Emperor himself. The mere thought of those calm, indifferent eyes of the black-clad youth made Obito's palms sweat. Suspend all actions related to the Ninetales for now. Finally, he made the decision. Until we find a way to break the Dark Knight mark, no one is to approach Naruto Uzumaki. Haiden looked dissatisfied. What's so scary about an old geezer who might not even be alive? We're Akatsuki. An organization that makes even the 5 great nations feel pain. Obito suddenly turned his head. His blood-red single eye through the hole in the mask stared fixedly at Haydn. If you want to die, go ahead by yourself. Don't drag the whole organization down with you. Haydn was stunned. This was the first time Obito had shown such obvious fear in front of them. Kakuzu silently stepped back half a pace. Even this mysterious man who controlled Kamui's space was so terrified. The Dark Knight Emperor was definitely not someone they could provoke. While the atmosphere within Ōtsutsuki was strange, the Damika section in the Pure Land had begun investigating the identity of the mastermind. Minato Namikaze, I wouldn't mistake that space-time ability. Minato Namikaze, the person I fought on the night of the Nine-Tails incident, was the masked man on the celestial screen. Kakashi Hatake-sensei, do you have any clues about his identity? Minato Namikaze, his fighting habits are very familiar. Minato Namikaze, but I can't be sure. Kakashi stood before the memorial stone in Konoha. Seeing Minato's answer, he slowly raised his hand and pressed it against his left eye hidden beneath the headband. Spatial Mangekyo. The masked man only had one Sharingan, and his left eye also had the ability to warp space. A thought absurd and unwilling to believe that he had long buried deep in his heart suddenly surfaced. Impossible. Obito is dead. I saw him crushed by a boulder with my own eyes. Kakashi muttered to himself. But the unease in his heart refused to dissipate. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha was also observing the masked man on the celestial screen. Madara Uchiha Kamui. Those 2 words nearly made Obito's heart stop. Hashirama Senju Madara, do you recognize this technique? Madara Uchiha, a rare Mangekyo ability. Tobarama Senju, do you know the user? Madara Uchiha, I do. Boom. The entire shinobi world erupted in uproar. Madara Uchiha actually knew the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident. Minato Namikaze, Madara Uchiha, please tell me who he is. Kakashi Hatake, please answer. Hiruzen Sarutobi, this person attacked Konoha, killed the 4th Hokage and his wife. Konoha must know the truth. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha stared at the torrent of questions, his expression gloomy. The masked man on the celestial screen was indeed Obito, the pawn he himself had chosen. But if he revealed Obito's identity now, it would do no good for the Moon's Eye plan. Madara was about to remain silent when the celestial screen's voice suddenly rang out. Involves core secrets of subsequent rankings. The identity of the mastermind will not be revealed for now. Anyone who knows the truth cannot reveal it via Damaku. Madara tried to speak. Sure enough, any text involving Uchiha Obito could not be sent. He frowned slightly. Core secrets of subsequent rankings. What connection did Obito have with the later Supreme God? Could it be that black-clad youth had not only participated in the Nine-Tails incident, but also influenced Madara's plan from behind the scenes? At the thought of this possibility, an ominous premonition rose in Madara's heart. It shouldn't be possible. My plan, aside from Black Zetsu and Obito, no third person knows about it. Even if that guy is powerful, he couldn't possibly see through everything. Meanwhile, in the Ōtsutsuki base, Obito breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At least his identity was safe for now, but he felt no relief. Instead, he stared fixedly at the black-clad youth on the celestial screen. An even more terrifying question kept echoing in his mind. Back then, why didn't he kill me? If the Dark Knight Emperor simply couldn't be bothered to act, that would be fine. But what if it wasn't? What if he had already seen through Obito's identity, even knew about the Moon's Eye plan? Then every step Obito had taken over the years, had it all been under his watch? The more Obito thought, the colder his hands and feet grew. He had prided himself on being the manipulator of the shinobi world. Nagato, the Mist Village, Ōtsutsuki, even the 5 great nations, all were just pawns in his plan. But now he suddenly realized that in the eyes of the true Dark Knight Emperor, he himself might be just an ant temporarily left to roam. On the celestial screen, the black-clad youth had completely disappeared into the night. The camera shifted again to the deep crater dozens of miles away. The severely injured masked man struggled to his feet. He staggered into a spatial vortex. Just before disappearing, he glanced back in Konoha's direction. That gaze held both hatred and an undeniable fear. The mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident defeated. His destruction plan, prepared over many years, was completely shattered by the Dark Knight Emperor within 3 breaths. Thus the Nine-Tails was sealed. Naruto Uzumaki survived. Konoha was spared from destruction. And this true guardian, who turned everything around, never left his name. The scene slowly faded. Darkness enveloped the celestial screen. The next second, the silhouette of a man in loose black clothes and wooden clogs once again appeared beneath the bright moonlight. He stood with his back to Konoha, walking alone through the night. No cheers. No thanks. No one even knew he had ever been there. But it was this seemingly lazy man who at Konoha's most desperate moment held up the collapsing sky for everyone. He does not need the world to remember him, nor does he need the name of Hokage. He stands in the darkness guarding the light. The 9th on the Supreme God ranking. Konoha's true Dark Knight Emperor. Fully deserved. The entire shinobi world rose in solemn respect. The 9th on the Supreme Divine list. The true Dark Knight Emperor of Mai. Well deserved. The entire ninja world was filled with awe. The celestial screen froze. Under the moonlight, that solitary figure faded into the distance. Inside my village, no one spoke. Both shinobi and ordinary villagers silently gazed at the sky. Many who had personally experienced the Nine-Tails rampage had reddened eyes. Only today did they learn. That night, after the fourth fire shadow had given his all, there was still someone who silently took over the responsibility of protecting my. He suppressed the Nine-Tails, repelled the mastermind behind the scenes, neutralized tens of thousands of explosive tags, saved Minato's family, and left a protective mark within Naruto's body. Yet after accomplishing all this, he did not bask in cheers, nor did he ask for any reward from Mai. He simply walked back into the darkness. He left all the credit to the sacrificed fourth fire shadow. Dark Knight Emperor Hiruzen Sarutobi removed his fire shadow hat. He stood atop the Hokage building, bowed deeply toward the figure in the celestial screen. The third fire shadow of my Hiruzen Sarutobi. On behalf of my, I thank you, senior, for saving our village back then. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice spread across the ninja world through the celestial screen. Below the Hokage building, one by one my shinobi lowered their heads. Then came the villagers on the streets, the major clans, the children at the ninja academy, even those who had doubted the celestial screen's content. At this moment, they all bowed with sincere respect. Thank you, Dark Knight Emperor Senior. Tens of thousands spoke at once. Their voices converged into a torrent echoing through the entire Mai. Chen still sat in the corner of Ichiraku Ramen. Everyone around him stood up to bow, leaving him holding his bowl of noodles, looking conspicuously out of place. Naruto quickly tugged at his sleeve. Chen, get up. Everyone is thanking the Dark Knight Emperor. Chen helplessly put down his bowl. He couldn't exactly bow to himself, could he? I hold my respect for him in my heart. Formalities don't matter. Naruto looked serious. No, he saved me and my parents. You have to be serious. With that, Naruto grabbed Chen by the sleeve, pulled him up from the seat, and forced him to bend over. Chen. Having lived for 1,000 years, this was the first time he was forced to bow to his own alternate identity. The feeling was rather peculiar. Master, Judgment Branch snickered softly. You're bowing to yourself. Shut up. Master, you're not bending low enough. Say one more word and I'll throw you into the sewer. Judgment Branch fell silent instantly. Beside Chen, Naruto's eyes had already reddened. He bowed deeply toward the silhouette in the celestial screen. Dark Knight Emperor Senior. Thank you for saving me. And thank you for saving my parents. I don't know if you can hear me, but I will definitely find you one day. I want to thank you in person. Chen turned to look at Naruto. The boy's expression was more serious than ever before. It wasn't about wanting to become his disciple nor coveting the Dark Knight Emperor's power. It was simply to say thank you. I heard you, Chen said softly. Naruto was momentarily stunned. What? I said if that senior is still in my, he must have heard you. Naruto's face broke into a smile again. That's good. In the Pure Land, Kushina was already crying uncontrollably. She sent messages one after another, as if afraid her gratitude wouldn't reach the benefactor. Kushina Uzumaki Senior, thank you. Kushina Uzumaki, thank you for saving Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto is the most precious child to me and Minato. Kushina Uzumaki, without you I can't even imagine what he would have suffered back then. Kushina Uzumaki, benefactor, where are you? Kushina Uzumaki, I would do anything if you would just appear. Kushina Uzumaki, please at least let us say thank you to you in person. Lines of red text scrolled across the sky. Minato Namikaze also spoke solemnly. Minato Namikaze Senior, I owe you 3 lives. Minato Namikaze, mine, Kushina's, and Naruto's. Minato Namikaze, if I can ever return to the living world, I would do anything for you. Hashirama Senju, can this Dark Knight Senior see the messages? Tobarama Senju, the celestial screen covers all living beings. As long as he exists, he must be able to see. Hashirama Senju, then why doesn't he respond? Madara Uchiha, would a true powerhouse reveal himself just because of a few words of thanks? Hashirama Senju, Madara, you seem to know him well. Madara Uchiha, I'm just stating the attitude a strong one should have. Maybe he simply can't be bothered to speak. Third Reikage, judging from the celestial screen, he really does hate trouble. Inoki, because the Nine-Tails disturbed his sleep, he casually averted Mai's annihilation. Meitarumi, to him it might have truly been a mere afterthought. The more they thought this way, the greater their reverence. Accomplishing something with all one's might is certainly worthy of respect. But to have a catastrophe that others view as an extinction-level threat be nothing more than a trifle in the hands of the Dark Knight Emperor. That casual ease was the most terrifying form of power. Just then the celestial divine voice rang out again. Now calculating the reward for the 9th on the Supreme Divine list. Everyone immediately looked up. The reward for Blood Moon Azura was the Longevity Pill and the Judgment Branch. The Dark Knight Emperor ranked higher. The reward must be even more astonishing. Reward 1, Dark Knight Divine Domain. Allows the user to overlay their will over a region. Within the domain, space, gravity, repulsion, and souls are all under control. The domain's range depends on the user's power. Reward 2, Reincarnation Origin. Can complete all defects of ocular techniques. No need for bloodline eye transplant or backlash. If the listed individual already possesses corresponding power, the reincarnation origin will automatically elevate it. Boom. The entire ninja world erupted into chaos. The Dark Knight, divine domain that controlled space, gravity, repulsion, and souls. The reincarnation origin that perfected all ocular defects. Either reward was enough to drive the ninja world's powerhouses wild, especially the Uchiha clan. Many members breathing quickened, their eyes turning fervent. The stronger the Sharingan's power, the greater the cost. The Mangekyo would gradually lead to blindness with use. But the reincarnation origin could fix all defects. If they obtained this power, would they never have to worry about ocular backlash? Sasuke Uchiha clenched his fists tightly. If he could get the reincarnation origin, would he immediately have the power to kill that man? But the next second, the celestial screen's cold warning extinguished everyone's greed. The reward has been bound to the Dark Knight Emperor's aura. No one else can touch it. Anyone who forcibly takes it will have their soul erased. All agitation vanished instantly. This was not the Judgment Branch. At least the Judgment Branch could be searched for. The reincarnation origin was directly bound to the Dark Knight Emperor's aura. No one could even touch it. Now locating the listed individual's position. Everyone in my perked up. Here it comes. The location of Blood Moon Azura had been pinpointed to my. Now they finally had a chance to discover where the Dark Knight Emperor was. A map of the ninja world appeared. A golden light that emerged from the distant void and instantly fell toward the land of fire. The land of fire again. Hiruzen Sarutobi's breathing quickened. The light continued to shrink. My village. Seeing this, the entire ninja world was numb. Indeed, it was in my again. Fourth Raikage Blood Moon Azura is in my, and the Dark Knight Emperor is also in my. Fourth Raikage, could these two be living together? Anoki, that's a possibility. Mei Terumi, maybe the deities of the Supreme Divine list know each other. Hashirama Senju, I'm more and more eager to return to Mai and see. Madara Uchiha, a bunch of cowards hiding their faces. Hashirama Senju, Madara, are you really daring to go back? Madara Uchiha, why wouldn't I dare? Hashirama Senju, Blood Moon Sr. is also in my. Madara Uchiha fell silent. It wasn't that he was afraid. It was mainly that his resurrection plan wasn't complete yet. It definitely wasn't because he didn't want to get hit by that branch again. The golden light continued moving after entering my. The Hokage building. The Uchiha clan grounds. The Ninja Academy. The commercial district. Finally, it sped straight toward the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. Yi-Chen's eyelid twitched. Again. Naruto, on the other hand, jumped up excitedly. Yi-Chen, the Dark Knight Emperor Sr., is nearby. Maybe he likes Ichiraku Ramen too. Tuchi's spirits lifted. If a supreme deity was a regular at Ichiraku Ramen, then Ichiraku would be a god-certified shop. From now on, not just my. Even opening branches across the 5 great nations would be no problem. The golden light drew closer and closer. Finally, it stopped directly above Ichiraku Ramen. Everyone's breath caught at the same moment. Naruto looked at Tuchi, at Ayame, at Kiba, and then at Yi-Chan in the corner. Among us. Who was the Dark Knight Emperor? In an instant, all eyes were on Yi-Chan. Because among everyone present, he was the most similar to the black-clad young man in the celestial screen. Yi-Chan's expression remained unchanged. He even picked up his bowl and took a sip of soup. The next moment, the golden light suddenly passed through Ichiraku Ramen and continued moving backward. Finally, it landed on an abandoned warehouse next door. Detected residual aura of the listed individual. The Dark Knight Emperor once lived here long-term. The target himself is no longer on site. Everyone suddenly understood. So the Dark Knight Emperor had once lived in the abandoned warehouse behind the ramen shop. The light had locked onto residual aura, not Yi-Chun. Kiba Inuzuka patted his chest. Phew, that scared me. I almost thought Yi-Chun was the Dark Knight Emperor. Naruto nodded too. When you think about it, it's really impossible. The Dark Knight Emperor can suppress the 9 tails with one hand. Yi-Chun can't even afford rent. The gap between them is too big. The corner of Yi-Chen's mouth twitched. They could eliminate suspicion, but did they have to hurt his dignity at the same time? Just as everyone was about to rush toward the abandoned warehouse, Danzo Shimura's icy voice rang out through the bullet screen. Shimura, Danzo, rude, obey. Immediately seal off the southeastern area of my. Dig 3 feet deep if necessary, find every clue about the Dark Knight Emperor. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face changed drastically. Danzo, that fool. Hasn't he learned his lesson from the last time? Before he finished, root ninjas wearing animal masks rushed out from both sides of the street. Some entered the abandoned warehouse. Some sealed off Ichiraku Ramen. Others began interrogating nearby residents. A root ninja landed in front of Yi-Chun. Name: Yi-Chun. Identity: Mai Genin. Age: 18. The root ninja looked him up and down. You often appear in this area? Yi-Chun nodded. I come for ramen every day. Have you seen any black-haired youth of unusual identity? No. The root ninja's eyes were cold. From now on, everyone must submit to inspection. Anyone who resists will be considered a my traitor. As he spoke, he grabbed for Yi-Chen's shoulder. Yi-Chen glanced down at the carton of discounted eggs he had just bought, then back at the approaching hand. He just wanted to buy some eggs. Why did trouble always find him? Fortunately, just as the man's hand was about to land, another root ninja hurried over. Wait. I checked the records. He's known as the Eternal Genin of the village. His chakra level is less than 1/10 of an average Chunin's. He can't possibly be related to the Dark Knight Emperor. The first root ninja's eyes instantly filled with contempt. A waste then. He withdrew his hand and waved impatiently. Get lost. Don't hinder Root's operations. Chen put on a harmless, simple-minded smile. Yes, sir. He carried his eggs and walked out of the cordoned area with a bow and a nod. Once he turned the corner, his smile vanished instantly. Deep within his ordinary black pupils, Dark Tomo slowly emerged. A terrifying, repulsive force flickered around him for a moment. The entire street space seemed to freeze in absolute stillness. Ding. Second wave of emotional value harvested. Total emotional value 3.7 billion. Conditions met for extracting the complete power of the Dark Knight Emperor. Reincarnation origin distributed. Dark Knight divine domain distributed. Extract the full set of Dark Knight Emperor's reincarnation, divine eyes, divine repulsion, and divine might dimension-breaking power. Chen lightly tossed the eggs in his hand. Extract. Dark Tomo spun in his eyes. Finally, they transformed into rings of mysterious ripples deep enough to swallow souls. Chen raised his head. From hundreds of meters away, he gave a faint glance at the root ninja blocking the street. The next second, that root ninja who had just called him a waste felt an overwhelming, intangible force descend. Bang! He was instantly slammed to the ground. His face pressed intimately against the earth. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move a single finger. Enemy attack. Who's attacking? The root ninjas looked around in panic, but found nothing. On the other side of the street corner, Chen had already walked away, lazily, eggs in hand. Judgment branch. Yes. Remember that guy. Master, should I chop him? Next time he insults me, hang him from a tree. Yage. Root mobilizes. A citywide carpet search for the Dark Knight Emperor. Enemy attack. Block the streets. Perception squad immediately lock onto the source of the technique. As the root ninja was pinned to the ground, the entire street erupted into chaos in an instant. Shadows descended from the rooftops one after another. Kunai were drawn. A barrier expanded. Several perception ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals, extending their consciousness in all directions. Yet no matter how they searched, they could not detect even a trace of anomalous chakra. No residual traces of ninjutsu. No signs of technique application. Not even the air had changed. That root ninja seemed to have been suddenly crushed by an invisible mountain, his face pressed to the ground, his body firmly glued to the road. Can't move. My chakra is flowing normally, but the space around me feels fixed. The root ninja gritted his teeth and growled. He attempted to use the body flicker technique. Failed. The substitution technique. Failed. He couldn't even lift a single finger. A perception ninja crouched beside him, cold sweat slowly beading on his forehead. It's not earth release. Nor is it the shadow imitation technique. And definitely not a ceiling technique. There's no chakra fluctuation around us. Another root ninja's body stiffened. Invisible suppression without chakra fluctuations. They exchanged glances. The same image from the celestial screen flashed through their minds. The young man in black had merely raised a hand. He had shattered the Kamui dimension with an invisible repulsive force. The Dark Knight Emperor. Could that supreme god be nearby? In an instant, a chill shot up the spines of all the root ninjas. They had just received Danzo's order to conduct a forced search of nearby residents. And now, within moments, one of their own had been pinned down by an incomprehensible force. Was this really a coincidence? Or was the supreme god who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years warning them? Lift the blockade. A root squad leader made a swift decision. Do not continue to disturb the nearby residents. First report this to Lord Danzo. But before his words had even faded, crack, a crisp sound suddenly came from the abandoned warehouse that Root had forcibly opened. Everyone turned abruptly. The warehouse door had closed by itself. Then a gentle yet irresistible force spread outward from inside the warehouse. Bam, bam, bam. Over a dozen root ninjas who were searching the warehouse for clues were all thrown out. One by one, they landed neatly on the street, uninjured. Their weapons and clothing were intact. Only their masks had been removed, piled into a small mountain. A line of black characters slowly appeared on the warehouse door. Those who disturb the peace shall be hung from a tree for 3 days. Root members. The entire Konoha. The barrage comments fell silent for a moment, then exploded instantly. Fourth Reikage, haha. Fourth Reikage Danzo, it seems your people aren't very welcome. Inoki, the Dark Knight Emperor, has clearly stated that if they continue to disturb, they'll be hung from a tree for 3 days. Meitarumi, this punishment method seems oddly familiar. Hashirama Senju, Lord Blood Moon, used to enjoy hanging troublemakers from trees too. Tobarama Senju, indeed far too similar. Could these two supreme gods be relatives? Third Reikage, or perhaps friends? Madara, Uchiha Humph playing tricks. Hashirama Senju, Madara, you were beaten by Lord Blood Moon. The Dark Knight Emperor lives in Konoha. Have you really never met him before? Madara, Uchiha, no. In the Pure Land, Madara answered with unusual decisiveness. Yet a seed of doubt had already sprouted in his mind. Blood Moon Azura, Dark Knight Emperor. One was active in the Warring States period, driving the establishment of Konoha. The other had been a constant presence throughout Konoha's founding history, silently protecting the village. Both had unknown origins. Both wielded power beyond the shinobi world's comprehension. Both had no interest in authority. Both were too lazy to leave a name. More importantly, their methods of disciplining the unruly were both exceptionally straightforward and brutal. Could they be from the same ancient organization? Madara Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Or perhaps, there was an even closer connection between these two. He had not yet arrived at the true answer. After all, no one would immediately suspect that two supreme gods with completely different cultivation systems, fighting styles, and external appearances were actually two accounts operated by the same person. Hokage building. Danzo saw the warning on the warehouse door, his face dark enough to drip water. Provocation. This is a provocation against Root. Everything I do is for Konoha. Danzo slammed his cane. Root, listen up. Expand the. Shut up. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand on the desk. Danzo, do you really want to be hung from a tree? The celestial screen has made it perfectly clear. The senior doesn't wish to be disturbed. But that warehouse might hold his secrets. Danzo spoke reluctantly. If we can obtain just one relic for Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared coldly at him. Do you think you're tougher than a complete Susano'o? Or do you believe the root base is harder to destroy than the Kimui dimension? Danzo's expression faltered. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. Both Lord Blood Moon Azura and Lord Dark Knight Emperor have shown kindness to Konoha. Their willingness to live in seclusion here is an honor for Konoha, not a reason for you to covet their power. Withdraw Root immediately. Without my orders, you are not to investigate the Ichiraku ramen shop or its surrounding area again. Danzo gripped his cane. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Right now I am the Hokage. At those familiar words, Danzo's face darkened even further. But under the watchful eyes of many clan heads, he could not defy the Hokage's official order. Retreat. Within a few short minutes, all the Root ninjas who had blocked the street had withdrawn. The Root ninja who had been pinned by the invisible force finally regained his freedom. He scrambled to his feet, casting a terrified glance at the abandoned warehouse. Finally, daring not to utter another word, he fled the area without looking back. At the end of the street, Yi-chun, carrying a bag of eggs, walked slowly toward home. Master, the Judgment Branch reported cheerfully. All of the one-eyed old man's people have run away. The one who cursed you earlier also ran. Should we chase him now and hang him from a tree? Yi-chun replied casually. Forget it. He didn't continue cursing. All right. The Judgment Branch's tone was full of regret. Yi-chun gently weighed the bag of eggs. After fusing all the power of the Dark Knight Emperor, his mastery over space, gravity, and repulsive force had returned to its peak. A single thought had been enough to suppress that Root ninja without harming him, rendering him immobile. As for the warning at the abandoned warehouse, it was the automatic reaction of the residual wool he had left there. 1,000 years ago, he had indeed stayed in that warehouse for a while. At that time, Konoha had just been established, and there were very few houses in the village. Hashirama had repeatedly invited him to live in the Senju clan compound, but Yi-chun had refused. Living with a large group of ninjas was too noisy. The abandoned warehouse was quieter. Later, after adopting the identity of the Dark Knight Emperor, he would occasionally return there to sleep. Over time, the warehouse naturally became imbued with his aura. But Yi-chun glanced back in the direction of the warehouse. Blood Moon Azura liked hanging people. The Dark Knight Emperor also likes hanging people. Some traits are indeed too similar. Once or twice might be fine. But if the subsequent rankings continued to be exposed, it would be hard to prevent people from connecting these identities. The shinobi world was never short of clever people, especially the likes of Nara Shikaku, Tobarama Senju, and Orochimaru. If they found enough commonalities, they might just guess something. I need to be a bit more restrained in the future. Yi-chun mused. At least I shouldn't hang people from trees with every identity. The Judgment Branch quickly asked. Then how about burying them in the ground? Yi-chun decided not to discuss educational methods with a violent artifact. Just then, several Root ninjas suddenly dropped from the rooftop ahead. Halt. Routine inspection. Yi-chun paused. Hadn't they just withdrawn? Why was another group here? The leading Root ninja glanced at the documents in his hand. Yi-chun, Konoha Genin, 18 years old. Failed the Chunin exams 5 times. Currently has no fixed mission squad. Has been active near the Ichiraku ramen shop for a long time. At this, he lifted his head, his eyes full of scrutiny. Why were you in the area where the artifact coordinates and the Dark Knight Emperor's residual aura were detected? Yi-chun immediately put on a nervous expression. Sir, I just want to eat a bowl of ramen. Then I bought a bag of discounted eggs. He held up the eggs as proof of his innocence. The Root ninja said coldly, whether you're connected to the Dark Knight Emperor is not for you to decide. Submit to a Jinjutsu inspection. His right eye opened slightly. A Sharingan with only 2 tomo and extremely impure eye power appeared before Yi-chun. Clearly this was a defective product obtained by Danzo from an Uchiha clan member. Look into my eyes. The Root ninja commanded coldly. Yi-chun seemed frightened, his body stiffening slightly. Then he obediently met the ninja's gaze. Buzz. Jinjutsu activated. The Root ninja's consciousness instantly invaded Yi-chun's mental world. But all he saw was an extremely narrow, pitifully weak chakra space. Genin. Not even an outstanding one among genin. The mental world was filled with ramen discounted eggs, expired coupons, and all sorts of trivial daily matters. Why did Handa-san raise the price again? There's a gathering at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. 8 in the morning. Too early. I'll just be late. I'm 2 months behind on rent. Should I borrow some money from Naruto? The root ninja's mouth twitched slightly. What a pathetic mental world. No ambition. No fighting spirit. No desire to grow stronger. Every day, he only thought about eating, sleeping, avoiding missions, and taking advantage of others. Forget the Dark Knight Emperor. Even an ordinary genin with a bit of ambition was far better than him. The root ninja withdrew the genjutsu. The scrutiny in his eyes had completely turned into contempt. Get lost. A waste like you isn't even fit to carry the Dark Knight Emperor's sandals. Yi-chun, as if pardoned, nodded repeatedly. Yes. You're absolutely right, sir. Then I'll be going now. The root ninja waved his hand impatiently. Scram. Yi-chun quickly walked away with the eggs. Not until he turned the corner did the fear on his face completely vanish. Deep in the depths of his eyes, concentric black ripples slowly faded. Not even fit to carry his sandals. Yi-chun's expression was strange. Such an evaluation. It was hard to tell exactly who was being insulted. Master. The judgment branch vibrated with fury. He insulted you again. This time he must be hung from a tree. Not yet. Yi-chun glanced at the eggs in his hand. Let's go home first. Fried eggs for dinner tonight. The root ninja had no idea. All the memories he had seen were constructed by Yi-chun in an instant. The so-called Genjutsu invasion had never truly touched Yi-chun's mental world. A mere root ninja with a defective Sharingan dared to probe the soul of the Dark Knight Emperor. Well, ignorance was bliss. If Yi-chun hadn't actively disguised himself, even the automatic backlash from his mental world would have been enough to instantly shatter that root ninja's soul. At that moment, the system's voice rang out in Yi-chun's mind again. Fusion of all Dark Knight Emperor powers complete. Reincarnation Divine Eye has been sublimated. Dark Knight Divine Domain fusion complete. Current initial range of the Divine Domain, the entire land of fire. As emotional energy continues to increase, the Divine Domain can expand indefinitely. Yi-chun paused slightly. The Divine Domain covered the entire land of fire. That meant that as long as he wished, any spatial change or gravitational fluctuation within the land of fire would be clearly perceived. Even enemies hiding in alternate dimensions would have nowhere to hide. Yi-chun moved his mind. The invisible domain quietly expanded. In just an instant, the entire landscape of the land of fire was fully reflected in his consciousness. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, Ninja Academy, Hyuga Clan Compound, Uchiha Clan Compound, Root Base deep underground, Himogakure ninjas retreating at the border, spies lurking in the mountains, and even a white Zetsu buried in the earth with only half its head exposed. All secrets lay bare before his eyes. Found you. Yi-chun's gaze shifted slightly. Several kilometers underground, a white Zetsu clone was transmitting information outward. It had no idea that it had already been locked onto by a pair of eyes that transcended dimensions. Yi-chun did not kill it immediately. Instead, he traced along the spiritual connection between the white Zetsu to a more distant point. The Land of Rain, Akatsuki Base, Obito Uchiha, Black Zetsu, Nagato. The positions of all of them were now locked by Yi-chun. With a single thought, he could erase that base from the shinobi world across thousands of miles. Yi-chun observed for a moment, then withdrew his gaze. I'll let them live for now. I'll need their emotional energy later. Little did the Akatsuki members know that they had just been enveloped by the Dark Knight Emperor's divine domain. And even less did they know that they were still alive only because Yi-chun found them still worth harvesting. Yi-chun continued forward. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him. No matter how you looked at him, he was just an ordinary genin carrying discounted eggs freshly scorned by Root. The darkness beneath the lamp. Nothing more. On the Konoha commercial street. Eggs 300 ryo for a pack. Last 10 packs. Selling them till they're gone. In front of the supermarket, a staff member was hawking loudly. The look in Yi-chun's eyes, who had been strolling leisurely, shifted instantly. Last 10 packs. He glanced down at the eggs in his hand. Only 1 pack. It wouldn't last more than a few days. Master. The judgment branch asked in confusion. Why are you suddenly so serious? Something big is happening. Yi-chun replied in a grave tone. The judgment branch immediately grew excited. An enemy. Are we going to fight? I'm ready. More important than fighting. As Yi-chun spoke, he took a step forward. There was no spatial fluctuation, nor any astonishing aura. He simply vanished from his spot without any warning. The next instant, he was already standing in front of the supermarket. That speed surpassed the visual capture limit of everyone present, let alone ordinary villagers. Even the few umbu nearby only felt a gentle breeze brush past. Yi-chun casually picked up 2 packs of eggs. Boss, how many packs can one person buy at most? 2 packs per person. The staff member pointed to the sign beside him. Yi-chun frowned. Such a rule was truly unreasonable. Why should a person be limited to only 2 packs? Master. The judgment branch was eager to try. Should I snatch the rest? We are civilized people. Yi-chun flatly refused. After paying, he walked away contentedly carrying 3 bags of eggs. He had just fused power capable of destroying the entire shinobi world. He possessed a divine domain covering the land of fire. With a single thought, he could shatter space. Yet compared to all this, successfully buying the last 2 discounted packs of eggs from the supermarket was clearly more worth celebrating. Chen prepared to head home. But suddenly a commotion broke out ahead. Move aside. Everyone move. A cart loaded with goods was sliding out of control down a slope. The wheels grated harshly against the ground. The speed was increasing. Villagers on the street scattered to both sides. But right in front of the cart, a small white cat was lying in the middle of the road, as if paralyzed with fear, completely unaware of the need to flee. Danger! A girl cried out in alarm. 2 nearby ninjas instinctively moved to intervene. But the runaway cart was less than a meter away from the little cat. Too late. Just as everyone expected the cat to be crushed under the wheels, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the street. The cart rumbled past, but there was no sound of flesh being crushed. Everyone was momentarily stunned. By the time the cart crashed into the stone wall in the distance and stopped, they realized the little cat in the middle of the road had vanished. Where's the cat? It was just here. Did it run away on its own? Impossible, it was too scared to move just now. In a corner of the street, Chen walked by slowly carrying 3 bags of eggs. A small white cat was perched on his shoulder, licking its paws dazedly. No one had seen when he made his move. No one even noticed that he had rescued the cat. Only on the roof not far away, Kakashi, who was reading Make Out Paradise, suddenly lifted his head. Wind. His lone exposed right eye narrowed slightly. For a split second, he thought he had glimpsed a blurry afterimage darting across the street. But when he looked closely, there was only Chen, the eternal genin. Kakashi had some impression of Chen. He often hung out with Naruto. His mission record was a complete mess. His chakra was pitifully low. He was the kind of ordinary person you wouldn't give a second glance in a crowd. Did he save that cat? The moment this thought crossed Kakashi's mind, he saw Chen trip over a raised stone. Ouch! Chen staggered. The 3 bags of eggs in his hand flew into the air. My eggs! He panicked and lunged forward frantically. He caught one bag with his left hand. He grabbed another with his right hand. The last bag spun twice in the air and landed perfectly on his head. Crack! The sound of eggshells breaking rang out. Yellow egg yolk trickled down his hair. Chen froze completely. The white cat on his shoulder was startled, leaped lightly to the ground, and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. Kakashi, what had he been suspecting just now? How could a guy who tripped over a stone while walking possibly have saved the cat in a way that even he couldn't see clearly? It must be because the celestial screen had exposed 2 mysterious powerhouses, making him overly tense. He was seeing depth in everyone. Kakashi shook his head with self-deprecation and lowered his gaze back to the book. On the street, Chen stared at the broken eggs, his face full of heartache. What a pity. At least 6 eggs lost. The Judgment Branch asked softly. Master, why didn't you use the divine domain to catch them? Chen wiped the yolk from his hair expressionlessly. Kakashi was watching. Oh, to avoid suspicion, I had to sacrifice a few eggs. Master is truly great. Chen sighed. He would rather not have this kind of greatness. 300 ryo per pack. That was real money. Chen returned to his apartment. First he washed his hair. Then he neatly arranged the remaining eggs in the cupboard. Only after finishing all this did he have time to carefully examine the Dark Emperor's abilities. System. Open the panel. A golden light curtain visible only to Chen slowly unfolded. Host Chen. Current identity, Eternal Genin of Konoha. Extracted avatars Blood Moon Azura Dark Emperor. Blood Moon Azura Sync, rate 100. Dark Emperor Sync, rate 100. Acquired abilities 1 branch shattering 10,000 laws Godly Body Blood Moon, Will Dark Divine, Domain Reincarnation, Divine Eyes Godly Attraction, Godly Repulsion Dimension Breaking Force. Remaining emotion value 127600000. Current physical level demigod. Next stage dimensional ascension. Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. After fusing 2 avatars, his physical body had been elevated to the demigod level. In terms of sheer power, there was no one left in the entire shinobi world who could make him fight seriously. Even if Kaguya Ōtsutsuki broke her seal ahead of time, she might not be able to withstand a single chopstick from him. But to truly transcend the Naruto world and leap across dimensions, it was still far from enough. It seems I still have to keep watching the later rankings. Chen leaned back on the sofa. Although the risk of exposure was growing, the benefits brought by the celestial screen were equally astonishing. Every time an avatar was exposed, he could harvest emotion values from the shock of the masses and fully extract the power of that identity. Once all top 10 were exposed, Chen even suspected that he could directly surpass the upper limit of this world. Master, the Judgment Branch suddenly spoke. That big fox inside the yellow-haired kid seems to be spying on you. Chen's eyes flickered. The dark divine domain unfolded. Inside Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto was eating noodles with his head down. And in the sealed space within his body, Kurama was lying behind the iron gate, observing the outside world with suspicion. Too similar. That genin named Chen. Why does his silhouette look so much like the Dark Emperor's? The more Kurama thought, the more uneasy it felt. Ordinary people might only see a similar back view. Butt-tailed beast's perception of souls and chakra far surpassed that of humans. Although Yi-chun had perfectly concealed his power, Kurama still instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. Especially the occasional look in Yi-chun's eyes when he glanced at Naruto. It was almost identical to the gaze that black-clad young man had cast down at the infant Naruto all those years ago. The age doesn't match. The chakra is completely different. And he's too weak, Kurama muttered to itself. Could he be a descendant of that man? Or a reincarnation? It dared not directly guess that Yi-chun was the Dark Emperor himself. After all, the black-clad youth had appeared in the early days of Konoha's founding. He had lived for at least several decades. And now so many years had passed again. How could a human have such a long lifespan? Just as Kurama was pondering, it suddenly felt the light in the sealed space dim. A slender figure had appeared outside the iron gate without anyone noticing. Kurama's head snapped up. Yi-chun was standing right there, his hands in his pockets, a smile on his face. He looked at it calmly. Kurama's pupils contracted, and all 9 of its tails stiffened instantly. You, how did you get in? Yi-chun reached a finger through the iron gate and pressed it to his lips. Shoo. Curiosity is not a good thing. Kurama's fur bristled all over. That gesture, that tone. It could never mistake them. You are. Just as Kurama was about to cry out, a gentle will swept over its soul. The next moment, Yi-chun's figure vanished. Kurama lay dazed in place. Its eyes gradually grew confused. Strange. What was I thinking just now, right? How should I curse Shikaka tomorrow? That damn raccoon dared to mock me. I can't let it off. Grumbling and cursing, Kurama lay back down. Inside the apartment, Yi-chun opened his eyes again. That fox almost discovered me. I'll have to be more careful from now on. The judgment branch asked in confusion. Why not just erase its memory? Naruto needs Kurama. And that creature knows quite a few ancient secrets, but still useful. Yi-chun stretched lazily. It's late. Time to sleep. Outside, the world was in unprecedented turmoil due to the exposure of the Dark Emperor. The 5 great ninja villages held emergency meetings overnight. The daimyo of various countries tossed and turned unable to sleep. The Ōtsutsuki organization began to re-evaluate the plan to capture the 9 tails. The Konoha higher-ups were busy to the point of distraction. But the true Dark Emperor, after turning off the lights, lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. No matter how big the matter was, it couldn't interfere with his sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, falling on Yi-chun's face. The alarm clock rang. Yi-chun rolled over and casually turned it off. 5 minutes later, the second alarm clock rang. He turned it off again. Half an hour later, Yi-chun snapped his eyes open. He looked at the clock on the wall. 8:40. The assembly time at the Ninja Academy was 8 o'clock sharp. Yi-chun stared at the clock for 2 seconds. Then he lay back down. I'm already late. In that case, sleeping 10 more minutes won't hurt. The judgment branch. It finally understood why his master had refused to become Hokage back then. This kind of schedule was indeed unsuitable for leading a village. At the Konoha Ninja Academy, Yi-chun, Naruto, Uzumaki. Irika's furious roar nearly lifted the classroom roof off its hinges. Bam! The classroom door was shoved open with force. Yi-chun and Naruto stood side by side at the entrance. One of them was still holding an unfinished breakfast. The other's face was smeared with multicolored paint. Speak. Why were you too late today? Irika's forehead veins bulged. Naruto raised his hand first. Irika-sensei, I went to the Hokage Rock this morning to repaint the faces of the past Hokage. You call that painting? Irika pointed out the window. At the Hokage Rock, the first Hokage had been given 2 squiggly mustaches. The second Hokage had a little flower sprouting from his head. The third Hokage's entire face was painted blue. The fourth Hokage, however, had escaped pranking. Only a crooked line of large characters was written beside him. That I'm definitely going to become Hokage someday. Seeing that last line, Irika's anger momentarily faltered. He already knew Naruto's background through the celestial screen. Looking at this child, who always used pranks to draw attention, his feelings were naturally different now. But as a teacher, discipline still had to be enforced. Even if the fourth Hokage is your father, you can't just vandalize the Hokage Rock. Naruto covered his ears. I know I was wrong. Will you do it again? No, I won't. Then go stand in the hallway. Oh. Naruto hung his head and walked out of the classroom. As he passed Yi-chun, he secretly made a funny face. Irika turned his gaze to Yi-chun. And you? I helped an old lady cross the street this morning, Yi-chun said without a blush or a racing heart. For 40 minutes. The old lady had trouble walking. There's no street between your home and the school. Yi-chun was silent for 2 seconds. Sensei, let me start over. Get out and stand in the hallway. Sure thing. Yi-chun agreed without hesitation. The classroom erupted in laughter. Sakura Haruno covered her mouth full of disdain. A grown man still late, every day? Ino Yamanaka nodded. I heard he's been held back for 5 years. Kiba Inuzuka leaned on his desk gloating. Yesterday, everyone was suspecting that Yi-chun might be the Dark Knight Emperor. But seeing this now, how could it be possible? The Dark Knight Emperor suppressed the 9 tails with just a glance. Yi-chun is even afraid of Irika-sensei. Yi-chun, who had just reached the door, paused slightly. Irika raised an eyebrow. You have a problem. No. Yi-chun walked out of the classroom decisively. It wasn't Irika he feared. He just didn't want to cause trouble. He couldn't very well unleash the Dark Knight Divine Domain in front of the whole class, just because he was late, could he? That would pin Irika to the floor. That would be too absurd. In the hallway, Naruto had already expertly balanced a bucket of water on his head. Seeing Chen come out, he immediately shifted over. Chen, you're here too. Irika's hand reached out from inside the door, handing out another bucket. Balance it well. If a single drop spills, you're not leaving until lunch. Chen took the bucket, casually placed it on his head. With his current control over his power, even if the ninja world were destroyed on the spot, this bucket wouldn't tremble a fraction. Chen, Naruto said with a grimace. We're so unlucky. It's fine. Chen comforted him. Standing as punishment is good for your neck. Naruto was taken aback. What's a neck? The bones in your neck. Does standing punishment really help? I was joking. Naruto was so angry he nearly dropped the bucket. Damn it. Why are you so relaxed even when you're being punished? Chen leaned lazily against the wall. You get used to it. Sunlight streamed through the corridor window, illuminating the two of them. One was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, son of the fourth Hokage, carrying the life-saving mark left by the Dark Knight Emperor. The other was even more exaggerated. The Blood Moon Ajura, the Dark Knight Emperor. Two supreme gods who shook the entire ninja world. All identities he had once used. At this moment, these two beings, enough to put all 5 great ninja villages on high alert, were standing side by side in the Ninja Academy hallway, balancing buckets of water on their heads because they were late. If the 4th Reikage Inoki and the Akatsuki organization knew the truth, they would probably question their own existence on the spot. The Dark Knight Emperor, whom they analyzed all night, frantically searched for, and feared to the point of insomnia, was being punished to stand by a Chunin teacher. Master. The dissatisfaction of the Judgment Branch sounded. That teacher with the scar on his face is bullying you. Want me to hang him from a tree? No. Why? He's a good teacher. Chen paused. And besides, I was indeed late this time. The Judgment Branch fell silent. In its simple mind, the master was always right. But the master admitted he was late. This problem seemed too complex. It needed to be pondered slowly. Inside the classroom, Irika began lecturing on basic ninja knowledge. But today's students were clearly distracted. Almost everyone was secretly glancing at the celestial screen. After the 9th-ranked Supreme God list was revealed, the screen hadn't disappeared. The silhouette of the Dark Knight Emperor still hung in the sky. Sasuke Uchiha sat by the window. His gaze was fixed on the black-clad youth, suppressing the Nine-Tails with a single glance, shattering an alternate dimension with a single repulsive force. A mark left casually forced the 5 great ninja villages to not dare harm Naruto. Such power was exactly what he dreamed of. Sasuke slowly clenched his fist. If I had the power of the Dark Knight Emperor, Uchiha Itachi wouldn't be worth mentioning. Sakura, sitting nearby, caught his mutter. Sasuke-kun can definitely do it. You're a genius of the Uchiha clan. You'll definitely surpass the Dark Knight Emperor in the future. Ino immediately retorted. Of course Sasuke will surpass him, but that's a long way off. Sakura glared at her. I said he definitely will. The two girls immediately started arguing. Sasuke slowly stood up. I will surpass them. His voice wasn't loud, but the classroom gradually quieted down. Sasuke looked at the celestial screen with a cold and proud expression. Blood Moon Ajura, Dark Knight Emperor. No matter how many years they've lived, how strong they are ultimately powerhouses of a bygone era. The power of the Uchiha has no limits. I will definitely surpass them and kill that man with my own hands. In the classroom, Sakura and Ino screamed simultaneously. Sasuke-kun is so cool. Sasuke-kun can definitely do it. Kiba was also stirred with fighting spirit. Don't forget me. Akamaru and I will become ninjas who surpass the supreme gods. Akamaru, lying on his head, barked in cooperation. Woof. Naruto, hearing this from the hallway, immediately felt indignant. And me? I'm going to be the man who becomes Hokage. I'll definitely be stronger than the Blood Moon Ajura and the Dark Knight Emperor. Chen, balancing the bucket, almost laughed out loud. A 12-year-old Uchiha brat. A Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who hadn't even graduated yet. They were talking about surpassing his 2 max-level accounts. Young people certainly had ambition. Chen. Naruto turned to look at him. What are you laughing at? Nothing. You think I can't do it? You can. Chen gave a casual encouragement. Really? Naruto's eyes lit up. As long as you train hard and persevere, anything is possible in the future. What about you? Me? Chen thought for a moment. I'll cheer you on. Naruto looked at him scornfully. Chen, don't you have any ambition? Like becoming a Chunin? No. Jonin. Too tiring. Hokage. Dealing with paperwork every day would shorten my life. Naruto was completely speechless. It was the first time he had met someone who so confidently refused to strive for improvement. Their conversation drifted into the classroom. Many students laughed again. Irika's face darkened. No talking during punishment. Say another word and you'll stand an extra hour. The corridor fell silent instantly. Chen continued to balance the bucket leisurely. Naruto, however, was flushed with suppressed anger. A few minutes later, a silver-haired figure appeared at the end of the hallway. Kakashi, holding a copy of Make Out Paradise in one hand and the other in his pocket, strolled over lazily. Yo, punished again. Naruto grumbled quietly. Kakashi-sensei, why are you making fun of us too? I was just passing by. Kakashi's gaze swept over Naruto. Finally, it landed on Yi-chun. That strange gust of wind on the commercial street yesterday still bothered him. Although Yi-chun had acted extremely clumsy afterward, the intuition Kakashi had developed through years of missions told him. At that moment, he hadn't been mistaken. Someone had saved that cat at incredible speed. Yi-chun, Kakashi suddenly spoke. I heard the judgment branch fell into your hands yesterday. Yi-chun nodded. It only brushed against a trace of its aura. The umbu have already checked. What about that chopstick? I threw it away after eating the noodles. Kakashi's eyelid twitched slightly. Even just a trace of a supreme divine artifact's aura would be a valuable research material. This guy actually used it and threw it away. Was he carefree, or did he simply not care? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. The transplanted Sharingan in his left eye suddenly throbbed with a sharp pain. Ugh! He instinctively covered his forehead protector. Cold sweat trickled from his temples. The moment Kakashi brushed past Yi-chun, the Sharingan inside felt an indescribable terror. That feeling, as if this eye had once seen a tremendously fearsome being. Kakashi jerked his head up, staring fixedly at Yi-chun. Yi-chun was still balancing the bucket. His aura was utterly ordinary. His face carried a perfectly appropriate look of confusion. Kakashi-senpai, is your eye bothering you? Kakashi didn't answer. This Sharingan of his came from Uchiha Obito, and the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack also possessed the Kamui Mangekyo. On the celestial screen, that mastermind's Kamui dimension had been forcibly shattered by the Dark Knight Emperor. Could it be that this eye retained some instinctive fear of the Dark Knight Emperor's aura? But how could Yi-chun have the aura of the Dark Knight Emperor? Kakashi's heart began to race. His right hand seemingly casual slid into his pocket. The next instant, whoosh, a kunai slipped out without warning. The kunai fell precisely toward Yi-chun's feet. A normal ninja would instinctively dodge at the sudden glint of metal. Kakashi watched every minute movement of Yi-chun intently. However, Yi-chun seemed startled by the kunai. What's that? He stepped back reflexively. His heel landed squarely on Naruto's bag, which was lying on the ground. Hey! His body instantly lost balance. Yi-chun flailed his arms and fell backward. The bucket on his head flew into the air. Splash! The entire bucket of water poured down, right onto Yi-chun and Naruto. Both were instantly drenched like drowned rats. Naruto was stunned for 2 seconds, then erupted in fury. Yi-chun, what are you doing? An accident. My clothes are completely wet. They'll dry in the sun. And you spilled the water, so we have to stand an extra hour. We're already late, no rush to go back. That's not the point. Kakashi watched the two bickering in their sorry state, and his suspicion gradually faded. The fall had shown no signs of pretense. There was no abnormal chakra fluctuation whatsoever. If Yi-chun were the Dark Knight Emperor, would he need to avoid a falling kunai in such a clumsy way? It must have been an illusion. Kakashi picked up the kunai. Sorry, my hand slipped. Yi-chun got up from the ground, wiping the water from his face. Kakashi-senpai, be more careful next time. I will. Kakashi picked up his book again and turned to leave. Only after his figure disappeared at the end of the corridor did a faint smile flicker in Yi-chun's eyes. Hand slipped. That excuse was too flimsy. But Kakashi's test bore no malice. Yi-chun couldn't be bothered to argue. Only the judgment branch raged in his mind. He ambushed you. Master, he attacked you with a blade. That's a kunai. Same thing. I want to cut him down. Calm down. But he also made you get drenched. This bucket of water was real to begin with. Yi-chun glanced at Naruto, who had gone back into the classroom to fetch another bucket. Spilled is good. No need to keep balancing it. The judgment branch suddenly understood. I see. Master, you are truly a master of foresight. Yi-chun. He just said it casually, and it actually believed him. At that moment, the celestial screen hanging in the sky suddenly trembled violently. The silhouette of the Dark Knight Emperor slowly faded. In its place, a brand new golden countdown appeared. The 9th-ranked Supreme God list has officially concluded. The next round of the list will begin in 24 hours. At that time, the list will reveal the 8th-ranked Supreme God of the ninja world. The entire ninja world erupted once again. The 10th-ranked Blood Moon Azura, a single branch, suppressing the twin titans of the Warring States period. The 9th-ranked Dark Knight Emperor scaring the Nine-Tails with a single glance, and casually shattering the Kamui dimension. Then what kind of heaven-defying existence would the 8th-ranked be? In the classroom, all the students looked up at the sky. Sasuke clenched his fists. Naruto, carrying a new bucket of water, rushed out of the classroom, his face full of anticipation. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara folded his arms, his eyes flickering. In the Rain Village, Pain of the Six Paths stood atop the tower, the Rinnegan rekindling with the arrogance of a god. And in the corridor, Yi-chun looked at the countdown, the ease on his face gradually fading. The third account. He vaguely recalled that when he studied the Rinnegan back, then he might have done some things that weren't suitable for public disclosure. Especially the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Nagato. Everything these people prided themselves on seemed to be inseparable from that account. System. Yi-chun tentatively asked in his mind. The 8th place Izumi again, is it? The system didn't answer. It only displayed a new prompt. Detected causal fluctuations from the host's third major account. Involving Rinnegan Uchiha Stone Tablet Akatsuki Organization Black, Zetsu's Millennium Plan. Please prepare for extraction. Chen fell silent. After a moment he looked up at the sky and let out a slow sigh. It's over. If the 8th place really is that account, the Akatsuki might as well disband on the spot. The golden countdown hung high in the sky distance to the announcement of the 8th rank on the Supreme God list. 23 hours and 59 minutes remaining. On the corridor of the Ninja Academy, Chen lifted his head to glance at it, his mind suddenly filled with complex emotions. 24 hours. To an ordinary person, it was merely a single day. Yet to the current ninja world it felt like a countdown to a final judgment. After the Blood Moon Azura was exposed, the truth of the Warring States period was completely rewritten. After the Dark Knight Emperor was exposed, the official records of the Nine Tails incident were nearly overturned. No one knew what long-buried secrets would be unearthed when the 8th rank was announced. Only Chen knew. If it truly was that number, then it would not just be a single piece of history that was overturned. Even the very existence of Uchiha Madara Black Zetsu Nagato and the entire Akatsuki organization might be crushed beyond recognition by the celestial screen. Forget it. Let's deal with what happens in 24 hours when it comes. Chen wrung out the wet corner of his shirt. Compared to the potential massive exposure seen in the future, he was now more concerned about a practical problem. Irika-sensei, my clothes are wet. Can I be let off the punishment early? Irika came out of the classroom with a dark face. He glanced at the puddle on the floor, then at Chen and Naruto. No. You two clean the corridor. After that, fill a bucket of water and stand with it on your heads again. Naruto's face instantly fell. Why? It wasn't like we spilled the water on purpose. Irika pointed at Kakashi, who was already walking away. Then go argue with Kakashi. Naruto shrank his neck. Though he was bold, he knew very well how unreliable Kakashi was. Arguing would only earn him a dismissive remark like, life is full of surprises. Forget it. Chen patted Naruto on the shoulder. Don't struggle. By the time you finish arguing, the corridor would already be swept. Naruto looked on the verge of tears. Brother Chen, why are you so experienced at this? Because I'm a senior. Can being punished make you a senior, eh? Excel in any field and you deserve respect. Chen spouted nonsense casually. The students in the classroom were stifling their laughter. Irika's forehead veins bulged as he threw 2 brooms out. Enough talk. Clean up. While the true Supreme God and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki were being punished to sweep the corridor. In the cloud-hidden village, the atmosphere in the Raikage's office had reached a breaking point. The 4th Raikage stood with both hands on the desk. Around him stood Mabui Dodai Darui and over a dozen high-ranking cloud-hidden officials. Everyone's expressions were exceedingly grave. In the center of the room lay a massive scroll compiled overnight by the Intelligence Division. The scroll bore only 2 names: Blood Moon Azura, Dark Knight Emperor. Behind each name, all their known feats were recorded in detail. A single branch shattering a complete Susano'o. 10 seconds cutting down the true several thousand hands. Ending the Warring States era. Founding Konoha. 1 glance breaking the Mangekyo's control over the Nine Tails. A single repulsive force piercing through the Kamui dimension. Casually completing the Nine Tails seal. Leaving the Dark Knight mark inside Naruto's body. Any one of these feats could shake the ninja world. But now these accomplishments were concentrated in 2 mysterious powerhouses closely tied to Konoha. The more the 4th Raikage read, the darker his expression became. The 10th rank, founding Konoha. The 9th rank, secretly guarding Konoha. This so-called Supreme God list might as well be renamed the Hidden Monster List of Konoha. Bang! The 4th Raikage slammed his palm on the desk. The heavy wooden table trembled violently. Several cracks spread from beneath his palm. Mabui's eye twitched. This desk had been replaced just 3 hours ago. To prevent further destruction, it was crafted from the hardest ironwood of the Lightning Country. At this rate, it probably wouldn't even last the day. Lord Raikage. Dodai said in a low voice, based on available intelligence, although Blood Moon Azura and Dark Knight Emperor have close ties to Konoha, they have never formally joined the Konoha ninja system. They have never served as Hokage nor left behind descendants or clans. At least for now, Konoha cannot command them. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly. Not being able to command them doesn't mean they won't intervene. Didn't the Dark Knight Emperor act during the Nine Tails incident? If Cloud Hidden goes to war with Konoha, who can guarantee these 2 monsters won't suddenly show up? Dodai fell silent. It was impossible to guarantee. In fact, after seeing the Celestial Screen's footage, none of the 5 great ninja villages dared to easily start a war with Konoha. Not because of Konoha's visible strength, but because no one knew if attacking Konoha would summon 2 supreme gods. If the ninja army had just stepped into the land of fire and saw Blood Moon Azura standing ahead with a tree branch, what would be the point of fighting? It would be better to surrender directly and avoid a few extra beatings. Darui leaned lazily against the wall, but his tone was serious. The worst part is that the 8th rank hasn't been announced yet. If it's still someone from Konoha, absolutely impossible. The 4th Raikage retorted instinctively. The ninja world is vast. How could all top 3 be from Konoha? Darui glanced at the countdown on the celestial screen. Before the 10th rank was announced, we didn't believe anyone could suppress Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha with a single branch. Before the 9th rank was announced, we also didn't believe anyone could make the Nine Tails submit with a single glance. So, it's better not to be too certain. The 4th Raikage's expression stiffened. The last time he doubted Blood Moon Azura, his face was instantly slapped. This time he truly dared not make hasty conclusions. What do you suggest then? Darui raised his eyelids. Win them over. At least express goodwill. If they don't want to join Cloud Hidden, we must never make them hostile toward us. Mabui nodded. I agree. From the celestial screen's portrayal of their personalities, Blood Moon Azura and Dark Knight Emperor are not interested in power. Ordinary money jutsu and weapons are unlikely to impress them, but they both seem to care about daily life. The 4th Raikage frowned slightly. What do you mean? Mabui unfolded another intelligence report. After ending the war, Blood Moon Azura didn't demand territory, only that the Senju and Uchiha build roads. The Dark Knight Emperor intervened in the Nine Tails incident because the Nine Tails' roars disturbed his rest. Additionally, the Dark Knight Emperor had long lived in an abandoned warehouse behind the Ichiraku ramen shop. Dodai looked bewildered. You mean? Send daily necessities, Mabui replied seriously. Food, clothing, bedding. And specialties of the Lightning Country. The 4th Raikage's mouth twitched. You want me to send bedding to 2 supreme gods? Not ordinary bedding. Mabui said unfazed. Made by the finest artisans of the Lightning Country, filled with rare snow fleece, ensuring softness and comfort, with no impact on sleep. The office fell silent. It sounded so absurd, yet upon reflection it seemed to make perfect sense. Send it. The 4th Raikage was silent for a long moment, then finally slammed his fist onto the table. Crack. The new table, crafted from ironwood, inevitably met its fate of being shattered into pieces. Mabui closed her eyes. The 7th one. The 7th desk this month. Immediately have someone prepare the finest bedding, tea, beef, and sake from the land of lightning. Send them to Konoha in the name of Kumogakure. Until we confirm the preferences of the 2 supreme gods, send the best of everything. The 4th Raikage ordered with a darkened expression. To whom should the gifts be sent? Tsuchi tested the waters. The 4th Raikage paused mid-motion. That's right. Who exactly? They didn't even know the true identities of the Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Knight Emperor. They couldn't exactly pile the gifts at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen and wait for them to come pick it up, could they? Mabui already had a plan. Send it to Ichiraku Ramen. The celestial screen has locked onto that area twice, indicating a connection to the 2 powerhouses. Even if they don't claim it personally, they will see Kumogakure's goodwill. The 4th Raikage nodded. So be it. Also dispatch a squad of elite intelligence operatives to infiltrate Konoha. Raikage-sama. Mabui frowned slightly. The Dark Knight Emperor just warned the route. Continuing to investigate could provoke his wrath. Who said anything about investigating? The 4th Raikage's eyes widened. I just want them to observe. If they find the 2 seniors, they are to immediately convey Kumogakure's goodwill. If we can win them over, great. But if we can't? Tsuchi's heart tightened. He knew the 4th Raikage's temperament all too well. If they can't be won over, is he thinking of fighting them? Those are the monsters who made Madara Uchiha get hit by a branch and made the Nine Tails whimper on the ground. Raikage-sama. Tsuchi rushed forward and clamped his hand over the 4th Raikage's mouth. If we can't win them over, we must not provoke them either. Think about the Nine Tails. And think about the complete body, Susano'o. A vein bulged on the 4th Raikage's forehead as he shoved Tsuchi away. Of course I know that. What I mean is, if we can't win them over, we keep our distance. Do you think I would actively provoke such monsters? In the office, everyone silently looked away. That was exactly what they thought. After all, the 4th Raikage had not hesitated to provoke Madara Uchiha on the celestial screen's bulletin board before. Who knew if he'd get carried away and challenge the Dark Knight Emperor to a fight? Ahem. Mabui cleared her throat, changing the subject. One more thing. Konoha has become the epicenter of the shinobi world. Next, all nations will surely send in a flood of spies. Our people, even if they enter Konoha, must never reveal their identity. And they must not engage in any hostile actions. The 4th Raikage said in a low voice, tell them. Only observe, do not make contact. Report immediately if you find a potential target. Pay extra attention to the area around Ichiraku Ramen. Look for anyone who's lived there long-term, behaves suspiciously, or whose chakra can't be sensed. Yes. Several Kumogakure ninja acknowledged the orders simultaneously. Similar orders were being issued in other ninja villages. The Wagakure dispatched their most skilled infiltration specialists. Sunagakure sent a merchant caravan that had been stationed in the Land of Fire for years to Konoha that very night. Kirigakure was even preparing to send an official delegation under the guise of cultural exchange. Within half a day, the number of spies around Konoha had multiplied several times over. Some wanted to win over the supreme gods. Others wanted to find their legacy. Others were simply trying to figure out how many more monsters Konoha was hiding. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his brow wearily as he looked over the reports from the Umbu. A Kumogakure envoy is requesting passage at the border. The Iwagakure caravan has suddenly tripled in size. Kirigakure has sent a document about exchanging experiences on ceiling-tailed beasts. Even the normally isolated Sunigakure is preparing to send a delegation. Kohyudatane said coldly. They're all after the Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Knight Emperor. Hamura Mitokado adjusted his glasses. We can't let them investigate freely in the village, especially around Ichiraku Ramen. We must increase the Umbu presence there. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled wryly. Increase the Umbu presence. How is that different from what Danzo does? The seniors have clearly expressed their desire not to be disturbed. If Konoha openly protects them while secretly monitoring them, it could just as easily provoke their displeasure. Shikaku Nara, sitting nearby, was reviewing intelligence reports. Hokage-sama, actually we don't need to stop them. My. Seniors Blood Moon Azura and Dark Knight Emperor have been hidden in Konoha for so long, which means they don't want their identities revealed. Shikaku put down the intelligence report, his expression calm. We can't find them. The spies sent by other villages won't be able to find them either. Instead of large-scale arrests and causing panic in the village, we should appear loose on the outside, but be tight on the inside. As long as they don't harm the villagers, let them search. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. The proud Konoha leadership with their home field advantage hadn't been able to discover the true identities of the two supreme gods. How could foreign spies possibly find them? By luck. We'll do as you suggest. However, all foreign ninja who approach Naruto must be strictly monitored. The Dark Knight imprint is too significant. We cannot allow anyone to harm Naruto. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. An Umbu operative entered quickly. Hokage-sama. A notice from the Ninja Academy. Naruto painted graffiti on the Hokage monument today and was late again. Irika-sensei has made him stand as punishment. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Shikaku. Hamura Mitokado. The entire shinobi world was wary of the Dark Knight Emperor's imprint on Naruto. The major villages had even issued specific orders forbidding anyone from harming Naruto. And yet here in Konoha, Naruto was still being punished by his teacher for his pranks. The darkness under the lamp was truly profound. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was strange. Irika didn't use any physical punishment on Naruto, did he? No. He just made him and Yi-chin stand in the hallway with buckets of water on their heads. Yi-chin again. Shikaku's eyes narrowed slightly. That name was coming up with suspicious frequency lately. When the Judgment Branch first revealed its presence, he was at Ichiraku Ramen. When the Dark Knight Emperor's residual presence was locked onto, he was also at Ichiraku Ramen. Now that Naruto was being punished, he happened to be standing with him. Once is a coincidence. Twice can be explained. But too many times. Shikaku. Hiruzen Sarutobi noticed his expression. Do you think Yi-chan is suspicious? Shikaku thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No evidence. In terms of his history chakra and mental probes, Yi-chan is nothing more than a completely ordinary genin. Besides, his age doesn't match the two supreme gods at all. It's just. He appears too coincidentally. Danzo snorted coldly. A failure who can't even pass the Chunin exam. Worth your suspicion. Shikaku didn't argue. Ninjas trust evidence above all. So far there was no evidence to prove Yi-chan was suspicious. Yet his calm and carefree demeanor in every situation had always bothered Shikaku. Would an ordinary genin really be so calm in the face of a supreme divine weapon Root's interrogation and the celestial screen's divine might? Or could Ramen's sleeping, being late, and lack of ambition themselves be a disguise? The thought had just crossed his mind when Shikaku shook his head. It was too absurd. If Yi-chan were truly the Dark Knight Emperor, wouldn't he be standing in the Ninja Academy right now being punished by Irika? Would a supreme god who made the Nine Tails kneel obediently be standing in a hallway with a bucket on his head? Absolutely impossible. At the Ninja Academy, Irika looked at Yi-chan and Naruto, who had refilled their buckets and were standing upright, and nodded with satisfaction. Hold that pose. You can return to the classroom in half an hour. With that he turned and went back to teaching. Naruto made a wry face and lowered his voice. Yi-chan and I-san. 28 more minutes. Don't you think it's so long? No. Why, oi? I can sleep standing up. Naruto was stunned. He turned his head to look. Yi-chan had already closed his eyes. His breathing was even. The bucket on his head was steady as a mountain. He was actually sleeping. No way. Naruto stared in disbelief. He tried closing his eyes to mimic him. The moment he relaxed, the bucket on his head started to tilt. Naruto scrambled to steady the bucket, barely managing to avoid spilling the water again. How come Yi-chan and Aizen can even fall asleep while being punished? He was utterly confused. Unbeknownst to him at that very moment, Yi-chan's Dark Knight domain had silently enveloped all of Konoha. Kimogakure spies, the Wagakure agents, Sunigakure merchants, White Zetsu hidden underground. All their movements were clearly reflected in his consciousness. Yi-chan kept his eyes closed, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come on. The more people there are, the more emotion points I can harvest in the next round. A true hunter never fears the gathering of prey. He only fears that they won't come in large enough numbers. The land of Tang. Outside a certain hot spring inn. The branches and leaves of the trees swayed slightly. A white-haired man crouched behind the wall holding a telescope in his hand, a lewd grin spreading across his face. Not bad. Very not bad. The land of Tang is truly a sacred place for artists seeking inspiration. The one on the left has a figure full of explosive power. The one on the right excels in aura. If I incorporate these precious materials into the next volume of Make Out Heaven, sales could at least double. This man was none other than one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya. Of course, according to his own words, he was not peeping now. He was gathering inspiration. It was a grueling and great work of research for the sake of the ninja world's literary career. A little closer. The angle still isn't good enough. Jiraiya hunched over ready to climb over the wall. Just then, bang! A puff of white smoke burst above his head. A palm-sized toad fell from the sky, landing precisely on his head. Ouch! Jiraiya cried out in pain, losing his balance. Crash! A section of the wall collapsed instantly. Inside the hot springs, several women screamed simultaneously. Pervert! Beat him to death. No. Jiraiya lifted his head from the rubble, hastily explaining. I'm a writer. It's a misunderstanding. Basins, wooden buckets, soapstones. A torrent of objects rained down upon him. Moments later, a bruised and battered Jiraiya crouched in a distant forest, glaring resentfully at the little toad. You'd better have something extremely important. I just barely found creative inspiration. The little toad rolled its eyes. Fukasaku-sama told me to notify you. Return to Konoha immediately. Something huge has happened in the ninja world. Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. Though he was usually irresponsible, he never hesitated when it came to serious matters. Konoha under attack. No. The old man in trouble. No either. Then what? The little toad raised its paw, pointing at the sky. Can't you see for yourself? Jiraiya instinctively looked up. That vast celestial screen spanning the heavens still remained. Only he had been too busy gathering inspiration to watch it fully. Moreover, the land of Tang was remote, with information traveling far slower than in the 5 great ninja villages. Supreme God ranking. Blood Moon Azura. Dark Knight Emperor. As Jiraiya replayed the celestial screen, the ease on his face gradually faded. He saw the branch that shattered the perfect Susano'o. He saw the 1,000-armed cannon reduced to a bare wooden stump. He saw the 9 tails lying at the feet of a black-clad youth, whimpering like a puppy. He also saw the Kamui space shatter under an invisible repulsive force. The more Jiraiya watched, the grimmer his expression became. In the end, he even forgot his bruised and swollen state. There were beings of such power even before the founding of Konoha. And the true story of the 9 tails rampage. How much has the old man hidden from me? The little toad shook its head. The 3rd Hokage seems to be in the dark as well. The entire ninja world learned the truth for the first time through the celestial screen. How is Mount Myaboku now? All the toads have been affected. Fear flickered clearly in the little toad's eyes. When the Dark Knight Emperor appeared, every toad in Mount Myaboku prostrated itself on the ground. Even Fukasaku-sama and Shima-sama dared not show hostility toward that historical projection. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. Even the 2 sages. And there's more. The little toad lowered its voice. The great toad sage has awakened. It stared at the celestial screen and repeated one sentence. Jiraiya's face turned grave. What sentence? The little toad spoke word by word. The one outside destiny has opened his eyes again. The forest fell silent. Jiraiya knew the great toad sage possessed the power to foresee the future. It often glimpsed fragments of the future in its dreams. His search for the child of prophecy stemmed from the great toad sage's prophecy. But now it called the Dark Knight Emperor the one outside destiny. He wasn't in the prophecy. No. The little toad shook its head. Neither the Blood Moon Azura nor the Dark Knight Emperor appears in the future the great toad sage saw. They seem to have appeared out of nowhere. Yet the entire history of the ninja world has been influenced by them. Jiraiya slowly stood up. If they were merely 2 powerful ninjas, it wouldn't warrant such concern. But beings not in the prophecy, yet capable of altering the past and future. What did that mean? It meant their existence transcended Mount Myaboku's understanding of fate. Konoha has become everyone's target. Jiraiya looked toward the land of fire. The 5 great nations' underworld forces, the Ōtsutsuki. Everyone will seek the traces left by the 2 supreme gods. The old man can't handle this situation alone. With that, he cast one last glance at the hot spring inn. His eyes were filled with reluctance. It seems the inspiration gathering must end for now. The little toad sneered. Are you reluctant to leave the hot spring, or the people inside? Vulgar. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. What this sage is reluctant to leave is the unfinished art. With that, he bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Bang. White smoke billowed. A giant red toad appeared in the forest. Jiraiya jumped onto the toad's head. Gamaken, return to Konoha at top speed. The ninja world is about to change. I am clumsy, but I will do my best. Gamaken raised its weapon and pushed off with all its strength. Boom. Its massive body soared into the sky, speeding toward Konoha. At the same time, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, a small toad jumped in through the window and handed a message scroll to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened the scroll. Upon reading its contents, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Jiraiya is on his way back. Koharu Udate nodded. He has traveled the ninja world for years and knows the major powers well. With his help, the pressure on Konoha will lessen. But Danzo said coldly, a wandering pervert who only peeps on women's baths. What can he do when he returns? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at him. At least he won't overestimate himself and try to control the Dark Knight Emperor. Danzo's face darkened. Hiruzen, stop targeting me. I am merely stating a fact. Oomph. Danzo stood up with his cane. Since you refuse to seize the opportunity, I will find my own way. With that he turned and walked out. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Danzo, stop sending people to investigate the Ichiraku ramen shop. If anything goes wrong, I won't clean up after you. Danzo did not look back. I know. The office door closed. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at his back, a vague unease rising in his heart. Danzo was too calm. Knowing him as he did, that man would never give up so easily. Umbu. Yes. A figure knelt in the room. Keep an eye on Danzo. Don't let him do anything irreparable. Understood. The Umbu vanished in an instant. Inside an underground passage, Danzo walked alone. Only when he was sure no one was around did he stop. In the darkness, a small white snake slithered out silently. The snake opened its mouth and spat out a scroll covered in slime. Danzo picked up the scroll. There was only one line on it. I am very interested in the Dark Knight Emperor's body. Shall we cooperate? The signature was a white snake biting its own tail. Danzo's single eye narrowed. Orochimaru. You couldn't sit still either. He did not destroy the scroll immediately. Instead, he tucked it into his robe. The Konoha higher-ups did not support his continued investigation. But with Orochimaru's techniques, perhaps he could extract something valuable from the lingering aura of the Dark Knight Emperor. As for the risks, Danzo chuckled coldly. Any power can be controlled. The Blood Moon Azura was. The Dark Knight Emperor will be no exception. His footsteps faded into the darkness. And in a classroom in Konoha, Yi-chun, standing with closed eyes as punishment, suddenly curled his lips into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The scroll in Danzo's hand, the white snake, and the secret scheming of those two. Under the shadow of the Dark Knight domain, everything was laid bare. Want to study my body? Yi-chun closed his eyes and murmured. Orochimaru's audacity is as big as ever. Naruto turned his head in confusion. Brother Yi-chun, what did you say? I said I want to eat snake soup for lunch. Does the school cafeteria have snake soup? No. Then why did you say that? Yi-chun smiled. Just suddenly felt like eating it. The land of fields. Underground snake lair. Deep within the cold, damp corridor, candle flames flickered incessantly. Massive transparent containers lined both walls. Within the containers floated mutilated human bodies, experimental organs, and various biological tissues whose original forms were unrecognizable. The air was thick with the stench of chemicals and decay. An ordinary person stepping into this place would likely have their legs give way from sheer terror on the spot. Yet Orochimaru strolled slowly past row after row of experimental containers as if admiring works of art. His footsteps finally halted before a colossal screen. The screen was replaying scenes from the celestial manifestation. The Blood Moon Azura, with a single swing of a branch, shattered the complete body Susano'o. The Emperor of Darkness subdued the Nine Tails with a single glance. The images kept shifting. The fervor in Orochimaru's golden slit pupils grew ever more intense. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. No hand seals. No chakra circulation. Not even relying on a Kekkai Genkai. Relying solely on raw flesh and willpower, they tower above the entire shinobi world. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, slowly licking the corner of his mouth. This is the true form of immortality. This is the perfect vessel I have dreamed of. Kabuto Yakushi stood behind him, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a cold gleam. Orochimaru-sama. The Blood Moon Azura and the Emperor of Darkness have both existed for at least a millennium. Their power far surpasses the scope of any shinobi. If you intend to seize their bodies. Kabuto paused briefly, offering a tactful reminder. There may be some risks involved. Some. Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. Kabuto, you're still too conservative. That's not some risk. That's a 1 in 10 chance of survival. Kabuto, you know the risk and still plan to research it. This isn't a 1 in 10 chance of survival. This is a guaranteed death sentence. With Orochimaru-sama's current strength, he isn't even certain of defeating Itachi Uchiha. Let alone the Emperor of Darkness, who made the Nine Tails grovel with a single glance. Yet there was not a trace of fear on Orochimaru's face. Only a morbid, almost pathological excitement. It is precisely because of the danger that its value is proven. All jutsu in this world can be studied. All Kekkai Genkai have their underlying principles. Even a god must possess the very foundations that constitute a god. Orochimaru raised his right hand. A white serpent slithered out from his sleeve. The snake opened its mouth, spitting out a small, oil-stained piece of wood. This is a... Kabuto frowned slightly. Something sent back from Konoha. Orochimaru picked up the piece of wood with 2 fingers. When the branch of judgment first revealed its power, the floor of the Ichiraku ramen shop was crushed. This is a fragment taken from that very floor. Kabuto's gaze sharpened. Does it retain residual power from the divine artifact? No. Orochimaru answered curtly. Kabuto almost failed to process the response. No residue, and you're still smiling this happily. The rule-based power left by the branch of judgment has already vanished completely. This is now just an ordinary piece of wood. Orochimaru placed the fragment into a petri dish, but it once had close contact with that divine artifact. Perhaps on a level we cannot observe, some kind of change still lingers. If I can find that change, I might have the opportunity to understand how a so-called rule-based divine artifact is born. Kabuto had to admit, Orochimaru's obsession with truth and jutsu was indeed far beyond that of ordinary men. But this time the target was simply too terrifying. Orochimaru-sama, the Emperor of Darkness has already warned all who pry. A white Setsu clone was erased from a distance just for harboring malicious intent towards Naruto. If we continue our research, might we attract his attention? Orochimaru's smile faltered for a moment. The next second it returned to calm. That is why I did not go to Konoha personally. I merely had someone bring back a fragment of the floor. This hardly constitutes an offense. Kabuto fell silent. Would you dare say that to the Emperor of Darkness himself? Orochimaru walked over to another experiment table. Several documents lay upon it. At the top was a portrait of Itachi Uchiha. Before the celestial manifestation appeared, Itachi Uchiha had been the vessel Orochimaru most desired. Young, powerful, possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His talent was the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. But now, Orochimaru picked up Itachi's file, glanced at it, and casually tossed it aside. Kabuto's expression turned subtle. Orochimaru-sama, hadn't you always wanted to obtain Itachi Uchiha's body? Itachi is indeed exceptional. Orochimaru replied indifferently, but after witnessing a true god is a pair of Mangekyo with inherent flaws and sights still worth my undivided attention. His body doesn't appeal to me anymore. Kabuto's mouth twitched. When evaluating a person, normal people would use valuable or valueless. But Orochimaru-sama uses appealing or not appealing. One might think he was planning to cook Itachi Uchiha in a pot. So do you intend to directly seek out the Emperor of Darkness? No. Orochimaru slowly shook his head. A being who has lived for over 1,000 years would not leave weaknesses so easily. Forcing contact would only invite self-destruction. I need to find his weakness first. Kabuto asked, do you believe he has a weakness? Every living being has desires. Orochimaru's slit pupils narrowed slightly. Where there is desire, there is weakness. Based on current intelligence, the Emperor of Darkness cares not for power, nor does he value fame. But he acted because the Nine Tails disturbed his sleep, and he once lived long-term behind the Ichiraku ramen shop. This suggests he retains the habits of an ordinary person. Sleep, food, quiet, and possibly. A smile gradually crept across Orochimaru's face. He might blend into the crowd living as an ordinary person. Kabuto's mind stirred. Orochimaru-sama believes the Emperor of Darkness is always in disguise. Not a belief. It is a certainty. Orochimaru walked to the map of the shinobi world. His finger rested on Konoha's location. A person who does not wish to reveal his identity could never hide in a cave forever. The most perfect way to hide is never to avoid everyone's gaze. It is to appear openly before everyone. Let everyone see him, yet make everyone believe he could never be the target. Hiding in the dark. Kabuto's pupils contracted slightly. This conjecture was almost perfectly aligned with Nara Ashika's earlier deductions. So the scope of the search. All residents of Konoha. Orochimaru licked his lips. The elderly, children, civilians, shinobi. Even those talentless failures who have never shown any aptitude whatsoever. The more unlikely the person, the more attention they deserve. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the Konoha Ninja Academy, Chen slowly opened his eyes. The Dark Night divine domain stretched across space, delivering Orochimaru's every word directly into his ears. Snake Uncle truly lives up to his reputation as a researcher. His mind works far better than Danzo's. Chen was not angry. In fact, he found it rather amusing. Based solely on the available intelligence, Orochimaru had guessed he might be hiding among ordinary people. That level of deductive reasoning was indeed far beyond most in the shinobi world. But guessing was one thing. Finding him was another. With tens of thousands of residents in Konoha, with the protection of the system and the power of his two avatars, even if Orochimaru dissected every single person, he would never uncover his true identity. Master. The branch of judgment suddenly spoke. That long-tongued snake wants your body. I heard. He also said he wants to find your weakness. Does Master have a weakness? Chen pondered for a moment. Yes. The branch of judgment immediately tensed up. What is it? Poverty. The branch of judgment fell into a long silence. It seemed unable to comprehend why its master, who possessed the power to destroy the shinobi world, would still be troubled by money. But Chen was perfectly serious. No matter how great his power, he couldn't just walk into a ramen shop in Konoha and pay with a gold bar. His identity wouldn't withstand scrutiny. The source couldn't be explained. Using jutsu to conjure money would only destabilize the market. So he remained a poor genin, worrying about rent and discounted eggs. In the snake lair, Orochimaru was unaware that his analysis had been overheard in its entirety by the very subject of his study. He picked up a freshly delivered list of Konoha personnel. Kabuto, tell our operatives in Konoha to watch for any anomalies. No probing. No contact. And above all, no trace of hostility. Kabuto was taken aback. Orochimaru-sama, you don't plan to capture the suspicious targets. Capture. Orochimaru looked as if he had just heard a joke. If a man who can make the nine tails grovel were to truly stand before me, I would be the one concerned with how to escape with my life. I seek truth, not death. Kabuto breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good. Though Orochimaru-sama was mad, he still possessed the most basic rationality. At that moment, the celestial manifestation above the snake lair flickered. Time remaining until the announcement of the 8th on the Supreme God ranking. 20 hours remaining. Orochimaru looked up. A blazing light once again appeared in his gaze. The 10th and 9th have already surpassed the common sense of the shinobi world. So what of the 8th? What surprise will it bring me? As his words faded, a golden bullet comment streaked across the sky. Jiraiya, I'm already on my way back to Konoha. Jiraiya, old man, whether or not the senior emperor of darkness is willing to show himself, we must never let other villages disturb his life. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha has already made arrangements. Fourth Raikage, Jiraiya, stop being so sanctimonious. Fourth Raikage, are you trying to claim you don't want to find the emperor of darkness yourself? Jiraiya, I seek out the senior to express Konoha's gratitude. Anoki, at the end of the day, you still want to find him. Meitarumi, no one in the entire shinobi world isn't curious about his identity. Hashirama Senju, I'm also very curious. Tobirama Senju, brother, you've already asked many times. Hashirama Senju, but he never responds. Madara, Uchiha the strong, do not deign to respond to the inquiries of ants. Hashirama Senju, Madara, you're speaking up for him again. Madara, Uchiha, I am merely stating the facts. The bullet comment section became lively once more. Powerhouses from various villages joined the discussion. Some guessed the Emperor of Darkness was a reclusive old man. Others believed he had long transcended the limits of life and could alter his appearance at will. Still others suspected he wasn't human at all. Eventually the conversation inevitably turned to the next person to be ranked. Kumonin the 8th can't possibly be from Konoha again, right? Konohanin, why not? Iwanin, has all the fortune of the shinobi world been monopolized by Konoha? Sunanin, this time it should be the Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha clan member, it could also be Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha, finally a descendant with some vision. Hashirama Senju, Madara, have you forgotten being whipped by a branch from the 10th rank? The bullet comments suddenly went silent. The next second a torrent of ha 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 flooded across the sky. Fourth Raikage, ha ha ha. Genjutsu Hozuki, ha ha ha. Third Raikage, ha ha ha. Shikaku, even though I've heard it many times, this lord still wants to laugh. Kurama, you're only good for laughing at others, you stupid Tanuki. Madara Uchiha Hashirama. In the Pure Land. Madara Uchiha, furious, slammed his fist into a massive boulder beside him. Boom. The boulder shattered into pieces. Hashirama Senju. When I am resurrected, you will be the first to die. Hashirama, however, was completely unbothered. Hashirama Senju, Madara, don't be angry. Hashirama Senju, maybe the 8th really is you. Madara Uchiha, I don't need your consolation. Hashirama Senju, although there are still 7 people ahead of you. Madara Uchiha, shut up. As Madara's composure shattered once again, the mood across the shinobi world lightened considerably. Only Chen couldn't bring himself to laugh. Because he knew full well, the 8th rank most likely had something to do with Madara Uchiha, but it was definitely not Madara Uchiha. Laugh away. Chen looked at Madara's golden bullet comments, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Enjoy the laughter while you can. Once the 8th rank begins to play, you might not be laughing anymore. Meanwhile, deep within the celestial manifestation, an unnoticed violet ripple flickered past. A six-path circle resembling the Rinnegan appeared and vanished in an instant. Inside the tall tower of the Hidden Rain village, Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly throbbed with a sharp pain. He jerked his head up, staring intently at the sky. An unprecedented palpitation surged from the depths of those eyes he regarded as the eyes of a god. It was as if the upcoming 8th rank on the Supreme God ranking was none other than the true master of these very Rinnegan. Nagato jerked his head up, staring fixedly at the celestial screen. The fleeting purple ripple that had just flashed across the sky might have gone unnoticed by others, but he could never mistake it. The Rinnegan, and not an ordinary Rinnegan at that. In that instant, both of his eyes trembled with a nearly submissive tremor. The sensation was eerily bizarre, like a counterfeit encountering the genuine artifact, or like a tributary wandering astray, suddenly sensing the true source. Nagato. Conan keenly noticed his abnormality. What's wrong with your eyes? They are afraid. Nagato's voice was hoarse. Conan's pupils contracted slightly. Can the Rinnegan feel fear? Nagato did not answer. He slowly raised a withered hand and gently covered his eyes. The stinging persisted. There was even a faint force struggling to break free from the depths of his eye sockets, flying toward the direction of the celestial screen. Nagato immediately mobilized his chakra to forcibly suppress the disturbance. The 8th is related to the Rinnegan. Conan's body trembled. Could it be the Sage of Six Paths, eh? The entire ninja world acknowledged that the Rinnegan was the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. If the 8th truly concerned the Rinnegan, the most likely candidate for the ranking was naturally the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Yet Nagato's unease did not dissipate. Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan. the eye of God. These terms had all proven that he was the god chosen by fate. But the celestial screen had already exposed two beings far beyond the comprehension of ninja, the Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Knight Emperor. They possessed no Rinnegan, yet accomplished feats even the Rinnegan could not. Especially the repulsive force unleashed by the Dark Knight Emperor. It was more than 10 times stronger than the almighty push of the Deva path. Even if the 8th is the sage of 6 paths, so what? Nagato slowly lowered his hand. The Rinnegan turned cold once more. A god does not falter because of the existence of another god. The one who has truly tasted pain in this world, and who truly possesses the will to change it is only me. Konan slightly opened her mouth. She wanted to persuade him, but seeing the unwavering determination in Nagato's eyes, she ultimately remained silent. She had already lost Yahiko. She could not negate Nagato's last conviction. In Konoha, at the Ninja Academy, with the morning lessons concluded, Irika finally showed mercy and ended the detention for Chen and Naruto. Remember, next time no being late. Naruto with a bucket on his head nodded repeatedly. Got it, Irika-sensei. I'll never be late again. Irika's expression remained impassive. You said the same thing last time. Naruto blinked. That was the me from last time speaking. What does that have to do with the me now? Veins instantly bulged on Irika's forehead. Naruto. Run. Naruto threw the bucket aside, grabbed Chen and sprinted downstairs. Irika snatched up the blackboard eraser and chased after them out of the classroom. Get back here. The corridor erupted into chaos. Chen hadn't intended to run but pulled along by Naruto. He could only cooperate and put on a flustered look. Though he could cross space in a single step, he had to control his speed and not exceed the range of an ordinary genin. It felt like an adult deliberately mimicking crawling in front of ants. Quite troublesome indeed. Left. Chen casually reminded. Naruto turned left without hesitation. Whoosh. The blackboard eraser flew past them, precisely hitting a passing student. Who hit me? Not me. It was Irika-sensei. Nonsense, I was aiming at Naruto. A teacher hitting a student. The corridor grew even more chaotic. The two dashed out of the Ninja Academy, and only when Irika's figure was no longer visible behind them did Naruto stop, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Close call. Almost got caught again. Chen looked calm, his breathing unchanged. Chen Aniki. Naruto looked up at him. How come you're not tired? I've practiced by running away often. I see. Naruto suddenly understood. This explanation was far too reasonable. After all, evading missions, being late, and fleeing from debt collectors were part of Chen's daily life. A mere Irika was probably no match for the ramen shop owner Tucci, who chased after debts. Chen Aniki. Naruto glanced at the celestial screen. Before the reveal of the 8th on the Supreme God ranking. Remaining time 18 hours and 27 minutes. Still so long. Who do you think it will be this time? Chen pondered. A tyrant who stole someone else's Chinibu dream. Naruto looked puzzled. What is Chinibu? It's someone who constantly talks about God's pain and world peace. And when they speak, they like to stand on particularly high places. Naruto thought seriously. Isn't that the pain from the celestial screen just now, eh? Chen raised an eyebrow. You're pretty smart. Inside the rain village, the Deva path suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. He looked up at the rain curtain outside the tower. A flicker of doubt crossed his Rinnegan. Someone was discussing a god. Just as Naruto was about to ask further, the system notification sounded in Chen's mind. Ding. Detecting continuous fermentation of the first 2 rankings. The emotional values of the ninja world are steadily increasing. Current cumulative emotional value has exceeded 5 billion, meeting the conditions for a second system upgrade. The celestial screen harvest system is upgrading. During the upgrade, the host's extracted abilities will remain unaffected. Chen paused slightly in his steps. Upgrading again. After the exposure of the Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Knight Emperor, the shock and fear did not dissipate with the video's end. Instead, they continued to ferment as various secret records were unearthed. Now a massive amount of emotional value was flowing in almost every moment. The system upgrading again was within expectations. Chen Aniki. Naruto waved his hand in front of Chen. Why aren't you moving? I suddenly remembered something important. What to eat for lunch? Naruto nearly stumbled. How is that something important? Man is iron, rice is steel. But I have no money. Chen looked at Naruto meaningfully. Naruto immediately clutched his wallet. I have no money either. The ramen from yesterday is still on my tab. No problem. I can add another one. Tucci-san won't agree. The two bickered as they headed toward the shopping street. At that moment, system upgrade complete. New permission 1, reality influence. The host can consume emotional values to exert limited interference on the content exposed by the celestial screen. New permission 2, identity and aura separation. The host can condense the aura of extracted large accounts into an independent avatar, further reducing the risk of identity exposure. New permission 3, divine body forging. The extracted power will automatically optimize the host's physical body. Current forging progress 1%. Divine body. Chen's eyes flickered. After fusing 2 large accounts, his physical body had already reached the demigod level. Now the system was clearly initiating a higher level transformation. As the words fell, a gentle power quietly surged from within Yi-chan. There was no earth-shattering pressure, nor any chakra fluctuation. Yet his flesh, bones, meridians, and soul were changing at an unimaginable speed. Every cell seemed to transform into a miniature world. As his blood and chi flowed, the faint roar of surging waves echoed. Bones shone like jade. Deep within his soul, the powers of the two large accounts gradually merged perfectly. The originally distinct power systems of the Blood Moon and the Rinnegan no longer had any barrier. Even standing still, the space around him instinctively curved inward, as if unable to bear the gradually transcending mortal body. Divine body forging progress 10%, 30%, 50%. Warning. Host life level is rising too quickly. Aura concealment module operating at full capacity. Already concealed 99%. Yi-chan's eyelids twitched. There was still 0.01% not concealed. That trace of power was negligible to him, but to ordinary ninja. Yi-chan looked around. The flowers and grass by the street bent slightly toward him. The birds in the treetops forgot to chirp. A few stray cats by the roadside crouched in unison, gazing at him intently. It was as if all life instinctively drew closer to a higher existence. Master, the voice of the judgment branch was filled with intoxication. You've become even more beautiful. Yi-chan frowned slightly. He looked down at the glass of a nearby shop. His reflection showed no drastic change in appearance. He still had black hair and black eyes, but his features seemed to have been subtly adjusted by an invisible hand, all minor imperfections erased. Even without any deliberate expression, he possessed an indescribable allure. Gentle, mysterious, as if one glance could unconsciously draw you in. This is a bit troublesome. Being too ordinary attracted neglect, being too outstanding also drew attention. Yi-chan focused his mind. The Dark Night domain operated rapidly, suppressing his presence. His reflection in the glass remained handsome, but passers-by would only think, that person looks pretty good, and immediately forget the exact details. That should do. Yi-chan nodded with satisfaction. But he did not notice that before the Dark Night domain fully covered him, a gaze from a Byakugan user had already fallen on him from afar. Within the Hyuga clan compound, Hinata, who was training in the courtyard, was instantly frozen. In her Byakugan's vision, a human-shaped sun was slowly walking along the street. Hyuga clan compound. Training ground. Bang. A fair palm struck the wooden post. Chakra surged from the palm, but lost control the moment before contacting the post. The attack missed its mark. Only a shallow palm print was left on the post's surface. Too slow. Hayashi Hyuga stood at the edge of the training ground, his expression stern. The core of the gentle fist is to use the Byakugan to perceive the meridians and precisely strike the chakra points with chakra. Your chakra control is unstable. Your movements are also too hesitant. In battle, the enemy will not wait for you to prepare. Young Hinata lowered her head. I'm sorry, father. Continue. Yes. Hinata took a deep breath. She resumed the gentle fist starting stance. She worked hard, but the gentleness in her personality always conflicted with the decisiveness required by the gentle fist. Every time she struck, she involuntarily worried about whether she would hurt her opponent. It was precisely because of this that Hayashi Hyuga grew increasingly disappointed in his eldest daughter, Byakugan. The veins around Hinata's eyes bulged. The originally pure white field of vision rapidly expanded. The internal structure of the wooden post. The corridor outside the training ground. The streets further away. Everything was clearly reflected in her sight. Just as she was preparing to attack again, a glaringly bright light never seen before suddenly intruded into her Byakugan's vision. What is that? Hinata instinctively turned her head. On a street hundreds of meters away, a young figure was slowly approaching. Black hair. Ordinary clothes. He was holding a freshly bought rice ball in his hand. It was the famous eternal genin of Konoha, Yi-chan. But in Hinata's Byakugan, Yi-chan was anything but ordinary. The chakra within an ordinary ninja was like shallow blue rivers. The chakra of a jonin was more massive and brighter. The chakra of a tailed beast was like a sea of blood filled with violence and ill omen. But what was inside Yi-chan? Hinata had no idea how to describe it. It was not a river, not a sea, but a sun compressed to the extreme, capable of illuminating the entire world at any moment. Dazzling. Pure. Boundless. She only glanced at it, and a slight stinging sensation came from her Byakugan, as if a mortal's gaze was not qualified to glimpse such a level of power. How is this possible? Hinata's mind was shaken. Wasn't Yi-chan just an ordinary genin? Why did he possess such pure chakra inside his body? No. Was that even chakra anymore? Hinata tried to look more closely. The power of her Byakugan continued to increase. Her vision bypassed Yi-chan's surface chakra meridians, attempting to see deeper. The next moment, she seemed to see a boundless starry sky. In the center of the starry sky, a blood-red moon hung high. Beneath the blood moon, a figure wearing a demon mask slowly looked up. On the other side, darkness covered all realms. A pair of pitch-black divine eyes silently opened in the abyss. Boom. An indescribable pressure rushed towards her. Hinata's pupils constricted sharply. Her Byakugan instantly closed. She staggered backward. Her face flushed red at a visible speed. Bang! She fell to the ground. Hinata, Hayashi Hyuga frowned. What happened? Hinata clutched her chest. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it would burst out of her chest. In that instant just now she did not feel any malice. Those two figures did not attack her. But merely catching a vague outline of them made her feel as if her very soul was burning. Father, Hinata's voice trembled. I saw. She looked up at the street. The celestial phenomenon produced by the divine body's transformation had completely vanished. The current Yi Chun had become unremarkable again. The chakra in his body was pitifully little, not even as much as a jonin, even less than some newly graduated genin. It disappeared. Hinata was stunned. Was everything just now only an illusion? Hayashi Hyuga followed her gaze. Yi Chun and Naruto were arguing over the last rice ball on the street. Yi Chun, that was mine. You said you'd share half with me, but you've already eaten most of it. The capable do more. That's not how you use that phrase. No matter how you looked at it, it was just two unreliable guys fooling around. Hayashi Hyuga frowned even deeper. What did you see? Hinata opened her mouth. Finally she replied in a low voice, Yi Chun. He seemed to be glowing. The air suddenly became quiet. Hayashi Hyuga glanced at Yi Chun, who was snatching Naruto's rice ball. Then he looked at his blushing daughter. He seemed to understand something. Hinata, yes. Hinata's body instantly tensed up. You are still young. Hayashi Hyuga said in a deep voice, you should focus all your energy on training. As for other matters, wait until you inherit the Hyuga clan. Hinata was stunned at first. Then she finally understood what her father meant. Her already red face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. Father, I'm not. Continue training. Hayashi Hyuga turned around. He clearly was not going to listen to her explanation. Hinata lowered her head, but the image of that dazzling figure just now refused to leave her mind. Yi Chun. Was he really just an ordinary genin? Meanwhile, on the other side of the training ground, a young man with a caged bird seal on his forehead slowly walked over. Lord Hayashi. Niji Hyuga bowed respectfully. Then he noticed Hinata's unusual state. What's wrong with Lady Hinata? Hayashi Hyuga's expression was blank. She was distracted during training. Niji looked in the direction Hinata had been staring at. Yi Chun and Naruto had finished their argument over the rice ball. In the end, Naruto only managed to snatch back a small piece and was shouting angrily on the street. A trace of disdain flashed in Niji's eyes. Distracted by an eternal genin. Lady Hinata, you are the heir of the Hyuga main house. Your destiny was decided from the moment you were born. That kind of person who cannot even become a chunin will have no connection with you. Hinata looked up. For the first time she gathered the courage to refute. Yi Chun is not a failure. Niji was slightly taken aback. You know him well? No, not really. Hinata's voice grew smaller again. But I really saw it just now. The light inside him was more dazzling than the sun. Niji was silent for a moment. Then he activated his Byakugan, looking at Yi Chun on the street. A small amount of chakra. Loose meridian flow. No bloodline limit. No hidden seals. No matter from which angle he observed, he was just an ordinary genin with poor aptitude. Niji deactivated his Byakugan. I saw nothing. Lady Hinata, you have been training for too long and are experiencing hallucinations. A person's aptitude is determined from birth. A weak person will not suddenly become strong just because of a light. Hinata's lips moved slightly. She wanted to retort, but didn't know what to say. After all, even she herself wasn't sure if what she saw was real. On the distant street, Yi Chun paused slightly in his step. The dark night divine domain had sent all the conversations within the Hyuga compound into his ears. Hinata saw it. He was a bit surprised. During the divine body's transformation, the system had already concealed most of the celestial phenomena. He hadn't expected Hinata's Byakugan to look over at that exact moment. And it seemed to have glimpsed part of the power projections of the Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Knight Emperor. The potential of the Byakugan is higher than I thought. Yi Chun glanced back at the Hyuga compound. Through the layers of walls his gaze briefly met Hinata's. Hinata's body stiffened. Her face, which had just returned to normal, instantly flushed red again. She hurriedly lowered her head. Her two fingers nervously twisted together. He noticed me looking. Yi Chun didn't think much of it. He soon withdrew his gaze. Given Hinata's personality, even if she really had doubts, she wouldn't spread it around. Moreover, Niji and Hayashi Hyuga hadn't seen anything unusual. Without evidence, it would only be dismissed as an illusion from overtraining. Yi Chun, Naruto suddenly leaned in. What were you looking at just now? The Hyuga compound. Why look there? Because I felt someone was looking at me. Naruto looked at Yi Chun suspiciously. Then he looked back at the Hyuga compound. Could it be that a girl likes you? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. Why can't there be? Naruto began to analyze on his fingers. No money, lazy, always late, fails exams, and always steals other people's ramen and rice balls. Yi Chun, would a girl really like you? Yi Chun expressionlessly stuffed the remaining rice ball into his mouth. Naruto's expression froze instantly. That was mine. Not anymore. Bastard. Naruto lunged at him angrily. The two quickly became tangled in a scuffle. Inside the Hyuga compound, Niji watched this scene, becoming even more certain of his judgment. Lady Hinata, you must have seen wrong. Hinata. Was the Yi Chun who had shone like the sun just now the same person as the one snatching Naruto's rice ball now? Just then, in Yi Chen's mind the system prompt sounded again. Divine Body Forging complete. Your life level has officially stepped into the Divine Body initial stage. System upgrade compensation reward is being distributed. Congratulations, you have obtained the 8 gates formation with no side effects. No need for training. No need to burn life force. After opening the gate of death, it can be permanently maintained without damaging the body. Yi Chen was pressing down on Naruto's head. Hearing the prompt, his movements paused slightly. 8 gates. An aversion with no side effects. He glanced at the distant forest behind Konoha. A thought slowly surfaced. I'll find a secluded place tonight and test it out a little. Late at night, Konoha village gradually grew quiet. The streets were nearly empty of pedestrians. Apart from ninjas on patrol, the vast majority of residents had already returned home to rest. Yi Chen lay on his bed. He turned over, then turned over again. 10 minutes later he finally opened his eyes. I can't sleep. A faint golden light emerged from the judgment branch beside his pillow. Master, are you worried about the 8th list? No. Is it Orochimaru? No either. Could it be that Byakugan girl from today? Yi Chen reached out and pressed the judgment branch back under the pillow. Shut up. What truly kept him awake was the side effect-free 8 gates just rewarded by the system. He possessed all the power of the Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Knight Emperor. His physical body had just transformed into a divine body. For the current Yi Chen, ordinary 8 gates had lost their meaning. But the version rewarded by the system was clearly not a simple removal of side effects. Instead, it automatically amplified according to the level of the physical body. Opening the 8 gates with a divine body. How much power could it generate? Just one punch. Yi Chen sat up from the bed. Using 1/10,000th of my strength should be fine. He put on his jacket, without alerting anyone. His figure silently vanished from the apartment. The back mountain of Konoha. Dense forests covered the peaks. This area was far from the village center. At night, almost no one came here. Yi Chen walked slowly through the forest. With each step his body traversed hundreds of meters. No airflow from the body flicker technique. No fluctuation of the flying thunder god technique. He simply compressed the space beneath his feet, making the once distant distance seem just an arm's reach away. After a moment, Yi Chen stopped in a clearing. Ahead was a hill hundreds of meters high. Behind the hill stretched an endless primeval forest. Right here, Yi Chen flexed his wrist. The information rewarded by the system surfaced in his mind. 8 gates. By unlocking the 8 gates that limit chakra flow within the human body, one can temporarily gain power beyond their limits. Gate of opening. Gate of healing. Gate of life. Gate of injury. Gate of closing. Gate of viewing. Gate of shock. Gate of death. For an ordinary ninja, opening the 8 gates places immense strain on the body. Opening the final gate of death is a certain death sentence. But the version Yi Chen possessed had no such restrictions. As long as he wished, he could even live with the gate of death permanently open. Let me try the first gate first. Yi Chen thought. Gate of opening open. Boom. The first restriction within his body was instantly unlocked. There was no earth-shattering chakra explosion. No shockwave spread. Because all the power was perfectly contained within his body. But at that moment the rock beneath his feet silently turned to powder, not destroyed by chakra. Instead, Yi Chen's body mass and life level suddenly increased, and the surrounding matter could not withstand the faint force field naturally emitted. The amplification is about double. Yi Chen pondered. Double might not sound like much, but his current base strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Even just doubling it would make the entire ninja world despair. Continue. Gate of healing open. Gate of life open. Boom. Boom. 2 muffled roars emanated from within Yi Chen's body. It was as if 2 volcanoes that had been sleeping for 10,000 years had awakened at the same time. Every time his heart beat, the entire back mountain trembled gently. Bang! Dozens of ancient towering trees nearby snapped in half. A large number of birds took flight in alarm. The beasts in the forest, as if sensing the arrival of a catastrophe, all lay flat on the ground, not daring to flee. The third gate already gives 8 times amplification. Yi Chen looked down at his own palm. Pale. Slender. No skin congestion like an ordinary ninja after opening the 8 gates. No chakra leakage either. But he could clearly feel the power contained within this palm, let alone a mountain peak. Even if a complete Susano'o stood before him, it would be smashed into dust with a single slap. If I open more, the commotion might be too great. Yi Chen gave up on continuing. Just 3 gates were enough for testing. He looked up at the mountain ahead. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist. 1/10,000th of my strength. A simple straight punch. It should just leave a small crater on the mountain. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He did not assume a taijutsu stance. Just like an ordinary person practicing punches, he casually swung his right fist forward. The next instant, boom. The night sky seemed to be torn apart by a bolt of lightning. The air in front of Yi Chen's fist was compressed to its limit in an instant. A visible white air column shot across the sky. No flames. No chakra. Only pure extreme fist wind. The air column rushed out of the clearing. It struck the mountain ahead. And then, there was no then. That hill hundreds of meters high could not hold for even a single moment, and completely vanished from before Yi-Chen's eyes. Not a collapse. Not a shatter. It was directly blasted into fine dust invisible to the naked eye by the terrifying fist pressure. The remaining force of the fist wind did not diminish. It passed over the vanished mountain and continued to extend into the distance. Rumble. The forest behind was split open from the middle. Countless trees were swept into the shockwave and instantly pulverized. The ground sank downward. A huge chasm hundreds of meters wide and unfathomably deep stretched from under Yi-Chen's feet to the horizon. The clouds in the sky were even torn apart by the fist wind. A dark passage hundreds of miles long appeared in the night sky. Moonlight spilled through the split clouds, illuminating a land of devastation. Yi-Chen remained in his punching posture, his expression gradually freezing. Where was the mountain? He had only intended to leave a fist mark on the mountain. How had the entire mountain disappeared? The judgment branch extended from his palm. It also fell silent. The man in the divine artifact stared at the great chasm ahead, saying nothing for a long time. After a long while, Yi-Chen slowly withdrew his fist. He closed the 8 gates. System, do you have a misunderstanding of 1/10,000th? This system's calculation is accurate. The power the host just used is indeed approximately 1/10,000th of the current divine body after opening 3 gates. Then explain the mountain. The mountain was too fragile. Yi-Chen's eyelid twitched slightly. A hill hundreds of meters high, and in the system's words it was too fragile. Master, the judgment branch finally spoke. You were so amazing just now. If that punch hit the one-eyed old man, what would he become? No if. What about that long-tongued snake? Not possible either. What about Uchiha Madara? Yi-Chen thought seriously. Given Uchiha Madara's physical strength, if he took that punch head-on, he would probably disappear from both soul and body. Even the impure world reincarnation couldn't retrieve him. We'll talk later. Yi-Chen looked up toward Konoha. Bright lights were already flaring up there. The alarm pierced the night. Enemy attack. Abnormal explosion detected in the back mountain. All ANBU assemble immediately. Figures shot up from Konoha village. From the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned the Monkey King Inma at once and personally rushed toward the back mountain. Yi-Chen's expression shifted slightly. Careless. He had thought it was just an insignificant test. He never expected to alarm the entire back mountain. There was no residual chakra at the scene. But the scale of destruction was enough to trigger the highest level of alert in Konoha. Time to retreat. Yi-Chen took a step. Space folded slightly. His entire figure vanished from the back mountain. Before leaving, he even erased all traces of his presence and footprints. 3 minutes later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of ANBU arrived first. But when they saw the scene before them, everyone froze. The mountain was gone. The forest was pierced through. A terrifying chasm that stretched endlessly appeared on the ground. That fist wind had even torn apart the sea of clouds. Even now the clouds had not yet closed. This? An ANBU swallowed hard. What kind of jutsu? No one answered. They could not even imagine what jutsu could produce such an effect. Wind release. Dust release. Tailed beast ball. None of the guesses matched the traces at the scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with the Konoha higher-ups. He landed at the edge of the chasm. He took one look and his face instantly turned pale. Sensor squad. Check for residual chakra. Several sensor ninjas immediately formed hand seals. After a moment they opened their eyes. Their faces were full of shock. Lord Hokage, there is no chakra. No traces of any jutsu were found in the air, ground, or forest. This area of destruction seems to have been penetrated by a pure physical impact. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils constricted. Physical impact. In other words, taijutsu. Koharu Udatane exclaimed. Are you saying someone flattened a mountain with a single punch and also pierced dozens of miles of forest behind it? The sensor ninja nodded with difficulty, judging from the scene. That is indeed the case. Dead silence. All the Konoha elites who had arrived felt a chill run down their spines. Pure taijutsu. No chakra. A single punch made the mountain completely disappear. Was this still the power a human could possess? Danzo leaned on his cane, his one eye fixed on the chasm. The Dark Knight Emperor. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned sharply. You think it's him? Shh. Besides him, who else in Konoha has such power? Danzo said in a deep voice. Perhaps this is a warning to us. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the bottomless chasm, cold sweat continuously seeping from his forehead. A warning. Could it be that the senior was displeased with Konoha's recent investigations? If this punch had not been aimed at the back mountain, but at the village? Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not continue thinking. Just then the sky screen lit up. Detected an unknown divine-level power fluctuation in the ninja world. Tracing the source of power. Trace failed. This power level exceeds the current public information clearance. Comprehensive judgment. Pure physical strength. Power sufficient to kill a normal Ninetales. Boom. Everyone who had just arrived at the back mountain froze again. A single punch capable of killing the Ninetales. Not sealing. Not defeating. But killing. Inside Naruto's body, the Ninetales who had been sleeping suddenly opened its eyes. Which monster is it this time? What the hell is happening to this ninja world? All over Konoha, countless people stepped out of their homes. staring at the night sky torn apart by a single punch, their faces filled with shock. Meanwhile, the one who had caused all this had already silently returned to his apartment. Chen took off his jacket, lying back on the bed, pulling the blanket over himself. The movements were fluid and smooth. Master, the Judgment Branch asked softly, they all say it was the Dark Knight Emperor. But it was actually you. Is there a difference? I guess not. Chen turned over, closing his eyes. Sleep. I still have to check the 8th list tomorrow. The Konoha higher-ups were destined to have a sleepless night because of that punch. The AMBU were dispatched in full force. Hiruzen Sarutobi extinguished his pipe 3 times. Danzo even mobilized Root overnight to investigate all taijutsu practitioners. Yet the true culprit had already fallen into a peaceful sleep. Outside the window, the sea of clouds torn apart by that punch remained unhealed for a long time. The countdown on the sky screen kept ticking in the night sky. The 8th Supreme Divine list will be announced. 9 hours remaining. On the back mountain of Mai, torches stretched into a long dragon. Hundreds of Umbu and Sensor ninjas scattered along both sides of the ravine, repeatedly examining the residual traces at the scene. Yet no matter what method they employed, the results were entirely consistent. No chakra, no ninjutsu, no jutsu formula. Nor was there any trace of human activity. The terrifying ravine extending to the horizon seemed as if it had been blasted out by a pure extreme, physical force, sheer and unadulterated. Yuanfei Risen stood before the vanished peak. The night wind stirred his imperial robe. His expression was heavier than the darkness itself. Yuan Mo. What do you think? Yuan Mo crouched on a fractured rock, reaching out to pinch a bit of dust. He first sensed it carefully. Then he placed the rock dust into his mouth. No scent of fire release burning. No traces left by wind release cutting. The internal structure of the rock was completely crushed by a terrifying pressure transmitted in an instant. Yuan Mo lifted his head, gazing at the ravine that tore through the earth. If I had to describe it, it was a single punch. Someone stood in front of the mountain and casually threw a punch. The fist never touched the mountain. Merely the wind from the fist erased the entire mountain. Though they had already guessed, hearing Yuan Mo's confirmation made everyone around gasp in shock. Fist wind. Just fist wind. It had leveled the peak, torn through the forest, and split the clouds for hundreds of miles. If that punch had truly landed on a person, who could survive? Could the first Hokage have done this? Zhuanqin Xiaochun's voice trembled. Yuan Mo paused for a moment, then shook his head. Lord Shodame's would release could alter terrain. But that was the power of chakra and bloodline limits. With just the physical body. I don't know. This answer was already telling enough. Yuanfei Risen turned to look at Mai. The village was brightly lit. Countless awakened residents gathered on the streets, uneasily staring at the back mountain. He didn't harm the villagers. He didn't destroy any buildings in the village. He just threw a punch at the uninhabited back mountain. Niang Lugio seemed lost in thought. If it truly was the Dark Knight Emperor, perhaps it was not a warning. Tuan Song said coldly, such a massive disturbance, if not a warning, then just boredom. It could also be a test of power. Lugio said slowly. The celestial screen just rewarded the Dark Knight Emperor. The Dark Knight domain and the origin of reincarnation. Perhaps the senior was confirming the effect of the reward. Just testing the reward could kill the Nine Tails with one punch. Shua Hominyan's lips went dry. The words sounded utterly absurd. But when the subject was the 9th seat on the Supreme Divine list, everything seemed to become plausible. Yuanfei Risen gave a solemn order, seal off the back mountain. Temporarily forbid anyone from approaching. All investigations stop here. An Umbu member was briefly stunned. Lord Hokage, shall we not continue to pursue the one who struck? How would you investigate? Yuanfei Risen countered. The Umbu was left speechless. There was no trace of aura at the scene. The one who threw the punch left no clues. Even if they found him, since he could kill the Nine Tails with one punch, what could they use to interrogate him? Yuanfei Risen looked at everyone. Regardless of whether this punch was thrown by the Dark Knight Emperor, one thing is certain. He has no intention of harming Mai. Otherwise the village would have already disappeared. Continuing the investigation would only offend an existence we absolutely cannot contend with. Everyone withdraw. Yes. The Umbu moved swiftly. Tuan Song stood still, his single eye flickering with an unusual light. One punch killed the Nine Tails. What kind of power was that? If the Root could master such power, Mai would never need to fear any other ninja village. No. At that point, the so-called 5 great shinobi villages would have no reason to exist. The ninja world would achieve true unification under absolute power. And Hashirama Tuan Song would become a great leader, surpassing all previous Hokages. Tuan Song. Yuanfei Risen suddenly looked over. Put away those dangerous thoughts. Tuan Song remained expressionless. I am merely considering how to deal with such uncontrollable power. If the senior truly wanted to destroy Mai, you and I would not even qualify to respond. Yuanfei Risen's gaze was cold. Do not do anything unnecessary. Especially do not try to investigate the celestial screen. That is not something Mai can touch. Tuan Song snorted. Risen, you are still too weak. It is precisely because we do not understand that we must investigate. People fear the unknown. But once the unknown becomes known, even gods are merely more powerful life forms. With that, Tuansong turned and left. Yuanfei Risen watched his retreating figure, his unease growing stronger. Lugio, what do you think? Niang Lugio rubbed his temples. Elder Tuansong will not let this go. Whether it's the supreme god or the celestial screen, he wants to find a way to control it. That has always been his style. Yuanfei Risen said solemnly, have the Umbu keep a close watch on the root. If he dares to offend the senior or the celestial screen, stop him immediately. Yes. Root base. In the dim hall, Tuansong sat on a stone chair. His cane leaned to the side. Before him knelt a dozen elite root shinobi. They came from various clans: Yamanaka, Aburame, Sarutobi, Hyuga. Each had been stripped of name and emotion, leaving only code names. Since the celestial screen descended, the entire ninja world has been toyed with at its whim. Tuansong's voice was low. The dead revive. History exposed. Crossing space. Isolating perception. It can even grant powers surpassing the Sage of Six Paths to those on the list. What do you think it is, eh? The hall was silent. After a long pause, a root shinobi wearing a goat mask spoke. In reply, Lord Tuansong. It might be some ancient super ninja tool left behind. Correct. Tuansong nodded approvingly. In this world, there are no incomprehensible divine miracles. So-called divine miracles are merely ninjutsu beyond ordinary understanding. The celestial screen can record history, connect consciousness, and distribute rewards, which means it must have a core operating system. As long as we find that core, Tuansong's single eye burned with fervor. I will be able to control the entire celestial screen. Boom. Even the emotionless root shinobi involuntarily trembled slightly upon hearing this plan. Control the celestial screen. The supreme existence that forced the entire ninja world to watch. Such an idea was utterly insane. Lord Tuansong, a Yamanaka shinobi wearing an eagle mask, hesitated. Earlier, the censor squad attempted to probe the celestial screen. All jutsu formulas collapsed before reaching it. With our power, we may not be able to touch its core. Ordinary sensing naturally won't work. Tuansong raised his hand. A root shinobi immediately stepped forward holding a scroll. The scroll unrolled. Inside were recorded all the data generated by my sensing barrier. Every time the celestial screen opened, bullet comments played images and distributed rewards. When the celestial screen activated the bullet comment function, it connected to everyone's consciousness in the ninja world. That means there is an invisible channel between it and each person's spiritual world. Tuansong pointed his finger at the center of the scroll. Your Yamanaka clan specializes in spiritual secret arts. During the next fluctuation of bullet comments, trace upward against the spiritual channel, and you may find the celestial screen's true body. Several Yamanaka shinobi's expressions changed slightly. They already understood what Tuansong intended. Lord Tuansong, the leading shinobi's voice was strained. Forcibly reverse tracing is very likely to be detected by the celestial screen. This would anger the gods. Gods, eh? Tuansong's face darkened abruptly. Shinobi do not need to revere so-called gods. Everything I do is for my. He suddenly stood up. His cane slammed heavily onto the floor. If the celestial screen is truly fair, it will not reject Mai's investigation. If it punishes us for this, it proves it also has selfish motives. As long as it has selfish motives, it can be exploited and controlled. Yamanaka Fu. Here. An orange-haired root shinobi stepped forward half a pace. You will lead the spiritual network. Select 5 clan members with the strongest spiritual power to assist. Tonight we invade the celestial screen. But. No buts. Tuansong barked coldly. I'm not asking for your opinion. In the hall, all root shinobi lowered their heads at once. Yes. Some apartment in my. Chen lay on the bed, eyes closed, breathing evenly. He seemed to have fallen asleep. But under the cover of the dark night domain, everything happening in the root hall was clearly revealed in his consciousness. Invade the celestial screen. Chen slowly opened his eyes. A strange expression crossed his face. He had to admit, Tuansong's courage was indeed considerable. The branches of the Blood Moon Rakshasa had not struck him. The repulsive force of the Dark Knight Emperor had not shattered his root either. So this old man still had not deeply understood what a gap in power meant. Master, the judgment branch emerged from under the pillow. The one-eyed old man is courting death again. Can we hang him from a tree this time? Chen thought for a moment. Not this time. We don't need to act. Why, oi? He is not provoking me. Chen closed his eyes again. The celestial screen was no ordinary ninja tool. It was not even something he could fully control at this point. Although the system granted the authority to influence reality, the celestial screen itself still operated under an absolute set of rules. Tuansong trying to invade through spiritual secret arts was like an ant raising its antennae to dismantle the sun. Just watch. The corner of Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Someone is about to get struck by lightning. On the celestial screen, a countdown silently ticked. Time remaining until the 8th Supreme Divine List is revealed, 7 hours. Meanwhile, inside the root base, Yamanaka Fu and 5 elite spiritual-type shinobi had already formed a circle. Through secret arts, the 6 consciousnesses were connected to each other. Tuansong stood outside the formation, his single eye brimming with ambition. Begin. Let me see. What secrets this so-called celestial screen hides? At the deepest part of the roots, 6 elite members of the Yamanaka clan sat cross-legged. An intricate ritual formation spread outward from their center, expanding continuously. Spiritual energy like countless invisible threads connected the consciousness of the 6 individuals. Yamanaka Fu sat at the very center, his hands forming the secret seals of the Yamanaka clan. His forehead was covered in sweat. The spiritual network is established. Individual consciousness synchronization complete. Number 1 stabilize the left node. Numbers 2 and 3 seek the celestial canopy's consciousness fluctuations. The rest of you channel your spiritual power to me. Yes. The 5 root shinobi responded in unison. Buzz. A colossal spiritual force rose from the formation. In the spiritual world invisible to ordinary people, a vast network rapidly spread open. First it covered the root base. Then it extended to Konoha. They saw one flickering consciousness after another. Ordinary villagers. Jinin, Chunin, Jonin. Each life's spiritual fluctuation was distinct. Some were dim, some bright, and others blazed like flames. But above every life there existed a thin, barely perceptible golden thread. The thread extended upward, piercing through buildings. Piercing through the earth. Finally it connected to the colossal celestial canopy hanging in the sky. Found it. Yamanaka Fu's eyes snapped open. A hint of surprise flickered across his face. Danzo immediately stepped forward. Can you trace it? Yes. Yamanaka Fu's voice trembled. There is indeed a spiritual connection between the canopy and everyone's consciousness. The connection is extremely concealed. But with the combined spiritual power of 6, we can follow the channel and reverse enter the canopy. The fiery intensity in Danzo's eyes grew. His speculation was indeed correct. The canopy was not incomprehensible, nor was it a true god. It too operated under certain laws. As long as one grasped those laws, the possibility of control existed. Trace it immediately. Yes. Yamanaka Fu took a deep breath. The spiritual power of the 6 rapidly condensed into an invisible, elongated needle. The needle's tip locked onto that golden thread. Then stab. Buzz. The spiritual world suddenly shook. Yamanaka Fu felt his consciousness being pulled by an indescribable force. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Time and space warped. When he regained perception, he had already appeared in an endless golden passage. The consciousness of the 5 clansmen followed closely behind him. Is this the canopy's spiritual passage? A root shinobi's voice trembled. Countless light and shadows floated on either side of the passage. Each light seemed to correspond to a life watching the canopy. The 5 great shinobi countries. The Pure Land's dead. Filled beasts. Summoning beasts. Even some otherworldly beings they could not comprehend. The consciousness of all beings was connected to the canopy through this passage. Yamanaka Fu's mind shook with awe. The Yamanaka clan possessed the most powerful spiritual techniques in the shinobi world. Yet even with the combined strength of the entire clan, it would be impossible to connect so many souls at once. This was no longer ninjutsu. It was a true miracle. Continue forward. Danzo's voice came through the spiritual imprint left in the formation. Do not be deceived by appearances. Find the canopy's core. Yamanaka Fu gritted his teeth and led the 5 clansmen speeding upward along the golden passage. As the distance narrowed, the surrounding pressure grew immense. One of the weaker root shinobi stopped first. Lord Fu. My spiritual body can't withstand it anymore. Cracks spread across his form. His consciousness twisted under the terrifying pressure. Yamanaka Fu glanced back. Abandon part of your perception. Don't observe the sides of the passage. Focus your spirit. Yes. The 6 continued forward. But just a few steps later another root shinobi screamed. Ah! His left arm shattered. It dissolved into countless spiritual fragments drifting in the passage. In reality, that root shinobi's body trembled violently. Though his left arm was physically intact, it instantly lost all sensation. The damage to the spiritual plane had already manifested on the flesh. Lord Danzo, the root shinobi maintaining the formation, cried out urgently. Their spiritual fluctuations are rapidly weakening. The technique must be terminated immediately. Danzo's single eye turned cold. Continue. But if this goes on, they will die. The purpose of root is to sacrifice for Konoha. Danzo's expression was impassive. As long as we find the canopy's core, their sacrifice will be worthwhile. The root shinobi clenched his teeth, but dared not argue further. Inside the spiritual passage, Yamanaka Fu also sensed the immense danger. But Danzo's orders were above all else. Even at the cost of his life, he must complete the mission. Forward. The core is just ahead. The 6 spiritual bodies pressed on with difficulty. After an unknown span of time, the golden passage finally reached its end. A colossal, incomparably vast light gate floated in the void. Behind it seemed to hold the truth of the entire world. Countless images flashed across the gate at lightning speed. The birth of the shinobi world. The descent of the divine tree. The sage of 6 paths. The warring states period. The 5 great shinobi villages. The 9 tails rampage. Wars yet to come. Even the scenes of the shinobi world's destruction and the endless starry sky beyond. Just one glance, and Yamanaka-fu felt his consciousness nearing collapse from the flood of information. Is this the canopy's core? His voice was filled with awe. Danzo's spiritual imprint fluctuated violently. Open it. Open it immediately. Take control. Yamanaka-fu raised his head, gazing at the light gate that seemed vaster than the stars. Compared to it, his spiritual body was less than a speck of dust. Open it. How? But Danzo had given the order. He could only obey. Mind-body switch technique. Yamanaka-fu formed hand seals. The spiritual power of the remaining 5 converged into him. An invisible spear capable of piercing an ordinary shinobi's spiritual world rapidly condensed in his hands. Open! Yamanaka-fu roared. The spiritual spear thrust toward the light gate with a thunderous force. The next instant the world fell silent. No collision. No explosion. That spear forged by the combined power of 6 spiritual ninjas never even truly touched the gate. It melted away like snow under the sun billions of miles away from the gate. Yamanaka-fu froze. Gone. Our spiritual power. How is that possible? Immediately after, something beyond the gate seemed to become aware of them. The endless historical images all halted at once. Countless worlds plunged into darkness. A pair of enormous eyes, cold and devoid of any emotion, slowly opened in the depths of the darkness. Boom. Yamanaka-fu's consciousness froze completely. What kind of eyes were those? Sun and moon were born in their pupils. Stars were destroyed under their gaze. Time, space, life, death, reincarnation. All were but tiny specks of dust flowing within their depths. That was not human. Not a tailed beast. Not even the so-called sage of 6 paths. It was a high-dimensional existence beyond the limits of their comprehension. Their so-called invasion. In the eyes of that being was like a few insignificant insects trying to climb onto the eyelash of a god. Flee. Only one thought remained in Yamanaka-fu's mind. What mission? What canopy core? What control? The moment those eyes opened, all ambition became a joke. Cut the connection. We've been discovered. Yamanaka-fu turned frantically, but the golden passage behind him had vanished. The 6 spiritual bodies were frozen in the void, unable to move, unable to speak. Even their thoughts gradually ground to a halt. The next moment, an icy voice resounded directly in their consciousness. Detected low-level life consciousness. Detected malicious spiritual intrusion. Analyzing intrusion purpose. Purpose peeking at the canopy core. Purpose tampering with the ranking content. Purpose stealing canopy control. With each word, Yamanaka-fu's despair deepened. All their thoughts were seen through. Before this, their memories, purposes, and souls held no secrets. Analysis complete. Judgment. Blasphemy. Boom. At just those 2 words, the 6 spiritual bodies simultaneously cracked open. In the real world, inside the root base, Yamanaka-fu and the 5 clansmen's bodies suddenly arched up. The 6 of them spat out blood simultaneously. Blood gushed from their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears. All 7 orifices bled. Fu. Danzo's expression changed drastically. What did you see? Yamanaka-fu opened his eyes with difficulty. In his pupils there was only boundless terror. Eyes. I saw a pair of eyes. It's not a ninja tool. Not a jutsu. We were wrong. Run. With those final words, Yamanaka-fu's head lolled, and he lost consciousness on the spot. The other 5 root shinobi also collapsed one after another. Their spiritual fluctuations were so faint they were nearly gone. Dead silence filled the hall. Danzo stared fixedly at the 6 fallen figures. For the first time, a strong unease rose in his heart. Medical team. Check their mental state. Several root medical ninjas hurried forward. After a moment, the leader's face turned completely white. Lord Danzo. Their spiritual spaces have all collapsed. Their souls are severely damaged. In the short term, they likely will not awaken. Useless. Danzo gripped his cane tightly. 6 elite Yamanaka clan members hadn't even truly touched the edge of the canopy core, yet were all critically injured. Worse, before losing consciousness, Yamanaka-fu had clearly said, run. Run from what? Had the canopy's counterattack not yet ended? Rumble. As if answering Danzo's thoughts, the entire root base suddenly shook violently. A large amount of dust and dirt fell from the ceiling cracks. The candle flames went out simultaneously. Darkness engulfed the entire hall. What's happening? Enemy attack. Activate the barrier. The root ninjas moved swiftly. But the next second, a blinding crimson light pierced through hundreds of meters of earth, shining directly into the underground base. Everyone looked up instinctively. Though separated by thick rock layers, they could clearly see the celestial canopy hanging in the sky. The originally calm golden countdown had disappeared. In its place was a blood-red thundercloud radiating an aura of destruction. An icy divine voice resounded throughout the shinobi world. Warning. Detected low-level creatures attempting to invade the canopy. Detected target attempting to tamper with the supreme divine ranking. Detected target attempting to steal canopy control. Malicious behavior. Grave nature. Now locking on the mastermind. Konohagakure Danzo Shimura. Boom. The entire shinobi world instantly erupted. Inside the root base, Danzo's face turned deathly pale in an instant. The mastermind has been locked. Konohagakure Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo. This name turned into blood-red characters spanning across the heavens of the shinobi world. The 5 great shinobi villages. The daimyos of each nation. The Ōtsutsuki. The souls in the Pure Land. Even the wandering shinobi whose whereabouts were unknown. All witnessed it with absolute clarity. After a brief dead silence, the barrage exploded. 4th Raikage, Shimura Danzo. That one-eyed old man again. Anoki, what did he do? Attempt to invade the celestial screen. Mei Terumi and try to tamper with the Supreme Divine List and steal control of the celestial screen. Raza, is he insane? Muhahaha. I've seen people asking for death, but never someone who digs their own grave and jumps in. 3rd Raikage, this can no longer be described as courage. Mu, it should be called stupidity. Hashirama Senju Danzo. Why is it him again? Tobarama Senju Monkey. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just led everyone away from the rear mountain. Seeing the name on the celestial screen, his body stiffened instantly. The next second, Tobarama Senju's furious barrage scrolled across the sky. Tobarama Senju, is this the Konoha you manage? Tobarama Senju, first he offends the Dark Knight Emperor, and now he tries to control the celestial screen. Tobarama Senju, what exactly does Danzo want to do? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned ashen. Danzo. He had already warned him clearly. Do not investigate the celestial screen, and certainly do not make any move that could invite disaster. As a result, the moment he left the rear mountain, Danzo behind everyone's back ordered the route to invade the celestial screen. Was this bastard tired of Konoha's existence? Umbu. Head to the root base immediately. Stop, Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared. But Narashikaka looked up at the sky, his face deathly pale. It's too late. Above the celestial screen, blood-red thunderclouds had already covered the entire land of fire. Crimson bolts of lightning churned within the clouds. The aura leaking from any single bolt made every shinobi in Konoha tremble to their very souls. During the Nine-Tails rampage, Konoha's Jonin had still dared to charge against the Nine-Tails. But at this moment, facing the blood-red divine punishment that shrouded the heavens, not a single person could summon the will to resist. It was an absolute disparity in the very hierarchy of existence. It was as if the heavens had opened their eyes, intent on erasing an ant that dared to offend them. Inside the root base, Danzo gripped his cane tightly. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. All personnel on alert. Activate the highest level defensive barrier. All Earth release ninjas reinforce the base. Hurry. At Danzo's command, the entire root organization sprang into action. Dozens of ninjas formed hand seals simultaneously. Earth released multiple Earth-style walls. Rumble. Layer after layer of thick stone walls rose from the ground, completely sealing off the hall where Danzo stood. The root base was already located deep beneath Konoha. The surrounding walls were inscribed with defensive barriers laid down by generations of root ninjas. Even if a direct hit from a tailed beast ball struck the core area, still had a chance of surviving. Yet Danzo still felt no sense of security. Barrier team. Pour all chakra into the defensive formulas. Sensing team, locate the lightning's landing point. Prepare the space-time transfer scroll. Izanagi. Danzo tore open the bandages on his right arm. An arm pale beyond human, exposed to the air. One by one, tightly closed Sharingan were neatly embedded into that arm. Evil. Grotesque. Hair-raising. Through Orochimaru's technology, Danzo had long ago transplanted Hashirama's cells and Uchiha Sharingan into his right arm. Although he had not yet fully mastered this power, at a critical moment, he could still activate Izanagi. Alter reality. Turn adverse outcomes into illusions. Danzo stared at the Sharingan on his arm, a flicker of confidence returning to his heart. Even if the celestial screen is powerful, it is still nothing but a technique. As long as it's a technique, it can be evaded by Izanagi. I will not die. His voice broadcast through the celestial screen reached the entire shinobi world. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, every Uchiha clansman saw the eyes on Danzo's arm, and their expressions froze instantly. Then an unprecedented fury erupted. Sharingan. Why are there so many Sharingan on Danzo's arm? Those are the eyes of Uchiha clansmen. Where did he get them? Uchiha Fugaku stood up abruptly. His Mangekyo spun wildly at the bottom of his eyes. On that arm, at least 10 Sharingan were embedded. That meant the eyes of 10 Uchiha clansmen had been gouged out. Danzo, Konoha's advisor, leader of Root. This man who constantly preached that the Uchiha were evil and kept them under surveillance had secretly transplanted a large number of Sharingan. Uchiha clansman Shimura Danzo. Give the Uchiha an explanation. Uchiha Fugaku, 3rd Hokage. Was this also an order from Konoha's high command? Hiruzen Sarutobi, I know nothing about this. Uchiha Izuna, white-haired. So this is your student? Tobarama Senju. Uchiha Izuna, he uses Uchiha eyes, yet treats the Uchiha as enemies. Uchiha Izuna, what do you have to say now? In the Pure Land. Tobarama Senju's face was grim beyond measure. He had indeed harbored caution toward the Uchiha, but he had never permitted anyone to gouge out the eyes of Konoha comrades and use them for personal ambition. Tobarama Senju Danzo. Tobarama Senju, I chose the monkey to be Hokage back then because you lacked the backbone to take responsibility at critical moments. Tobarama Senju, I never imagined that after all these years you haven't corrected yourself, but instead sunk to this level. Shimura Danzo-sensei. Everything I did was for the sake of Konoha. Tobarama Senju, shut up. Tobarama Senju, Konoha is not an excuse to cover your ambitions. Hashirama Senju, what about the owners of those Sharingan? Danzo did not answer. Or rather, he had no time to answer. The thunderclouds on the celestial screen had fully formed. Mastermind lock complete. Shimura Danzo. Crime 1, organizing elite ninja to invade the celestial screen. Crime 2, attempting to pry into undisclosed history. Crime 3, attempting to tamper with the supreme divine list. Crime 4, scheming to steal the authority of the celestial screen for personal ambition. Multiple crimes, combined punishment. Descending divine punishment. World annihilating blood lightning. Boom. Blood red lightning illuminated the night. The entire shinobi world became as bright as day in an instant. The land of fire shook violently. Countless civilians' legs gave way and they knelt directly on the ground. The tailed beasts shrank their bodies. All summoning beasts lay prostrate. Even far away in the pure land, the many departed souls felt that terrifying pressure originating from the depths of their very souls. Amigakure. All 6 paths of pain looked up simultaneously. For the first time, Nagato's Rinnegan revealed unconcealable shock. What kind of technique is this? Why can't even the Rinnegan see through its essence? Kimogakure. The 4th Reikage stood by the window, veins bulging on his forehead. Not from anger, but from fear. The land of lightning was famous for its lightning release. The 4th Reikage himself had cultivated the lightning release chakra mode to a very high level. Yet compared to the blood lightning on the celestial screen, all of Kimogakure's lightning techniques were like children's toys. That was not lightning formed from chakra. It was a law that directly annihilated the very existence of things. Shimura Danzo. The 4th Reikage swallowed hard. This time you're really finished. Konoha apartment. Yi-chun had been awakened by the crimson lightning. He sat up and looked out the window at the sky. World annihilating blood lightning. Sounds quite terrifying. The system prompt appeared. World annihilating blood lightning, one of the punishment laws of the celestial screen. Full power can erase a low-level world. Currently based on the target's crimes, it has been automatically limited to 100 millionth of its full power. Yi-chun's mouth twitched slightly. 100 millionth. Danzo was getting quite the treatment. Master. The judgment branch vibrated excitedly. It's about to strike. The one-eyed old man is about to be struck. I know. Yi-chun put on his clothes and walked to the window. Keep your voice down. The neighbors are still asleep. Root base. The crisis of death reached its peak. Danzo activated his Anaji without hesitation. The topmost Sharingan on his right arm suddenly opened, then quickly closed again. Come on. No matter what attack comes, I can rewrite it. Danzo spread his arms. A look of pride belonging to the darkness of the shinobi world returned to his face. The next moment, a blood-red lightning bolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. No deafening thunderclap. No earth-shattering explosion. It was like a blood-red line traversing the world, extending from the celestial screen all the way to Konoha. Konoha's defensive barrier showed no reaction. The hundreds of meters of earth layers suffered no damage. The outer barrier of the root base also showed not a single fluctuation. The blood lightning ignored matter, ignored space, ignored all obstacles. It appeared directly above Danzo's head. Izanaji. Danzo roared. The blood lightning fell. SHI? That right arm studded with many Sharingan instantly burst into blood-red flames. The first Sharingan closed. Izanaji activated. The reality of the right arm's disappearance was turned into illusion. Danzo's body appeared on the other side of the hall. His arm was restored. It worked. Just as a glimmer of joy appeared in Danzo's eyes. The divine voice of the celestial screen sounded again. Detected target attempting to tamper with the punishment result. Action invalid. Restoring original punishment. Danzo's smile froze instantly. His newly reappeared right arm burst into blood-red flames again. How is that possible? Izanaji already altered reality. The celestial screen's judgment is reality. Low-level ocular jutsu has no authority to modify it. Boom. All the Sharingan on his right arm opened simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. Danzo furiously drove Izanaji. Each time a Sharingan closed, he briefly evaded the divine punishment. But the next second reality would be corrected by the celestial screen again. The blood-red flames clung like a persistent disease. Always burning on his right arm. Stop. Stop, I order you. Danzo roared continuously. Using the substitution jutsu. Failed. Body flicker jutsu. Failed. Unsealing the right arm. Failed. Even directly cutting off the arm was impossible. Because the blood lightning was not burning flesh and blood. It was burning the existence of that arm. All the Sharingan let out a strange wail in the blood-red flames. One by one they turned to ash. Hashirama's cells proliferated wildly, trying to repair the damage. But the moment new flesh appeared, it was instantly erased by the blood lightning. No. This is the power I prepared for Konoha. You can't destroy it. Danzo's eyes were about to split. This arm had condensed years of his painstaking effort. Hashirama's cells. 10 Sharingan. Izanaji. It was his greatest trump card to seize control of Konoha, become Hokage, and unify the shinobi world. But now under the gaze of countless people across the shinobi world, it all turned to ashes. The emotionless voice of the celestial screen rang out. The legally plundered power does not belong to you. To be deprived. Boom. The blood-red flames suddenly surged. Oh. Danzo let out a most agonizing scream. His entire right arm began to disintegrate inch by inch from the fingertips. Skin, flesh, bones, Sharingan, Hashirama's cells. All matter turned into nothingness in the flames. In just 3 seconds, Danzo's right arm completely vanished. The wound was as smooth as a mirror. No blood flowed. It was as if he had never had that arm since birth. The blood-red lightning then extinguished. The root base remained completely intact, nor did the surrounding ninjas suffer any harm. From beginning to end, the celestial screen's punishment targeted only Danzo alone. Precise, absolute, inescapable, and impossible to alter. Danzo collapsed to the ground. His face was deathly pale. His body trembled uncontrollably from the intense pain and fear. He stared at his empty right shoulder, and for the first time true despair appeared in his eyes. Izanagi was useless. Sharingan was useless. Hashirama's cells were useless. Before the divine punishment of the celestial screen, even his trump card could not hold out for a single breath. At this moment he finally understood what kind of existence he had tried to control. It was not a ninja tool, not a ninja technique, and certainly not a power that humans could wield. Punishment executed. Since the intruder caused no actual damage, the target's life is spared this time. If there is a next time, annihilation of body and soul. These last 4 blood-red characters illuminated the entire shinobi world. Everyone who had harbored the intention to test the waters shivered at that moment. In front of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the celestial screen with no relief on his face. Only disappointment and lingering fear. Danzo, you nearly brought ruin to all of Konoha. In the Pure Land, Tobirama Senju remained silent for a long time. The Uchiha clan, however, stared fixedly at Danzo's empty right shoulder, their anger undiminished in the slightest. The blood lightning had only destroyed the Sharingan. But where these eyes came from, that had to be investigated. After a brief silence in the barrage zone, the 4th Raikage was the first to break the stillness. 4th Raikage, haha. 4th Raikage, Shimura Danzo, this is the first time I've seen someone actively asked to be struck by lightning. Inoki serves him right. Mew, that old schemer, said he was going to control the celestial screen just now. Why is he lying on the ground now? Mew, because his strength doesn't match his ambition. Shikaku, he sprawled even faster than that stinky fox. Kurama, don't drag me into everything. Madara, Uchiha, using a bunch of plundered Sharingan to activate Izanagi, yet couldn't even block a single bolt of lightning. Madara, Uchiha, trash. Danzo looked at the barrage of mockery flooding the sky. A surge of rage and humiliation struck his heart. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. He fell unconscious on the spot. Root ninjas rushed forward. Lord Danzo. Medical team. Send Lord Danzo for treatment quickly. The root base fell into chaos. Chen stood by the apartment window, having witnessed the entire punishment. The judgment branch was as excited as if it were a festival. Master, his hand is gone. The celestial screen struck with perfect accuracy. Chen nodded. Indeed, it's more effective than hanging him from a tree. Then from now on, if anyone insults you, shall we use lightning too? Don't learn bad habits. Chen drew the curtains. Danzo's suicidal stunt served as a lesson to the entire shinobi world. At least from today onward, no one should dare to casually invade the celestial screen. That way the reveal of the 8th place could proceed smoothly. Chen lay back down on the bed. The blood-red thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The golden countdown reappeared, until the reveal of the 8th place on the supreme divine list. 6 hours remaining. Chen glanced at it, and closed his eyes. 6 hours. I can still get some sleep. Master, the one-eyed old man hasn't woken up yet. Let him sleep. Chen turned over. We'll wait for the list together. Should there be a next time, both body and soul shall be annihilated. The blood-red characters hung suspended across the heavens for a long time. The entire ninja world fell into absolute silence. Using 10 Sharingan eyes, Danzo consecutively activated Izanagi, attempting to rewrite reality. Yet instead of escaping punishment, he was forcibly corrected by the celestial screen's declaration of no authority to modify. Reality itself was rectified. What did this mean? It meant that before the celestial screen, even the forbidden ocular technique said to reverse life and death and alter destiny was nothing more than a ridiculous trick. If the celestial screen declared that your right arm must vanish, then there was absolutely no way to save that arm. Even if you transformed the unfavorable outcome into an illusion, even if you altered reality 10 times in succession, the final result would remain utterly unchanged. Because what the celestial screen decrees is reality. These words struck the souls of everyone in the ninja world like an invisible colossal hammer. Himogakure. The smile on the 4th Raikage's face gradually faded. Though seeing Danzo's misfortune brought him immense satisfaction. After calming down, only profound dread remained in his heart. To ignore Izanagi. To ignore space, matter, and defensive barriers. After the thunder descended from the celestial screen, it appeared directly in an underground base hundreds of meters deep, without damaging anything along its path. Maboi's voice grew increasingly grave as she reviewed the intelligence she had just recorded. Reikage-sama, this is not lightning release in the conventional sense. It is an attack that locks onto a concept itself. Once the celestial screen judges someone as a punishment target, no matter where they hide or what means they use escape is impossible. The fourth Reikage crossed his arms, his expression grim. I can see that clearly myself. Immediately issue the highest level prohibition order to the entire village. All cloud shinobi are forbidden from attacking, sensing, or testing the celestial screen in any way. Those who disobey, a sharp gleam flashed in the Reikage's eyes, shall be executed for the crime of treason. Everyone in the office felt a jolt in their hearts. The crime of treason. For any shinobi, this was one of the most serious offenses. Yet no one raised an objection. After all, one person's reckless behavior was one thing. What if provoking the celestial screen's wrath brought disaster upon all of Kumogakure? What Danzo received was merely a punishment at 1/1000th of its full power. The full power, as the celestial screen had clearly noted, was enough to erase lower-tier worlds entirely. Konoha, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunigakure, Kirigakure. What difference did they all make before such power? They would simply be wiped out by a single bolt of lightning. Supreme Directive of Kumogakure. No cloud shinobi may attack, investigate, or attempt to contact the celestial screen. Violators shall be punished for treason. The fourth Reikage sent the message through official channels. Immediately afterward, Inoki quickly followed suit. Supreme Directive of Iwagakure. All stone shinobi are forbidden from using any jutsu against the celestial screen. Do not question the celestial screen's authenticity. Do not attempt to peek at unrevealed rankings. Violators shall be immediately stripped of their shinobi status. Supreme Directive of Sunigakure. Supreme Directive of Kirigakure. The 5 great ninja villages declared their positions one after another. Then came the ninja villages of the smaller nations. Takigakure, Kizugakure, Otogakure, Yugakure. Even certain organizations that habitually hid underground and shunned the light immediately restrained their subordinates. Within just a few minutes, revering the celestial screen had become the highest rule observed by the entire ninja world. Genjutsu Hozuki 1 Danzo has served as a cautionary example for the whole ninja world. His sacrifice was quite valuable. Third Reikage, at least no one will be foolish enough to challenge the celestial screen anymore. Fourth Reikage, not necessarily. Fourth Reikage, the ninja world will never lack fools who think themselves clever. Inoki, for once I agree with the Reikage. Shimura Danzo. A weak message suddenly streaked across the sky. The entire ninja world was stunned for a moment, then erupted once more. Fourth Reikage, you're awake. Genjutsu Hozuki, how do you feel? Want to try invading again? Shikaku, one-armed old man, can Izanagi rewrite reality? Use it to grow your arm back and show me. Kurama, don't make things harder for him. Kurama, if he could actually do that, he wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed right now. Konoha Hospital. Danzo lay on the hospital bed. His face was as pale as a white sheet of paper. His empty right shoulder made him look utterly wretched as never before. Medical shinobi surrounded his bedside. With Tsunade away from Konoha, their abilities could only keep Danzo alive. As for the vanished arm, there was no wound, no residual cells, no way to even confirm the arm had ever existed. Even the most advanced medical jutsu could not reattach it. Get out. All of you get out. Danzo trembled with rage as he saw the endless mockery on the celestial screen. A medical ninja quietly reminded him. Danzo-sama, you've just awakened. You shouldn't get too agitated. I don't need your advice. Danzo roared. His right hand instinctively reached for his cane, but he grasped nothing but air. His body instantly lost balance, and he tumbled off the hospital bed. Bang! He hit the floor face first. The room fell into deathly silence. Several medical ninjas hurried forward and helped him back onto the bed. Danzo felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. He wished he could simply pass out. Worse still, a group of Uchiha clan members was waiting outside to demand an investigation. The origin of those Sharingan eyes demanded an explanation. This time Hiruzen Sarutobi did not shield him. Even Tobirama Senju had personally ordered through the celestial screen that route must be thoroughly investigated. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi pushed open the door. The third Hokage's face showed not a trace of sympathy, only disappointment. The mental worlds of 6 shinobi, including Yamanaka Fu, have completely collapsed. 2 of them still haven't regained consciousness. The Uchiha have already discovered Root's illegal Sharingan transplantations. Beyond that, you also secretly contacted Orochimaru. Danzo abruptly raised his head. Hiruzen, everything I've done was for the sake of Konoha. Enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted sharply. Even now you still use Konoha as your excuse. If you truly cared for Konoha, you wouldn't have privately ordered your subordinates to invade the celestial screen despite knowing the risks. Have you ever considered what would happen to the entire village if the divine punishment hadn't been locked onto you alone? Danzo gritted his teeth. He gave no answer. In truth, when that world-destroying blood lightning descended, he had indeed felt regret. But what he regretted was not invading the celestial screen. It was his inadequate preparation. If he had possessed more Sharingan eyes. If his Hashirama cell integration had been more complete. If he could have cracked the celestial screen's operating rules in advance. Perhaps the outcome would have been different. The coldness in Danzo's eyes did not escape Hiruzen's notice. Hiruzen took a deep breath. From this moment on you are suspended from all duties as a Konoha advisor. All root operations are to cease immediately. You will not leave this hospital until the investigation into the Sharingan eye's origins is complete. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. Hiruzen, you intend to place me under house arrest? Yes. You don't have that authority. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen's expression was ice cold. I do. Danzo's chest heaved violently. Those familiar words struck his heart like a knife. The Hokage again. All because he was not the Hokage. Years ago Tobirama Senju had chosen Hiruzen Sarutobi. And now Hiruzen was using his status as Hokage to suppress him. Danzo clenched his jaw tightly. His single remaining arm curled into a fist. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Hiruzen did not turn back. My greatest regret is having indulged you all these years. The door closed. The hospital room fell silent once more. Danzo stared at his empty right shoulder, his eyes filled with venom and resentment. But when the blood-red warning on the celestial screen caught his eye again, his body still trembled involuntarily. Those eyes that had opened in the depths of the spiritual world. That inescapable blood-red thunder had left an eternal, indelible fear in his soul. No matter how unwilling he was. At least for the time being, he would absolutely not dare touch the celestial screen again. Konoha apartment. Yi-chun was sleeping soundly. System notifications chimed one after another in his mind. Fear value from Shimura Danzo, 99999. Awe value from the 5 great ninja villages, 388, 8888. Fear value from the ninja world's masses continues to grow. Reality Influence Authority has completed its first rule linkage. Host's degree of interference with the celestial screen has increased. Yi-chun rolled over in bed, without even opening his eyes. Don't bother me. Call me when the 8th ranking begins. The system's voice fell silent. Even the judgment branch obediently tucked itself under the pillow. The outside world was sleepless over the celestial screen's divine punishment. Yet Yi-chun, the one who truly held both supreme identities of Blood Moon Azura and Dark Knight Emperor, slept especially soundly. Time ticked by. As the first rays of dawn appeared in the east, the celestial screen's countdown entered its final stage. Time until the 8th ranking on the Supreme God list is revealed. 10 minutes remaining. At this moment, the ninja world, which had just begun to recover some noise, fell silent once again. Everyone looked up. The true main event had finally arrived. 10 minutes. The icy digits hung, suspended in the firmament. In the streets of Konoha, every shop ceased business. Shinobi halted their missions. Villagers stepped out of their homes. Even the wounded in the Konoha hospital had their beds pushed to the windows. In 10 minutes, the 8th seat of the Supreme God list would be officially revealed. In Sunagakure, amidst the wind and sand, tens of thousands of Suna shinobi gathered beneath the sky. Gaara sat alone atop a tall building. Even Shikaka the One-Tail was unusually silent. In Iwagakure, Enoki hovered in midair with the village's high-ranking officials standing ready behind him. In Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage had donned a pristine new Haori. There was no desk in the office. Not that one wasn't needed, but the logistics department hadn't yet delivered the 8th new desk. In Kirigakure, Mei-Terumi stood atop the Mizukage building. Even though undercurrents still churned within the Blood Mist village, all factions had tacitly paused their conflicts. In Amigakure, the perpetual rain briefly ceased. All members of the Akatsuki gathered before the demonic statue of the outer path. Their red-clouded black robes fluttered in the wind. Everyone looked up at the sky. Even in Danzo's hospital room, a medical ninja had opened the window. He forced himself to sit up, his face grim. The empty sleeve on his right shoulder swayed gently in the morning breeze. Having endured the divine punishment last night, he dared not show any disrespect to the sky again. Yet he still yearned to know, who exactly was the 8th? Was it still connected to Konoha? What reward would they receive? 9 minutes. The bullet comment section gradually became active. Konoha Shinobi could this time still be a Konoha senior. Humo Shinobi impossible. Absolutely impossible. IWA Shinobi, the Shinobi world is vast. Konoha having 2 spots is already outrageous. Sunagakure Shinobi the 8th should be the Sage of 6 Paths. Kiri Shinobi wouldn't ranking the Sage of 6 Paths at 8th be too low. Enoki the Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Emperor both displayed power beyond the 6 Paths level. Enoki, it's not impossible for the Sage of 6 Paths to be ranked 8th. 4th Raikage could also be that progenitor of chakra sealed in the moon. Tobirama Senju Kagaya Ōtsutsuki. Hashirama Senju Tobirama, you know of her. Tobirama Senju, there are fragmentary records in Konoha's ancient texts. Madara Uchiha, whether it's the Sage of 6 Paths or the progenitor of chakra, I will surpass them all in time. Hashirama Senju Madara, you're starting again. Madara Uchiha, I'm stating my own path. What does it have to do with you? Hashirama Senju, I'm afraid you'll be proven wrong again. Madara Uchiha, this time it definitely won't happen. Madara's reply was categorical. He had thought it through carefully. The 10th Blood Moon Azura, he knew him. The The ninth Dark Emperor, though he'd never met him, was connected to Konoha and the Nine-Tails incident. But whoever the eighth was, it couldn't possibly involve his own embarrassing history. After all, how many monsters like that could one encounter in a lifetime? The Blood Moon Azura incident was merely an accident. As for the Dark Emperor, back then Madara had already been hidden underground with no direct confrontation. The next supreme god couldn't possibly be connected to him again, right? Absolutely impossible. 7 minutes. At the Ōtsutsuki base, Haiden hoisted his three-bladed scythe, looking utterly impatient. How much longer? If you ask me, besides Lord Jashin, no one deserves to be ranked 8th. Kakuzu cast him a cold glance. Have you ever seen Jashin? No. Has he ever given you power? My immortal body is the best proof. Kakuzu was silent for a moment. Then have him repay the mission funds you owe the organization. Haiden flew into a rage. What does that have to do with Lord Jashin? You destroyed 3 bounty offices last month. They blasphemed Lord Jashin. And you killed 2 clients. They were too foul-mouthed. So you're not getting paid this month. Kakuzu, you son of a silence. Pain's cold voice rang out. Haiden froze, then reluctantly shut his mouth. Pain stood atop the demonic statue's finger, his Rinnegan glowing with aloof divine light. Even having sensed something amiss earlier, he refused to show the slightest wavering before his comrades. No matter who the eighth is, it cannot alter the path of Ōtsutsuki. The sky has shown the world a higher level of power. This only proves that the struggles of ordinary shinobi are meaningless. Only a true god can make the world understand pain. And Pain slowly spread his arms wide. Am the only god of this era. The Ōtsutsuki members wore varied expressions. Haiden rolled his eyes. Kakuzu mentally calculated the Rinnegan's value. Deidara seriously pondered which was more artistic, Shinra Tensei, or blowing up space itself. Sasori, hidden within his Hiriko puppet, showed no emotion. Kisame instinctively glanced at Itachi Uchiha. Itachi-san, who do you think the eighth will be? Itachi paused for a moment. It's connected to the Rinnegan. Pain's head snapped around. Why, oi? Itachi raised his eyes. His crimson Sharingan reflected the faint purple ripples that occasionally flickered deep within the celestial screen. Every time the countdown changes, there's an extremely faint fluctuation of ocular power. The Sharingan instinctively recoils. And your Rinnegan leader seems to be resonating. Everyone's gaze fell upon Pain. Pain remained expressionless. But Nagato, hidden high within the Amigakure Tower, felt his breathing grow heavier. Itachi had noticed. That purple ripple was indeed not his imagination. 5 minutes. Konoha. Ichiraku Ramen. The shop was packed. Tucci had set up over a dozen tables and chairs outside, yet business was still unbelievably good. Ever since the celestial screen had twice locked the supreme god's aura onto this area, Ichiraku Ramen had become the most watched location in the shinobi world. Not just Konoha villagers. Even envoys sent from villages like Kumogakure and Iwagakure were all seated nearby. Some ate ramen. Some observed the warehouse. Others watched every customer passing by, trying to find traces of the two supreme gods. Chen sat in the corner, a cup of green tea before him. He had originally wanted to order ramen. But Tucci had cancelled all credit services, citing excessive customer flow during the rankings announcement. The last of Chen's money had been spent on eggs last night. He could only drink the free tea. Naruto sat beside him, fidgeting with excitement. Brother Chen, just 5 more minutes. Who do you think it'll be this time? Didn't I tell you yesterday? Chen took a sip of tea. A bully who steals other people's chunin dreams. But I still don't get it. Naruto scratched his head. Why would he steal someone's dream? Maybe he found them too noisy. Again with the noise, eh? Naruto's expression turned strange. The Dark Emperor had suppressed the Nine-Tails because it was too noisy. Now the eighth might rob someone of their dream for being too loud. Did all supreme gods love silence this much? Naruto was about to press further when a voice came from beside them. Some people's dreams are built on lies. Chen looked up. Kakashi had appeared beside them, his book Make Out Paradise in hand. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was astonished. You're actually not late today. Kakashi's visible eye curved into a crescent. Even I pay respects to the celestial screen occasionally. Besides, his gaze swept over Chen. I'm quite interested in the eighth. He still hadn't fully let go of the strange stinging in his Sharingan yesterday. But no matter how he looked at it, Chen was just an ordinary genin worrying over a bowl of ramen. Kakashi simply couldn't connect him to the Dark Emperor. Kakashi-senpai. Chen set down his teacup. Staring at someone is quite rude. My apologies. Kakashi casually looked away. It's just that you seem a little different today. Different how, eh? More handsome. Chen nodded with a straight face. You have good taste. Kakashi. He had only been testing. This guy was certainly not modest. Naruto looked at Chen carefully. You do look a bit better than yesterday. Did brother Chen secretly use the transformation jutsu? This is natural growth. Can people still grow at 18? Second development spurt. Naruto nodded, half comprehending. Kakashi, however, quietly activated his Sharingan. He observed the chakra within Chen once more. Little. Very little. No abnormalities in his chakra pathways. Same as yesterday. Just as Kakashi prepared to look away, a faint stinging sensation suddenly shot from his left eye. His body stiffened. Again, this Sharingan, which belonged to Obito, was once again reacting with fear toward Yi-chun. You? Kakashi spoke without thinking. But Yi-chun happened to lift his teacup, and the scalding hot water splashed onto his hand. Hiss! He hastily set the cup down, scrambling to wipe away the water. Sorry about that. Tucci poked his head out from behind the counter. The water's a bit hot. Yi-chun looked utterly aggrieved. You can't just serve free tea straight off the boil, can you? Kakashi stared at him for a few seconds, then finally shook his head. Perhaps that eye's fear wasn't of Yi-chun, but of the lingering aura of the Dark Emperor that had once surrounded Ichiraku Ramen. 3 minutes. The entire shinobi world fell silent. The number of bullet comments dwindled rapidly. Everyone was waiting. 2 minutes. Within the moon seal, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki slowly opened her Byakugan. Deep in the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths, Hagoromo Ōtsutsuki, opened his eyes. Is it about to begin again? He murmured to himself. The power of the previous two ranked individuals was beyond even his comprehension. What changes would the eighth bring to the shinobi world? 1 minute. In the Amigakure Tower, Nagato's Rinnegan ached more and more. It felt as if an invisible gaze was watching him across time and space. 30 seconds. Madara Uchiha crossed his arms forcibly, maintaining his composure. 10 seconds. Black Zetsu hit underground. An extremely ominous premonition rose from the depths of his heart. The Rinnegan. The Uchiha. This can't be connected to Mother's plan, right? 5. 4. Yi-chun raised his teacup, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Come on then. Better to get it over with. 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0. A golden light pierced the heavens. 6 purple rings slowly unfurled deep within the celestial screen. In that instant, Nagato, Madara, Uchiha, Itachi, Uchiha, Kakashi, and indeed everyone with a dojutsu bloodline, felt a searing pain shoot through their eyes. A majestic divine voice resounded across heaven and earth. The Supreme God list continues. The 10 supreme gods of the shinobi world. The 8th will now be revealed. Rumbling. 6 purple rings covered the sky. Boundless ocular power descended upon the ninja world. Every ninja possessing the Sharingan, Byakugan, or other dojutsu bloodline limits felt the same sensation at this moment. Their own eyes were looking up at some true origin. At the Uchiha clan grounds, countless Sharingan activated involuntarily. Single tomo, double tomo, triple tomo. All tomo spun wildly within their pupils. Yet no matter how the clan members channeled their chakra, the Sharingan refused to close. They seemed to be in fear, or perhaps waiting for some supreme ocular power to descend. My eyes are out of control. Chakra is flowing on its own. Who is the celestial screen about to reveal? The Hyuga clan also underwent anomalies. Numerous clan members' forehead veins bulged as their Byakugan activated automatically. But as their vision approached the celestial screen, it was completely engulfed by an endless purple light. Hayashi Hyuga quickly lowered his head. Do not look. That is not a power your Byakugan can withstand. Hinata stood among the crowd. Her Byakugan did not gaze at the celestial screen. Instead, she instinctively looked toward Ichiraku Ramen Shop. For some reason, the purple ripples appearing on the celestial screen reminded her of the mysterious vision she had seen inside Yi-chun yesterday. Within that starry expanse, besides the blood moon and the pitch-black divine eye, there seemed to have been the same purple glow flashing. Could Yi-chun be connected to the 8th supreme god as well? Impossible. Hinata shook her head gently. She must have been mistaken. No matter how special Yi-chun was, he could not possibly be connected to 3 supreme gods. At the center of the celestial screen, the purple rings overlapped continuously. Finally, they formed a colossal eye spanning the sky. Circles of mysterious ripples radiated outward. 9 pitch-black tomo slowly revolved around the pupil. The Rinnegan with 9 tomo. The moment it appeared, boom. The 6 paths of pain controlled by Nagato all froze simultaneously. Deva path plummeted from the ghetto statue's finger. Thud. His body crashed heavily to the ground. Animal path, Preta path, human path, Azura path, and Hell path also lost all motor function, as if their chakra connection had been severed. Nagato. Conan's expression changed drastically. She dissolved into a flurry of paper and rushed toward the depths of the tower. There, Nagato's emaciated body was trembling violently. 2 streams of blood trickled down from his Rinnegan. It was not injury, but an unprecedented loss of control in those eyes under the celestial screen's aura. Stop. These are my eyes. Nagato gritted his teeth. Vast chakra poured into his eye sockets. Yet the Rinnegan he regarded as the eyes of a god continued to tremble violently, as if they were trying to break free from his body and return to their true owner. Nagato stopped channeling. Conan tried to approach, but was forced back repeatedly by the invisible repulsive force released by the Rinnegan. Boom. A large section of the tower wall shattered. Deva Path's body stood up from the ground again. But this time he did not have the divine posture of overlooking all beings. Instead, he clutched his eyes, looking extremely disheveled. 4th Raikage, what's wrong with Pain? Anoki, his Rinnegan seems out of control. Jiraiya, Pain, who are you really? Pain, shut up. An angry bullet comment streaked across the celestial screen. Pain, these eyes belong to me. Pain, I am the god chosen by fate. Pain, no matter who the 8th is, they have no right to shake the power of a god. The entire ninja world was in an uproar. A god. How arrogant was this man named Pain? First he claimed to be the only god of this era. Now facing the 8th on the supreme god list, he still refused to bow his head. Fourth Rakage, what kind of god are you? Pain mortals have no right to know. Mew quite the bold tone. Madara Uchiha, a pair of eyes that don't belong to you, yet you dare to call yourself a god. Inside Amigakure, Nagato's body suddenly froze. Pain Madara Uchiha, what do you mean? Madara Uchiha, I mean exactly what I said. Pain my Rinnegan was born with me. Pain it is fate's choice for me. In the Pure Land Madara curled his lips in ridicule. The Rinnegan in Nagato's body had been secretly transplanted by Black Zetsu, after Madara awakened it in his old age. The so-called divine eye born with him was merely a lie to control a pawn. However, just as Madara was about to reveal the truth, the celestial screen restricted the relevant content. Involves core content of this review. Premature disclosure prohibited. Madara frowned. So that's it. The 8th is related to the Rinnegan. Could it be Hashirama Ōtsutsuki? But what connection does the Sage of Six Paths have with the Akatsuki? As Madara was puzzled, the purple eye deep in the celestial screen slowly closed. In its place appeared a land shrouded in darkness and torrential rain. Towers stood tall. Rivers crisscrossed. The sky was perpetually covered with gloomy clouds. This is... Conan looked up at the surroundings. Amigakure. The place shown on the celestial screen was exactly their nation. Then dense red cloud patterns emerged from the celestial screen. Black robes. Crimson clouds. All Akatsuki members instantly recognized the emblem. Our clothes. Haiden looked down at his red-clouded black robe. Is the 8th related to Akatsuki? Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed slightly. Do we have a supreme god hidden in our organization? Daidar's eyes lit up with fervor. Could it be me? Only explosion art deserves the title of supreme god, yeah. Sasori said coldly. If it were you, the celestial screen should show clay, not the Rinnegan. Kisame instinctively looked at Itachi. In Akatsuki, the one most connected to eyes besides Pain was Uchiha Itachi. But Itachi only had the Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't have the Rinnegan. Itachi-san. Could it be you? Itachi shook his head calmly. No. Everyone's gaze finally settled on the Deva Path, who had just stood up. Pain. The leader of Akatsuki. The possessor of the Rinnegan. Could the 8th on the supreme god list really be him? Nagato also thought of this. The pain in his eyes was gradually replaced by excitement. That's right. The 10th Blood Moon Azura. The 9th Dark Knight Emperor. They indeed possessed formidable power. But he too was a possessor of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was said to be the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. He could control attraction and repulsion. He could extract souls. He could summon the Geto statue. He even mastered Rinne Tensei to revive the dead. Why couldn't he be ranked 8th? The earlier disturbance of the Rinnegan might not have been fear, but proof that the celestial screen was about to acknowledge him. I see. Nagato slowly spread his arms wide. The Rinnegan once again manifested the majesty of a god. The celestial screen hasn't been entirely wrong. It has seen my power. From today on, the entire ninja world will understand. The god is in Amigakure. Conan looked at Nagato, hope rekindling in her eyes. If Nagato truly ranked 8th after receiving the celestial reward, he could not only restore his body, but might even truly realize Yahiko's dream. Nagato, you've succeeded. Other Akatsuki members also began to reassess. Haiden hoisted his scythe onto his shoulder. So the boss really made the list. Kakuzu's eyes lit up. The reward should be worth a lot. Deidara pouted. The Rinnegan is an art. Sasori said hoarsely. If Pain ranks 8th, Akatsuki will become the most powerful force in the entire ninja world. Obito, hidden in the shadows, remained silent. His expression behind the mask grew more and more solemn. No, Nagato couldn't be the 8th. He knew very well where those Rinnegan came from. Madara Uchiha was the true awakener. But even Madara had been suppressed with a single branch by the 10th Blood Moon Azura. Based solely on those Rinnegan, how could he rank above Blood Moon Azura? Unless... The list wasn't about Nagato, nor about Madara Uchiha, but about some existence hidden even deeper, unknown to Madara. With this thought, Obito's unease grew stronger. Black Zetsu had long since retreated deep into the earth. It stared intently at the Amigakure and red cloud emblem on the celestial screen. Its black substance writhed continuously. Akatsuki. Rinnegan. The true giver. Is it going to expose the Rinnegan transplant plan? No. Even if exposed, it would only reveal that Madara transplanted his eyes to Nagato. The true giver should be Madara Uchiha. But Madara Uchiha couldn't be ranked 8th. Who else? Who else could have been involved in this? Black Zetsu's 1,000-year memories held no answer. It had believed it had lived since the era of Kagaya. All history of the ninja world was under its watch. But the emergence of Blood Moon Azura and the Dark Knight Emperor had already proven one thing. The history it knew was far from the truth. Don't appear again. Don't let a third monster appear. Black Zetsu prayed inwardly. But the celestial screen would not answer its wishes. Purple light pierced through the rain. A colossal Geto statue slowly rose from the darkness. 9 closed eyes. 10 pillar-like protrusions extended from its chin. Its hands were bound in shackles. Just its terrifying silhouette suffocated the entire ninja world. The 8th on the Supreme God list. The first line of golden characters burst forth. Everyone held their breath. Nagato's lips curled upward. Deva Path floated to the top of the tower. His arms spread wide, ready to welcome the glory of a god. The next moment, the second line crashed down from the heavens. True master of Ōtsutsuki. Boom. The entire Ōtsutsuki was petrified. True master. Besides Pain, did Ōtsutsuki actually have another true owner? Haiden stared blankly at Deva Path. Boss. Do we have a big boss above us? Then why has he never paid me? Kakuzu instinctively replied, your wages are paid by me. If he's the big boss, he should give the money to me. Sasori. Deidara. Of all times, why are these two still worried about wages? The smile on Deva Path's face froze completely at that moment. True master of Ōtsutsuki. Not leader of Ōtsutsuki, nor the god of the Rinnegan. The word true master said it all. The celestial screen did not consider Pain the true owner of Ōtsutsuki. Nagato's hand clenched abruptly. Impossible. Ōtsutsuki was founded by Yahiko. His will is inherited by me. Who else dares to call themselves the true master? Then the third line slowly appeared. The true giver of the Rinnegan. Rumble. Purple lightning pierced heaven and earth. The entire ninja world was like a bomb dropped that could destroy nations. The Rinnegan. The true giver. This title contained even more terrifying information than true master of Ōtsutsuki. The legendary Rinnegan was not something that could only awaken on its own, but could be bestowed by someone. If that person was the true giver, then what were Nagato's Rinnegan? Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Deva Path. Pain's body stiffened. Nagato's face drained of all color in an instant. No. Impossible. These Rinnegan are mine. They have belonged to me since birth. I am the god chosen by fate. Nonsense. Deva Path roared at the sky. Terrifying chakra erupted from his body. The entire Amigakure tower trembled violently. Celestial screen. Are you mocking a god? Nagato directly sent a purple bullet comment that covered the sky through Pain's identity. Pain, I am the only true god in this world. Pain Ōtsutsuki is controlled by me. Pain the Rinnegan are my divine eyes. Pain, what so-called true master is there? The entire ninja world was in an uproar. Danzo had just lost an arm to a lightning bolt after offending the celestial screen. Yet Pain dared to publicly question the celestial screen. Fourth Raikage, are you really not afraid of death? Anoki Danzo is still in the hospital. New young man, I suggest you check how many arms you have. Kurama, this guy can't be dumber than Danzo, right? Shikaku, people who call themselves gods usually have something wrong with their heads. Nagato ignored the mockery entirely. His conviction, power, and ideals were all built upon the Rinnegan. He could endure physical disability. He could endure Yahiko's death. He could even bear the pain of the entire world. But he absolutely could not accept that the divine eyes he was so proud of were a gift from someone else. Proof. Celestial screen, show me proof. Otherwise I will never acknowledge this list. Nagato's roar echoed through Amigakure. The celestial screen did not deliver divine punishment. It did not even respond to his challenge. It simply slowly revealed the full title before all beings. The list of the 10 supreme gods of the ninja world. 8th. True master of Ōtsutsuki, the true giver of the Rinnegan. Real name unknown. Age unknown. Identity master of the origin of reincarnation. He once used all beings as chess pieces. The ninja world as his board. Madara Uchiha prided himself on awakening the Rinnegan, not knowing that what he obtained was merely a defective product discarded by this person. Nagato called himself a god, yet his divine eyes were merely second-hand goods passed through 2 hands. Black Zetsu schemed for 1,000 years, believing it manipulated ninja history. Little did it know, the Uchiha stone tablet it altered was nothing but a boring script rewritten by this person after he was dissatisfied with it. Line after line of golden text appeared. The entire ninja world fell utterly silent. The arrogance on Madara's face froze. Nagato's body stopped trembling. Obito was struck as if by lightning. Black Zetsu even tumbled out of its hiding place underground. Everyone's gaze fixed on those glaring words. Defective product. Second-hand goods. Boring script. The Rinnegan that Nagato revered as divine. The highest achievement that Madara was so proud of. Black Zetsu's 1,000-year plan to save his mother. In the hands of this 8th-ranked person, they were all just garbage to be casually toyed with. Hashirama Madara. Hashirama, it seems your Rinnegan was also given by someone else. Madara, shut up. Hashirama, the screen also said it was a discarded defective product. Madara, I told you to shut up. In the Pure Land, Madara's roar nearly shattered the sky. The man who moments ago had been so confident that the 8th could not possibly involve him was now completely broken. What nonsense. I merged Hashirama's cells. After decades, I finally awakened the Rinnegan before death. That was proof of my transcending limits and touching the realm of the 6 paths. How could it be a defective product given by someone else? Madara stared fixedly at the celestial screen. The fury in his eyes nearly materialized. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At the same time, Chen sat in a corner of Ichiraku ramen shop, quietly sipping the free tea. Everyone around him was in shock. Only he averted his gaze guiltily. saying defective product like that. The celestial screen doesn't give any face. Those two Rinnegan were indeed his old stock. Because they had been stored too long and their power had severely diminished. Chen found them a nuisance and disposed of them casually. As for how they ended up in Madara Uchiha's eye sockets, that's a long story. Naruto was stunned, his mouth wide open. Brother Chen, the Rinnegan was actually garbage thrown away by that eighth person? How powerful is that person? Chen took a sip of tea and replied languidly, probably. A bit more capable than a junk collector. In the Amigakure Tower. Nagato naturally had no reaction to those words. But for some reason a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his heart. The celestial screen slowly brightened. A dark, deep underground cave appeared before everyone. In the center of the cave sat a withered old man with white hair covered in tubes, looking like a skeleton on a stone chair. Behind the old man stood the colossal Geto statue. The moment Hashirama saw the old man's face, his eyes widened in shock. Hashirama, Madara. Hashirama, you didn't die at the Valley of the End. The entire ninja world erupted. The old man in the image was none other than Madara Uchiha in his later years. And in an unnoticed corner of the cave, a black liquid substance was silently emerging from the ground. It extended a finger and slowly reached toward an ancient stone tablet. When the real Black Zetsu saw this, it let out a blood-curdling scream. No, why is it showing this part? Stop. Stop immediately. But just as the Black Zetsu in the image was about to touch the tablet, deep in the darkness of the cave, a lazy, disdainful young voice suddenly echoed. Your handwriting is so ugly, don't bother revising it. Move aside. I'll write it for you. The Black Zetsu in the image froze instantly. The real Black Zetsu collapsed onto the ground. The entire ninja world fell into dead silence. From the darkness, a tall figure in an ornate black robe with a half-mask over his face walked slowly forward. Your handwriting is too ugly, so stop trying to revise it. Move aside. Let me write it for you. A languid voice drifted from the deepest part of the cave. There was no response. The words carried a casual, just-woken-up tone. But to Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the real world, they exploded like billions of thunderclaps crashing down at once. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Black Zetsu, hiding deep beneath the hidden rain village, writhed violently. The barely maintained humanoid form he had managed to hold together collapsed on the spot. His head shrunk into his chest. His hands turned into two puddles of black mud. His entire body like a flattened black rice cake pressed tightly against the ground. He had lived for over 1,000 years. He had witnessed the end of the Sage of Six Paths era with his own eyes. He had secretly sown discord between Indra and Ashura. He had tampered with the Uchiha stone tablet. He had guided Uchiha Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. He had turned Madara Obito and Nagato one by one into pawns for resurrecting Kaguya. Black Zetsu had always firmly believed that he was the hand hidden in the deepest shadows of shinobi history. For 1,000 years, everyone had danced to the lies he had woven. Even Uchiha Madara was merely a carefully chosen piece on his board. But now, in the scenes playing on the celestial screen at the very moment he thought no one was watching, a fourth voice resounded. How could this be? No. Fake. The footage must be fake. Black Zetsu shrieked hysterically. I had scoured the area for 100 li back then. Underground stone walls, spatial pockets. There was no trace of any living being in any of those places. In that cave it was only me and Uchiha Madara. Where the hell did he come from? The comment section instantly erupted. Fourth Raikage, who is this black goo? Anoki, so according to him it really was him who altered the Uchiha stone tablet. Mei Terumi, and apparently he completely failed to notice the 8th supreme god back then. Jinjetsu Hozuki, a mastermind who thought he was hidden in the deepest shadows only to find out someone was standing behind him all along. Interesting. Tobarama Senju, his body structure doesn't resemble any normal life form. Hashirama Senju Tobarama, do you know him? Tobarama Senju, never seen him before. Izuna Uchiha, the Uchiha stone tablet is an heirloom passed down through my clan. Why would this lump of black mud want to alter it? In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara's face had darkened to an extreme. Black Zetsu. Of course he recognized that pitch-black monster in the footage. In Uchiha Madara's memory, Black Zetsu was a manifestation of his will created in his later years using Yin-Yang release. He was also the assistant Madara had specifically left for Obito before his death. But the time point shown on the celestial screen was clearly earlier than the moment Black Zetsu was created by him. What did this mean? It meant Black Zetsu had been deceiving him from the very beginning. The so-called manifestation of his will was a lie. The so-called absolute loyalty was equally a lie. Black Zetsu had existed for who knows how many years before he ever came into contact with Madara. He had even been secretly altering the Uchiha stone tablet. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu. A golden bullet comment streaked across the sky like burning flames. Uchiha Madara, get the hell out here. Uchiha Madara, what the hell are you? Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara, you are not a will created by me. Uchiha Madara, from start to finish you've been deceiving me all along. Hidden deep underground. Black Zetsu didn't dare to respond. What could he possibly say now? Admit that he wasn't Madara's will. Admit that he had altered the Uchiha stone tablet and used Madara to carry out the Moon's Eye plan. If these things were exposed, forget resurrecting Kagaya. Even Obito and the Akatsuki would turn against him instantly. I can't admit it. There's still a chance. The celestial screen is only showing the stone tablet. It doesn't necessarily know about Mother's existence. Black Zetsu forcibly suppressed his fear. He let his body sink deeper and deeper into the earth, as if as long as he hid deep enough he could escape the public execution that was about to unfold. However, as if the celestial screen was deliberately working against him, the camera suddenly switched from the historical footage to the present. Detected key historical participant. Identity confirmed Black Zetsu. Now revealing current location. A structural diagram of the underground of the Hidden Rain village instantly appeared. A pitch-black light point representing Black Zetsu was rapidly sinking deeper underground. The entire shinobi world. Fourth Reikage, is he fleeing? Anoki seems like it. Jinjetsu Hozuki, he was just saying the footage was fake, now he's running faster than anyone. Shikaku, Black Mud, your body is scared into a puddle. Kurama, he always looked like that. Black Zetsu, the celestial screen is slandering me. Black Zetsu, the thing in that footage is not me. Celestial screen identity has been absolutely verified. There is no error. Fourth Reikage, haha. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu. Madara's fury was almost overflowing from the celestial screen. If he weren't currently in the Pure Land, he would have already dragged Black Zetsu out from the ground with his own hands. Compared to Black Zetsu's betrayal, what he couldn't accept even more was that he of all people had been deceived for so many years. In the footage, the young Black Zetsu was equally frozen before the Uchiha stone tablet. A black finger ready to alter the text still hovered in midair. He turned his body inch by inch. His movements were stiff, like a puppet that had been left unmaintained for years. From the deepest part of the dim cave, a tall, slender figure slowly walked out. The first thing that caught everyone's attention was a pair of dark black boots. The edges of the boots were embroidered with dark gold cloud patterns. Looking upward, he wore a luxurious yet understated black robe. On the surface of the robe, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to shift and flow with each step he took. He was tall and slender. His black hair was casually tied up with a purple silk ribbon. He wore a half-silver black mask that only covered the upper half of his face. The exposed jawline was sharp and distinct, and a faint lazy smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Unlike the ancient dominance of the blood moon Azura, nor the mysterious coldness of the Dark Knight Emperor, the first feeling this man gave people was actually nobility, not the kind of luxury built by wealth, but a kind of natural dignity, one who sits high above the 9 heavens, governs all realms, and looks down upon all living beings as a matter of course. He didn't release any pressure, but when his footsteps fell, the demonic statue of the outer path in the cave trembled slightly. The 10 pillar-like protrusions contracted inward, like a wild beast instinctively tucking its tail between its legs upon meeting its natural enemy. The Black Zetsu in the footage even retreated 3 steps in a row. Why you? Who are you? The black-robed man didn't answer. He simply walked past Black Zetsu. He didn't even spare him a single glance. Like a person passing by a corner without caring what kind of insect is crawling there. This utter disregard filled Black Zetsu's heart with fear to the extreme. He couldn't sense the man's presence at all. Chakra, soul, heartbeat, life force, nothing. If his eyes weren't clearly showing him, he couldn't even confirm whether there was really a person standing there. Where did he come from? Why didn't I sense anything at all? Could it be that he's been standing in this cave all along? This speculation made Black Zetsu's body begin to tremble uncontrollably. If the man had been there all along, then everything he had done, crawling out from underground, observing Uchiha Madara preparing to alter the stone tablet, had it all been witnessed? The black-robed man finally stopped before the stone tablet. He lowered his head and took a look. Then he turned his gaze to the line of text that Black Zetsu had just modified. Infinite Tsukuyomi is the only path to saving the Uchiha and achieving lasting peace. He read out the inscription slowly. His voice was heavy with undisguised contempt. Mother was sealed away by 2 rebellious sons. Using the power of the divine tree, cast its reflection upon the moon and cover the world in dreams. Once all chakra is gathered, the seal can be broken and the true progenitor of chakra can return. As each passage was read aloud, Black Zetsu's trembling grew more violent. Everyone in the shinobi world was completely stunned. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Divine tree. A mother sealed in the moon. The progenitor of chakra returning. In just a few short sentences, the sheer volume of information was staggering. Tobarama Senju. So this is what the Uchiha stone tablet contained after being tampered with. Izuna Uchiha, what Infinite Tsukuyomi? I've never heard of it. Tobarama Senju, with insufficient dojutsu power, the Sharingan cannot read the full inscription. Tobarama Senju, it seems only the eternal Mangekyo, or even the Rinnegan, can read the final section. Hashirama Senju Madara, have you seen it? Uchiha Madara didn't answer. His expression had already twisted to an almost unbearable degree. Of course he had seen it. It was precisely the content about the infinite Tsukuyomi on the stone tablet that made him firmly believe Hashirama's so-called peace was nothing but a fleeting illusion. It also made him decide to abandon Konoha and walk down the path of the moon's eye plan. But now the celestial screen was telling him All of that content was altered by Black Zetsu, the ideal he had held for his entire life. The path he had sacrificed everything to pursue. Could it truly have been a lie from the very beginning? No. It's not confirmed yet. Madara clenched his fists tightly. Even if Black Zetsu touched the stone tablet, it doesn't mean the infinite Tsukuyomi is fake. Perhaps he was merely adding the true content ahead of time. As if hearing Madara's thoughts, the black-robed man in the footage suddenly let out a chuckle. A trap, written by you as the only path to save the world. He tilted his head to look at Black Zetsu. Do you think the Uchiha have no brains? Black Zetsu's body stiffened. Why you? You know the truth about the infinite Tsukuyomi. The black-robed man spoke calmly. Isn't it just hanging everyone in the world on a tree, draining their chakra, and turning them into fertilizer for white Zetsu? Boom. A single sentence. Like a divine thunderbolt from the 9 heavens striking down upon the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Madara's soul was completely frozen. Nagato's Rinnegan contracted sharply. Obito even stumbled back half a step, his back slamming hard against the rock wall. The infinite Tsukuyomi wasn't about lasting peace. Not about putting everyone into a dream without war and suffering, but about hanging everyone on the divine tree, draining their chakra, and turning them into white Zetsu. Fake. Obito roared instinctively. This has to be fake. But the moment the words left his mouth, he realized everyone in the Akatsuki was staring at him. Tobi. Kisame narrowed his eyes. Why are you so worked up? Obito fell silent. And the black Zetsu in the footage was reacting even more violently than he was. How do you know about this? That terrified panic question effectively served as confirmation of everything the black-robed man had said. The entire shinobi world instantly exploded, but the black-robed man seemed utterly oblivious to the shock of the masses. He turned his gaze back to the inscription, gently shook his head. The scheme is passable, but the dialogue is too Chinibu, and the script is too boring. No fun at all. Black Zetsu stared at him blankly. Why you? What are you trying to do? The black-robed man raised his right hand. His slender fingers reached toward the Uchiha stone tablet. Didn't I say so? Let me fix it for you. Make this script a little more interesting. The man in black robes let his fingertip rest upon the Uchiha stone tablet. No chakra, no dojutsu power, and certainly no carving tools. Yet the ancient tablet inscribed by the Sage of 6 Paths himself and unbroken for 1,000 years rippled like the surface of a tranquil pond. Mysterious ancient characters detached themselves from the stone's surface, hovering in midair, rearranging continuously. This Black Zetsu in the image was utterly dumbfounded. To alter the tablet he had schemed for countless years, even using his unique ability to slowly infiltrate and erode the power the Sage of 6 Paths had left in the inscriptions. Even so, he could only modify a tiny portion each time. But this man before him, he hadn't even made a serious attempt. With just a light touch of his fingertip, the entire tablet yielded, as if to its true master, allowing him to change it at will. What about the Sage of 6 Paths seal? Why doesn't it react? Black Zetsu stared hard at the inscriptions. The next moment he discovered an even more terrifying truth. It wasn't that the seal left by the Sage of 6 Paths didn't react. The seal actively retreated. Those 6 Paths powers that had blocked him for millennia and now fled like a startled swarm, desperately avoiding the black-robed man's finger. This guy, could he be even stronger than Hashirama Ōtsutsuki? For the first time, Black Zetsu felt the impulse to flee. What stone tablet? What moon eye plan? What Uchiha Madara? None of it mattered anymore. The very existence of this man had utterly surpassed his plans. He had to return immediately to inform Mother. But as soon as he shifted backward an inch, the black-robed man said casually, "Don't move." Black Zetsu's body froze instantly. It wasn't that he didn't want to move. After those 2 words fell, all the rules around him forbade movement. The earth no longer accepted him. Yin-yang release lost its effect. He couldn't even liquefy his body. Black Zetsu stood rigid like a true stone. Only his eyeballs could still barely move. Words become law. Deep in the Pure Land, the Sage of 6 Paths, Hashirama Ōtsutsuki, stared at the scene, his expression shifting violently for the first time. This is no ninjutsu, nor is it yin-yang release creating rules. Could the very language he speaks become the rule itself? Even he could not achieve such a feat. The Sage of 6 Paths created all things with yin-yang release, splitting the Ten-Tails chakra to create the 9-tailed beasts. But even that was based on chakra and techniques. The man in the sky seemed to need no such medium. He said, "Don't move." And Black Zetsu could not move. It wasn't that his body was sealed, but that the very result, Black Zetsu can move, was negated from a higher plane. Such power already transcends the 6 Paths level. Inside the moon seal, Kaguya Ōtsutsuki's Byakugan stared intently at the black-robed man. Her face grew paler and paler. Not Hagoromo, not Himura either. This aura, it's an existence of that level. Kaguya breathed heavily, instinctively shrinking deeper into the sealed space. But Black Zetsu knew nothing of his mother's terror at that moment. He could only watch helplessly as the black-robed man continued to alter the inscriptions he had so carefully crafted, to lead Uchiha Madara toward the Moon Eye plan. Merely writing eternal peace isn't tempting enough. The black-robed man swept his fingertip and a new line of text appeared. All phenomena yin-yang united may one obtain the all-seeing eye. He who holds the Rinnegan shall command life and death and ascend to godhood. In reality, Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted sharply. He was all too familiar with these words. It was precisely after seeing all phenomena yin-yang united that he had decided to take Hashirama's flesh and transplant Senju power into his own body. He had always believed it was a hint left by the Sage of Six Paths for Indra's descendants. But now, these words were personally added by the black-robed man. Hashirama Senju Madara. Madara Uchiha, shut up. Hashirama Senju, I haven't said anything yet. Madara Uchiha, I know exactly what you're about to say. Hashirama Senju, so you bit my flesh back then because you read this line. Madara Uchiha. Hozuki Genjutsu, what? Madara Uchiha actually bit Hashirama Senju. Third Raikage never thought the shinobi world's Azura had such a hobby. Madara Uchiha, that was to obtain Hashirama's cells. Hashirama Senju Madara, if you wanted my cells you could have just asked. Madara Uchiha Hashirama, shut the hell up. The shinobi world's bullet screen was instantly flooded with haha. Madara's soul trembled violently with rage. But what truly terrified him was the feeling that everything had been preordained by someone else. Back then he took Hashirama's cells, faked his death to leave Konoha, awakened the Rinnegan in his old age, and launched the Moon Eye plan, believing every step was his own choice. But now was he really choosing freely? Or had he from the moment he saw the tablet's inscription been following a path set by the man before him step by step into a script long prepared? In the scene the black-robed man was still editing. The Rinnegan can summon the demonic statue of the outer path. Gather the 9-tailed beasts to revive the 10 tails. Become the 10 tails Jinchuriki to approach the Moon Eye and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Black Zetsu's eyes spun wildly. He wanted to speak. To stop him, but couldn't even produce a sound. The content of these words was largely in line with the direction he had intended to modify. Yet many of the steps were ones Black Zetsu himself had not yet perfected. Especially capturing the tailed beasts in order using the Rinnegan to summon the demonic statue, and the precise method to revive the 10 tails. How could this man know it even better than him? Who on earth is he? This is too direct. The black-robed man looked for a moment, then casually erased part of the content. Only the Rinnegan can see the full truth. The Mangekyo can only see all phenomena. What the ordinary Sharingan sees is the Uchihas gaining power through hatred after losing love. Layered settings. Add a bit of puzzle-solving fun. In reality, the entire Uchiha clan was collectively stunned. So that's it. Why did different dojutsu levels reveal different content? Why had the Uchiha clan revered the stone tablet as a sacred object for generations, yet never been able to fully decipher it? It wasn't the Sage of Six Paths' deliberate design. It was that this black-robed man found revealing the answer directly too boring, so he casually added dojutsu-level restrictions to the tablet. Inside Naka Shrine, a group of Uchiha elders gathered around the tablet, their faces flushing alternately red and pale. They had worshipped it for centuries. Whenever the clan faced a major issue, they would make decisions based on the tablet's content. And now this most sacred heirloom was merely a script someone had casually edited for entertainment. An Uchiha elder's body swayed. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fake. It's all fake. The clan precepts we've followed for centuries were casually made up by someone else. Fugaku Uchiha's face was equally grim, but as clan leader he forced himself to stay calm. At least the initial part should be from the Sage of Six Paths. What the sky screen exposed is only the later tampering. This tablet still holds historical value. Hearing this, the other clansmen's expressions improved slightly. But the next moment the black-robed man said casually, what Hagoromo originally wrote was pretty boring too. Nothing but urging Indra's and Azura's descendants to let go of hatred and understand each other. All useless nonsense. Deleted. With a sweep of his fingertip the original text on the tablet vanished on a large scale. Fugaku Uchiha. The many Uchiha elders. Their last shred of comfort was gone too. Tobarama Senju, haha. A blue-white bullet screen suddenly streaked across the sky. The entire ninja world paused for a moment. Tobarama Senju actually laughed that openly. Tobarama Senju, the wicked Uchiha. Tobarama Senju, the stone tablet you've worshipped for generations, is actually a fake script casually modified by someone. Tobarama Senju, a whole clan fooled by a rock for centuries. Izuna Uchiha, white-haired bastard, what are you laughing at? Tobarama Senju, I'm just stating facts. Izuna Uchiha, you're obviously laughing. Tobarama Senju, I wouldn't mock others unless I couldn't hold it in. Izuna Uchiha, you're leaking right now. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama, stop laughing. Tobarama Senju, big brother, you used to believe the tablet too. Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, haha. In the Pure Land, Tobarama was laughing so hard, he was doubled over. Since the sky screen descended, he had first seen his big brothers would release, shaved off by the Blood Moon Azura, then witnessed all sorts of secrets in Konoha's history. Now it was finally the Uchiha clan's turn to be publicly humiliated. Especially Uchiha Madara. That guy always acted as if he saw through the ninja world with everyone else drunk, and he alone sober. After all, that the origin of the so-called Moon Eye plan was just a stone tablet that had been altered beyond recognition. No. Madara suddenly fired off a bullet screen. Madara Uchiha, even if the tablet's content was modified, it doesn't prove the infinite Tsukuyomi itself is completely wrong. Madara Uchiha, I personally awakened the Rinnegan, personally summoned the demonic statue. Madara Uchiha, this power truly exists. Madara Uchiha, as long as I become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I can control the infinite Tsukuyomi with my own will. Madara was still saving face. The tablet could be fake, Black Zetsu could be a traitor, but the Rinnegan was awakened by himself. Those eyes and their power could never be faked. Hashirama Senju Madara, are you sure the Rinnegan was truly self-awakened? Madara Uchiha, of course. Hashirama Senju, but the sky screen just said. Madara Uchiha, shut up. Madara Uchiha, before my death, I truly witnessed the birth of the Rinnegan with my own eyes. Madara Uchiha, that was proof that I had transcended the limit by fusing Senju and Uchiha power. In the scene, the black-robed man had finished editing the tablet. He stepped back half a step, examined his work, and seemed fairly satisfied. Black Zetsu finally regained his ability to speak. Trembling, he asked, why are you helping me? Helping you. The black-robed man glanced sideways at him. Don't misunderstand. I've lived here too long, and I'm a bit bored. I happened to see you preparing a play, so I just helped you complete the script. Black Zetsu grew even more terrified. A century-spanning world-shaking scheme involving Kagaya's resurrection. In this man's eyes was merely a play to pass the time. The black-robed man raised his hand and lightly patted Black Zetsu's head twice. Follow the script. Don't disappoint me. Otherwise. Two fingers gently pressed together. The space matter, and even the yin-yang release rules around Black Zetsu were instantly compressed into a tiny black dot. It vanished without a sound. I'll crush you. Black Zetsu nodded frantically, his head bobbing so fast, it almost left afterimages. Understood. I'll follow the script exactly. I won't disappoint you. At that moment, what son of Kagaya? What thousand-year mastermind behind the scenes? Black Zetsu was as obedient as a child who had just been given homework by his teacher. The black-robed man nodded in satisfaction. His figure slowly melted into the darkness. Just before vanishing, he seemed to recall something. All right. That old man called Uchiha Madara. His talent is too poor. Relying on himself, he'd probably never awaken the Rinnegan, even at death. In reality, Uchiha Madara's expression froze instantly. The black-robed man's casual voice continued. I happen to have a pair of expired ones in my warehouse. I'll toss them to him another day. So this play doesn't collapse right after the opening. The sky screen froze. A line of scarlet text appeared. Truth of the tablet tampering. Playback complete. Next history. The mystery of Uchiha Madara awakening the Rinnegan. The entire ninja world fell into deathly silence. Deep beneath the hidden rain village, Ju ceased its flight. Not because it was unwilling, but because it had already exhausted the strength to continue escaping. It collapsed into a pool of black mud, clinging desperately to the cold rock layers. The words from the vision echoed repeatedly in its mind. Follow the script. Don't disappoint me. So that was it. So that event had truly happened back then. But why did it have no memory of it? Ju distinctly remembered modifying the Uchiha stone tablet on its own. No one had discovered it. It had never encountered that black-robed man. Yet in the true history revealed by the celestial screen, not only did that man appear, but he personally took over the entire tablet. Memory. He altered my memory. Ju finally realized the truth. After the black-robed man left back, then he must have erased all memories related to their meeting. It made Ju believe that all the modifications were its own doing. It continued to follow the script perfected by that man, step by step, advancing the moon's eye plan. For 1,000 years, Ju had prided itself as the oldest and most covert player in the ninja world. It manipulated the descendants of Indra, stoked the hatred between the Senju and the Uchiha, altered the stone tablet, guided Madara, used Obito, controlled the Ōtsutsuki. It had pushed everything forward to rescue its mother Kagaya. But now looking back, its so-called scheming, so-called calculations, so-called millennium of patience, all of it was built upon a script casually modified by someone else. It was not a player. It was not even a pawn. At best, it was a clown jumping according to a script, thinking it controlled everything. Impossible. I am Mother's will. I have schemed for 1,000 years. He only appeared once. He couldn't have seen through everything. Ju muttered to itself, as if speaking enough could convince itself. But the historical projection on the celestial screen did not lie. The stone tablet was indeed modified by the black-robed man. The truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi was also revealed by him in a single sentence. He even knew everything about the demonic statue of the outer path, the 10 tails, the 9-tailed beasts, and Kagaya's seal. Was this truly a coincidence? Or had all its plans never escaped that man's gaze from the very beginning? Mother. Ju suddenly looked up. Mother must know who he is. Ignoring the need to remain hidden, it immediately projected its consciousness toward the moon's seal. Mother. Can you see the celestial screen? Who is that black-robed man? Why does he know the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi? And why does he know you are sealed? Deep within the moon, Kagaya heard Ju's call, and her face grew even paler. She certainly did not know the man's specific identity, but she could never mistake that aura of a life form far superior to her own. especially the way the black-robed man treated the Six Paths power as nothing and casually set rules. It reminded Kaguya of the forbidden existences in the Ōtsutsuki clan that only existed in ancient legends. Zetsu. For the first time, Kaguya's voice trembled. Stop the plan. Heiju was stunned. What? I order you to stop the Moon's Eye plan. Kaguya was almost screaming. Don't touch the Uchiha stone tablet anymore. Don't collect the tailed beasts. And don't even try to revive me. Heiju was completely frozen. For 1,000 years, all its efforts had been to revive its mother. Now that success was drawing near, its mother was personally telling it to stop. Why, oi? Mother, don't you want to leave the seal? That man knows everything. Kaguya's body trembled incessantly. If the Moon's Eye plan is just a play he is watching. Once I am truly revived, who knows what he will do. Maybe my being sealed until now is also a result he deliberately left. Heiju felt as if struck by lightning. It had never considered this possibility. But upon careful reflection, if the black-robed man truly possessed the power displayed on the celestial screen, he could have easily broken the moon's seal back then. Yet he did not rescue Kaguya. Nor did he kill Heiju. He merely perfected the script and let Heiju continue playing it out. For what? Simply because he found it amusing. Or was he waiting for some even more terrifying outcome? Are we really just his playthings? The last shred of Heiju's faith began to crumble. Heiju's fear value 999,999. Heiju's despair value 999,999. Heiju's faith collapse value 999,999. At the Ichiraku ramen shop, Chen raised an eyebrow as he watched the constantly refreshing system notifications. The mother and son are quite frightened. The Judgment Branch asked excitedly, Master, shall we go to the moon and cut down that white-haired woman? Why would we cut her down? She looks like a villain. What is your criterion for judging a villain? Anyone who might cause trouble for Master is a villain. Chen paused for 2 seconds. The logic was simple, but in a sense it was quite reasonable. He looked up at the third larger screen on the celestial display. Regarding this alteration of the stone tablet, the celestial screen had actually exaggerated a bit. Back then Chen had indeed helped Heiju perfect the Moon's Eye plan out of boredom. However, the so-called script was not meant to manipulate everything. He simply wanted to see what changes would occur in the history of the Naruto world after his interference. As for threatening Heiju, it was purely because that creature was too annoying at the time. Chen was worried it would mess up his version, so he casually issued a warning. Later, to prevent Heiju from noticing the anomaly too early, he erased the creature's related memories. Little did he expect that 1,000 years later this history would be unearthed by the celestial screen, completely shattering Heiju's Tao heart. Master, the Judgment Branch asked softly, why didn't you just crush it back then? Chen took a sip of tea. It's useful to keep it alive. What for? To watch the fun. Oh, the Judgment Branch seemed to understand. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara had already ceased to care about Heiju's feelings. His entire attention was focused on the last few words of the celestial screen. His talent was too poor. He would die without ever awakening the Rinnegan. There was a pair of expired ones in the storage. He would toss them to him someday. Every sentence was like a sharp kunai stabbing deep into Madara's pride. Uchiha Madara preposterous. Uchiha Madara the stone tablet could be tampered with. Uchiha Madara Heiju could also be a traitor. Uchiha Madara, but when I awakened the Rinnegan, there was no outsider present. Uchiha Madara, those eyes were personally awakened by me after fusing the power of Indra and Azura. Hashirama Senju Madara. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Hashirama Senju, I was just trying to tell you not to get worked up. Uchiha Madara, I am not worked up. Hashirama Senju, your comment has become larger. Uchiha Madara, that's a display issue with the celestial screen. Madara absolutely refused to believe it. The Crimson Moon suppressing the world had already happened, and his memory of that event was clear. Heiju's tampering with the stone tablet, though infuriating, had also been proven by the footage. But the Rinnegan was different. That was the proudest achievement of his life. At the brink of death, without anyone's help, he had evolved his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan into the Rinnegan. It was precisely these eyes that allowed him to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path, formulate the Moon's Eye plan, and ultimately touch the true realm of the Six Paths. If even the Rinnegan was not his own, then what in his entire life as Uchiha Madara was truly real? Tobarama Senju. Uchiha Madara, you seem uneasy. Uchiha Madara, what do I have to be uneasy about? Tobarama Senju, because the celestial screen is about to prove that even your eyes were secondhand. Uchiha Madara, white hair. Tobarama Senju, I'm here. Uchiha Madara, when I am revived I will kill you first. Tobarama Senju, watch it first. Uchiha Izuna, my brother must have awakened it himself. Uchiha Izuna, this mere celestial screen cannot deny my brother's talent. Celestial screen, this screen only broadcasts true history and does not bear the responsibility of maintaining personal self-esteem. The ninja world fell silent for a moment. Then bursts of laughter once again flooded the comments. Fourth Raikage does not bear the responsibility of maintaining personal self-esteem. Mu Uchiha Madara, does your self-esteem need special maintenance from the celestial screen? Jinjetsu Hozuki, it seems the upcoming scenes will be harsh. Shikaka, harsher than the stinky fox prostrating. Kurama, I merely temporarily submitted to a stronger being. Shikakuyu even whimpered. Kurama, shut up. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato did not join the argument. He sat in the life support device, his bony fingers gripping the armrest tightly. The stone tablet was fake. Madara's Rinnegan might also be a gift from someone else. What about his own eyes? He had possessed these eyes since childhood. With them he had killed enemies, protected Konan and Yahiko, used them to create the 6 paths of pain, and regarded himself as a god above all mortals. But if what the celestial screen said was true, where did these eyes truly come from? Konan, Nagato. I'm fine. Nagato's voice was hoarse. Konan, no matter where the eyes come from, you are still you. Nagato fell silent. The logic was simple, but how difficult was it for him to accept? A man who considered himself a god suddenly discovered that his divinity was nothing but discarded items from someone else. This was even more cruel than killing him outright. Inside the Akatsuki base, the atmosphere was equally delicate. Haiden leaned against the wall and asked softly, Kaku, if the boss's Rinnegan is really secondhand, do we still carry out the missions? Kakuzu thought seriously for a moment. As long as the pay is the same, we do. But isn't our money always managed by you? So I said as long as the pay is the same, we do. Haiden was speechless. Daidara, on the other hand, had sparkling eyes, casually modifying a 1,000-year-old history, treating the entire ninja world as a script. This is true eternal and grand art, HM. Sasori looked at him coldly. You just said art is explosion. I said grand art, it's not a conflict. Kisame let out a low laugh. It seems our Akatsuki is more interesting than we thought. A leader who calls himself a god. A masked man hiding behind the scenes pretending to be Uchiha Madara. And a puddle of black mud whose identity as the mastermind is also fake. Now a true master has appeared. Kisame said, turning to look at Obito. So who exactly are we working for? Obito did not answer. His face under the mask was already covered in cold sweat. He had originally thought Madara was the player. Later he sensed that Heiju was hiding something. But now the celestial screen told him that behind Heiju there was still another person. Then what was his moon's eye plan? What was the perfect world where Rin existed? What if from the very beginning he was just an actor used by someone for entertainment? No. I witnessed Rin's death with my own eyes. This world is a lie. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can create true peace. Obito kept comforting himself. But the truth on the celestial screen about the divine tree draining everyone's chakra was like a thorn piercing deep into his heart. If the infinite Tsukuyomi was not a permanent dream, if everyone would eventually turn into white Zetsu, then what about Rin? Did the so-called reunion never exist at all? Obito's conviction also began to waver. Before the review had even officially delved into the origin of the Rinnegan, the minds of the 4 villains lurking behind the scenes, Heiju, Madara, Nagato, and Obito, had already developed cracks. Just then the celestial screen lit up again. Time flowed rapidly. The young Uchiha Madara turned into an old man. His jet black hair turned white. His strong body gradually withered. He sat before the demonic statue of the outer path, his entire body connected to life-sustaining pipes. On his chest the face of Hashirama Senju grew grotesquely within his flesh. The elderly Madara's face was twisted in pain. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. Just a little more. Senju and Uchiha, Azura and Indra, all things yin and yang unite as one. I will definitely surpass Hashirama. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara's spirit surged. Uchiha Madara watched closely. Uchiha Madara, this is the great moment of my defying fate and touching the divine realm of the 6 paths. Uchiha Madara, the Rinnegan, is about to be awakened by me personally. Hashirama Senju, Madara, you'd better say less. Uchiha Madara, you are jealous of me. Hashirama Senju, I'm afraid you'll feel worse in a moment. Uchiha Madara, absolutely impossible. Madara's golden comment was especially conspicuous. In the scene, the 2 powers within the elderly Madara clashed violently. Blood continuously streamed from the corners of his eyes. His life force rapidly weakened, nearly on the verge of death. Open, Rinnegan, awaken. Boom. A massive surge of ocular power shot into the sky. Just as the entire ninja world thought the Rinnegan was about to be born, crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the elderly Madara's eternal Mangekyo. His ocular power rapidly declined. No. How could it fail? Madara let out a roar of unwillingness. And above the cave, in a spatial fold undetectable by anyone, the black-robed man was reclining on a luxurious soft couch. His right hand propped up his cheek, while his left hand tossed 2 eyeballs radiating purple divine light. Once, again, like tossing 2 insignificant coins. He looked down at the dying Uchiha Madara and frowned with disdain. This old man's talent is even worse than I imagined. The entire ninja world instantly fell silent. The arrogant expression on Uchiha Madara's face froze completely. This old man's aptitude is even worse than I imagined. A languid, disdainful voice echoed from the interstice between dimensions. In an instant the entire shinobi world fell silent. In the Pure Land, Madara Uchiha's proudly raised chin stiffened bit by bit. The golden bullet comments he had just fired still hung conspicuously across the celestial canopy. Watch closely. This is the glorious moment when I defy fate and touch the realm of the six paths. Yet in the very next second to him, in the true historical projection, not only failed to awaken the Rinnegan, but nearly died on the spot due to the clash between the Senju and Uchiha powers. What's more, that black-robed man had been watching the entire time, and even delivered a merciless verdict without hesitation. Aptitude far too poor. Hashirama Senju Madara. Madara Uchiha shut up. Hashirama Senju I haven't said anything yet. Madara Uchiha even if you don't speak this old man knows exactly what you're thinking. Hashirama Senju I was just wondering if it hurts. Madara Uchiha this old man doesn't hurt. Hashirama Senju, but you were screaming pretty loudly in the projection. Madara Uchiha, that's a normal reaction during power transformation. Tobarama Senju no. Tobarama Senju, judging from the chakra fluctuations and life force readings your fusion had already failed at that point. Tobarama Senju, had you continued within at most 10 breaths, you would have died from total physical collapse. Madara Uchiha white hair, what do you know about the Rinnegan? Tobarama Senju I know nothing of the Rinnegan, but I know experiments. Tobarama Senju your body at that moment was like a failed experiment. Two dangerous materials forcibly combined ready to explode at any instant. Jinjetsu Hozuki, so the shinobi supreme before dying struggled for ages and nearly killed himself. Mu based on the projection that appears to be the case. Fourth Reikage haha. Madara Uchiha you told us to watch closely didn't you? This old man saw it perfectly clearly. Madara Uchiha silence. All of you shut up. The golden bullet comments flickered wildly. Madara was utterly humiliated into fury. He naturally remembered the agony of those days. Hashirama's cells ceaselessly rejected his own flesh. Indra's and Ashura's powers clashed violently within his body. Every attempt was like having every bone in his body ground to dust, and then reassembled. But in the end he had succeeded. No matter how arduous the process the Rinnegan had eventually awakened within his body. As long as the outcome remained unchanged he Madara Uchiha was still the first mortal to touch the power of the six paths in 1,000 years. The celestial canopy is just taking things out of context. Madara stared fixedly at the screen. My transformation is not yet complete. What comes next is the true moment of awakening the Rinnegan. On the celestial canopy, the aged Madara's condition was deteriorating rapidly. Crack. A second fissure appeared on the eternal Mangekyo. Then, a third, a fourth. The Mangekyo pattern in his crimson pupils dimmed. Blood streamed from the corners of his eyes. His aged skin cracked piece by piece. The chakra within his body rampaged like a flame out of control. Why? The aged Madara clenched the stone armrest. His 5 fingers were already deeply embedded into the rock. Impossible. The stone tablet clearly stated when all phenomena unite, and yin-yang merge one obtains the power of the 6 paths. I have already fused Hashirama's cells. Why have I still not awakened the Rinnegan? In the projection Black Zetsu hid deep within the stone walls. Watching Madara's collapsing body, it writhed frantically. No, Madara cannot die. If he dies now the Rinnegan will never be born and my mother's resurrection plan will be utterly ruined. Black Zetsu wanted to intervene, but it had no idea how to save him. The yin-yang release power had already lost its balance. The demonic statue of the outer path could only prolong Madara's life, but could not stop the conflict between the two forces. How could this be? The stone tablet clearly said so. Could it be that Madara Uchiha's aptitude truly wasn't enough to awaken the Rinnegan? In reality Black Zetsu was struck a devastating blow once again. In the projection, it believed the stone tablet's content originated from itself. But now it knew with absolute clarity. The so-called all phenomena unite yin-yang merge was something the black-robed man had added later. In other words, the other party knew from the very beginning that Madara would fail. He had even prepared those 2 Rinnegan eyes long in advance. He did it on purpose. Black Zetsu's voice trembled. He first left bait on the stone tablet luring Madara into fusing Hashirama's cells. Then when Madara was on the verge of failure, he bestowed the Rinnegan. This way Madara would mistakenly believe he had awakened it himself. Everything was part of his plan. Hearing Black Zetsu muttering to itself, a chill ran through the entire shinobi world. Anoki, if that's true, just how many years in advance did this 8th seat begin laying his plans? Meiterumi from the moment he altered the stone tablet. Fourth Reikage, so Madara Uchiha thought himself the one moving the pieces, but in reality, every step he took was along a path someone else had already drawn for him. Tobarama Senju, it's not just Madara Uchiha. Tobarama Senju, Black Zetsu, Obito Uchiha Nagato, and the current Akatsuki. All of them are likely caught within this scheme. Hiruzen Sarutobi, a scheme spanning 1,000 years. Jiraiya the Bloody Moon Azura suppressed an era with sheer power, and the Dark Knight Emperor stood in the shadows guarding Konoha. Jiraiya, and this true master of Akatsuki. He is the one writing history from behind the scenes. Jinjetsu Hozuki comparing them now Black Zetsu's so-called 1,000-year plan is nothing more than reading lines from someone else's script. Shikaku, then isn't it just a puppet? Kurama worse than a puppet. Kurama at least a puppet knows it's being controlled. Black Zetsu. It wanted to refute, but couldn't find a single argument. In the tower of Amigakure, Nagato's fingers tightened more and more. The stinging pain from the Rinnegan continued to intensify. He had always believed the Ōtsutsuki was the continuation of Yahiko's dream. Later when Yahiko died, he took over everything under the name of pain. He used the Rinnegan to create the 6 paths of pain. He made Hanzo of the salamander pay the price through agony. He also prepared to capture the 9-tailed beasts to forge a supreme weapon capable of intimidating the world. But now Nagato suddenly realized. The path the Ōtsutsuki was currently on seemed from the very beginning to be inextricably linked to that altered Uchiha stone tablet. Madara Uchiha obtained the Rinnegan. Madara then entrusted the Rinnegan to him. The masked man under Madara's name guided the Ōtsutsuki to capture the tailed beasts. Could all of this truly be mere coincidence? Or was the Ōtsutsuki which he believed Yahiko had founded already unknowingly becoming a part of that mysterious man's script? True master of Ōtsutsuki. Nagato clenched his teeth fiercely. This title was like a nail driven into his heart. If what the celestial canopy said was true, then what was he the leader of the Ōtsutsuki? A puppet managing the pieces for someone else. On the celestial canopy, the aged Madara finally could not hold on any longer. A large gush of blood sprayed from his mouth. His body slid from the stone chair and crashed heavily to his knees. The tubes behind him trembled violently. The demonic statue of the outer path continuously fed life force into his body, but could only barely delay his death. The fissures on the eternal Mangekyo were already dense as a spider's web, as if they would shatter into pieces at any moment. This old man. How could I possibly die here? The aged Madara pressed his hands against the ground, struggling to rise again. But the moment his arms exerted strength, he collapsed once more. Hashirama, this old man hasn't yet proven that your path is wrong. This old man hasn't yet. His voice grew increasingly faint. His life force was like a candle flickering in the wind on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. In the interstice between dimensions, the black-robed man tossed a violet eyeball into the air. Caught it. Tossed it again. His face was full of disdain. So close to the final step. And yet your body couldn't even endure it. Of all the reincarnations of Indra in this generation, why did it have to choose such a worthless vessel? In the Pure Land, the veins bulged on Madara Uchiha's forehead. Madara Uchiha worthless. Madara Uchiha, I pacified the Warring States era and dominated an entire age. Madara Uchiha aside from Hashirama, who in the shinobi world was worthy of fighting me? Hashirama Senju, Blood Moon Sr. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju, and the Dark Knight Emperor. Madara Uchiha Hashirama. Hashirama Senju, and now there's also the true master of Ōtsutsuki. Madara Uchiha, no one's going to mistake you for a mute if you keep quiet. Madara was about to go insane with rage. But everything Hashirama said was nothing but the truth. The bloody moon Azura shattered his Susano'o with a single branch. The Dark Knight Emperor had never crossed blows with him, yet could suppress the Nine Tails with a single glance, and shatter a different dimension with a casual wave. And the black-robed man before him dismissed the achievement of his entire lifetime as inferior aptitude. Madara suddenly realized. Ever since the celestial canopy appeared, the pure worth of his invincibility had been plummeting at a visible rate. In the interstice between dimensions, the black-robed man finally stopped tossing the eyeball. Forget it. He can't die yet. Otherwise the play ahead won't be able to go on. He slowly sat up straight. In his right hand, he held 2 eyes radiating a purple glow. The camera rapidly zoomed in. Circles upon circles of mysterious ripples were clearly presented before the entire shinobi world. They were 2 genuine Rinnegan. However, compared to the 9-tomo Rinnegan previously manifested on the celestial canopy, the light of these 2 eyes was visibly dimmer. A trace of impure aura even lingered on them. The black-robed man brought the 2 eyeballs before his face and examined them carefully for a moment. Stored for too long. Their essence has nearly dissipated. Their quality is mediocre as well. Not worth keeping in stock. He lowered his gaze to the dying Madara Uchiha. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Perfect timing. Trash paired with defective goods. A fitting match after all. Madara Uchiha. Hashirama Senju Madara, he said you two are a good match. Madara Uchiha, I heard that. Hashirama Senju, aren't you happy? Madara Uchiha, do you think I should be happy? Hashirama Senju, at least the senior is willing to save you. Madara Uchiha, I don't need his saving. Tobirama Senju, you were already on the verge of death at that point. Madara Uchiha, that was only a temporary power clash. Tobirama Senju, at most 7 more breaths, and your heart would have stopped beating. Madara Uchiha, shut up. 4th Reikage trash with defective goods, indeed a fitting match, ha. Jinjetsu Hozuki, those words should be carved onto the Uchiha stone tablet. Madara Uchiha, do you all want to be obliterated, soul and all? On the celestial canopy, the black-robed man had no idea how fierce an argument his single remark had ignited among later generations. Or rather, even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. He casually weighed the 2 Rinnegan in his hand. Then with the same indifference as throwing away 2 rotting fruits, he carelessly tossed them out. Take them. Expired contact lenses. Don't waste my time. The 2 eyeballs transformed into streaks of purple light. In an instant, they pierced through the interstice between dimensions, descending with deadly precision toward the eye sockets of the aged Madara. Expired. Contact lenses. The entire shinobi world seemed to be silenced by an unseen force. Hundreds of millions of living beings raised their heads simultaneously, their expressions perfectly identical. Stunned, lost, doubting their very existence. That was the Rinnegan. The legendary eyes possessed by the Sage of Six Paths. The eyes that commanded life and death. Manipulating gravity and repulsion. Summoning the demonic statue of the outer path. Even capable of performing Rinne rebirth, bringing the dead back to life. In the eyes of the shinobi world, the Rinnegan was undoubtedly the divine eye that transcended the Manjikyu Sharingan and stood at the apex of all dojutsu. Yet from the black-robed man's mouth, expired contact lenses, something stored in a warehouse deemed too bothersome to keep in inventory and casually thrown away as trash. This stark contrast robbed the entire shinobi world of its ability to speak. Amigakure, Pain's Deva path floated outside the tower. The Rinnegan, once a symbol of divine majesty, now trembled violently and uncontrollably. 2 streams of blood slid down from the corners of his eyes. Yet Nagato seemed to feel no pain, repeatedly muttering those 4 words. Expired contact lenses. Expired contact lenses. With each utterance his face grew paler by 1 shade. He regarded the Rinnegan as his divine essence. He proclaimed himself a god through the 6 paths of pain. He believed his eyes were a power bestowed by fate, meant to save the world. But now the celestial screen told him. His proud divine eyes were nothing but expired stock from someone else's warehouse. No. Nagato suddenly raised his head. The eyes in the vision were meant to be given to Uchiha Madara. They have nothing to do with my Rinnegan. My eyes have belonged to me since birth. I am different from him. Konan stood beside Nagato. Paper fragments fluttered continuously in the rain curtain. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. If Nagato's Rinnegan truly had no connection to Uchiha Madara, why did the two look exactly the same? Why was the celestial screen's title for the black-robed man the true bestower of the Rinnegan? And why was he called the true lord of Akatsuki? One question after another now pointed faintly toward a truth that Nagato could not bear. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara stared intently at those 2 streams of purple light. Impossible. My eyes clearly evolved gradually from the eternal Manjikyu. That's not how it happened. That's not how my memories go. In the vision, the 2 Rinnegan had already fallen. The aged Madara's Manjikyu Sharingan was covered in cracks. His body was on the verge of death. He never noticed the black-robed man hidden in the spatial fold. Just as the 2 eyeballs were about to touch the aged Madara, the black-robed man's finger gently curled. Form conversion. Causal grafting. Memory completion. 3 invisible rules descended. The 2 Rinnegan instantly transformed into pure purple light, silently sinking into the aged Madara's eyes. No eye gouging. No replacement. Not even a trace of foreign power entering was left behind. The eternal Manjikyu that was on the brink of shattering rapidly recovered under the influence of the rule-based power. The dojutsu patterns in his eyes gradually disappeared. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Purple ripples continuously radiated from the center of his pupils. Boom. A surge of 6 paths level ocular power erupted from the aged Madara's body, soaring into the sky. The entire underground cavern trembled violently. The 9 tightly shut eyes of the demonic statue of the outer path quivered simultaneously. Black Zetsu burst out from the stone wall, staring at the aged Madara in disbelief. It worked. Madara actually awakened the Rinnegan. The aged Madara slowly raised his head. Purple ripples rippled in his eyes. His overwhelming ocular power restored his body to stability. The Hashirama cells that had been spiraling out of control quickly settled. The 2 conflicting forces were forcibly fused together under the suppression of the Rinnegan. He extended his aged palm, feeling the new power surging within his body in disbelief. The next moment, ha 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 ha, arrogant laughter echoed through the cavern. It worked. I've done it. The aged Madara gripped his stone chair and struggled to rise. His withered frame trembled violently with excitement. Shinra Tensei, Senju and Uchiha, Indra and Azura. I have finally fused both powers and awakened the legendary Rinnegan. Hashirama, do you see this? Even though you are dead, I have still surpassed you. I am the one chosen by fate. The aged Madara laughed wildly at the sky. His laughter was filled with pride and high spirits. As if the man who had been lying on the ground moments ago, only a few breaths from death, wasn't him at all. But in the spatial fold, the black-robed man propped his chin on one hand, watching the scene with great interest. When he heard the words, chosen by fate, he finally couldn't hold it in. A soft chuckle. The black-robed man raised his hand to cover his mouth. Yet his shoulders trembled slightly. Chosen by fate. Finding 2 expired eyeballs is enough to make you this happy. Oh well, as long as you're happy. With that he lay back down on the soft couch. His sleeve gently flicked. A layer of invisible power descended upon the souls of the aged Madara and Black Zetsu, completely erasing everything that had just happened. In their memories, the Rinnegan had evolved naturally from the eternal Manjikyu. Uchiha Madara had indeed broken through to the 6 paths realm through his own efforts. No black-robed man. No expired contact lenses. Everything was flawless. Historical truth analysis. The true lord of Akatsuki used high-dimensional rules to replace Uchiha Madara's eyes, and grafted causality and altered memories, making Uchiha Madara mistakenly believe the Rinnegan was awakened by himself. Thus, the first Rinnegan self-awakened by a mortal in shinobi history was born. The cold text reflected across the heavens. The entire shinobi world fell into silence once more. After a moment, the bullet comments exploded. Fourth Reikage, ha ha ha. Fourth Reikage Uchiha Madara, didn't you say your memories could never be wrong? Jinjetsu Hozuki, his memories aren't wrong, they were just modified by someone else. Even causality was grafted. It's impossible for him to detect it on his own. Anoki, so this is the power of the 8th ranked one. Anoki, he can not only bestow the Rinnegan, but even alter a person's perception of their own power. Meitarumi, no wonder Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara don't remember him. Tobarama Senju, modifying memories isn't the scary part. Tobarama Senju, the truly terrifying thing is that he can replace the very causality behind the Rinnegan's creation. Hiruzen Surtobi, meaning even if you examined Uchiha Madara's body, you'd only conclude that the Rinnegan was awakened by himself. Tobarama Senju, exactly. Tobarama Senju, from ninjutsu bloodline memory to causality itself, this is a deception with no flaws whatsoever. Hashirama Senju, Madara, are you okay? Uchiha Madara didn't answer. In the Pure Land, his entire being stood frozen in place. His scarlet eyes locked onto the celestial screen. His once unshakable conviction was now being shattered completely at this very moment. The Rinnegan was not awakened by him. His memories were false. The causality was grafted by someone else. His so-called surpassing of Hashirama, touching the 6 paths and being chosen by fate. All of it was nothing but his own wishful delusion. He had even just told the entire shinobi world to watch closely. And then the celestial screen showed everyone clearly exactly how the Rinnegan was tossed into his eye sockets. Uchiha Madara recalled the image of himself laughing wildly at the sky, and then recalled the expression of the black-robed man lying on the couch, barely suppressing his laughter. An unprecedented shame surged through his soul in an instant. Oh! A furious roar erupted from the depths of the Pure Land. Boom, boom, boom. Large chunks of surrounding rock collapsed. Uchiha Madara's eyes were bloodshot, his long hair whipping wildly without wind. Fake. It's all fake. I don't believe it. How could my Rinnegan be trash thrown away by someone else? How could 2 mere expired eyeballs perfectly fuse with me? The celestial screen seemed to be waiting for his protest. New information appeared. Item information analysis. NAME, incomplete Rinnegan. Original quality, 9 Tomo, origin Rinne Sharingan. Due to excessively long storage, 99% of the original power has been lost. All Tomo have degenerated. All high-dimensional abilities have vanished. Only basic 6 paths capabilities remain. Overall assessment, a barely functional defective product. Another heavy hammer struck Madara's pride. The Rinnegan he regarded as his greatest achievement was nothing but what remained after the 9 Tomo Divine Eye had lost 99% of its power. Only basic 6 paths capabilities remain. Barely functional. Defective product. Hashirama Senju, Madara. Uchiha Madara, if you dare laugh, I will definitely kill you. Hashirama Senju, I wasn't going to laugh. Uchiha Madara, then what do you want to say? Hashirama Senju, even though it's trash. Uchiha Madara, shut up. Hashirama Senju, but it works pretty well. In that instant, the entire bullet comment section went completely insane. Fourth Reikage, ha ha ha. Jinjetsu Hozuki, even though it's trash, it works pretty well. Third Reikage, the first Hokage, makes a good point. Anoki, at least it extended your lifespan by several decades. Shikaku, what's wrong with picking up trash? The dumb fox doesn't even have trash. Ninetales, you looking for a fight? Uchiha Izuna, everyone shut up. Don't mock big brother Madara. Tobarama Senju, Izuna, face reality. Tobarama Senju, your brother's eyes were indeed picked up. Uchiha Madara, white-haired one. Hashirama. Reikage. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara, when I'm revived, I won't let any of you go. Madara had completely lost it. Ichiraku Ramen Shop. Naruto was laughing so hard, he was slumped over the table, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Brother Yi-chun. Uchiha Madara was so confident just now. But his Rinnegan really was thrown to him by someone else. And they were expired contact lenses. Yi-chun held a cup of free tea, the corners of his mouth barely contained. It's normal for young people to occasionally pick up things others don't want. Very normal. How is this normal? Naruto's eyes widened. That was the Rinnegan. Why can't I ever pick one up? Yi-chun gave him a meaningful look. Because you don't need it. Why, oi? Your eyes have a normal color. Purple contact lenses wouldn't suit you. Naruto. What did appearances have to do with this? Kakashi nearby had already laughed so hard his uncovered eye curved into a crescent moon. Sasuke stood on the street, his expression complicated. Uchiha Madara. The most powerful man in the history of the Uchiha clan. Even his final evolved eyes came from someone else. Was there truly a limit to the Uchiha's power? Or rather, in the presence of a true supreme god, their proud Sharingan was nothing more than a toy that could be casually made and casually discarded. For the first time, Sasuke doubted the Uchiha bloodline. Meanwhile, in Amigakure, Nagato had completely lost the ability to smile. Because in the vision, the aged Madara was raising his hand to cover his new Rinnegan. Then he looked toward Black Zetsu who was hiding in the stone wall. I have obtained the Rinnegan. But this body is too old. I must prepare for my future resurrection before death. Find a child with immense vitality who can bear the Rinnegan. Transplant these eyes into him. When the plan is complete, have him use Rinne rebirth to bring me back to life. Upon hearing this, Nagato's world fell completely silent. Rain-imprisoned tower. Rainwater poured in through the broken walls, falling onto Nagato's emaciated body. Cold, piercing to the bone. Yet he seemed to have lost all perception. He just stared blankly at the aged spots on the sky canopy. Find a child with immense vitality who can bear the Rinnegan. Transplant these eyes into him. Each word struck his soul like a heavy hammer. Red hair. Immense vitality. Ability to bear the Rinnegan. Among all the clans in the ninja world, which was more suitable than the Uzumaki clan? Nagato lowered his head, looking at the red hair falling from his thin shoulders. No, it can't be me. I was born with these eyes. My parents never told me someone transplanted eyes into me. Maybe Madara found another Uzumaki. It can't be me. His voice grew quieter and quieter. Finally, it became almost a self-hypnotic murmur. Konan stood beside him. Reaching out, she gently grasped Nagato's cold hand. Nagato, let's watch first. No matter what the truth is, I'll be with you. Nagato's fingers trembled slightly. He did not respond, but the Deva Path Pain flew back to the tower from outside the rain village. His body staggered. Upon landing, he nearly fell to his knees. The other 5 paths of pain also returned one after another, but their movements were stiff and the chakra connection was extremely unstable. These Rinnegan, which once made Nagato feel omnipotent, now felt like 2 red-hot branding irons embedded in his eye sockets. Pain, not just in the body, but also in his beliefs. Inside the sky canopy scene, the elderly Madara slowly closed his eyes. Black Zetsu emerged from the stone wall, bowing respectfully. I will find a suitable candidate for you. With the power of the Rinnegan, as long as the resurrection method is arranged in advance, you will eventually be able to return to the ninja world. At that time, the Moon Eye plan can be truly completed. The elderly Madara nodded with satisfaction. These eyes were awakened by me. Even if temporarily stored in someone else, they will ultimately belong only to me. In the Pure Land, Uchiha Madara watched his past self utter those words, and the muscles in his face twitched violently. These eyes were awakened by me. Hearing it now, it was like a public humiliation. Fourth Raikage Uchiha Madara, did you hear that? Uchiha Madara, get lost. Fourth Raikage, your past self said those eyes were awakened by you. He said it with such confidence. Because his memories and causality were altered, he genuinely believed it. Hashirama Senju Madara, you were quite happy back then. Uchiha Madara Hashirama. Hashirama Senju, it's understandable to be happy about finding such a useful tool. Uchiha Madara, I'll tear your mouth apart sooner or later. Uchiha Madara was completely broken. If only the origin of the Rinnegan was exposed, he might barely accept it. At least these eyes did perfectly fuse with him, and indeed granted him the true power of the 6 paths. But the sky canopy had faithfully broadcasted all his arrogant declarations after awakening word for word. The more confident he was, the more he now looked like a clown. Uchiha Madara could no longer imagine what people would think of first when mentioning Rinnegan in the future. The Sage of 6 Paths, divine eyes. Proof of Uchiha Madara surpassing his limits. No, I'm afraid everyone would think of 4 words. Expired beauty contacts. No. Madara suddenly looked up. Uchiha Madara, even if the original source wasn't me, the one who can fully unleash the power of those eyes is still only me. Uchiha Madara, without my body they are just 2 discarded eyeballs. Uchiha Madara, it was my power that gave them true value. The comment section fell silent briefly. Uchiha Madara felt a little better. Yes, the eyes could be given by someone else. But the power the Rinnegan displayed in him was real. Summoning the outer path statue. Using the 6 paths of pain technique. Arranging the resurrection plan. All of this required his wisdom and power. No one could deny it. Tobarama Senju, that's somewhat reasonable. Uchiha Madara was slightly startled. He didn't expect Tobarama Senju, who had always opposed him, to actually agree. Tobarama Senju, the experimental tool itself does not determine the outcome of the experiment. Tobarama Senju, even if it's a tool picked up, the user still needs sufficient ability. Uchiha Madara. White hair, you finally said something human. Tobarama Senju, however. Uchiha Madara's heart skipped a beat. Tobarama Senju, what if those eyes could also exert full power in someone else? Uchiha Madara, impossible. Uchiha Madara, an ordinary person's body, cannot bear the Rinnegan. Tobarama Senju, the Uzumaki clan possesses immense chakra and vitality. Uchiha Madara, even if they can bear it, that doesn't mean they can master it. Tobarama Senju, then let's continue watching. Madara fell silent. A strong, ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. This sky canopy review was targeting not only him, but also Nagato. The title, The True Giver of the Rinnegan, would obviously play out the entire process of the eyes passing from him to Nagato. What made Madara even more uneasy was, the black-robed man had already appeared twice, once at the stone tablet, and once at the Rinnegan awakening. When Nagato received the transplant, would that man appear again? Probably not. Black Zetsu was just transplanting eyes into a child. Such a small matter couldn't go wrong. Madara forced himself to be comforted, but after being slapped twice before he dared not speak definitively in the comments. In the scene, the black-robed man was still lying on the soft couch in the space fold. Hearing the conversation between the elderly Madara and Black Zetsu, a hint of interest flickered in his eyes. Find a child who can bear the Rinnegan. Uzumaki bloodline. That's a suitable choice. He raised his hand and waved. Countless images instantly appeared in the void. All Uzumaki bloodline holders across the ninja world appeared simultaneously. Some lived in the land of fire. Some wandered in small countries. Others were secretly imprisoned by major powers as materials for studying sealing techniques and vitality. The black-robed man's gaze swept over them one by one. Finally, it settled on the land of rain. In the war-torn ruins, a young red-haired boy was huddled close to his parents. The boy was small and thin. His face showed timidity and unease. Yet he possessed vitality far exceeding that of ordinary Uzumaki. This child. The black-robed man sat up, observing from across vast space for a moment. His vitality is decent. His soul is pure enough. But his personality is too soft. He'll probably suffer a lot in the future. He said it casually. In reality, Nagato's breathing completely stopped. That face. Even with a huge age difference, he could never mistake it. The red-haired boy in the sky canopy was his younger self. Konan tightened her grip on Nagato's hand. Nagato. It's me. Nagato's voice was hoarse. The last shred of hope shattered completely at this moment. The container for the Rinnegan that Madara sought was indeed him. These eyes had never belonged to him. Fate had not chosen him, nor had the gods bestowed a mission upon him. He was merely a vessel prepared in advance by Uchiha Madara for his future resurrection. Huh. Nagato suddenly let out a low laugh. There was no joy in the laughter, only indescribable desolation. So that's how it is. I was never a god. I was just a tool holding eyes for someone else. Nagato, that's not true. Konan immediately retorted. The origin of your eyes doesn't define who you are. Yahiko believed in you, not the Rinnegan. I've always believed in you too. Nagato closed his eyes. But without these eyes could I have protected you? When my parents were killed, I used the Rinnegan to kill the Leaf Ninja. After Yahiko died, I used the Rinnegan to kill Hanzo. The Akatsuki feared me because of the 6 paths of pain. I dared to call myself a god because of these eyes. If this power never belonged to me, then what is left of the real Nagato? Konan opened her mouth, but for a moment she couldn't answer. Nagato had tied his identity too deeply to the Rinnegan. Getting him to accept the truth immediately was almost impossible. Akatsuki base. The members' gazes toward the Deva Path pain had also changed. Haiden scratched his head. So the boss is really just holding eyes for Uchiha Madara. Kakuzu corrected. Strictly speaking, it's holding them for that black-robed man. The Rinnegan originally belonged to the 8th. Then he threw them to Madara. Madara passed them to Nagato. Haiden counted on his fingers. So they've changed hands twice. Yes. Second hand. If you start from the black-robed man, it's third hand. Haiden gasped. Our leader uses third-hand eyes and still calls himself a god. The Deva Path pain suddenly turned his head. A chilling, murderous intent burst from the Rinnegan. Haiden froze. Silently stepped back 2 paces. I was just saying. You keep being a god, boss. I have no objections. Kakuzu added expressionlessly. But the organization's finances need to be reassessed. The Deva Path pain's voice was icy. What do you mean? The Akatsuki's highest combat power is built on a second-hand ninja tool that could be taken back by its original owner at any time. The risk is too high. Kakuzu said seriously. Starting next month, the reward for all high-risk missions will increase by 50%. Everyone. Still thinking about increasing mission rewards at a time like this. So typical of Kaku. Inside the sky canopy, the scene began to flow rapidly. Black Zetsu, following Uchiha Madara's orders, left the underground cave, crossing the land of fire, entering the land of rain. It lurked deep underground, eventually arriving beneath the house where Nagato's family lived. Night covered everything. Young Nagato was already asleep. His parents sensed no danger approaching. Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the earth. In its hands it held 2 Rinnegan preserved in special containers. In reality, Nagato stared fixedly at the scene. His hands were already clenched into fists, blood seeping out. So it was that night. It dug out my eyes, eh? Konan's body felt cold. Black Zetsu intended to replace the eyes of a child without his knowledge. How cruel was that? In the scene, Black Zetsu extended a finger. The black substance turned into thin threads, silently slipping into the room. Just dig out the child's original eyes and transplant the Rinnegan. With the Uzumaki vitality, he probably won't die immediately. As for whether he survives the rejection period, Black Zetsu let out a low sneer. That depends on his fate. The 2 Rinnegan floated up, gradually approaching Nagato. But just as Black Zetsu was about to act, space suddenly froze. The black thread stopped right in front of Nagato's eyes. No matter how Black Zetsu channeled its power, it couldn't advance another inch. What's going on? Black Zetsu's expression changed drastically. The next second a foot wearing a black boot stepped out of the void without warning. Bang! It kicked Black Zetsu squarely in the face. Black Zetsu's body twisted into a black line on the spot, flying backward 100 times faster than it had come. Rumble! It crashed through 7 mountain peaks in succession. Finally, it embedded itself deep into the stone wall dozens of miles away. Inside the room, the black-robed man stepped out of the space in one stride. He looked down at Nagato, who had nearly had his eyes gouged out, then looked at the flung Black Zetsu, letting out a very disgusted sigh. Can't even install an eyeball properly. What a waste. Nagato's Rinnegan trembled violently. On the sky canopy, a line of golden text slowly appeared. The next segment of history. The final owner of the Rinnegan. The true master of Akatsuki strikes for the 3rd time. Rumble. 7 peaks collapsed in succession. Heiju's pitch-black body, like mud smacked away with full force, was deeply embedded into the stone wall dozens of miles away. His entire body was flattened into a thin layer. Only his 2 yellow eyes still rolled in confusion. I was kicked flying. Heiju's mind went blank. He hadn't even seen how the other party appeared. A moment ago, the Rinnegan was about to be implanted into Changmin's eye sockets. The next moment, he was flung dozens of miles, crashing through 7 peaks. Even more terrifying, this was the 3rd time. When the black-robed man appeared, the Uchiha stone tablet had been tampered with. When Yuzebo Ban failed to awaken the Rinnegan, the black-robed man appeared again. Now, on Ban's orders, he was transplanting the Rinnegan to Changmin, and the black-robed man had come once more. The first time could be explained as coincidence. The second time, perhaps the other party had been observing Yuzebo Ban all along. But the 3rd time, this was the land of rain. The distance from Yuzebo Ban's hidden underground cave was more than 1,000 miles. Before acting, Heiju had checked dozens of times. Absolutely no one was following. How did the other party find him? No, not following. Heiju, embedded in the stone wall, writhed in fear. From the very beginning, he knew we would choose this child. All our actions were within his expectations. Seeing this scene in reality, the last shred of hope in Heiju's heart vanished. It wasn't that he hadn't discovered the other party. It was that he simply had no ability to discover him. For 1,000 years, all his supposedly secret actions were like a clumsy performance before the black-robed man. 4th Reikage, haha. This lump of black mud flew quite far. Onoki crashing through 7 peaks in an instant, yet his body didn't completely collapse. Tobarama Senju's life structure is very special. Mu the 8th has already held back. Undoubtedly. Shikaku, how come every behind-the-scenes mastermind looks more pathetic before the supreme god? Kurama standing before him, you wouldn't be any better than this lump of mud. Shikaku, this boss at least won't whimper. Kurama, stupid Tanuki. The tailed beast fell into another quarrel. But Changmin had no mood to watch. He stared fixedly at the red-haired boy lying on the bed in the scene. That was his younger self. His eyes had not yet been replaced. His parents were still alive. All the tragedies seemed yet to begin. My original eyes. Changmin's voice was hoarse. What did they look like? He had possessed the Rinnegan since he could remember. His parents had never told him anything unusual. Changmin had always believed he was born with the eyes of a god. But the scene on the celestial screen proved. He once had a pair of ordinary eyes that belonged to him. Only on a night no one knew those eyes had been silently dug out by Heiju. Heiju. Changmin suddenly looked up. A terrifying, murderous intent burst from the Rinnegan. The Deva Path turned simultaneously, staring at the location of Heiju underground. You dug out my eyes. You treated me as a vessel to revive Yuzebo Ban. From the beginning, both you and that masked man were using me. Deep underground. Heiju's heart tightened. He could already feel the chakra of the 6 paths of pain approaching. I can't stay in Yuin. Now that Changmin knows the truth, he will never cooperate with the plan. Heiju sank into the earth and fled at lightning speed toward the border of Yujigwa. Heiju, this is all Yuzebo Ban's order. Heiju, the eyes belong to Ban, not to me. Seeing these words in the Pure Land, Yuzebo Ban's killing intent intensified. Yuzebo Ban belonged to me. Yuzebo Ban, you still dare to deceive me. Yuzebo Ban, those 2 eyes were also thrown to me by someone else. The comment section fell silent. Yuzebo Ban's expression froze. In his rage, he had actually admitted it himself. Hashirama Senju Ban. Yuzebo Ban, say it again, and I'll kill you. Hashirama Senju, I just think you finally accepted the truth. Yuzebo Ban, I haven't accepted it. Tobarama Senju, you just said yourself that the 2 eyes were thrown to you by someone else. Yuzebo Ban, that was a slip of the tongue. Muso, even the shinobi god can make a slip. 4th Reikage, haha. Ban's soul was fuming. But Changmin had no time to care about this farce. He controlled the Deva Path to rush out of the Yuin Tower. Boom. Invisible gravitational force enveloped the underground. Almighty push. A large stretch of land suddenly cracked. The white Zetsu clones lurking underground were forcibly pulled out and flew into the sky. But Heiju had already escaped Yuin. While frantically tunneling through the earth, he defended himself through the comments. Heiju Changmin. Heiju, although the Rinnegan is not your natural eye, it did give you power. Heiju, without these eyes you would have died in the war long ago. Changmin's face showed no wavering. Pain, so I should thank you. Hey Ju, we each take what we need. Pain, you gave me the Rinnegan to make me use Rinne Tensei to revive Yuzebo Ban. Pain, from beginning to end you treated me as a disposable tool. Hey Ju could not refute, because everything Changmin said was true. Rinne Tensei requires the user to sacrifice immense vitality. Given Changmin's current physical condition, once he revived Yuzebo Ban, he would almost certainly die. The so-called eyes of a god. The so-called chosen destiny. All of it was to make this tool willingly walk toward death. At the Ōtsutsuki base, Haiden gasped. So the boss is going to be used to revive Ban in the end. Kakuzu nodded. If the plan proceeds as originally intended, that should be the case. Then what are we working for the Ōtsutsuki all these years? Haiden asked blankly. Catching all the tailed beasts to revive an old man wearing someone else's expired contact lenses. Kakuzu fell into thought. This was a valuable question. If the ultimate beneficiary was Yuzebo Ban, who would pay their mission fees? Ban was now in the Pure Land. A dead man obviously wouldn't pay. The mission risk is severely disproportionate to the final reward. Kakuzu judged on the spot. The Ōtsutsuki's current plan needs to be re-evaluated. Deidara nodded repeatedly. I don't want to run around catching tailed beasts just to revive an old man who picks up trash. Who are you calling a trash picker? Yuzebo Ban's golden comment instantly streaked across the sky. Deidara, whoever picks up expired contact lenses, I'm calling that person. The shinobi world fell silent again. Even the Ōtsutsuki members looked at Deidara in surprise. This kid had guts. He dared to openly mock Yuzebo Ban. Deidara put on a disdainful face, but cold sweat broke out on his back. After all, Ban was dead now. If he stayed away from Konoha, it should be fine. In the celestial screen scene, the black-robed man walked to the bedside of young Changmin. Changmin's young face was peaceful and innocent, completely unaware that he had nearly had his eyes gouged out in his sleep. The black-robed man reached out. 2 Rinnegans slowly fell into his palm from midair. He examined them for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. After being used by Yuzebo Ban, the origin has diminished a little. Getting older and older. The real-world Ban. Used and getting older. He, Yuzebo Ban, had become the reason for the Rinnegan's depreciation. Hashirama Senju, a Ban, you don't take good care of your things. Yuzebo Ban Hashirama. Hashirama Senju the senior, said the eyes have become older after your use. Yuzebo Ban eyes are consumables by nature. Tobarama Senju, so you admit they weren't awakened by yourself. Yuzebo Ban, I did not. Ban was trapped in a logical dead end. Admitting that the eyes became older through his use would be acknowledging they were foreign objects. Denying it would make the celestial screen scene inexplicable. The black-robed man paid no attention to the later disputes. He raised his hand. 2 gentle white lights flew out from young Changmin's eyes. Within the white light, 2 ordinary eyes were clearly visible. No Sharingan. No special bloodline. Just the normal eyes of a Uzumaki clan child. So they're still here. The black-robed man said calmly. Hey Ju didn't have time to act yet. He collected Changmin's original eyes into a transparent orb. Then he casually tossed it. The orb vanished into the depths of the void. Seeing this, the real Changmin lunged forward. My eyes. He didn't destroy them. My eyes still exist. Changmin's breathing quickened. The eyes that Heiju had intended to dig out were actually preserved by the black-robed man. If he could find them, would he have a chance to give up the Rinnegan and reclaim what was truly his? Xiaonan also saw hope. Changmin, the 8th senior didn't harm you. He even preserved your original eyes. Changmin stared fixedly at the black-robed man. His inner emotions were extremely complex. Gratitude, caution, fear, and a trace of anticipation he didn't even want to admit. But the next second the black-robed man's words sank his heart again. However, the script still needs a Rinnegan user. That old man Yuzebo Ban won't last much longer. This child, he looked down at young Changmin, will barely do. The hope in Changmin's eyes froze. In the end, the black-robed man still intended to transplant the Rinnegan into him. Preserving the original eyes was perhaps just keeping a spare material. He was still fated to be a pawn, and dozens of miles away. Heiju, embedded in the mountain, finally pulled himself free. He forcibly suppressed his fear and rushed back toward Changmin's location. I cannot lose the Rinnegan. It is the key to reviving Ban and Mother. No matter what that man wants to do, I must stop him. Heiju burrowed into the earth. The next second he appeared under Changmin's house. As soon as he surfaced, bam! The black-robed man didn't even look. He slapped backhand. Heiju once again turned into a streak of black light, flying backward. This time he crashed through 14 peaks, twice as many as before. The black-robed man shook his hand. I told you not to disturb. Why can't you understand? The entire shinobi world fell silent. So Heiju's so-called personally transplanting the Rinnegan had been a joke from the start. He didn't even have the right to approach Changmin. And the golden text on the celestial screen slowly appeared. The Rinnegan transplant begins. Witness together what true bestowal means.